Chapter 1. The unfaithful husband takes a new love. She meets her demise. The clothing is torn. Hold her down. Do not let her escape. In the filthy chamber, the concubines of the palace stood in a row, stripped of their garments, awaiting inspection. From their faces to their chests to their feet, every part was subjected to the probing hands of the matrons. These concubines were daughters of noble families, unaccustomed to such humiliation. Not to mention that after the inspection, they would be marked in secret. No illness, carry her away. The elderly matron, with a stern expression, adeptly drew a large red mark on the concubine's body. Next, bring her up. Shen Chuli was awakened by a splash of cold water, immediately meeting the harsh gaze of the matron. She turned to flee, but was dragged back, stripped of her clothing, and unceremoniously placed upon the examination table. Two palace maids seized her, firmly securing her to the wooden frame. Crown Princess, please endure this. The Crown Prince requires a thorough investigation of the concubines involved with the regent. Every part must be examined, and those who offend. As she spoke, she strode over to the frame, brusquely unfastening the shackles from Shen Chuli's wrists. With a vermilion brush in hand, she marked across her chest, then her lower abdomen. Shen Chuli shook her head in tears, but it was to no avail. Like a lamb stripped of its skin, she lay in the most humiliating posture, subjected to the gaze of onlookers. What? She's still intact? The matron exclaimed in shock. Then, her expression hardened. 3 years without defilement, waiting to honor the regent. A heart-wrenching scream erupted, and the silk cloth beneath her turned crimson. Her body was as smooth as jade, shining like polished silk, glaringly pale in the dim chamber. However, a red serpent of blood slithered down her leg, soaking her shoes and stockings. As Shen Chuli lay on the examination table, she was filled with immense regret. She was the legitimate daughter of the Grand General's household. For the sake of her infatuation with the Crown Prince, Huo Yuan, she had willingly tarnished her purity, drugging him to share a bed for a night. The Crown Prince, valuing his reputation, had taken her into the palace but showed her no compassion. During a horse racing event, she had offended the Crown Prince's favored concubine, Gao Nanru, and was punished by being sent to the cold palace. After 3 days and nights without sustenance, she was dragged to this chamber to endure the lamb-like humiliation. Gao Nanru sought to ruin her reputation, branding her as a wanton, leading her to a wrongful demise. The matron, skilled in various instruments of torture, had a methodical approach to inflicting pain. With her legs secured, she held a silver needle stained with the blood of diseased courtesans, methodically arranging dozens of needles from her lower abdomen to her thighs. A sight that was truly horrifying. Shen Chuli, knowledgeable in medicine, understood the matron's intent to pierce her pain points, rendering her body as if being devoured by 1,000 serpents, longing for death, yet unable to attain it. Ugh. Please, no, she moaned in agony. You dare to cry out while engaging in illicit affairs with the Crown Prince and the regent. Upon completing her cruel task, the matron raised her hand and struck her forcefully. With an exquisite figure, slender waist, and delicate skin, despite 3 years in the Eastern Palace, she remained untouched. Perhaps this alluring form was designed to entice the regent in the future. What a wanton! Prince brother, the Crown Princess has just been diagnosed with a venereal disease. How shall we proceed? A melodious female voice echoed from outside the chamber. Drag this wretched woman out. The frantic male voice had barely faded when Shen Chuli felt a jolt of fear as she was roughly pulled into the frigid expanse of snow, completely unclothed. Her exposed skin was festering and discolored, a sight both repulsive and grotesque. Shen Chuli collapsed into the snow, raising a hand to shield her chest, curled up in agony. Gao Nanru, clad in a resplendent red wedding gown, stood beside the prince. Prince brother, see what I have foretold. She is restless even in the cold palace, daring to seduce the regent, and has contracted a filthy disease. The biting wind swept through, a tempest of snow swirling about. Shen Chuli's voice, like a tautly stretched string, threatened to snap at any moment. You commanded someone to prick me with a dirty needle, causing my affliction. I have not seduced the prince. The regent of the Great Jin, Huo Yuan, was the prince's uncle. She avoided him like poison and would never engage in any clandestine dealings. Clearly, someone had orchestrated this treachery. Gao Nanru stifled a laugh behind her hand. All the ladies of the harem have witnessed it. Your lower body is festering, clearly the result of indecent behavior with men night after night. The examined concubines glared at her with contempt. I have seen with my own eyes that the regent frequently visits the cold palace, engaging in adultery, contracting this lewd disease, and causing us to suffer alongside you. Harlot, you have brought shame to the royal family. Execute her. No. Shen Chuli crawled on her knees, grasping the hem of the prince's robe. You believe me, don't you? For you, I have stolen the tiger talisman and misappropriated gold. I have been so good to you, please save me. I do not wish to die. Slap. A resounding blow sent Shen Chuli crashing back into the snow. What do you believe in? Huo Jingheng scoffed, stepping on her fingers. Miss Shun, use your dim-witted brain to ponder this. It was you who drugged and clung to me. You who were relentless. He twisted the heel of his embroidered boot brutally. You are as foolish as a pig and as useless as a hen that cannot lay eggs. Who would want you besides me? Now you dare to place a glaring crown of infamy upon my head. With the evidence laid bare, what now? No more pretense? Hoping to revisit the past to garner my sympathy? Dream on. In an instant, vile epithets such as white-eyed wolf, harlot, and prostitute rained down upon her. Amidst the torrents of spittle, she wept inconsolably. How had she squandered such a promising hand, reducing it to this pitiful state? She was the most beautiful woman in the capital, a legitimate daughter of a military family. Even if she did not ascend to the East Palace, she could have lived a life of luxury and ease. Surely, it could not have come to this. Shen Chuli lay on the ground, utterly spent. In a moment of desperation, she asked, I only wish to ask you one heartfelt question. Did you ever love me? Love? Huo Jingheng's cold, unfeeling words shattered the last vestige of hope in her heart. To speak frankly, the only one I love is Ruer. In my eyes, you are even beneath a harlot. Shen Chuli, your question disgusts me. To have been entangled with you for 3 years has made life unbearable. Shen Chuli, refusing to give up, pleaded, I am on the brink of death, could you hold me once more? Absolutely not. A filthy woman like you should have her corpse sold for a ghost marriage. With that, Huo Jingheng kicked her away and turned to leave. Shen Chuli was seized by her hair and shoved into a dung barrel. Just before her consciousness faded, she seemed to hear the sound of hooves breaking through the snowstorm. When she opened her eyes again, a gentle rain fell from the sky. Shen Chuli lay atop a grave mound, her body and face smeared with blood and mud. Shen Chuli, you haven't died yet? Was that Gao Nanru? Hearing her voice, Shen Chuli's heart, once filled with despair, began to beat once more. Could it be that Huo Jingheng felt pity for her and wished to spare her life? Did Ahang send you bring me back? You foolish pig. Gao Nanru grabbed her hair and forcefully stepped down upon the jeweled shoes. She was now the new crown princess of the Eastern Palace. I am here to send you on your way. There was no other choice. I couldn't watch you remain a fool. So I took pity and came to inform you. Shen Chuli, on the very first day of the wedding, I slept with the crown prince. He has been using you from the very beginning. Can't you see? He never truly liked you. Impossible, Shen Chuli replied. He once loved me dearly. Gao Nanru scoffed. Have you never considered whose directive the examination today was under? Shen Chuli shuddered. Could it be? Naturally, he did not wish to consummate the marriage with you, allowing the matron to tarnish your purity. If not, how could he justify your execution? How pitiful you are, still in love with him even in death. That is why I say, you are laughably foolish. A tear slipped from the corner of Shen Chuli's eye, silently falling into the earth. Gao Nanru laughed heartily and departed. Shen Chuli lay naked in the snow and mud, recalling the absurd past. She had given everything for Huo Jingheng, yet when she died, he couldn't even spare her a roll of mat. Shen Chuli was dead, yet her disembodied spirit witnessed the regent of the great Jin, Huo Yuan, leading a mighty army to exact vengeance upon those who had wronged her. Amidst the mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, he rushed towards her lifeless body, trembling as he embraced her. She had never seen Huo Yuan in such disarray. Once, she had loathed him deeply. She despised his status as the crown prince's uncle and feared his iron-fisted command over the military. She resented his cold and ruthless nature, and most of all, she detested how he, despite their lack of blood relation, sought to instruct her as if he were a guardian. But now, he knelt before her. He removed his battle robes and carefully draped them over her bare corpse. whispering softly in her ear the secret he had concealed for 10 long years. In that moment, she realized just how much this proud and noble man had done for her, and the burdens he had carried. She was nearly driven to the brink of despair by pain. Suddenly, he raised his long sword. Shen Chuli gazed at him in confusion. All her enemies had been vanquished. What was Huo Yuan intending? Ali, I have come to accompany you, he declared. In the next heartbeat, he coldly closed his eyes, and without hesitation, the long sword pierced his own heart. At the moment Huo Yuan's scorching blood splattered onto her lifeless form, she felt as though the world was spinning wildly around her, her soul seemingly torn asunder. No Shen Chuli jolted awake, realizing she was curled up in a corner of the royal stable. Bewildered, she looked down at her dirty palms, taking deep, forceful breaths. The foul stench of manure filled her lungs, and her reason returned. This was the 3rd year of her marriage to Huo Jingheng. Had she been reborn? Just as she was grappling with this revelation, Huo Jingheng's impatient voice broke in from behind, urging, Shen Chuli, why are you dawdling? Hurry and help rue her mount. Cheer her up, and I might consider consummating our marriage tonight. Chapter 2 Rebirth. She awoke. The matter of conception? Indeed, it exists. Having been wed to the Eastern Palace for 3 years, she had yet to conceive. The royal family harbored significant grievances against her, issuing an ultimatum demanding her to bear a child. In truth, however, Huo Jingheng suffered from a debilitating condition. To preserve his dignity, Shen Chuli publicly claimed that she had sustained an injury, rendering conception difficult. Hearing his imperious tone, Shen Chuli was reminded of her past life, where, in an attempt to appease Huo Jingheng, she allowed Gao Nanru to mount the horse while stepping on her. But who was Gao Nanru? She was merely her handmaiden. It was unclear when they had become entangled, as Huo Jingheng remained indifferent to her, but exceedingly gentle towards Gao Nanru. Shen Chuli witnessed everything, yet remained submissive, for she was deeply enamored with Huo Jingheng. As soon as she came of age, she resorted to deception to ascend to his bed. Initially, she had pursued him vehemently, disregarding her reputation to marry into the Eastern Palace. Now, having realized her rebirth, she gazed at Huo Jingheng's haughty demeanor and could only scoff inwardly. This man, who had risen to power through her, had no right to command her. Noticing Shen Chuli's prolonged silence, Huo Jingheng abruptly pushed her aside. Shen Chuli, are you deaf? Caught off guard, she collided with the earthen wall, bruising her wrist and grimacing in pain. Your Highness. From a distance, Gao Nanru timidly interjected. Perhaps it would be best not to trouble the crown princess. I can manage myself. Suddenly, Gao Nanru pretended to mount the horse, but the steed reared, and she shrieked as she fell. Huo Jingheng swiftly rushed to her side, catching her in his arms. You are unwell. I have told you not to mount the horse alone. He then cast a sidelong glance at Shen Chuli. Why the glum expression? Are you dissatisfied with me? If it were not for you administering poison to Rower, would she be suffering from this ailment? Shen Chuli, a woman as malevolent as you deserves no sympathy. After speaking, he kicked over the fodder before supporting Gao Nanru and retreating to a nearby seat to rest. Poisoning? Shen Chuli was momentarily bewildered, but quickly regained her composure. In her previous life, it was Gao Nanru who had poisoned herself to frame her. Enraged, she had lunged at Gao Nanru with a dagger, resulting in chaos and injuries, which ultimately led to her being cast into the cold palace, setting off a series of unfortunate events. This time, she could not afford to act impulsively. Suppressing her fury, she replied coldly, I did not administer poison. Why should I confess? Seeing her steadfast denial, Huo Jingheng's voice turned harsh. Since you refuse to admit to the poison, you shall face the wall in reflection here today. It is also a good opportunity for you to contemplate your own identity and whether you are worthy of presenting such a countenance to me. There is no need for you to participate in the races. I would not want the court officials to witness your pitiful state, which would only bring ill fortune. Listening to the prince's reprimand, Shen Chuli felt a chill within her heart. As a legitimate daughter of a military family, she possessed her own pride. How could she tolerate her husband embracing her maid and berating her so publicly? Yet, Huo Jingheng had shattered her pride countless times, treating her like a mere beast in front of others. If he was displeased, he forbade her from dining at the same table. As the crown princess, She could only venture out at night to the imperial kitchen, scavenging for discarded vegetable scraps, even competing with stray dogs for food. This experience transformed the originally vibrant Shen Chuli into a frail and haggard shadow of her former self. In her past life, she had faced starvation, dying with not a grain of rice in her stomach, becoming a ghost of hunger. Taking a deep breath, she disregarded Huo Jingheng's words and strode outside. Yet, after merely a few steps, a foot unexpectedly extended from her side, forcefully tripping Shen Chuli to the ground. Gao Nanru quickly retracted her foot, panic etched across her face. Exclaiming, "I didn't mean to," Shen Chuli fell, pain contorting her features, her palm likely scraped raw. She then heard Huo Jingheng's cold, mocking voice. "Do you not know how to watch where you're walking? Who are you trying to impress in this place where nothing is as it seems? If you don't get up, then return to the East Palace and reflect on your actions." He then turned to gently reassure Gao Nanru, saying, "Rower, you are tough. A fall like this is trivial. Don't hurt your foot." Shen Chuli leaned against the wall, slowly rising to her feet. "Sister, are you bleeding? I have medicine here. A gift from His Highness the Crown Prince. Would you like to apply some?" Gao Nanru spoke with concern. Yet Shen Chuli distinctly saw a glimmer of triumph in her eyes. The very Gao Nanru who had donned the green hat on her was the one she had rescued from the slums 4 years ago. When she had first encountered her being bullied by a group of people, Shen Chuli's heart softened, and she took her in, treating her like a sister. Clothed in her garments, feasting on her food, wearing her hairpin, she even brought Gao Nanru into the palace upon her marriage. It was only when she witnessed Gao Nanru seducing Huo Jingheng that Shen Chuli frantically attempted to send her away from the palace. Huo Jingheng refused, claiming that Rower was fragile and would be mistreated outside. Fearing Huo Jingheng's displeasure, she relented after merely half an hour of commotion. Ultimately, it was Shen Chuli who had to swallow her pride and apologize before Huo Jingheng begrudgingly forgave her, insisting that Gao Nanru remain by his side as a personal attendant. Publicly referred to as an official of the East Palace. Afraid of losing Huo Jingheng, she acquiesced. Later, she witnessed the two entangled together, driving her into madness. Huo Jingheng struck her, asserting that as the crown prince, he was entitled to multiple wives and concubines, and if she could only favor one woman, her jealousy was unbecoming. She should simply leave. The past humiliation stabbed into Shen Chuli's heart like daggers. She gazed at the serene Gao Nanru nestled in Huo Jingheng's embrace, a sardonic smile curling her lips. "Gao Nanru, did you not once follow me around like a shadow in the Shen residence? Why not come and assist me with my medicine?" Gao Nanru's expression shifted slightly. She bit her lip, casting a glance at Huo Jingheng without speaking. It was Huo Jingheng who appeared irked, his temper flaring as he exclaimed, "Shen Chuli, how dare you ask Rower to serve you? Do you even deserve that?" Shen Chuli scoffed, replying, "Indeed, I do not deserve it, for I do not steal away men." Gao Nanru's eyes reddened instantly. "Sister, crown princess, is it because I have taken away your crown prince that you are displeased? I can relinquish him to you." In truth, Huo Jingheng felt a twinge of empathy as he watched Shen Chuli endure the blows. However, recalling how she had drugged Rower today and stubbornly refused to admit it, a wave of irritation washed over him, and he began to mock her anew. Relinquish? Today it was her fault. The one who should yield is Shen Chuli. "Prince, please refrain from speaking. I am merely a guest in the Shen residence, and the words of the princess consort do not concern me." Huo Jingheng, filled with compassion, impulsively pointed at Shen Chuli and exclaimed, "Shen Chuli, assist Rower onto the horse. If you continue this way, you shall no longer be the princess consort." "Prince." Shen Chuli observed Gao Nanru's tear-filled eyes and coldly replied, "Very well. Do you think I covet this so-called princess consort title? Gao Nanru is nothing but a lowly maid. Why should I assist her?" Her demeanor was icy, devoid of the previous glimmer of light in her eyes when she looked at Huo Jingheng. The unfamiliarity of her appearance momentarily stunned him, and he spoke with a more serious tone. "Shen Chuli, have you lost your senses? If you persist in your defiance, I shall not visit your palace tonight. Even if you weep and wail, I will not be swayed. When the time comes, I shall not spare you a glance, even if you seek to end your own life." Shen Chuli narrowed her eyes, her fists clenched tightly. In her past life, her refusal to acknowledge the drugging led to her imprisonment in the cold palace, where she was tortured to death. No one provided her sustenance, nor did anyone care for her existence. Her body decayed, resembling that of a madwoman. Alas, Shen Chuli weighed 100 pounds, with 93 pounds filled with resentment, and the remaining 7 pounds residing in her heart. In this new life, she would ensure that the scoundrels and vile women who wronged her would not escape unscathed. Revenge would be swift, not a moment delayed. Taking a deep breath, she slowly rose under their watchful gazes. Assist her onto the horse. Very well. Gao Nanru's lips curled into a smirk, her tearful eyes sparkling with triumph. Just as she prepared to mount, she suddenly sensed something amiss. An overwhelming stench filled the air. Shen Chuli approached the wall, rolled up her sleeves, and hoisted a manure shovel, scooping a generous portion of horse dung. In the next instant, she flung the shovel, and a hefty mound of foul-smelling manure splattered directly onto Gao Nanru's face. Gao Nanru shrieked, leaping in shock. What are you doing? Her previously delicate visage twisted into a grotesque expression. Witnessing her disarray, Shen Chuli chuckled softly. Vile creature, you deserve nothing less. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving both of them in stunned silence. Outside, the courtiers gazed in astonishment as the princess consort emerged alone. What on earth transpired? The princess consort had abandoned the prince? Ho Jingheng, momentarily taken aback, watched Shen Chuli's retreating figure, his brows knitting together in contemplation. After a brief pause, he relaxed and reassured, "Rower, go change your clothes. The princess consort's behavior is unacceptable. She shall not join us at the dining table tonight." This was not the first time Shen Chuli exhibited such behavior. Each time he and Gao Nanru engaged in flirtation, she would display jealousy, only to return within the hour, tearfully apologizing. Ho Jingheng hardly regarded it as significant. After all, he was certain that Shen Chuli loved him to an overwhelming degree. He was confident that before long, she would come to him, weeping and pleading for forgiveness. Chapter 3. The First Madness. The Triumph. As Shen Chuli emerged from the horse ranch, she beheld Madame Shen and her elder brother Shen Mingyi, who were joyfully assisting Shen Fu in selecting horses. Their faces radiated with cheerful smiles. It was well known that the general's residence was home to 2 daughters and a son. The younger daughter, Shen Fu, was gentle and considerate, while the elder daughter, Shen Chuli, was known for her haughty and imperious demeanor. Shen Chuli was the true daughter of the Shen family. Years ago, during General Shen's expedition, Madame Shen encountered misfortune while accompanying him, and her 2-year-old daughter, Shen Chuli, was abducted. In a bid to soothe her sorrow, for years later, Madame Shen adopted an orphan girl, whose parents had perished, from a Buddhist temple, showering her with affection as if she were a precious jewel. After years of companionship, the adopted daughter became not only the apple of Madame Shen's eye, but also the cherished darling of the entire household. Upon Shen Chuli's return, she found herself rendered superfluous. The family feared that her willful nature might impose upon her younger sister. Thus, her father confined her to the stable, fearing that her rustic upbringing might bring shame upon the family name. "You shall stay here until you learn the proper etiquette and can share a residence with Fuer," he decreed. Madame Shen lovingly comforted her anxious adopted daughter. "Fuer, my precious one, you shall always be my sole darling. Should anyone dare to overshadow you, I shall cast them out." With tears brimming in her eyes, Shen Fu timidly grasped Shen Chuli's hand and suggested, "Sister, if you are unhappy, you may stay in my chamber." Having endured hardship, she found little to distress her. The eldest son of the Shen family gently reassured his sister. "Moreover, your accommodations here are far superior to your previous life in the countryside." The family unanimously agreed. Thus, Shen Chuli spent a year living alongside livestock. During this time, she endeavored to learn the rules and win the family's favor, even serving Shen Fu like a maid. However, Shen Fu, while maintaining a facade of innocence in public, maliciously spread rumors about Shen Chuli, accusing her of theft and secretly indulging in her delicacies. This only deepened the family's disdain for Shen Chuli. Eventually, unable to endure the torment any longer, she resorted to unscrupulous means to marry into the Eastern Palace. Yet today, Shen Fu brazenly claimed the young steed left to her by their grandfather and deliberately staged a scene to malign Shen Chuli in front of others. The Shen family disregarded Shen Chuli's desperate explanations, rushing to comfort the frightened Shen Fu, even trampling over Shen Chuli in the process. All three family members stepped on her, causing her already fragile body to succumb to a violent bout of bloodshed. Upon returning home, her father, moved by Shen Fu's tears, brandished a whip and chastised Shen Chuli. "We provide for you abundantly, yet you, even as a princess, remain unchanged, bullying your sister with your lies. Go and scrub the latrines. You shall not eat until your task is complete." In the depths of winter, Shen Chuli knelt beneath the water corridor, scrubbing the entire household's latrines. Cold and famished, she ultimately fainted from exhaustion. Shortly thereafter, Huo Yuan confined her to the cold palace. It was not long before she was diagnosed with a fatal disease. Having faced death, Shen Chuli realized that lamenting her fate served no purpose. To trample those who had humiliated her, she must grow stronger and embrace madness. Shen Chuli gathered her thoughts, her icy gaze sweeping over the family before finally resting on Shen Fu. Upon seeing Shen Chuli, Shen Fu trembled slightly, forcing herself to greet her. The annual horse racing festival had attracted numerous noble young ladies and gentlemen from the capital. Bored heiresses from powerful families clustered together, exchanging laughter and gossip. As they caught sight of Shen Chuli, whispers erupted among them. There she was, the true daughter of the Shen family returned 4 years ago, rumored to be headstrong, who had seduced the crown prince with drugs, thus becoming the crown princess. Upon seeing her today, indeed, she was the most beautiful woman in the capital. Yet, what worth is beauty when she had been married to the Eastern Palace for 3 years without bearing a child? The royal family held a considerable disdain for her. A hen that cannot lay eggs could hardly compare to the gentle and virtuous Miss Shen San. Hush, speak softly. No matter how favored Shen Fu is, Shen Chuli is still the crown princess. The crown prince is a person of great significance. Even being a mere concubine is a fortune earned over several lifetimes. She cannot hope to marry better than this. Who says so? If Shen Fu could entangle herself with the regent's estate, perhaps. The young lady attempted to continue, but was quickly silenced. Enough, do not speak further. In Dajin, that name is an absolute taboo. At that moment, a loud crash echoed from a distance. "Ah, Shen Chuli, have you lost your mind?" Accompanied by a terrified scream, the crowd turned towards the sound, momentarily frozen in place. "Fool, get out of the way. Don't block the path." Just reborn, Shen Chuli was still disoriented as Huo Yuan was surrounded by attendants at the horse race. She intended to fill her stomach first. Upon arriving at a nearby side room, a sharp female voice pierced the air. Suddenly, a figure galloped out from within. Shen Chuli could not evade in time and fell to the ground. Rubbing her waist as she rose, she lifted her gaze to see a magnificent snow-white steed. The horse looked strikingly familiar. Just as she intended to take another look, a hand yanked the reins violently, nearly stepping on her again. "Crown Princess? How could it be you?" The voice. Shen Chuli looked up, recognizing Gao Nanru. The girl who had appeared so disheveled moments ago was now dressed in fine attire, riding the white horse with an audacious demeanor as she regarded Shen Chuli. Upon seeing Shen Chuli, instead of dismounting to pay her respects, she straightened her back defiantly. "Crown Princess, what a pity. His Highness the Crown Prince and Miss Shen San are awaiting me, so I must inconvenience you to let me go ahead." Only then did Shen Chuli remember that Gao Nanru had been close with Shen Fu during her time as a maid in the household. At that time, she had felt delighted, thinking it would help her bond with Shen Fu. In retrospect, it seemed her demise was intricately tied to Shen Fu. She truly had been foolish. Before she could utter a word, Gao Nanru cracked the whip and boldly charged past her, almost colliding with her once more. Watching Gao Nanru's retreating figure, Shen Chuli's expression darkened. She finally sensed something amiss. Wasn't that her horse? This steed, named Shui Tuan, had been a gift from her late grandfather before his passing. In the entire Shen family, only her grandfather had cherished her. aware of her frequent grievances. After the warhorse that had served him for a lifetime bore its soul full, he personally entrusted the creature to her care. Countless nights of hardship and hunger found Shen Chuli cradling the neck of Huo Yuan as she drifted into slumber. To her, Huo Yuan was not merely a companion, but a cherished kin. Later, upon marrying into the Eastern Palace, Ho Jingheng disapproved of her riding, thus relegating Huo Yuan to the stables. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Shen Chuli could no longer contain her fury. That wretched Gao Nanru. Not only does she steal men, but she dares to ride my Huo Yuan. She was determined to reclaim her beloved steed and teach Gao Nanru a lesson, vowing to avenge past grievances. Seizing a horse at random, she leapt onto its back and galloped towards the direction from which Gao Nanru had departed. Upon exiting, she was confronted with the sight of Lady Shun, her elder brother, and Shun Fu, engaged in a jovial scene. In the background, Gao Nanru was also astride Huo Yuan, who, recognizing its master, stood resolutely, unwilling to budge. Gao Nanru, wielding a whip, struck Huo Yuan's back with ferocity. The poor creature, scarred and distressed, let out a mournful whinny, yet remained steadfast. Gao Nanru, amidst her strikes, lamented, "This beast is truly stubborn. Despite having gone 7 days without food, it refuses to yield. Gao Nanru, you thief of horses, dismount from my steed at once." Shen Chuli's exclamation caught the attention of onlookers, igniting her fury as she raced towards them. Gao Nanru, startled by Shen Chuli's sudden appearance, nearly toppled from her mount. Regaining her composure, she feigned innocence. "Your Highness, what do you mean? How could this possibly be your horse?" The previously jovial young nobles were now captivated by Shen Chuli's outburst, their gazes drawn to the unfolding drama. Ho Jingheng, having completed a lap, was also drawn towards the gathering. Shen Chuli smirked. Dare to steal yet deny it? Truly a wretched soul with empty hands. Gao Nanru's complexion shifted between hues of blue and white as she gritted her teeth. "Your Highness, I may hail from humble beginnings, and I know you look down upon me. Yet I possess my own pride. I would rather starve than touch what is not mine." Gao Nanru, petite and delicate, spoke with a soft voice, her brows slightly arched in a manner suggestive of feigned innocence mixed with a hint of cunning charm. At that moment, her eyes glistened with tears, resembling a rabbit's, as she directed her accusations toward Shen Chuli. In contrast, Shen Chuli exuded the allure of a striking beauty. Her eyes, dark and captivating, framed by long, curled lashes, her porcelain skin glowing, and a charming dimple gracing her smile. Adorned in a crimson pomegranate gown, hands placed defiantly on her hips, her fiery gaze radiated with indignation. To the onlookers, it appeared as though the crown princess was exploiting her status to bully the frail and pitiable maid. Particularly, Shen Chuli's commanding voice nearly startled Gao Nanru from her horse, reinforcing the perception that the crown princess was indeed as tyrannical as rumored. Yet, Shen Chuli paid no heed to the judgments of others. Striding boldly before Gao Nanru, she seized her wrist, intent on dragging her from the saddle. Unbeknownst to Shen Chuli, Gao Nanru concealed a dagger within her sleeve. The night prior, Shun Fu had approached her, revealing that this horse held immense significance for Shen Chuli, and that by tormenting Huo Yuan before her, Shen Chuli would surely lose her composure. Driven to madness, she sought to incite the crown prince's disdain, hoping to be cast into the cold palace, thus allowing her to seize the opportunity for ascendance. Therefore, even in the face of indignities, Gao Nanru was willing to endure. Clutching a dagger, she surreptitiously slashed at the fabric beneath her skirt, the cloth tearing audibly, exposing her fair thigh to the gaze of the onlookers. Gasps of shock erupted, and it was at that moment that Huo Jingheng galloped in. He swiftly removed his dragon robe to shield Gao Nanru's thigh, protecting her along with her steed behind him. His handsome visage marred by anger as he addressed Shen Chuli with disdain. "Shen Chuli, have you lost your mind?" Shen Chuli regarded the pitifully cowering Gao Nanru hiding behind Huo Jingheng and retorted with a cold laugh. "Who is truly mad? I merely grasped her hand. It was she who secretly tore her own skirt. If you doubt it, check her sleeves for a dagger." At her words, Gao Nanru trembled, shrinking further away. Noticing the lack of movement from the crowd, Shen Chuli decided to take matters into her own hands, circumventing Huo Jingheng as she approached Gao Nanru. At that moment, Shen Fu stepped forward, smiling as she blocked her path. Sister, the esteemed lady has been startled. It would be unwise to search her at this juncture. Shen Chuli halted, casting a disdainful glance at her. This false sister of hers was a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing, hypocritical and sinister. In her past life, she had suffered countless betrayals at Shen Fu's hands. Pointing her riding whip at Shen Fu, she declared coldly, "Step aside." Shen Fu maintained her kneeling posture, still smiling sweetly. "Sister, that white horse was given to me by Mother 3 years ago. I was unaware of its significance to you. If I have offended you, feel free to strike me, but do not wrong the esteemed lady." "Very well, I shall accommodate you," Shen Chuli sneered, raising her whip to strike Shen Fu. Seeing Shen Chuli's intent to strike her precious daughter, Madame Shen hastily shielded Shen Fu. "Shen Chuli, that beast was given to your sister by me. We are all family. And what belongs to you belongs to her as well. Do not be so petty. Apologize to Fuer." Shen Chuli replied, "Apologize? You unilaterally gifted my snowball to her. Why should I apologize? To take without asking is to steal." Her eldest brother, Shen Mingyi, frowned. "Shen Chuli, do not speak so harshly. It is merely a horse. You have ridden it, and you can return it later. If you're dissatisfied, I shall have the treasury provide you with 5,000 taels of silver as compensation for the beast." 5,000 taels, enough to purchase 100 horses. Surely that will suffice? Shen Chuli resolutely refused. "I will not sell." The horse thief should immediately dismount from Snowball. Gao Nanru clutched Wu Jingheng's sleeve tightly, shrinking back further as tears brimmed in her eyes, pleading with Shen Chuli, "Your Highness, I did not steal. I am not a thief." As she surveyed the assembly, all positioned against her, it felt as though she was the one condemned. Shen Chuli scoffed. In her past life, it was a collective disdain that had drowned her. In this life, she would not indulge anyone. Amidst the crowd's accusations, Shen Chuli leaned against a tree stump, raising her hand to emit a sharp, resounding hoarse whistle that sliced through the air. In an instant, the ground began to tremble. Dare to provoke her? Very well. And they should not blame her for descending into madness. Chapter 4. I shall no longer bear this humiliation as a consort. In an instant, 100 magnificent steeds surged towards the crowd at the horse ranch, sending everyone into a panic-stricken flight. Shen Fu suffered the worst. A horse trampled her foot, leaving her sprawled in the mud, utterly disheveled. Lady Shen gasped, instinctively shielding Shen Fu beneath her. "Fuer, are you hurt anywhere? Let me see." Shen Fu, her face awash with terror, screamed as she clung to Lady Shen upon seeing Shen Chuli approach. "Mother, sister is coming again. You must stop her. Don't let her near me." Lady Shen stood protectively in front of Shen Fu, glaring fiercely at her eldest daughter. "Shen Chuli, what are you intending to do?" Observing the scene of maternal affection and filial piety, Shen Chuli let out a cold laugh. "Shui Tuan was bequeathed to me by grandfather. Why do you have to give him to Shen Fu?" With a composed demeanor, Lady Shen replied, "Can you not exhibit a shred of conscience? Fuer has always been sensible and has never asked for anything. Since you have entered the palace, that beast has no connection to you. What is wrong with giving it to your sister? Shui Tuan is not a beast." Shen Fu had secretly tormented Shui Tuan. It would perish. Lady Shen furrowed her brow, dismissing the horse's demise as inconsequential. Though her eldest daughter was her flesh and blood, having grown up in the countryside and engaged in scandalous affairs to seduce the crown prince, she brought shame upon the Shen family, and thus she held little affection for her. Her youngest daughter was her treasured darling, and she would never allow anyone to harm her. The Shen family has provided you with 5,000 taels of silver. You may purchase as many horses as you desire. Do not unleash your wrath upon your sister. She is innocent. Innocent? Shen Chuli raised an eyebrow, her smile laced with irony. Do you understand why Shui Tuan resists her discipline? It is because grandfather's horse possesses a pure lineage, and as a servant's daughter, how could she tame it? Silence. Lady Shen cast a glance at the pallid-faced Shen Fu and admonished sternly, "Fuer is not like you. You were raised by a butcher, accustomed to hardship. naturally closer to beasts. Fuer, being pampered, is incapable of taming wild horses. Shen Mingyi, her elder brother, chimed in, Shen Chuli. Your lack of upbringing is akin to that of a butcher. Can you not possess a modicum of understanding like our younger sister? Mind your tongue. Shen Chuli's gaze turned icy. Let us not forget, it is I who should have been the pampered one. It is your foolishness that led to my abandonment. I grew up without parents. It was Sister Yin who took me in and nurtured me with beef's milk. All the suffering I endured is a result of your negligence. Everything Shun Fu possesses has been stolen from me. She, alongside Gao Nanru, has pilfered men and parental affection. I nearly perished outside due to your failures. Am I to be deemed worthless, deserving of such fate? It is one thing for others to insult and scorn me, but for you, my own kin, to utter such words. How can you not be considered foolish swine? 16 years ago, Shen Chuli was abducted when she was but 2 years old. It was 7-year-old Wen Yin who brought her home and raised her. Shen Chuli referred to her as sister. To sustain them both, Wen Yin disregarded the disapproving gazes of those around her and took up the trade of a butcher. Yet she was raised in a quaint countryside town, taught to adhere to propriety, to read and write, and cherished as a precious gem. To Shen Chuli, Wen Yin was not only a sister but also family, and indeed the finest person in her world. Shen Chuli, that is enough. The crown prince, Huo Yuan, had listened for quite some time, finally unable to restrain himself. Although he was well aware that Shen Chuli had been wronged, and that the horse was of great significance to her, he was displeased by her earlier provocation that nearly harmed Rower, and felt compelled to reprimand her. I decree that this horse be given to your sister. He sheltered the delicate Gao Nanru in his arms, his demeanor gentle. You frightened Rower. You must immediately apologize to her. The horse herd was under the control of the imperial guards, and onlookers gathered around. Their gazes darted between the protected Gao Nanru and the solitary, yet unyielding Shen Chuli, their eyes wide with astonishment. What was happening? The crown prince publicly demanded that the crown princess apologize for the sake of a junior female official. Such royal secrets were a rarity. The historian's pens were already ablaze. Yet Shen Chuli wore a look of disdain. In the past, she might have felt sorrow and shed tears, but now she only felt vexation. If it were possible, she wished to tear apart the facade of this shameless pair and sever all ties with the royal family. Apologize? That was easy enough. Shen Chuli sat cross-legged on a stone, raising her hand to emit a sharp horse whistle. In the next moment, Shui Tuan neighed, lifting its front hooves high, nearly rearing up, and then began to thrash wildly. Gao Nanru, caught off guard atop the horse, fell to the ground in disarray. Observing Gao Nanru's predicament, Shen Chuli stretched lazily. My apologies. The horse arena fell into a hushed silence, everyone dumbfounded. This crown princess was remarkably audacious. You. Huo Yuan hastily lifted Gao Nanru, his gaze coldly fixed on Shen Chuli. The latter remained unperturbed, meeting his eyes with unwavering confidence. Just as the tension thickened, a stable hand suddenly spoke up. Your Highness, Madame Shen, this horse was personally entrusted by General Shen to be raised by the second miss. I was present at the time. Shen Fu's eyelashes fluttered, nervously clutching her garment's hem. Before kneeling before Shen Chuli, her voice soft. Sister was unaware that this horse was specifically bequeathed by grandfather for the second sister, and thus asked mother for it. I am sorry, second sister. With her arms crossed, Shen Chuli regarded her with cold eyes. Shen Fu was a renowned young lady of the capital, yet to be betrothed, claiming she wished to remain by her parents' side to fulfill her filial duties. The Shen family adored her, and Madame Shen doted on her as if she were a cherished child. Hence, regardless of what was lost in the household, even if it was not Shen Chuli's doing, everyone would suspect her. Shen Chuli led Shui Tuan, stroking its blood-stained mane, a pang of sorrow striking her heart as she turned her icy gaze towards Huo Yuan. Your Highness, did you hear? It was Shen Fu who took what was mine. She ought to apologize to me. Shen Chuli's tone was not raised, yet it carried an undeniable pride and confidence that emanated from her very core. I'm not like Gao Nanru, a shameless thief pursuing a man. I have no need for that. The word stealing a man pierced deeply into Gao Nanru's heart. As she was about to retort, she met Shen Chuli's piercing gaze, which startled her into silence. Gripping Huo Jingheng's sleeve tightly, tears welled in her eyes. Huo Jingheng gently squeezed Gao Nanru's fingertips before turning and commanding, "The crown princess is unwell. Someone escort her back to the palace." He was seething with anger, bewildered as to what had provoked Shen Chuli to audaciously contradict him in public. However, as the crown prince of Beijing, he had to preserve the dignity of the royal family. Any matters would be settled later. Shen Chuli observed the imperial guards approaching and realized Huo Jingheng was truly furious. In the past, she would have knelt in submission. Yet today, with a swift flick of her whip, she gracefully mounted her horse. Shun Fu, wearing a deliberately cheerful smile, reminded her, "Sister, His Highness the Crown Prince requests your return to the palace. It is quite inappropriate for you to mount in such a manner." Shen Chuli cast her a disdainful glance. A servant's daughter had no right to speak. "I am the crown princess of Beijing. You have stolen the crown princess's horse. According to Jin law, you deserve a whipping." Someone, Madame Shun, tightly shielded Shen Fu, declaring, "The horse was a gift to your sister from me. If you dare to strike her, then you might as well strike me too." Shen Chuli replied, "You are my biological mother. It would be unfair to say you are blind, yet it is evident that your eyes are not fully open. Shen Fu, an outsider, has enjoyed years of wealth and luxury at my expense, and now she seeks to seize my horse. Are your eyes merely decorative? You, what nonsense are you spouting?" Madame Shun's voice trembled, her confidence clearly wavering. "When our family lost you and adopted Fu, she was only 6 years old. What could she have decided? Your suffering has nothing to do with Fu. You should not blame her." Eldest brother Shun Mingyi chastised. "We dote on Fu now precisely because you have continually caused trouble since her return, incessantly bullying her and turning the Shun family into a laughingstock across the capital. Apologize to Fu at once." With a sharp crack, Shen Chuli lashed her whip against him, retorting, "Apologize to your mother? Begone." The sycophantic young lady of the Shun family chimed in, "Crown Princess, how can you curse for the sake of a beast? You are tarnishing the reputation of both the royal family and the Shun household." With a swift motion, Shen Chuli struck her hair aside with her whip, exclaiming, "Were you? Get out of my sight." Gao Nanru's legs trembled uncontrollably. In a sudden move, Shen Chuli struck her face with the whip. Gao Nanru covered her face, incredulous, and screamed, "I said nothing. Why did you hit me?" Shen Chuli scoffed, "I strike as I please. Does a master need to choose an auspicious day to discipline a servant? You?" Gao Nanru cried, her voice choked with indignation. Huo Jingheng, about to scold her, was preempted by Shen Chuli. "Your Highness, safeguarding a concubine in front of court officials will soon reach the emperor's ears. Perhaps you should consider how to explain this." Everyone was rendered speechless. They could hardly fathom how Shen Chuli, who once sought to please Huo Jingheng and integrate into the Shun family, had suddenly gone mad. Was it possible that she had truly been provoked? At that moment, Shun Fu unexpectedly stepped forward and knelt before Shen Chuli. "Sister, Crown Princess, it is all Funer's fault. I am willing to accept the punishment. Please, I beg you, spare my brother and mother." Shen Chuli chuckled, feigning innocence. "How ridiculous. You speak as if I were the one bullying you. The beatings you receive are merely a consequence of your own actions. Last night, you summoned Gao Nanru to your chamber, plotting how to drive me to madness today, thereby inciting the crown prince's disdain for me, which would result in my confinement to the cold palace. Gao Nanru could seize the opportunity to elevate her status. Your scheming is rather clever, but alas, your intellect is lacking. Are you not envious that I am the true daughter of the Shen family? Have you not always sought to overshadow me? It is quite simple. You're not even a legitimate daughter of the Shen household. My father has numerous concubines, and with a bit of effort, you could align yourself with my mother as sisters. After all, do you not claim to have authority over the Shen family?" Slap! Madame Shun leaped up and delivered a resounding blow to Shen Chuli's face, sending her tumbling from her horse. Fury surged within her, threatening to tear her apart. "Shen Chuli, cease your tongue. Your uncleanliness should not drag your sister into this. All the suffering you endure is your fate. You must accept it." Eldest brother Shen Mingyi regained his composure. "Shen Chuli, you are utterly malicious. Fuer has treated you with kindness. Why do you constantly target her? Must you tarnish her reputation as well? Blood seeped from the corner of Shen Chuli's mouth, which she casually spat out. Innocence? Dare you lay a finger on me again, and I shall unveil all the scandals surrounding Shen Fu. Let us see which esteemed family would dare to wed her, shall we? She endeavored for their favor, yet none cherished her. After facing death once, Shen Chuli had come to a realization. Why not let everyone loathe her? If they sought to disrupt her peace, in her new life, she would ensure their discomfort multiplied. The crowd's curiosity was suddenly piqued. Shen Fu was the epitome of a cultivated young lady, meticulously groomed by the Shen family, her every action a model for society. Madame Shen was particularly invested in her youngest daughter's marriage prospects. What scandal could Shen Chuli be alluding to? As the commotion escalated, Huo Yuan could no longer remain passive. After all, this pertained to the dignity of the crown prince. He found it bewildering that Shen Chuli, who had been massaging his legs just the night before, had transformed overnight into a completely different person. It was all exceedingly strange. The uproar at the horse ranch reached Shen Chuli's father, General Shen Huaisheng, who hurriedly arrived to witness his eldest daughter spiraling into chaos. The crown prince, Huo Yuan, approached Shen Chuli, grabbing her to lead her towards the carriage. Do not disgrace yourself. Return to the palace with me. Shen Chuli gritted her teeth and pulled away. You are the ones who should be ashamed. Why must I go? Fury ignited within Shen Huaisheng, who seized the riding whip and strode forward with determination. Just then, a rustling sound emerged from the woods. In an instant, countless venomous snakes, their fangs glistening, surged from the underbrush towards Shen Chuli, Shen Fu, and Gao Nanru, who were adorned in their finery. Shen Chuli had been bitten by a snake in her youth, nearly losing her life, leaving her with deep-seated psychological scars. This was common knowledge among all. At that moment, Shen Chuli witnessed her father, mother, and brother all rushing towards the false daughter, Shen Fu. Terror consumed her, and she instinctively reached for Huo Yuan. Yet, she grasped only air. As she looked up, she saw Huo Yuan, without hesitation, abandon her and sprint towards Gao Nanru, shielding her with an unwavering protective stance. Surrounded by countless venomous serpents, Shen Chuli found herself utterly alone. She gazed helplessly at the chilling gaze of those ferocious, beastly eyes, their triangular heads raised high, hissing ominously as they surged toward her. As the crowd witnessed the serpentine horde advancing upon Shen Chuli, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Madame Shen wept, inquiring whether Shen Fu had been frightened, while Huo Yuan removed his cloak to tightly envelop Gao Nanru, instructing someone to bring ginger tea to calm her nerves. In the ensuing chaos, they entirely forgot about Shen Chuli, neglecting her very existence. In a corner, Shen Chuli huddled with her head cradled in her arms, watching in despair as the vile serpents coiled around her ankles, revealing their vicious fangs. She closed her eyes in hopelessness. In that instant, the snow beast emitted a piercing cry, resembling a streak of white lightning, charging recklessly toward Shen Chuli. The snow beast positioned its scarred body protectively in front of her. Countless serpents sank their fangs into its legs and body. It writhed in agony, yet showed no sign of retreat. The commotion was so intense that the crowd finally recognized the fate of the princess consort hung in the balance. As they turned to investigate the source of the noise, all were left in stunned silence. Prince Huo Yuan stood firmly, gripping a bloodied sword, the blade glinting coldly in the sunlight, crimson droplets trickling down its length, splattering on the ground. At his feet, the snow beast lay collapsed. It had succumbed to the serpent's venom, and to prevent the contagion from spreading to the horses, it cannot be spared. Huo Yuan sheathed his sword, his voice icy as he spoke. Shen Chuli fell to the ground, staring blankly at the scene unfolding before her. She had not shed a tear when the entire capital scorned her, nor when her husband betrayed her, nor when her family abandoned her. Yet in this moment, tears finally streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. She no longer desired anything. Husband, family, everything she once held dear was forsaken. Huo Yuan observed the transformation in Shen Chuli's eyes. which had recently brimmed with fear and anger, now stripped of all vitality in an instant. His heart gave a slight pang. He had never witnessed Shen Chuli in such a state, as if she had reached the depths of despair. But she had dared to harm Rower, and she must face the consequences. As the farce concluded, dusk began to settle. The crowd tidied up, preparing to leave the horse grounds, only to find Shen Chuli still kneeling beside the fallen snow beast, silent and unmoving. An oppressive stillness enveloped the scene. Shen Huaisheng, witnessing his eldest daughter's demeanor, felt a surge of anger and approached to strike Shen Chuli, only to be halted by Shen Fu. A seasoned warrior, he valued his reputation deeply, and today, he felt utterly humiliated by Shen Chuli's actions. He pointed an accusatory finger at her, berating, "You are my daughter too. Fu is obedient and sensible, yet you are so willful. Must you now mourn for a mere beast?" Shen Chuli cast him a cold glance, asserting that the snow beast was not a mere animal. As Shen Huaisheng's fury escalated, Shen Fu gently interjected, "Enough, father. It is getting late. Let us return home with mother and brother." Second sister must also return to the palace. Just as the group turned to leave, a voice suddenly rang out from behind them. "This pitiful princess consort, let whoever desires to remain in this role do so. I shall seek a divorce." Chapter 5. Seeking the regent, what did you say? Shen Huaisheng doubted the integrity of his own hearing. Even Prince Huo Yuan looked over in disbelief. "I said, I shall no longer be the crown princess. I intend to divorce my husband," Shen Chuli reiterated with remarkable composure. The onlookers suspected Shen Chuli had lost her senses, except for Shen Fu, who bowed her head to conceal the triumphant smile gleaming in her eyes. How could this act not be deemed a success? Huo Yuan regained his composure and scoffed. "Shen Chuli, you truly are something. In the past, you sought death at every turn, and today you are causing a ruckus about divorce. Do you wish to part ways? Speak up. How long do you intend to apologize this time?" Shen Chuli, with her bare hands digging a pit to bury her sorrows, did not look back. "Huo Yuan, I was blind in the past, resorting to any means necessary to marry into the Eastern Palace. Because you saved me 3 years ago, I insisted on marrying you, fully aware that you held no feelings for me. I forced the issue, and now I must bear the bitter consequences. Now that you have fallen for my dowry maid, though I may not be a virtuous woman, I cannot permit you to treat me and Gao Nanru in such a manner." Shen Chuli raised her hand and removed her hairpin, her long hair billowing wildly in the night breeze. She gazed at Huo Yuan, her voice soft yet unmistakably clear. "Since you are heartless and ungrateful, I hereby swear, Shen Chuli shall sever all ties with Crown Prince Huo Yuan, and our debts of gratitude are forever extinguished." With that, she steeled herself, driving the pin in her hair and sharply pulling it. One strand of azure silk fell, crushed to the ground. Huo Yuan beheld her resolute demeanor. An inexplicable panic surged within him, as though something was being withdrawn from his very being. He sensed that this time Shen Chuli was genuinely angry. Could it be that she had truly given up on him? No, that was impossible. Perhaps she was merely employing a new tactic to lure him in. The next moment, a sharp crack of a whip echoed through the night. Shen Chuli was struck down, blood seeping from her back. Shen Huaisheng pointed at her, furious. "Do you not recall the foolish deeds you committed? You have already tarnished the Shen family's reputation, and now you utter such self-destructive words. Do you wish to endanger your father's life?" His eldest daughter had drugged him into marrying the crown prince, and after 3 years without conceiving, this scandal had become the subject of children's nursery rhymes on the streets. His dignity had already been shattered, and now with her demands for divorce, everyone would believe it was Shen Chuli's inability to bear children that led to her being discarded by the crown prince. If he were to be ridiculed henceforth, it would be better for him to end Shen Chuli's life right now. "You are headstrong and unruly, and your body is unsuitable for pregnancy. After 3 years in the Eastern Palace without producing a single child, the crown prince has not rejected you. What audacity do you have to mention divorce?" At this, Shen Chuli turned to Huo Yuan and inquired, "Your Highness, what is your perspective on the matter of not being able to bear offspring?" Seeing her hand in the conversation, Huo Yuan felt a pang of guilt. He bore a hidden ailment, a fact known only to Shen Chuli and Gao Nanru. To preserve his dignity, Shen Chuli had claimed it was her own physical condition that was the issue, while he had distanced himself entirely from the matter. How could he possibly disclose such information? The Crown Prince of Dejin could not be deemed unfit. Otherwise, his position as heir might be jeopardized. Fearing that further provocation might drive her to madness, Shen Chuli watched as Huo Yuan approached, his tone considerably softened. Li, you must be weary. Let us discuss any matters upon returning to the palace. Today, he had shielded Rower and even slain her most cherished horse. Her outburst was only to be expected. After a good night's rest, Shen Chuli would surely come to apologize. Witnessing the Crown Prince adopt a conciliatory stance, Shan Huaixing felt his anger rise as his daughter remained wholly ungrateful. It is quite customary for a man to have multiple wives. Cannot you quell your jealousy? 3 years prior, after such an incident, who in the entire capital would dare to marry you again, aside from the Crown Prince? As those words left his lips, a resounding thunderclap echoed across the sky. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered, and torrential rain poured down, prompting the crowd to scurry for shelter. Yet, Shen Chuli stood resolute in the downpour, coldly observing everyone around her. The incident from 3 years ago was a scar upon her heart, and now, as this wound was laid bare, she remarkably refrained from losing her composure, merely letting out a couple of low, mirthless laughs. As she laughed, she began to retreat. Since you all believe that incident to be my fault, and that I am undeserving of happiness because of it, then I shall take my leave. Shen Chuli turned her gaze toward Huo Yuan. I shall draft the divorce decree post-haste. Huo Yuan met her eyes, feeling as though her gaze was a chilling winter wind, devoid of warmth. Shen Chuli, it was you who insisted that I marry you. For the sake of my dignity, your uncle, a man of illustrious reputation, personally escorted you to the wedding carriage. He is the esteemed regent of the Jin dynasty, renowned for his military achievements. Your request for divorce would be a slap to his face. Would he ever agree? Shen Chuli replied, if the regent consents, then it is acceptable. Huo Yuan scoffed. He would never agree. To him, you are but an insignificant insect. Only I would tolerate marrying someone as sullied as you into the Eastern Palace. Shen Chuli relinquished this notion. Silence enveloped Shen Chuli as she coldly regarded her family sheltered beneath the eaves. Father, mother, brother, she cast her gaze over them all. Each family member instinctively stiffened under her scrutiny, their eyes averted, perhaps out of guilt. Shen Chuli's gaze landed upon Shen Fu, and she extended her finger, striking twice with determination. Everything today was orchestrated by you, was it not? I have wandered for over a decade, only to exchange my hardships for your lavish comforts. Now that I have barely returned for a few years, you wish to rid yourself of me post-haste. Alas, I am rather petty. Provoke me, and the consequences will be dire. Clad in a thin dress amidst the pouring rain, her back still oozing blood from whip marks, and bearing the imprint of a slap upon her face, she stumbled her way out of the horse grounds. Huo Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He understood that the more pain Shen Chuli endured, the harsher her words became. This was her means of self-preservation. The words he wished to speak caught in his throat, and after a moment of hesitation, he turned away. What does it matter? After being drenched, falling, and sustaining injuries, when there is nowhere left to turn, Shen Chuli would naturally return, face aglow with determination. Shen Chuli yearned to seek out Wen Yin, yet hesitated, not wishing to reveal her disheveled state to her sister, who had been most concerned when she insisted on marrying into the Easter Palace. Yet at that time, she was fervently enamored with Huo Yuan, even in the absence of any reciprocation. She believed that her insistence on marrying him was the cause of his indifference. She thought that if she remained sufficiently humble, he would ultimately come to love her. However, upon uncovering the truth just before her demise, Shen Chuli finally comprehended that in this world, mere self-sacrifice does not guarantee one's desires. Some malevolent individuals only become more vicious the more one yields. Thus, upon witnessing Huo Yuan protect Gao Nanru today, while remaining utterly indifferent to her plight, she resolved to sever all ties with her past. Father, mother, elder brother, each chose to side with Shen Fu, believing she should perish in her stead. Her mother aptly remarked today that the Shen family has truly suffered misfortune since her birth. Does it cause her pain? Of course, as blood runs thicker than water. How could it not hurt? She is, after all, the true heiress of the Shen family. She has always been obedient. Why does no one show her compassion? Amidst the storm, she recklessly sprinted, oblivious to the passage of time, until exhaustion overcame her and she collapsed to the ground. Raising her head, she beheld a carriage before her. Inside sat a man clad in splendid attire, holding a folding fan, who was smiling gently at her. Shen Chuli moved her lips. "Your Grace, I am looking for my uncle." In the distance, the sound of galloping hooves approached, and soon, several figures emerged from the north. The leader reined in his horse, casting a scrutinizing glance at the carriage, while the surrounding guards regarded him with utmost respect. The regent. The man's expression was devoid of emotion as he coldly commanded, "What are you all standing around for?" The guards exchanged glances, when suddenly a laugh echoed from within the carriage. "Huo Yuan, your little niece and nephew are quarreling, having fallen at your doorstep, claiming they wish to see you. Will you meet them or not?" The carriage curtain was lifted, revealing a playful visage. Yen, the heir of the Duke of Anghua, smiled at Huo Yuan. He and Huo Yuan were close friends, having known each other since childhood. Huo Yuan remained silent, gazing intently at the carriage's drapery. After a moment, he asked, "Where is she?" His voice was cold and clear. Yen shifted aside, and Huo Yuan dismounted, striding directly towards the carriage. A fierce wind swept in, entwined with a sudden downpour, lifting a corner of the curtain, allowing a blurred figure to be seen inside. Shen Chuli huddled in the corner, drenched, her eyes red and trembling, like a small beast cornered by despair. Huo Yuan furrowed his brow. The surroundings fell into a profound silence. Suddenly, a sword sliced through the curtain. In the haze, a figure leaned into the carriage. Upon seeing the man, Shen Chuli's pupils quivered. Chapter 6. "Uncle, please help me in the general's residence." After Shen Chuli departed, Shen Fu clutched her mother, weeping inconsolably. "Mother, I have always wished to mend my relationship with my sister. I have thought of her first in every good thing, yet I never imagined she would be so unable to tolerate me for the sake of a horse. Father, perhaps I should simply leave the Shen family, for my sister is your true daughter. Even if she has slandered me time and again, she is still of your blood, while I am merely an outsider. Brother, I will go fetch my sister right away, even if she strikes me or berates me. I would kneel before her if it means she could forgive me and reconcile with His Highness the Crown Prince. I would endure anything, even death, if it could restore harmony." Shen Fu's sobs nearly caused her to faint. The Shen family felt a profound mix of sorrow and empathy, and their disdain for Shen Chuli deepened. Madame Shen said, "Fuer, do not speak such nonsense. In my eyes, you will always be my little darling. Whoever cannot accept you, I shall send them away." Shen Huaixing remarked, "That ungrateful daughter of yours cannot compare to you. Even if she returns, I shall cast her out to teach her a lesson. How dare she even speak of separation? Utter madness." Shen Mingyi uttered, "Fuer, your gentleness and kindness make you my beloved sister. Shen Chuli is foolish and dull. We have neglected her for over a decade. Naturally, she harbors resentment and seeks vengeance. She dares to confront our parents and deliberately runs out into the rain to elicit our sympathy. What a foolish dream." Shen Fu sniffled. Yet it seemed her sister was indeed serious this time. What if she really sought separation from His Highness the Crown Prince? The Shen family fell into silence, for this truth struck a chord. Regardless of their feelings toward Shen Chuli, she was still their blood relative. But what of that Gao Nanru? A mere servant girl. If the position of Crown Princess were to fall to an outsider, it would be far worse than Shen Chuli. Madame Shen stood abruptly, declaring, "How dare she seduce the Crown Prince? I shall confront that wretched girl." Shen Huaixing frowned. "That would be unwise. The Crown Prince is our sovereign, and we are but subjects. How can we interfere in whom he favors?" Madame Shen retorted, "Should we simply allow the Crown Prince to remain entangled with that lowly maid? Mother, calm yourself. She is merely a maid. How much trouble can she truly cause?" Shen Fu gently urged her mother to sit down, emphasizing that their focus should remain on Shen Chuli. If the crown prince were to become enraged and dismiss her, the Shen family would become the laughingstock of the entire capital. If she could yield, surely, with the crown prince's wisdom, he would not hold her transgressions against her. Madame Shen sighed. The crown prince has slain that foolish horse. It seems my sister is genuinely angered this time. She may very well seek out her uncle now. Shen Fu smiled, saying, Mother, my sister has always resisted the regent's authority. How would the regent bother with her? If we simply let things be, my sister will inevitably return after experiencing hardship. Compared to the petulant Shen Chuli, who had fled, Shen Fu's words were like a gentle breeze that soothed the hearts of the Shen family. Madame Shen looked at Shen Fu with immense gratitude. You consider her, even after the way she treats you. Having such a kind and understanding daughter like you is indeed a blessing for the Shen family. Shen Fu softly reassured her, Mother, you need not worry. Once, my sister seldom cried or made a fuss. She would seek the crown prince's forgiveness within half an hour. Madame Shen glanced at the hourglass. It had been 2 hours since Shen Chuli had run away, breaking her previous record. Yet, she was certain that at most, by nightfall, her eldest daughter would return, tail between her legs. After all, given the events of 3 years prior and her inability to conceive, which man would desire her, except for his royal highness, who bore no disdain? In the eastern palace, as Huo Yuan entered, he found Gao Nanru seated by the bed, tears streaming down her face. Today, she had been splattered with dung by Shen Chuli, whipped, and publicly humiliated, leaving her feeling wronged, a sentiment he understood. Thus he sat beside her, enveloping her in his arms, murmuring softly, There, do not cry. You've turned into a little weeping cat. Your Highness, Gao Nanru leaned against him, feeling both anger and injustice. Am I such a lowly person? How could the crown princess humiliate me so? Having just returned from a reprimand by his mother, the noble consort, his mood was already soured. Now, with Gao Nanru sobbing beside him, his head felt heavy with her lamentations. His mother was right. His position as crown prince remained precarious. With such a scandal occurring, if it were to be exploited by those with ulterior motives, it would not bode well for him. His father, with his mother as support, was keeping matters under control, but he needed to locate Shen Chuli swiftly. Yet, he had no idea where she had fled. Even if he did, he had no desire to placate her. After all, how dare that woman brazenly bully Rower, bringing him such embarrassment? Perhaps he had been too lenient in the past. If he did not teach her a lesson this time, would she not grow increasingly audacious? Having come to a resolution, Huo Yuan let out a deep sigh and gently embraced Gao Nanru once more. Rower, a few days ago, the Western regions presented some dark shells as tribute, and I shall send them to you tomorrow. Gao Nanru's eyes sparkled with excitement, though she feigned modesty. Your Highness, the tribute from the Western regions amounts to only 3 measures. 1 measure was given to the Empress, another to the consort, and the remaining measure should rightfully belong to the crown princess. Huo Yuan smirked coldly. How could she deserve such fine offerings? Yet you, having endured so much humiliation, deserve ample compensation. Your Highness, you are too kind. Gao Nanru laughed through her tears, kneeling to assist Huo Yuan in removing his boots. I'm not aggrieved. Your Highness is like a rare orchid, a heavenly figure. Even if I remain your servant for life, I would do so willingly. Huo Yuan, touched yet filled with guilt by her understanding, pulled her into his embrace and extinguished the candle. Despite his lingering feelings of inadequacy, Gao Nanru continued to praise him fervently. After a brief moment, Gao Nanru nestled against his chest, her cheeks flushed. Your Highness, if the crown princess does not return by tomorrow and the emperor lays blame, what will you say? She felt apprehensive. Huo Yuan leaned back against the headboard, scoffing dismissively. With her spineless nature, she is likely kneeling at the Xuanwu gate, pleading for my forgiveness come morning. He had never entertained the thought that Shen Chuli would not return. After all, her love for him was profound. Upon hearing that snake wine could cure her hidden afflictions, the timid Shen Chuli, who harbored a profound fear of snakes, wasted no time in ascending the mountains to slay a great python. This act, however, haunted her with a month of nightmares. Yet, she swiftly gifted the jar of snake wine to a servant. When Shen Chuli learned of this, she wept in secret for 2 days. After enduring a brief period of neglect, she resumed her steadfast presence behind him, seemingly unaffected by the events. Although today she appeared almost transformed, Jingheng merely perceived it as yet another ploy to captivate him. She held on to the hope that he might consummate their union, believing that upon waking from her slumber, Shen Chuli would return to apologize. At that moment, he would scold her lightly and then offer a smile, and she would once again submit to his will. Yet, in his embrace, Gao Nanru hesitated and gazed up at Huo Jingheng, sensing an inexplicable notion that the prince did not detest Shen Chuli as much as she had assumed. Might he come to regret this in the future? Xie, what brings you here? Shen Chuli's first sight upon awakening was that of Xie Changyan. Are you disappointed to see me? Had it not been for my intervention last night, you might have met a dire fate. Xie Changyan, the most notorious dandy in the capital, possessed a charmingly rakish visage, his eyes curving into crescents when he smiled. Despite his frivolous nature, he was endowed with a modicum of intellect, though he squandered his time indulging in pleasures. Yet, she distinctly recalled seeing her uncle's face before losing consciousness. In her haze, she felt herself cradled in warm hands, sheltered from the chilling rain. A sensation so familiar. Could it not have been her uncle? Shen Chuli decided to dismiss such thoughts and simply expressed her gratitude. Thank you for saving me, Shitsi. I must find my uncle. Where is he? Xie Changyan lounged against the grand chair, lazily concealing half his face with a folding fan, revealing only his enchanting peach blossom eyes. Ah, your injuries are not yet healed, and you are in such haste to seek him? How curious. Deep down, Xie Changyan held a disdain for Shen Chuli, having witnessed the disdain with which she treated Huo Yuan, her late husband's uncle, dubbing her a little ingrate. Today, however, seeing her injured and sprawled before the regent's residence stirred a flicker of compassion within him. It was then that Shen Chuli became aware of the meticulous care given to her back, where the lash marks had been treated and her soiled garments had been replaced. Was it her uncle's doing? Suppressing her emotions, she declared, I wish to divorce the prince. This matter is complex, and I seek my uncle's assistance. Divorce? Xie Changyan smirked and let out a soft laugh. He waved his fan slowly, remarking, How peculiar. I had heard you were utterly infatuated with the young prince. Shen Chuli fell into a contemplative silence before responding. It's a long story. Xie Changyan raised an eyebrow, noting the significant change in the little ingrate since their last encounter. He chose not to pry further, simply chuckling. Have you truly considered this? A divorce, to a man, has always been a matter of romantic intrigue. Should you pursue this path, you will inevitably face scrutiny. Are you resolute? Xie Changyan's gaze briefly swept across her pale visage, his peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly as he remarked, Your uncle is just in the courtyard. You will see him as soon as you step outside. Shen Chuli donned a garment and descended to the ground. Upon opening the door, she beheld a grand pear tree flourishing in the courtyard, evidently aged and robust. In the late spring, the pear blossoms thrived, a delicate blend of pink and white, forming a vibrant display. Beneath the tree, an exceptionally handsome man lounged casually on a stone bench. He had evidently just shed his battle attire for a flowing dark royal robe, the sash undone, revealing a hint of his well-defined abdominal muscles and a fierce scar. His face, partially shrouded in shadow and partially illuminated by the moonlight, bore narrow eyes glinting with an intimidating sharpness. He was meticulously cleaning a sword, its blade stained with blood, proving difficult to cleanse. Suddenly alerted by a sound, he lifted his gaze. Little uncle. The moment she glimpsed him, memories of her past life surged forth. Shen Chuli instinctively lowered her head, her eyes brimming with tears, as a wave of guilt threatened to engulf her. It was this man who, even now as he sat beneath the tree, maintained an upright posture. Yet in her previous life, he had knelt, cradling her lifeless body, and met his own demise with a sword plunged into his heart. Huo Yuan was unaware of her tumultuous thoughts. He set down his sword and, with deliberate calmness, wiped his long fingers, beckoning, sit. Shen Chuli hesitated briefly, but obediently approached and seated herself. Once settled, Huo Yuan continued to clean his fingers at a leisurely pace. Years of wielding a sword had left his knuckles lightly calloused, the tendons on the back of his hand subtly pronounced, capable of effortlessly snapping a person's neck. In her previous life, Shen Chuli had been terrified of his cold demeanor, keeping her distance. Yet in this life, she was no longer afraid. Heaven had granted her a second chance, perhaps as an opportunity for redemption. She earnestly wished to protect this man throughout her lifetime. "Uncle, I have come this time to request your assistance in obtaining a divorce from the crown prince." A sudden stillness enveloped the surroundings. Divorce? Huo Yuan remained seated in silence. The air around him was thick with tension, and his ink-dark eyes rested on her face, devoid of any emotion. "Indeed, in the past, I acted foolishly, forcing the crown prince to marry me. I understand that a divorce may tarnish your reputation, but I find myself utterly at a loss." Shen Chuli cautiously stole a glance at him and continued, "Uncle, you were the one who personally escorted me to the wedding sedan. I implore you to assist me once more. I promise to repay your kindness." To be honest, Shen Chuli harbored no certainty regarding whether Huo Yuan would aid her. He was the youngest of the current emperor's 9 princes, having led campaigns at the age of 16 against the Xiongnu to the north and the Baiyue to the south. At 26, he held the esteemed position of regent and commander-in-chief, possessing unparalleled power within the realm. In just a decade, he had achieved victory after victory, revered as a military genius and a legendary hero. However, in her previous life, her rebellious nature had led her to resent his discipline, intentionally provoking his ire, which ultimately estranged them. Before her demise, Huo Yuan had held her lifeless form and had confessed that he had recognized her long ago. It was she who had saved his life 10 years prior. Later on, she whispered something else in her ear, but it was beyond her hearing. Thus, did her uncle in a previous life seek vengeance for her and perish in a tragic love, because she had once saved his life? In the course of this life, she remained oblivious to the events of a decade prior. However, Huo Yuan was well aware. Would he, out of gratitude for her past act of salvation, come to her aid? Shen Chuli felt the perspiration in her palms. She resolved to take a gamble. "Uncle, in truth, I—" Just as she was about to speak, she met Huo Yuan's dark gaze. He furrowed his brow at her, his voice tinged with an icy edge. "You once declared that unless you were to die once, you would never submit to this prince's authority for eternity. Have you forgotten?" Did he truly consider her so foolish as not to realize she was at odds with the crown prince? Shen Chuli had indeed faced death once. Yet, she was acutely aware that Huo Yuan would not believe her words. Nevertheless, having just returned to life, she could not conjure a better strategy. Thus, she boldly embraced the man's leg without hesitation. Chapter 7. Kneel until I am satisfied. In the astonished gaze of the man, Shen Chuli blinked twice, pinching her own arm to force out 2 drops of tears. She buried her face in his thigh, weeping like a rain-drenched pear blossom. "Uncle, I realize my mistakes. Please do not cast me away. Consider it as me being blind and foolish in the past. I am willing to do anything you ask from now on." She was still deceiving him. Huo Yuan felt a surge of irritation. His expression remained cold as he exerted slight pressure with his foot, causing her to collapse limply onto the ground. From his elevated position, he gazed down at her, his dark eyes seeming to pierce through her very soul. Willing to do anything? A glimmer of joy sparked within her as she prepared to rise, only for him to coldly retort, "Is it not anything? Remain kneeling until I'm satisfied." With that, he turned and strode into the room. Speechless, she watched the crimson door of the palace slam shut with a merciless thud. Once again, she obediently returned to her kneeling position. She did not blame her uncle. She held herself accountable for her past transgressions. Back then, she had stubbornly insisted on marrying the crown prince, despite Huo Yuan's warnings. In a fit of rage, she had declared him her most detested person, vowing that she would never heed his counsel unless death befell her. Ultimately, when she had run out of insults, she had pointed at his face, calling him an old man whose appearance revolted her, and had demanded he leave her presence. Huo Yuan had said nothing, simply turning away. Yet on her wedding day, he had still personally escorted her to the bridal sedan, ensuring she was treated with dignity during the 10-mile procession adorned in red. Though she had previously been notoriously unruly, She still chose to gamble on the hope that her uncle harbored a shred of compassion for her. She knew that if the events that were about to unfold did not lead to a divorce, it would surely result in her demise. Just as in her previous life, she would argue fiercely with Huo Yuan, seeking her uncle's assistance. However, in her past life, when her uncle had intervened, she had reconciled with the crown prince the very next day, turning him into a laughingstock in the capital. In her previous life, her mistakes had been egregious. Blinded by infatuation, she had not only brought ruin upon herself, but had also caused immense suffering to him. Now that she had been granted a second chance, she could not afford to repeat her past errors. Within the inner chamber, Huo Yuan sat beside the flickering candlelight, idly perusing scrolls, the cold aura emanating from him, causing the guards to keep their distance. How long had she been kneeling? A guard wiped the cold sweat from his brow and replied, "Your Highness, it has not yet been. A full incense stick." "An incense stick?" Huo Yuan echoed, resuming his examination of the scrolls with increasing force. Before long, a flash of lightning streaked across the window, heralding the approach of storm. He opened the window, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the sky, then inquired, "How long has she been kneeling?" "Not even half an hour." His expression darkened, his agitation intensifying. How could it only be half an hour? He distinctly felt that she had been kneeling outside for a considerable duration. Huo Yuan closed his eyes, envisioning the young girl with red-rimmed eyes, curled up and trembling within the carriage. Thunder rumbled ominously from a distance. The guard glanced at the window and said, "Your Highness, it is about to rain. Should I close the window?" He shot a sharp glance in response, slamming the scroll onto the table with a resounding thud. "Knowing it is about to rain, yet you do not hurry to close the door." The guard, startled, stumbled backward and hastily rushed to shut the door. As the gates opened, she remained on her knees, her disheveled and pitiful appearance deeply piercing his heart. "What kind of decorum is this, kneeling here? Do you wish to tarnish my reputation as a cruel uncle? Hurry and enter." Shen Chuli raised her gaze, her large, watery eyes brimming with grievance as they looked up at him. "Uncle, my knees hurt. I can't get up." Huo Yuan's throat tightened, instinctively reaching out. Just then, someone outside announced, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince's carriage is waiting at the gate. They say they are here to escort the Crown Princess back to the palace. Tomorrow's court session requires her attendance." Huo Yuan, noticing she had not returned by dawn, must have grown anxious. "You may leave." Once the guards withdrew, Huo Yuan lowered his gaze to Shen Chuli. "Do you wish to return with him?" "I do not." Shen Chuli crawled a few steps closer, wrapping her arms around his thigh. "I refuse to return to the Eastern Palace, nor to the Shen residence. I want to stay with you." Images of indifferent, cold faces filled her mind. Shen Chuli clenched her small hands tightly, fearing this man might cast her aside again. "Uncle, I have come to a realization." She tilted her face upward to look at Huo Yuan, her tone incredibly earnest. "I understand how foolish I was in the past, but this time is different. I have experienced some unfathomable events, and I must seek a divorce." Huo Yuan fell silent for a moment before coldly responding, "Do you understand the consequences of divorcing the crown prince?" "Ido," Shen Chuli replied. "The world will say I resorted to unscrupulous means to marry into the Eastern Palace, yet bore no children all these years, leading the crown prince to cast me aside. It would be entirely my fault. And so what? A person who has lost their life would care about mere reputation? Moreover, my reputation is already tarnished. What does it matter if it worsens? As long as you do not despise me. Uncle, I do not care how others perceive me. Today, having endured grievances, I simply wish for a divorce. I implore you to assist me." Huo Yuan had not anticipated Shen Chuli would seek him out, gazing at her with furrowed brows. After all, she had previously harbored great disdain for him, willing to endure punishment rather than utter a single word to him. It seemed she was not jesting now. After a moment of silence, Huo Yuan, under her watchful gaze, slowly extended his hand. "I can help you, but you must promise me one thing. I have yet to determine what that is, but if I propose it, you cannot refuse." He paused, adding, "It could be anything, no matter how outrageous or beyond your comprehension. But once I speak, you must comply. Once you have made up your mind, rise." Without hesitation, Shen Chuli grasped his hand and swiftly stood up. "I promise." Huo Yuan raised an eyebrow. You do not wish to inquire about what it is? I do not. Shen Chuli declared, whatever you ask of me, I am willing, as long as you do not cast me out. Huo Yuan, his ink-dark eyes studying her intently for a moment, asked, one final question. In the future, should you see him bestowing titles upon other women, will you not feel sorrow? Shen Chuli was taken aback. Other women? Is it Gao Nanru? In this very moment, the haunting image of her past life, where she lay bare in the snow, pleading desperately, surged in her mind. The humiliation she endured would remain etched in her memory forever. Yet, she felt no sorrow. He is the crown prince. And after their separation, even with the presence of countless beauties in the harem, he was of no concern to her. Shen Chuli declared, because I no longer harbor feelings for him. Outside the courtyard, a hand poised to push open the door suddenly halted. Within the courtyard, Huo Yuan's voice resonated. As long as you have given it due consideration. Shen Chuli replied with unwavering determination, Uncle, I have thought it through. In the past, I was naive and ignorant. Besides, the crown prince favors high-ranking female officials. Why not allow him to find happiness? No sooner had her words faded than the figure outside entered the courtyard. It was Crown Prince Huo Jingheng. Ever since Shen Chuli had stormed off in anger the previous day, he had been restless, tossing and turning on his bed. Hearing their exchange, Huo Jingheng's expression darkened considerably. He stepped forward and bowed. Nephew pays his respects to the imperial uncle. Then, in a swift motion, he grasped Shen Chuli's wrist and scolded. What madness is this at such an hour? Come back to the palace with me. Huo Jingheng understood that Shen Chuli was upset. But even in her anger, she should not have acted so recklessly, venturing to the regent's residence at night and causing a scene with his uncle. She was clearly trying to provoke him. As he pulled her away, a cold voice interrupted from behind. Release her. Huo Jingheng paused, turning to see his uncle's grim countenance, which brought a sliver of clarity to his mind. Shen Chuli forcefully shook off his hand, as if discarding a piece of rotten flesh, without a trace of reluctance. Your Highness just claimed I insisted on marrying you. Why then does your Highness come to fetch me back? It seems your Highness's face changes rather swiftly. Huo Jingheng stared at Shen Chuli in disbelief. He instinctively wanted to reprimand her for her audacity, but a glance at his uncle made him think she must have complained. Uncle, did Shen Chuli speak ill of me to you? I am the crown prince. If I favor a woman, she becomes jealous and even brings her grievances to you. It is utterly outrageous. After enduring a scolding from his mother, Huo Jingheng's tone inevitably grew impatient. However, Huo Yuan coolly averted his gaze. Linglong, escort the crown princess back to her chambers. I have matters to discuss with the crown prince. Incredulity marked Huo Jingheng's expression as he watched Shen Chuli follow the maid Linglong out. Yet, after only a few steps, Huo Yuan called out to her, wait. Shen Chuli turned back. Huo Yuan continued, do the words you spoke earlier hold true? Shen Chuli was taken aback. What words? Oh, it was her promise that, regardless of the request, she could not refuse him. But what could the esteemed regent possibly ask of her? To toil like a beast? Or serve tea? She had grown up in the countryside, having done her share of menial labor. Shen Chuli nodded, affirming the promise. Huo Jingheng's eyes darted between the two, filled with suspicion. What words? Huo Yuan gazed ahead, his voice icy as he stated, Linglong is a martial maid. Should anyone harass you, speak to her. Before his departure, Huo Yuan cleared his throat, his fingers idly tapping on the stone table. I have already contemplated that matter, he stated. Shen Chuli was momentarily taken aback. She was about to suggest, could you perhaps think it over a bit longer? After all, she would agree to anything. However, by the time she turned her head, she was already being escorted into the chamber by Linglong. She still wished to inquire further, yet saw Linglong had already closed the palace door behind them. Your Highness, I shall remain outside. Should any situation arise, simply ring this bell at your bedside, Linglong assured her, exuding a calm demeanor despite her youth. Although Shen Chuli yearned for clarity regarding the task Huo Yuan wished her to undertake, the current situation suggested that such inquiries would have to wait until later. Oh well, she was merely the one who had consented. If her uncle was not anxious, why should she be? As Shen Chuli prepared to arrange the bedding, she noticed Linglong reaching out to assist. I can manage this myself, Shen Chuli protested. Linglong, however, was clearly no ordinary maid, moving with a silent grace that suggested she was perhaps an undercover guard. Shen Chuli did not wish to impose on her. How could a lady of noble birth like the princess tend to such tasks? Linglong swiftly arranged the bedding. The prince has instructed me that you were caught in the rain and startled today. The kitchen has prepared a comforting medicinal meal to restore your energy. Consuming something warm will help you sleep more soundly. Shen Chuli's stomach rumbled incessantly, indeed indicating hunger, so she ceased her objections. Please convey my gratitude to my uncle. Soon, the meal was presented on the table. Sliced peony fish, jade dumplings, snow frog, and silver ear soup, duck with bird's nest, and gold leaf hibiscus cake. Among a total of 80 dishes. All were her favorites. Shen Chuli nearly drooled at the sight. Who claimed her uncle was cold and unfeeling? He was simply magnificent. Uncle, how could you trust the words of that woman? Shen Chuli. She is merely jealous of Roer and has conspired to slander her. Huo Jingheng's words barely left his lips when an object suddenly flew towards him. It was an unsheathed longsword. Caught off guard, he barely managed to catch it. Simultaneously, Huo Yuan drew his own sword, slowly unsheathing it. He stood there quietly, his posture erect and his expression indifferent, having grown up in the depths of the palace. Huo Jingheng instinctively sensed the imminent danger. Huo Yuan, gripping the long sword, awaited him. Beside him, a guard stepped forward, cupping his fists in respect, and bowed, "Your Highness, please proceed. It has been a long time since you last met the regent. Tonight, the prince wishes to teach you swordsmanship and engage in a friendly match." Huo Jingheng gazed at the man before him, tightening his grip on the long sword, his throat tightening. Huo Yuan's voice was cold. "You have not been well since childhood. It is only through my daily practice with you that you have gradually improved. Have you forgotten all that I taught you during our long separation?" His tone was calm, yet beneath that calmness lay an unsettling chill that sent shivers down Huo Jingheng's spine. "Come, let your uncle see how much of your swordsmanship you still remember." Huo Yuan approached him. In the next moment, the long sword was unsheathed. The blade gleamed like water, illuminating his austere features. The cold light descended, causing Huo Jingheng's heart to tremble as he instinctively raised his hand to defend himself. The swords clashed, producing a resonant sound. Meanwhile, Huo Yuan lowered his voice, his tone laced with disdain. "Huo Jingheng, a man cannot desire both the world and personal affection. What was your purpose in marrying her? Should I articulate it for you?" With another strike of the sword, he continued, "Ali merely wishes to avoid your further exploitation, and yet you publicly humiliate her. Do you even deserve to be her husband?" Huo Jingheng exerted every ounce of strength to parry the sword, the grip of the weapon numbing his palm. Gazing into the face of his uncle, so close yet so distant, he found himself at a loss for words. Why had he chosen to wed Shen Chuli? Although Shen Chuli was the legitimate daughter of the Shen family and harbored deep affections for him, there were countless noble women in the capital. If he desired to find a more suitable partner, he certainly could. It was solely because of that day when Huo Yuan approached him with a singular statement: "Whoever marries Ali shall become the crown prince of Dejin." Without a moment's hesitation, Huo Jingheng had agreed. He was enamored with the beauty, yet he cherished power even more. Once he attained his kingdom, what beauty would he not possess? It is worth noting that the emperor had 13 sons, and he was merely the least conspicuous among them. The notion of ascending to the position of crown prince by his own merit seemed utterly fantastical. However, relying on a woman to rise to power was a notion fraught with disdain. Thus, for all these years, he harbored resentment towards Shen Chuli, and hence found her irksome. The pressure exerted upon the sword grew increasingly intense, and beads of sweat began to accumulate on Huo Jingheng's brow. "Uncle, today I was reckless. Rest assured, I shall never seek a divorce. The crown princess of Dejin shall be none other than Ali. I came here in the dead of night to bring her back. She is still quite upset. Tomorrow, I will personally send a carriage to fetch her and will ensure she understands everything." Just as Huo Jingheng felt he could no longer endure, the force upon the sword suddenly eased. He nearly stumbled as Huo Yuan, towering above him, gazed down with a cold, unyielding expression devoid of any compassion. "At the hour of Shun, bring Gao Nanru. Otherwise, you shall not step foot into the regent's estate." Chapter 8. Supporting her the following day, at the hour of Shun. Huo Jingheng and Gao Nanru sat together in a carriage. Throughout the journey, Gao Nanru was in high spirits. The previous day, she and Shen Fu had executed their plan with remarkable success. They orchestrated an incident involving horses that drove Shen Chuli to madness, and they even unleashed a venomous snake, causing her family and husband to abandon her, publicly humiliating her. Under the weight of these dual blows, Shen Chuli, unable to withstand it, cut her hair and sought a divorce. Gao Nanru was elated. Shen Fu had promised that once the crown prince and Shen Chuli divorced, the position of crown princess would undoubtedly be hers. After all, it was Shen Fu who had introduced her to the crown prince. She had always listened to Shen Fu's counsel. The carriage soon arrived at the entrance of the regent's residence, yet an unease settled over Gao Nanru. She had no prior acquaintance with the regent. Why had he specifically requested to see her? Your Highness, I'm feeling unwell and wish to relieve myself. Perhaps you could go in first? Huo Yuan had been away at war for many years, and she had only encountered him once while accompanying the crown prince. That man, silent and imposing, radiated an aura of deadly seriousness. She dared not speak to him. Huo Jingheng dismounted the carriage and noticed her trepidation, offering a comforting pat on her hand. Do not be afraid. Shen Chuli has always been at odds with the emperor's uncle. He will not protect her, let alone support her in a divorce. That woman is merely putting on a show. She would never truly relinquish her position beside Gu. He continued, I brought you here to offer a few words of admonition. If you do not wish to go in, feel free to stroll in the garden. I shall handle matters with the emperor's uncle. I have come today with only one carriage. If Shen Chuli starts crying to return with him, let her walk. Consider it the price for her disobedience. Meanwhile, Shen Chuli had slept soundly after her meal the previous day. When she next opened her eyes, it was already noon the following day. Linglong brought her lunch, along with several bottles of high-quality wound ointment, which she claimed were specially instructed by the regent. Upon inspection, Shen Chuli noted that there were external applications, internal medications, and swelling remedies. It seemed that her uncle had punished her by making her kneel, but he was still reluctant to cause her harm. Linglong remarked, these medicines are carried by the prince during his campaigns. They're exceptionally effective. The things from my uncle are always of the finest quality, but these are precious. Shen Chuli opened a bottle and applied some on her knee. My uncle has gone to great lengths. After Linglong departed, she sat cross-legged on the soft couch, munching on watermelon while pondering. This rebirth had allowed her to see through so many truths. Even those of her own blood had chosen to abandon her in moments of life and death. How could she expect anything different from a man like Huo Jingheng, who had always sought to exploit her? Fortunately, it was not too late for her awakening. In this life, regardless of Huo Yuan's feelings towards her, she would protect him fiercely. Not only would she safeguard his person, but she would also shield his heart, ensuring that all those who dared to scheme against them would face utter annihilation. Yet, her current identity as his nephew's wife rendered any intimate contact inappropriate. Should anyone witness it, it would tarnish her uncle's reputation. Therefore, it was imperative to hasten the divorce. As for the crown prince, Gao Nanru, and Shen Fu, those three wretches. Shen Chuli's eyes glimmered with cold resolve as they gradually narrowed. They would undoubtedly pay a harrowing price. Having finished the last morsel of watermelon, she clapped her hands and strolled into the garden of the Wang residence to bask in the sun. Little did she know, as soon as she stepped into the garden, a voice called out from behind her, Shen Chuli, you are truly here. She looked up in confusion, her gaze meeting Gao Nanru's expression, which was slightly taken aback. However, in an instant, that surprise morphed into a gleeful malice. Shen Chuli regarded her and recalled that her uncle had mentioned bringing Gao Nanru along with Huo Jingheng to see him, implying that Huo Jingheng must be nearby as well. The Wang residence boasted beautiful scenery, and Shen Chuli had no desire to shed blood or cause trouble for her uncle, so she lowered her head to apply her medicine. Disinterested in her, Gao Nanru's eyes immediately fell upon the imperial gold ointment in Shen Chuli's hand, and jealousy surged within her. How could she, having fallen from grace, still possess such fine goods? Subsequently, she stepped forward and casually performed a curtsy. Your Highness, I come to pay my respects. Shen Chuli did not even lift her eyelids and muttered, "What mischief do you intend to conjure this time?" Gao Nanru remained silent but stepped closer. "Your Highness, allow this servant to assist you with your medicine." In the midst of her speech, she snatched the medicine bottle from Shen Chuli's grasp. "Such fine ointment. Where did the princess obtain it?" Shen Chuli shot her a cold glare, advising her not to court death. Gao Nanru stifled a laugh. "Shen Chuli, do you still believe yourself to be a princess? Today, the crown prince is here to discuss with the regent the matter of divorce. Once you are cast aside, you won't even be considered a concubine, not even worthy of my status. Return the medicine to me," Shen Chuli replied frostily, her gaze fixed on Gao Nanru as she opened the bottle and poured it into the slop bucket. The medicine gifted to her by her uncle was thus wasted by this vile wretch. "Soon, you will no longer be a princess, utterly unworthy of such fine medicine," Gao Nanru mocked. Shen Chuli curved her lips into a smile, her radiant face appearing utterly harmless. In her previous life, she had been far too meek, allowing even a lowly maid to trample over her. Gradually, she rose to her feet and advanced step by step towards Gao Nanru. Gao Nanru, reveling in her triumph, failed to notice the chilling glint in Shen Chuli's eyes. "What? Are you displeased? I have heard that you were once wild and unruly in the countryside, tough-skinned and thick-skinned. Surviving was a feat in itself. How pretentious." "Ah!" A piercing scream echoed through the Wong Garden. Shen Chuli seized Gao Nanru's hair without a moment's hesitation. She plunged her head into the slop bucket. "Thus, you should know, when you provoke your aunt, you meet your demise." She wore a smile, yet the force behind her hands was astonishing. Gao Nanru could not react in time, her mouth and nose choked by the dark green liquid. "Ah, Kuk, how dare you strike me? On what grounds do you lay a hand on me? Who do you think will protect you?" When the crown prince sees this, he will only order you to kneel and apologize you. "Just wait. Help!" Shen Chuli mounted Gao Nanru, pressing her head down with one hand while delivering a flurry of punches with the other. The arriving servants of the Wong residence were taken aback. "Is this a scene from Wu Song Fights the Tiger?" Everyone present was astonished by the spectacle, none daring to intervene. Exhausted from the beating, Shen Chuli yanked Gao Nanru's hair and firmly planted her beneath her foot. "Since you have called me princess consort, you must understand one fundamental truth. It is only natural for a master to punish a servant, as dictated by the hierarchy of status and wealth. I am esteemed, while you are lowly." Gao Nanru, bruised and battered, with remnants of rotten vegetable leaves clinging to her nose and chin, coughed in a most disheveled manner. Though her body lay prostrate on the ground, her mouth did not cease its tirade as her nails dug into the muddy earth. "Bah, you wretched hen who cannot lay an egg, calling yourself a princess consort. If His Highness the Crown Prince were to witness how you mistreat me, he would never let you off the hook, and even the regent could not save you." As her words fell, the footsteps behind her abruptly halted. Gao Nanru seemed to sense something, struggling to turn her head, only to behold the cold, menacing countenance of Huo Yuan, clad in dark battle armor. His phoenix eyes were sharp and profound. Clearly, he had just returned from the military camp, still adorned in his armor, exuding an aura of lethal intensity that commanded formidable respect with merely a glance. The once lively garden of the royal residence fell into an immediate silence upon his arrival. Gao Nanru shivered, her legs weakening, fearful that the regent might have overheard her earlier words. Shen Chuli had not anticipated Huo Yuan's early return. He usually departed for the military camp before dawn, sometimes returning in the dead of night or even the following day. Had her fierce demeanor been witnessed by him? Would her uncle be angered? Just as she hesitated to withdraw her foot, her heart filled with trepidation, a figure dashed forward, enveloping Gao Nanru in a protective embrace. It was Huo Jingheng. "Rower, what has happened to your face? Speak, who has wronged you?" "Your Highness, you have finally arrived." With the arrival of her protector, Gao Nanru nestled into the crown prince's arms, her voice weak and pitiful as she coughed a couple of times before managing to whimper. "It was the princess consort. I saw her sitting alone while applying medicine, and, out of kindness, I intended to assist her. She suddenly grew angry and struck me. I truly do not know how I offended her." Cough, cough. Seeing the tears streaming down Gao Nanru's cheeks, Huo Jingheng could not help but recall the events of the previous day, pondering whether Shen Chuli's aggression stemmed from jealousy over his affection for Rower. This jealous woman. His forehead throbbed with veins as he roared at Shen Chuli. Impudence! How dare you harm someone of mine? Who gave you the audacity? Kneel! A chilling voice emerged from behind, that of Huo Yuan. Huo Jingheng was taken aback, not expecting his royal uncle to defend Shen Chuli. He glanced down at the battered Gao Nanru, but found himself unable to confront his uncle directly. Resolutely, he turned his wrath towards the surrounding servants. Did you all witness this? It was the princess consort who struck Rower first. The servants were thoroughly intimidated, lowering their heads in silence. A few brave souls, aware that they could not offend the crown prince, pointed accusatory fingers at Shen Chuli. It was she. The princess consort struck first. I saw it. Indeed, the princess consort was atop Gao Nanru. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of voices. Huo Yuan's gaze shifted to Shen Chuli, his dark eyes fixated upon her, seemingly contemplating something. After a moment, he coldly declared, to act with violence in the regent's residence. Who grants you such authority? Hiding in the embrace of Huo Jingheng. Gao Nanru immediately coughed twice, suppressing the smile at the corner of her lips. She had always known. How could the regent prince possibly support such a woman? She was nothing but a pitiful creature, unloved by her father and mother, and even subjected to the disdain of her husband. Chapter 9. In the evening, Gao Nanru's eyes were red, her expression reflecting profound grievance. Your Highness, the crown princess never regarded me as a human while at the Shen residence. She would strike and scold me at the slightest provocation. You must stand up for me. Huo Yuan's long fingers toyed with the scabbard of his sword at his waist. His strikingly resolute features bore the indifference of one seasoned in the trials of battle. Merely standing among the crowd deterred anyone from approaching him easily. His gaze had been fixed upon Shen Chuli since entering the estate. Though her countenance remained serene, her eyes betrayed a sense of injustice, appearing both stubborn and pitiable. Just a moment ago, she had exhibited the ferocity of a little tiger. How had she suddenly wilted? Had she been intimidated? With me as your support, there is no need for you to take matters into your own hands. At these words, the surroundings fell into an immediate silence. Particularly, Gao Nanru seemed petrified, questioning if her ears had deceived her. Do you enjoy fabricating tales? Huo Yuan stated languidly, as if discussing what to have for dinner, while broaching the topic of someone's life and death. Your Highness, I was wrong. Your Royal Highness, I do not wish to have my tongue severed. Please save me. Huo Yuan waved his hand dismissively, and his aides advanced to throw Gao Nanru into the pond. Your Highness, Rower did not mean it. For the sake of your nephew, please spare her this time. Huo Jingheng, in a panic, had not anticipated his uncle's seriousness and hurriedly interceded. Who else has wronged you? Point them out. Huo Yuan ignored him, merely tilting his head slightly, his gaze slicing through the faces of those around him with a piercing, merciless intensity. Yet, when addressing Shen Chuli, his tone softened, reminiscent of a guardian supporting a cherished child. Shen Chuli cast her eyes towards the servants who had just implicated her. Feeling the weight of her stare, they faltered, collapsing to their knees, and began to slap their own faces in frantic self-reproach. Your Highness, we spoke without thought. Please, show mercy and spare our lives. In an instant, the garden echoed with the sounds of slapping. You shall each receive 30 lashes in the punishment chamber, Shen Chuli declared. Were it her former self, she would undoubtedly have shown compassion. Having faced death once, she now understood that without small punishments to enforce great lessons, these sycophants would only grow more audacious. She had suffered greatly during her time in the Eastern Palace. Linglong glanced at Huo Yuan, awaiting his command. Huo Yuan nodded slightly, indicating for them to heed her words. Soon, the offenders were escorted away, and tranquility descended upon the garden. You are weary today. Let Linglong escort you back to your chamber. Later this evening, I shall seek you out. I have matters to discuss with you. After a brief silence, his deep voice emerged slowly. Shen Chuli was momentarily taken aback, obediently nodding, Yes, uncle. Before turning away, she stole a couple more glances at him, then departed with Linglong. Following this, Huo Yuan turned his attention to Huo Jingheng and Gao Nanru, his expression devoid of emotion. "Come here." In the study, Uncle Huo Jingheng, having stood for half an hour, finally could not restrain himself from calling out. Gao Nanru changed her attire, and, as she stepped into the study, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped her. She shrank into the corner, striving to diminish her presence, fearful that a single misstep in her words could lead to dire consequences. Sitting in the grand chair, Huo Yuan was engrossed in his writing, oblivious to her presence, not even lifting his gaze. The two exchanged glances, neither daring to break the silence nor move, remaining in stillness for half an hour. Gao Nanru knelt on the cold, hard marble floor of the study, her knees nearly numb from the discomfort, regretting not wearing additional layers of stockings in light of such misfortune. As she struggled to maintain her composure, Huo Jingheng, unable to contain himself any longer, spoke up. "Your Highness, if that woman Shen Chuli has spoken ill of Rower to you, there is no need to seek vengeance on her behalf. I am here today to escort her back to the palace." With a resounding thud, the vermilion brush was forcefully placed on the table. Huo Yuan slowly raised his head, yet remained silent, his gaze directed towards a shadowy corner of the room. A rustling sound echoed in the air, and though the source remained unseen, it sent an inexplicable chill down their spines. Huo Jingheng shivered involuntarily, pondering the nature of the sound. Following his gaze, Gao Nanru's pupils dilated in terror, and in an instant, she crawled towards Huo Jingheng, clinging desperately to his leg. Snakes! Countless venomous snakes! Huo Jingheng was momentarily taken aback, instinctively shielding Gao Nanru behind him as he turned to Huo Yuan. "Your Highness, what do you mean by this?" Huo Yuan's gaze remained fixed on the trembling woman, a cold smile gracing his lips. At the racetrack, was she not similarly inclined towards Ali? Huo Jingheng looked at Gao Nanru in disbelief. Upon witnessing her silence, a sense of realization dawned upon him, leading him to plead. Rower acted thoughtlessly. Her intentions were not malicious. "I implore your Highness to spare her life." Spare her life, perhaps. Huo Yuan waved his hand, and the papers before him fluttered down to land at their feet. It was the decree of divorce awaiting their seal. Huo Jingheng bent down to retrieve it, his eyes scanning the ornate characters inscribed upon the document. Crown Prince Huo Jingheng, as the sovereign of the Eastern Palace, has been graciously wed by the Emperor and Empress to Crown Princess Shen Chuli for 3 years. The Crown Princess is gentle and virtuous, dignified and elegant, respectful in her duties and amiable in her demeanor, never once faltering in her role. Yet I, in my folly, have strayed in my affections, unworthy of my station, causing a rift in our marital bond, for which I take full responsibility. Now, the Crown Princess wishes to depart in pursuit of her peace, and I, fully aware that such matters cannot be forced, offer her a dowry of 10,000 taels of gold, 3,000 bolts of silk, and hundreds of exquisite treasures, all to be hers for her sustenance. From the day of our divorce, she may remarry, and there shall be no further entanglements. Huo Jingheng read the document over twice, scarcely believing his own eyes. Strayed in my affections? Unworthy of my station? All my fault? This was no mere decree of divorce. It was a self-incriminating edict. Your Highness, what does this mean? With a calm demeanor, Huo Yuan's words chilled Huo Jingheng to the core. Huo Jingheng, it was you who agreed to marry Ali, and it was I who supported your ascension. Now, as Ali voluntarily seeks divorce, you may still retain your position as Crown Prince. As for the obligations to the royal family and the populace, he squinted at Gao Nanru. You choose who shall bear the burden, you or her. Upon hearing her name, Gao Nanru trembled violently. What rendered her even more incredulous were the two options nonchalantly tossed out by the regent. According to the laws of Jin, anyone who disrupts a family and intrudes upon another's domain deserves to be reviled by the masses and paraded in public disgrace. To make a confession merely translates to being cursed at while having one's nose pointed at. Should she endure the scorn, or should it fall upon the crown prince? Was there truly a choice to be made? Yet the one who was meant to be scorned was Shen Chuli. What wrong had she committed? Why should she be the one to suffer? Why should she bear the brunt of another's misdeeds? Reluctant beyond measure, as she contemplated whether there was an opportunity to refuse, a sudden chill brushed against her nostrils. Raising her gaze, she found herself confronted by a massive triangular snake head, its tongue flicking menacingly. In an instant, terror seized her very soul. Before her, Huo Yuan wore a careless smile, toying with the long tail of the venomous serpent. How could she fear it so? When it was he who had cast the snake into the grass? The deadly creature, sensing something far more formidable, had its pupils constricted to slits, its entire body restless and struggling to escape. Move again, and I shall crush your spine, Huo Yuan stated coldly. Consequently, the snake twitched a couple of times before becoming utterly still. Gao Nanru, rendered senseless by fear, took a long moment to reclaim her voice. Your Highness, a month from now, at the Mid-Autumn Palace banquet, I shall bring Ali with me. Huo Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Gao Nanru, his gaze colder than that of the venomous serpent. I grant you the duration of a tea ceremony to publicly confess that you seduced the crown prince, thus causing discord within the Eastern Palace. Ali, being magnanimous, has consented to your separation. Otherwise, he applied slight pressure with 2 fingers, and with a snap, the serpent that had once flicked its tongue lay lifeless, its spine broken, sliding limply to the ground. Such shall be your fate. Chapter 10. Embracing the beautiful one, gazing at the lifeless serpent on the ground, Gao Nanru felt herself on the brink of collapse. Yet, what truly shattered her was the public admission of her seduction of the crown prince. The Mid-Autumn Festival was a highly esteemed occasion for the royal family, attended by the emperor and all the imperial consorts. Her claim that she had lured the crown prince, resulting in a rift in the Eastern Palace's affections. Was she courting death? With tears glistening in her eyes, she had not yet uttered a word when Huo Jingheng could no longer contain himself. Your Highness, Rower is but a delicate woman. Must you truly seek her demise? I could easily extinguish her life, Huo Yuan replied coldly, raising his hand. In that moment, Gao Nanru, overwhelmed with despair, fell to her knees, sobbing. Your Highness, I beg of you, my life is of little consequence, but I cannot bear to disgrace the crown prince alongside myself. Disgrace? Do you even comprehend the meaning of disgrace? Huo Yuan's gaze was frigid, a palpable chill emanating from him. Ali regards you as a sister, yet on the night of her wedding, you entangled yourself with the crown prince. A woman like you deserves to have her skin peeled away, to serve as a human lantern, a spectacle for all to witness. Gao Nanru trembled, unable to raise her eyes. Huo Yuan turned to Huo Jingheng, chastising him for allowing the crown princess to assist a concubine in mounting her horse, for colluding with the Shen family to torment her, and for abandoning her when the snake appeared, ultimately slaying the only horse left to her grandfather. He inhaled sharply, his hands trembling. Huo Jingheng, do you still consider yourself a man? Huo Jingheng was berated, his humiliation profound. Though he harbored considerable resentment, he dared not voice it. Unlike other princes, Huo Yuan was of the same generation as his father, possessing military authority. Over half of the Ministry of War obeyed his commands, and all the generals paid him their respects. Even his father yielded some deference to the royal uncle, let alone him, a mere junior. However, one thing was clear. Shen Chuli was serious this time. Yet, he could not fathom why he, the one wronged, should endure such reproach for a woman who was insatiable enough to seek a divorce. Was he truly to blame for slaying the horse? Should he have prioritized protecting Gao Nanru when the serpents surged forth? Huo Jingheng furrowed his brow, deep in thought. For a fleeting moment, he almost believed he had erred, but in the next breath, the flame of indignation rekindled within him. Ultimately, it was merely a few words of reproach and a couple of slaps. She was not truly dead, yet he faced the full brunt of the punishment. During the 3 years that Shen Chuli resided in the Eastern Palace, he had generously provided for her every need. Even a dog would show affection to its master, would it not? Yet she had the audacity to bite back. At the core, she was utterly ungrateful. He had lowered himself to fetch her, and with a mere smile, he had hoped to let bygones be bygones. Was this not how things had always been? Why must she create such a scene, dragging Gao Nanru into the fray? The image of Shen Chuli, basking in her own delight, flared in his mind, igniting his anger anew. Are you truly the solitary royal uncle, or merely Shen Chuli's uncle? Why must you always defend an outsider? If she wished for a divorce, So be it. He would immediately press his seal. Shen Chuli, the barren crown princess, once divorced. Who would dare to marry her again? He awaited the day she would regret her decision. As he spoke, he picked up the divorce papers from the ground and, without uttering another word, pressed his seal upon them. He then forcefully slammed them down upon the table. He was willing to concede to any terms. Yet he asserted that his love for Rower was genuine and that she had not intentionally seduced him. He would face the wrath of the emperor and empress head-on. In proclaiming these words, he felt akin to a divine savior, rescuing the common folk from calamity. Just as he was immersed in this sentiment, he suddenly heard Huo Yuan leisurely remark, "What if I were to say that I could fulfill your desires?" In the next moment, the door was abruptly pushed open. Xie Changyan had just stepped into the study when he encountered the three individuals, momentarily taken aback, then offering an awkward smile. "Are you all busy? Yuan, I found the item you asked me to locate last time." Huo Yuan no longer regarded the two, rising to walk outside. "Your Highness," as he reached the threshold, his collar was suddenly seized by someone. "What you imply is that if I publicly admit to enticing the crown prince, and that the matter of the divorce has nothing to do with Miss Shen, then you would allow me to marry into the Eastern Palace and become a consort." Huo Yuan maintained his gaze forward, the crown princess. Upon hearing this, Gao Nanru's eyes brightened instantly. At that moment, a figure darted past from behind. Huo Jingheng's complexion darkened as he seized Gao Nanru to leave. "I have a means to persuade the emperor and empress to allow Rower into the Eastern Palace. There is no need for you, my royal uncle, to concern yourself." He was the crown prince, the future emperor of Dejin. Why should he debase himself by pleading? How could he hold his head high before the woman he adored? Yet, Gao Nanru remained resolute. "Very well, I consent." Huo Jingheng responded with disbelief. "Humph." Huo Yuan cast a sidelong glance, coldly scoffing. "Have you thought this through?" "I have." "Regardless of the consequences, are you resolute?" "I am resolute." Huo Jingheng could hardly believe his ears. "Rower, you have lost your mind. The emperor and empress will have you killed." Gao Nanru knelt upon the ground, her fingertips tightly clutching the corner of Huo Yuan's garment, refusing to let go. "I was merely a servant of the Shen household, born into a life of insignificance. It is only due to your highness's benevolence that I stand here today. I was content to serve by your side, yet your words have stirred my heart. Even if it angers the dragon's countenance, I am willing to take the risk, pleading with you to grant me this wish." Tears streamed down her face as she spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Now, it was Huo Jingheng who fell silent. It must be understood that Gao Nanru was originally a servant of the Shen household. Even if elevated to a lady-in-waiting, her status remained lowly. Becoming a secondary consort was an unattainable dream, let alone the crown princess. Over the years, Huo Jingheng had not lacked in efforts. Yet every time he broached the subject with his mother, he was met with harsh rebuke. Thus, he could only resign Gao Nanru to the position of an unnamed maid. Yet with each glance at her understanding face, he felt both pity and guilt. Now, with his royal uncle suggesting he could marry Rower as a legitimate wife, such temptation. Even he found it hard to resist. Consequently, he solemnly declared, "Royal uncle, I agree." He then pressed his seal. Huo Yuan produced a contract from within his garments and tossed it before him. "What? I must press my seal again." Huo Jingheng stared at the characters on the contract, his vision darkening. The text states, following their separation, "The former crown princess is to be bestowed the title of a princess of the realm, and all ceremonial regalia and provisions shall adhere to the standards of princess, with an additional generous grant of gold, silver, jewels, silks, and estates to secure her affluent and worry-free life henceforth. Shen Chuli, being the legitimate daughter of the Shen family, after the separation, would be reduced to nothing more than a commoner, still required to prostrate before the royal family. However, should she be titled a princess, the circumstances would shift dramatically. Even the Shen family would be compelled to show her respect. Yet, the next clause caused his heart to sink. The crown princess had been married to the crown prince for 3 years without bearing any offspring. Yet it was not her fault. Shen Chuli's inability to conceive was not her failing, which implied that the issue lay with him. "As long as you place your seal upon this contract, I shall promise to grant you the embrace of beauty." Huo Jingheng's face turned ashen, the second clause, was unacceptable. Huo Yuan, uninterested in further discourse, turned to leave. As he made to depart, Gao Nanru clung to Huo Jingheng, sweetly pleading and coaxing. Your Highness, this is not a grave matter, perhaps. You could simply assert that you have never favored the crown princess, leaving her still untouched. Should this opportunity slip away, our situation would become dire. Huo Jingheng's face flushed as he stammered, why must the inability to produce heirs be solely my fault? Why cannot it be her defect? Huo Yuan replied nonchalantly, what if she were to remarry and bear a multitude of children? Absolutely impossible. That woman, Shen Chuli, is spoiled and notorious, someone he wishes to avoid. Who would dare to marry her again? If no one marries her, how could she conceive? Thus, Huo Jingheng was resolute. Should she indeed bear children, he would elevate her offspring, granting them titles and honors to enjoy everlasting fame. Remember, this is your own declaration. Indeed, I stand by my word. Huo Yuan paused, a fleeting glimmer passing through his tranquil gaze. He remained silent, merely tossing the contract to Huo Jingheng. After affixing his seal, Huo Jingheng helped Gao Nanru to her feet, tenderly wiping away her tears. Rower, at the mid-autumn banquet, I shall publicly acknowledge my heartfelt love for you. It is we who owe an apology to Shen Chuli, and not solely your fault. Oh, your Highness is truly wonderful. Gao Nanru's face radiated with gratitude. As he beheld the woman, he cherished smile through her tears. Huo Jingheng felt that it was all worth it. At least at this moment, he held no regrets. When he ascends to the throne in the future, should that petty Shen Chuli return to pursue him, he would not even spare her a glance. Chapter 11. Indeed, this prince is concerned about her. After Huo Jingheng and Gao Nanru departed, Huo Yuan entered a nearby tea room. Xie Changyan was lost in thought, staring at a stalemate on the chessboard. Upon noticing Huo Yuan's arrival, he gestured toward the board with his chin. Huo Yuan approached, surveyed the situation, and casually seized a piece, casting it down. Goodness! Xie Changyan exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. Had his meticulous contemplation of the game been so easily undone? He leaned closer at Yuan. Has the crown prince truly signed the divorce decree? Huo Yuan, expressionless, toyed with a white jade chess piece, not even granting him a glance. Look at you, so cold and dull. Apart from your martial prowess, you possess not an ounce of charm. If I were a lady, I would prefer to perish outside rather than seek your aid. Huo Yuan finally lifted his gaze, his eyes icy yet warning. Were you a lady and found in this prince's chamber, I would promptly bind you and toss you into the celestial pool to feed the fish. Xie Changyan. Fine. Let it be as if he had said nothing. The item you asked me to find has been located. Huo Yuan finally showed some reaction. Where? Xie Changyan snapped open his folding fan in the courtyard. As Huo Yuan descended the jade steps, he beheld a small horse, entirely snow white, grazing in the garden. Xie Changyan followed closely behind, his expression brimming with pride. Do you realize how rare such a white horse is? I have traversed lakes and seas, and only with great difficulty have I acquired this one. Huo Yuan's pupils flickered, and without speaking, he reached out to caress the horse's mane, his gaze softening slightly. Though it did not quite match the snowball he had known before, it bore an 8-part resemblance. Huo Yuan instructed, select 2 rooms from the estate's accounts. Xie Changyan beamed. We are dear friends. Why speak of such matters? How does one reach the accounts office? Huo Yuan cast him a sidelong glance. Turn right here. Through the corridor. Just as Xie Changyan turned to leave, he heard Huo Yuan casually inquire. Changyan, do you know her elder sister? Xie Changyan paused. Who? Wen Yin? That butcher? Not well acquainted. Huo Yuan replied. You shall go fetch her and bring her to the regent's residence. A divorce is no trifling matter for a woman. Though Li may feign indifference, her heart must surely ache. She requires companionship. If I am unworthy, then let us find someone worthy. At this, Xie Changyan shivered, immediately clutching his head and laughing awkwardly. Oh dear, my head aches. I can hardly move. Huo Yuan shot him a cold glance. What does your headache have to do with your legs? Xie Changyan smiled sheepishly. Upon bringing her back, that painting in the room shall belong to you. Not going. Is money all that impressive? 3 pieces. This heir will not bow for 5 pecks of rice. 10 pieces. Xie Changyan. Is this fellow truly so affluent? Very well. He indeed possesses a fondness for calligraphy and paintings, scouring the world. He had yet to encounter a collection as grand as Huo Yuan's. To be able to outmaneuver him today would be quite the triumph. Just before Xie Changyan exited, he suddenly recalled something and looked at Huo Yuan with suspicion. You seem quite concerned about that little white-eyed girl. Why else would you discipline those servants in the royal garden to establish her authority? How could one possibly bestow upon him 10 paintings that are seldom even touched in daily life? Furthermore, to personally assist her in navigating the arduous and thankless matter of separation, Huo Yuan loosened the reins of the little colt, pausing momentarily to gaze up at him. Indeed, incredibly. Oh, Xie Changyan nodded. Yet, in the next instant he suddenly reacted, leaping 3 feet into the air. What did you say? I said, I care for her. Xie Changyan's eyes widened in shock. She is your nephew's wife. Even in separation, she remains the woman of your own kin. Have you lost your mind? To covet your own nephew's wife, defying all moral boundaries. Could you be any more beastly? Huo Yuan paid no heed to Xie Changyan's astonishment, leading the little colt with long strides towards Shen Chuli's chamber. What Ho Jingheng neglects, this prince shall cherish. Moreover, he yearned to see if the little girl who had wept in secret 10 years ago still carried the same propensity for tears. As night deepened, it marked the 7th day after the snowball's demise. Shen Chuli, carrying a bag of paper-crafted toys, a little horse, a trough, and fodder, nimbly skated along the wall until she reached a corner of the royal residence. Due to Huo Yuan's prolonged military campaigns, he had never married nor taken a concubine, leaving many vacant chambers in his estate. The darkness enveloping them was ideal for her mischief. She crafted 7 or 8 paper stallions for the snowball, wishing that they might enjoy a life of bliss below, surrounded by descendants. Shen Chuli set a fire pit by the pond, ready to extinguish any potential flare-ups swiftly. Just as she selected a spot and began to empty her basket, preparing to ignite the fire, she heard a rustling sound emanating from the nearby dog hole. Her first instinct was alarm. A thief. But then she reconsidered. What thief would dare to steal from the Prince Regent's residence? Did they wish for a swift end? Grasping a long stick, she cautiously approached. Lowering her head, she locked eyes with an unexpected figure. Shen Fu? How could it be her? Shen Chuli had no time to process this, as she watched Shen Fu skillfully emerge from the dog hole, a medicine box in her hand. Clearly, Shen Fu was equally taken aback upon seeing her. What are you doing here? Shen Chuli thought to herself. Shouldn't I be the one asking you? At that moment, Shen Fu scrutinized her downcast second sister. Today, she had heard from Gao Nanru that the Prince Regent had facilitated the Crown Prince's divorce from Shen Chuli. Although the specifics were not disclosed, the outcome was favorable. She had assumed that Shen Chuli would now be wandering the streets, yet to her surprise, the latter still clung stubbornly to the Prince Regent's residence. But what did it matter? The Prince Regent would soon cast her out. With this thought, Shen Fu maintained a gentle and amiable smile. Second sister, I have come to deliver medicine to the prince. Deliver medicine? Shen Chuli pondered. Huo Yuan, given his years of warfare, would certainly have his share of ailments. Yet, what connection did Shen Fu have with her uncle? That she would venture out at such an hour to bring him medicine? Could it be that Shen Fu harbored the feelings for Huo Yuan? Surely not. Though Huo Yuan was the object of many a maiden's dreams throughout the capital, Shen Fu was said to be fond of her elder brother, Shen Mingyi. At that time in the Shen residence, she was often seen stealthily slipping out at night. Shen Chuli initially suspected that she was clandestinely meeting with Shen Mingyi, but little did she know that she had actually ventured to the regent's residence. Moreover, every time Shen Fu left, she secretly took precious medicinal herbs from the household. The next day, the entire family accused her of theft, while Shen Fu sat innocently by, watching Shen Chuli endure punishment. So that was it. After the initial shock, Shen Chuli's gaze turned noticeably colder. The royal residence had imposed a curfew. How could a young lady venture out at midnight in such a manner? Shen Fu choked on her words, taken aback by Shen Chuli's authoritative demeanor. How could she presume to adopt such a role? Shen Fu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she glanced at the brazier behind her, her voice soft. Hearing that her sister was at the royal residence, She had come to express her apologies regarding the incident at the horse ranch. Had it not been for their parents and brother protecting her, Sister S' beloved pet would not have perished. Shen Fu declared that she bore no grievances, whether struck or scolded, as long as her sister would not become estranged. With tears and sorrow, she felt compelled to kneel before her. However, Shen Chuli merely regarded her with cold indifference, waiting for her to finish crying before she uttered a single phrase. Then, "Will you accompany the pet in its burial?" The words left Shen Fu utterly speechless. Shen Chuli, observing the flush on her face, smirked with derision. "Shen Fu, what pretense is this? You, a cunning vixen masquerading as a virtuous maiden? You came to the regent's residence merely to ascertain whether I had been cast out, seeking an opportunity to mock me, did you not? Why not speak plainly instead of putting on an act of innocence?" Shen Chuli's words nearly shattered the facade of false cheer on Shen Fu's face. Her eyes reddened, hinting at the tears that threatened to spill at any moment. Shen Chuli frowned, worried that if their biased parents and brother were to witness this, they would surely misjudge the situation and accuse her of bullying her sister. In her previous life, it was precisely because of Shen Fu's tears that the Shen family had bound her and beaten her mercilessly. Yet, she had always treated Shen Fu well, sharing her favorite toys, delectable treats, and her pocket money, even bearing countless burdens on her behalf. Yet, Shen Fu still sought to harm her. Many of the tribulations she faced were instigated by Shen Fu from the shadows, making her life a torment. She was determined to seek revenge, but would not cause trouble in the royal residence. Shen Chuli picked up the basket from the ground and began to walk around the pond to return to her room for rest, when suddenly, someone grasped her wrist. Caught off guard, the person yanked her forcefully. With a splash, she fell into the frigid pond. Someone on the shore shouted in alarm, "Oh no! Someone has fallen into the water. Quickly, come help." Shen Chuli could float, but someone was pulling her down. The icy water surged into her mouth and nose, and the sensation of suffocation quickly enveloped her. In a daze, she felt powerful arms wrap around her tightly, pulling her into a warm embrace. Chapter 12. Does it hurt? Ali. A moment of darkness enveloped Shen Chuli. As she burst forth from the water's surface, she gasped for air. Before her eyes was the striking four-clawed python pattern on a dark royal robe. Shen Chuli was momentarily taken aback. Raising her gaze, she locked eyes with Huo Yuan's cold, enigmatic orbs. Their gazes met, one filled with astonishment, the other as tranquil as still water. The latter, maintaining his composure, inquired softly, "Are you injured?" They were in an inconspicuous corner of the royal palace. Huo Yuan's swift intervention to rescue her was entirely beyond Shen Chuli's expectations. As she beheld the handsome features of the man before her, her breath caught in her throat. She shook her head and replied, "Uncle, I am fine." Soon, Ling Long, brandishing a torch, rushed in with palace guards. "Your Highness, the crown princess, you." In the next moment, silence fell like a shroud. Huo Yuan cast a glance at the stunned onlookers, then leisurely withdrew his hand from Shen Chuli's waist. She too was startled, realizing how uncomfortably close they were. Moreover, her thin spring garment had become thoroughly soaked at the chest. Her face flushed crimson, and she instinctively attempted to rise. However, as she pushed against the ground to stand, a sharp pain shot through her ankle, causing her to stumble backward. Huo Yuan caught her just in time. As he removed the fox fur cloak draped over her, his gaze fell upon her injured ankle. "Did you twist it?" The cloak still bore Huo Yuan's warmth, and the pleasant scent of sandalwood wafted into Shen Chuli's nostrils. She inhaled deeply, her petite face scrunching up as she murmured, "It seems that. Your Highness, perhaps I should escort the crown princess back." Ling Long began, but faltered when confronted with her master's icy gaze, the latter part of her sentence dying on her lips. To everyone's astonishment, the typically aloof and indifferent regent, Huo Yuan, bent down and effortlessly lifted the crown princess into his arms. "Ling Long, servants, wasn't he the crown princess his niece-in-law? Wasn't he this a tad too intimate?" Even Shen Chuli, cradled in his embrace, was momentarily stunned, leaning against the firmness of his chest. She could hear the rhythmic pounding of his strong heart. Stiffening in his hold, she stammered, I can manage on my own. Yet before she could finish, Huo Yuan interrupted her. Linglong, prepare hot water and have the kitchen ready hot soup. After a stick of incense, deliver it to my chamber. He cast a sidelong glance at the crowd, adding, from this day forth, Ali has no ties to the Eastern Palace. With that declaration, Huo Yuan strode forward, cradling her with one arm. His long legs took large strides. Shen Chuli instinctively clutched him tighter, warmth pooling in her eyes. It was merely an embrace, yet it felt like the most intimate distance they had shared in 2 lifetimes. At that moment, a violent coughing fit erupted behind them. Shen Fu had also been rescued, her face pale and completely disheveled. Shen Mingyi rushed in, panic evident on his face. Ignoring the palace guard's attempts to stop him, he dashed forward and enveloped Shen Fu in his arms. Sister, are you all right? How did you fall into the water? Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, Shen Mingyi shouted vehemently at Shen Chuli, Fu kindly brought you medicine, and you dared to push her into the water. Shen Chuli, how malicious you are. He pointed an accusatory finger at her, having unjustly condemned her countless times over the past 3 years. Recalling the hand that had dragged her into the water. Who but Shen Fu could it be? At this moment, she was being unjustly blamed. Shen Chuli felt her blood surge to her head in fury. Before she could respond, Huo Yuan turned swiftly, delivering a powerful kick to Shen Mingyi. The resounding crash shattered the tranquility of the night at the regent's residence. Shen Mingyi, the sole heir of the general's household, was a notable figure in the capital, yet Huo Yuan showed him no mercy, a reaction Shen Chuli had not anticipated. Shen Fu widened her eyes in disbelief, never having imagined that the regent would publicly kick her brother. She rushed forward in tears, her small face a blend of blue and white. Your Highness, my brother merely spoke the truth. Why did you strike him? The truth? Was it not you who had pulled Ali into the water? Huo Yuan's icy gaze fell upon Shen Fu. Do you wish to have your tongue cut out and fed to the fish? With that, he ceased to waste words, ignoring Shen Fu's astonished expression as he strode away, holding Shen Chuli close. Before all assembled, Yuan disregarded the dignity of the third miss of the Shen family entirely. Shen Fu bit her lip, her face filled with humiliation. Beside her, Shen Mingyi, clutching his chest, struggled to rise, muttering bitterly, years ago, the late emperor forced my uncle to marry a woman. And now, even the regent seeks to follow in those footsteps? Brother, do not speak so disrespectfully. How could the regent? Shen Fu whispered a warning. Yet, despite her words, the image of Huo Yuan kicking Shen Mingyi away for Shen Chuli lingered in her mind. Observing him carry Shen Chuli away, a terrifying thought crept into her heart. Was Huo Yuan helping the crown prince in his divorce for Shen Chuli? Did he harbor feelings for her? This notion sent a chill down her spine. How could that be possible? It was well known that Huo Yuan's mother had been seized by the emperor's uncle, leading to calamity. How could the regent? Realizing this, Shen Fu sighed in relief, suppressing her earlier discomfort. She had admired Huo Yuan for a decade. She could neither relinquish nor abandon her feelings. Ollie, does it hurt? Came a calm voice from above. The tone was neither cold nor warm, yet it carried a peculiar tenderness, deep and melodious. Shen Chuli was taken aback, only then noticing that in her anxiety, she had unconsciously gripped Huo Yuan's clothing tightly, wrinkling the fabric with her force. As they made their way back, Huo Yuan cast a straight gaze past the kneeling maidens and servants, carrying her directly into the chamber. She felt the weight of countless eyes upon her, and only now dared to look up at him. Huo Yuan's features were striking, his face sharply defined, and in the dim candlelight, his thin lips held a hint of coldness and solemnity. Suddenly, an inexplicable warmth surged within Shen Chuli. She found herself wanting to stop. How could her relationship with Huo Yuan entertain such chaotic thoughts? What a breach of decorum. Yet, without that moral constraint, she feared that merely a glance would ensnare her, leading to utter ruin. Huo Yuan gently placed her upon the soft couch, turning his back and casting a fleeting glance at Linglong. Despite being damp and wrinkled from her touch, his appearance bore an air of unblemished composure. Linglong promptly presented a clean handkerchief. Noticing that Shen Chuli remained silent, Huo Yuan accepted the handkerchief and spoke with a casual air. In the future, Should you wish to burn incense for anyone, this prince shall accompany you. There is no need for secrecy. Oh, very well. He tossed the handkerchief to her, indicating that there was hot water behind the screen for her to wash up before returning to converse with him. He then raised his hand towards Ling Long, assisting her in applying medicine. By the time Shen Chuli emerged after washing, Huo Yuan had already changed into fresh attire. He sat in the grand armchair, his long fingers deftly arranging his jade belt, exuding an air of cold detachment that starkly contrasted with his earlier disheveled state. Shen Chuli, without garments, peered shyly from behind the screen. Huo Yuan glanced at her, his breath momentarily catching, before he averted his gaze, indicating the garments laid out nearby. They were of a style she favored, each piece exquisitely adorned. However, "Uncle, are you not going outside?" He smiled slightly. "This is the prince's chamber. Where else would I go?" Chapter 13. Marriage to His Highness. Shen Chuli pondered aloud, questioning why a mere chamber in a regent's residence exuded opulence akin to that of a royal palace. Was this truly her uncle's bedchamber? She had been residing here for several days. Observing her silence, Huo Yuan rose and stated, "I shall await you outside." As he reached the threshold, Huo Yuan paused, slightly inclining his body. "What troubles you?" Shen Chuli hesitated, struggling to articulate her concern. "There's only an outer garment here, but nobody up. How am I to venture outside?" Huo Yuan had never considered this aspect. His gaze flickered as he removed his cloak and tossed it to her. "Wear this. Others will not discern it." Once she donned the attire, Shen Chuli stepped into the courtyard and was astonished to behold a small white horse grazing peacefully. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief. "Shuo Tuan, is it truly you? Today marks your 7th day. Have you returned to see me?" Approaching the snowy mare, she gently caressed its back, and the creature nuzzled against her hand in a most agreeable manner. "Do you like it?" Huo Yuan observed her quietly from behind. "Indeed, uncle. Is this a gift from you?" A radiant smile graced her face, revealing charming dimples. "Yes," he replied, averting his gaze, unable to bear the sight any longer. He stepped forward, presenting her with the divorce decree and the contract. "The crown prince has consented to the separation. You need not return to the Eastern Palace." Shen Chuli was taken aback, astonishment washing over her. The decree was entirely in her favor. How could that scoundrel, Huo Jingheng, have agreed? Noticing her bewilderment, Huo Yuan remarked coolly, "In exchange, I have promised to assist him in courting Gao Nanru." Shen Chuli nodded, unfazed. "Is it not surprising?" Huo Yuan arched an eyebrow. "There is nothing to be surprised about. One seeks to become a laughingstock of the great Jin, while the other leaps willingly into the abyss. Your uncle facilitates their desires. What is there to lament?" She had long anticipated Huo Jingheng's marriage to Gao Nanru. The royal family placed immense value on lineage. A scion of such noble birth as Huo Jingheng marrying a maid as his consort would only invite ridicule from the world. Over the past 3 years, despite Shen Chuli's fiery temperament and lack of offspring, the Empress Dowager had no justification to cast her aside, for she was the legitimate daughter of a general's house. Most significantly, aspiring to be a royal daughter-in-law was no easy feat. Huo Jingheng's mother had ascended from a foot servant of the Empress to her current position, showcasing her deep cunning. With Gao Nanru's background, the ensuing chaos would be monumental. "Uncle, you are avenging me." "Thank you." Upon hearing this, Huo Yuan paused in his pouring of wine and lifted his gaze, something fleeting flickering in his eyes. "Is that all?" Shen Chuli, puzzled by his reaction, blinked. "Is there anything else?" Huo Yuan remained silent for a moment before responding, "No." In truth, facilitating Huo Jingheng and Gao Nanru's union served 2 purposes: to vindicate Shen Chuli and, more importantly, to alleviate his worry that one day she might awaken regretful, yearning to return to the flames. Seizing the opportunity while she was enlightened, he resolved to sever her ties with other men, ensuring that there would be no turning back, allowing her to behold new vistas. Having resolved to depart, one must sever all ties. The past is akin to yesterday's demise, while the future embodies today's rebirth. Ali, I fervently hope you will treat yourself with kindness henceforth. The mere utterance of these 4 words sent a tremor through Shen Chuli's heart. How long had it been since someone had spoken such words to her? The sensation of being cared for is indeed quite pleasant. Huo Yuan regarded her with a tranquil gaze and inquired about her future intentions. Shen Chuli fed the little colt some fodder and replied, "Uncle, if you assist me in obtaining a divorce, I promise to fulfill one of your requests. I wish to complete this matter before contemplating anything else." Huo Yuan absent-mindedly toyed with the wine cup and said, "Today, you witnessed your third sister harboring unwarranted feelings for me. I have rebuffed her advances, yet she appears undeterred." Shen Chuli blinked, understanding that her uncle desired her to devise a means to dissuade Shun Fu from further pursuing him. "Rest assured, I shall handle this matter with utmost diligence." Huo Yuan interjected, "Ali, it is not solely that. Then you wish for me to remain by your side, attending to your needs, serving you tea, and offering massages, correct? In her previous life, this man had sacrificed everything for her. In this life, even if it meant serving him tirelessly, she would not utter a word of dissent. This was the best form of gratitude she could conceive." Huo Yuan propped his head on one hand and gestured behind him, asking, "Ali, what do you see?" Shen Chuli turned her head to observe the cleaning servants and bustling maidens, remaining silent. The royal residence was not lacking in maidservants. She furrowed her brow, pondering earnestly. Then, "May I earn silver for you, uncle? Would that suffice?" Yet the royal household was not in want of riches. Shen Chuli hesitated, realizing Huo Yuan was not in need of money. Even the children on the street knew of the great wealth possessed by the regent of Dejin, surpassing that of the imperial family. His estate was filled with treasures, his coffers brimming with gold and jade, and his lands extensive, with commerce flourishing in all directions. In short, he was extraordinarily affluent and would not concern himself with her meager finances. Thus, what precisely did he wish her to do? No matter how hard she pondered, she could not fathom it. Noticing her silence, Huo Yuan contemplated for a moment before saying, half in jest, "What if I were to say that what I desire is for you to remain in the regent's residence by my side?" Shen Chuli paused, taken aback, and gazed at the impeccably dignified man before her. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke, "Uncle, I understand that you care for me. However, given the scorn I face from the outside world, do you truly not fear that my presence in the regent's residence may bring you trouble? What have those people said? Merely that I am seeking wealth and status by climbing the social ladder, and now that I have been cast aside by the crown prince, the Shun family disavows me, leaving me no choice but to take refuge with you. I only wish to what do you wish?" Shen Chuli faltered mid-sentence, abruptly stopping. Huo Yuan leaned slightly closer, gazing into her eyes, completing her unfinished thought. "They say you wish to seduce me to ascend to the regent's residence, thereby securing a lifetime of unending wealth and luxury, do they not?" Upon feeling his sudden closeness, Shen Chuli instinctively shifted half an inch backward. "Indeed, however, dear uncle, do not overthink it. I would never." "Why wouldn't you?" Huo Yuan inched closer. Too close. Shen Chuli's mind momentarily blanked, her mouth, agape, forgetting the words she intended to utter, her heart racing uncontrollably. Thus, marriage. Huo Yuan lowered his head, his icy tones softening into a gentle murmur, laced with an alluring undertone. "How about climbing this lofty branch with me?" Shen Chuli momentarily failed to comprehend. "What?" Huo Yuan leaned back heavily, his jade belt loosened, accentuating his striking physique. He reiterated marriage. Suddenly, she recalled a moment from her previous life, when she sought out Huo Jingheng and chanced upon Huo Yuan emerging from the pool. He wore nothing but a pair of shorts, revealing a robust chest, broad shoulders, and a lean waist, giving off an impression of both wildness and gallantry. No, stop. How could she entertain such perilous thoughts? Shen Chuli shook off the chaotic notions swirling in her mind, inwardly cursing. Indeed, beauty is a double-edged sword. Just as she wrestled with her thoughts, she was caught off guard by Huo Yuan's nonchalant declaration. "The matter I sought from you is to marry me." Shen Chuli snapped back to reality, disregarding the proximity, and stared blankly into his eyes. "Huh?" Huo Yuan reclined against the tree, idly toying with the falling pear blossoms in his palm. 10 years ago, I sustained an injury in a private area. Knowing your medical expertise, should you wed me, it would be only proper for you to tend to my wounds." He lifted his gaze. "As the future regent consort, you are quite suitable." Chapter 14. This prince never forces women. Shen Chuli felt a shiver run through her. Indeed, she possessed medical knowledge. Huo Yuan's grandfather was a revered healer in the region, who imparted all his life's learnings to her before his passing. Since she was young, she could identify countless herbs and was well-versed in human acupoints. However, upon entering the palace, Huo Jingheng did not trust her, and her exceptional medical skills remained unrecognized. Yet, she had heard whispers about Huo Yuan's mother. She was a princess from the western regions, who married the virtuous Prince Xian, a nephew of the emperor. Mere days later, Prince Xian met an inexplicable demise, and shortly after, the emperor took notice of her, bringing her into the palace and bestowing upon her the title of Zhaofei. The intricacies of this tale were unknown to her. All she knew was that later, Zhaofei was captured and brutally murdered by the Xiongnu, leading to an eternal feud between Huo Yuan and them. It was widely rumored that the emperor forcibly took his nephew's wife, violating moral codes, which led to divine retribution. Given this history, Shen Chuli had contemplated repaying Huo Yuan with unwavering loyalty, but had never considered marrying him. Setting aside the grievances of the previous generation, she was already a married woman. And to make matters worse, she had been wed to his own nephew. What difference would it make if such a reputable man were to marry a woman discarded by his own nephew? Wouldn't that be akin to smearing filth upon his reputation? Marrying him would be a betrayal of her past. However, as she pondered further, she wondered if perhaps it was due to the debt of gratitude from 10 years ago, when she saved him, that her uncle wished to marry her. Seeing her current misfortunes, this perspective made the situation considerably more sensible. Huo Yuan waited patiently, observing Shen Chuli's lack of response, and gently tapped his fingers on the stone table. As for the advantages of becoming the regent princess, firstly, you would stand as an equal to the emperor. In matters of hierarchy, when the crown prince encounters you, he must respectfully address you as Annie, sparing you from enduring many indignities. Secondly, their skepticism would only serve to enhance your status. Marrying into a position of greater esteem would be a slap in the face to all, including your 3 sisters, parents, and brothers, who would thereafter be obliged to regard you with reverence. Lastly, no one would dare to bully you, regardless of the tumultuous storms ahead. This prince will always be your refuge. Shen Chuli felt dizzy, as if she were still living in her previous life. Was all of this merely an illusion before her demise? Or had she indulged too much in tales of familial bonds and romantic entanglements, projecting herself into narratives of betrayal and longing, envisioning a life where she married her unattainable uncle, bore delightful children, and proved all her detractors wrong? Living a life of opulence and glory? Was this her fate? Shen Chuli pinched her thigh. It hurt. This was not a dream. Huo Yuan observed her subtle gesture and said, Ali, if you still wish to marry, then this prince. He tucked a branch of pear blossoms into her hair, his voice softening, is your best path forward. Shen Chuli. Huo Yuan's words struck deep within Shen Chuli's heart. Why had she never dared to contemplate such a possibility before? By that time, she had transformed into the beloved aunt of Huo Jingheng, a position that brought her immense joy and made it exceedingly easy to handle Gao Nanru. Her doting parents and elder brother greeted her with smiles. Having taken the man that Shen Fu cherished, she would certainly feel the sting of betrayal. In the entire capital, nay, in the whole realm, no one dared to bully her any longer. Marrying her uncle seemed quite appealing. Yet the thought of having been his nephew's wife just yesterday, and now becoming his spouse, sharing the same roof and possibly the same bed, stirred a sense of embarrassment within her. Huo Yuan leaned against the wall, observing her for a moment. As night deepened, he declared, I shall be away at the military camp for a few days. You should rest early. Before departing, he placed a jade token upon the stone table. I never force a woman. Should you come to a decision, you may seek me any time with this token. After Huo Yuan's departure, Shen Chuli curled up in a corner, hugging her knees. His chamber was even larger than the Eastern Palace, and the bed felt desolate for a solitary occupant. The darkness enveloped her, an air of cold solemnity surrounding the space. She refrained from lighting a candle, lost in her thoughts. Beside her lay a cloth bag containing a simple hairpin, a garment, a pair of boots, and a saddle. The unadorned silver pin was the only gift Huo Jingheng had bestowed upon her during their wedding. He had claimed that due to the turmoil at the borders and the famine affecting the populace, their wedding should be understated, hence there was no fine attire. Yet, in her final moments, she had distinctly seen Gao Nanru adorned with resplendent jewels, a sight beyond compare. Upon hearing this, Huo Yuan dispatched someone to deliver luxurious garments and jewels, which prompted Huo Jingheng to slap Shen Chuli, denouncing her as lowly. That slap had ignited her anger for the longest time, yet it lasted merely an hour. Ultimately, she donned her old clothes and entered the Eastern Palace, keeping the simple silver pin close at hand. With resolve, Shen Chuli bent the pin in her grasp. The remaining items, the garment for her mother, Madame Shen, the saddle for her elder brother, Shen Mingyi, and the boots for her father, Shen Huaixing, were all purchased with hard-earned savings, only to be cast aside by them, which she had reclaimed. From this moment forward, she would no longer gift them anything. The pin from Huo Jingheng, along with the others, was cast into the pond in the courtyard. From today, she would sever all ties with her past. After discarding the items, Shen Chuli found herself momentarily at a loss for what to do, so she squatted beside the swing, lost in contemplation. A profound solitude enveloped her, an unshakable yearning to bask in the moonlight alone. Yet after a while, someone approached at a brisk pace, stopping before her. She looked up to see Wen Yan. "Little Bao, why are you here all alone?" Wen Yan exclaimed, her face suddenly anxious as she flung the red sugar eggs she had been carrying behind her and hurried over. "Sister Yan," Shen Chuli, overwhelmed with emotion, tightly embraced her. Wen Yan gently ruffled her hair, soothingly saying, "Who has bullied my little Bao? Sister will help you teach them a lesson." "I just missed you," Shen Chuli replied, shaking her head, the memories of her past life swelling in her throat, yet remaining difficult to articulate. Wen Yan remained as she was in her memories, clad in a white moon robe, her long hair casually tied up, entirely devoid of the cloying layers of makeup. Every gesture exuded a refreshing vigor. Due to her frail health since childhood, the exorbitant cost of medicine compelled Wen Yan to take up the trade of a butcher. Sweat dampened her forehead, and the splattered pig's blood stained her garments. Yet she managed to carve out a space for herself in the world. In a previous life, she had even sacrificed herself, crashing into the gates of Xuanwu to save her. All of that was in the past. In this life, she was determined to protect Wen Yan and rectify all the regrets. On the way to the Wangfu, Xie Changyan informed Wen Yan about the horse farm and the matter of divorce. Had he not intervened, she might have stormed into the palace with a butcher's knife to confront the insufferable prince. "What? The regent wants you to marry him." Shen Chuli wept profusely in Wen Yan's embrace. Upon returning to her chamber, Wen Yan wiped away her tears, finally regaining her composure after the emotional turmoil. When Shen Chuli mentioned that Huo Yuan intended to marry her, she was taken aback. Shen Chuli spoke with a hint of shyness, her head bowed low. "Sister, what do you think I should do?" Wen Yan handed her a peeled red sugar egg and countered, "Little Bao, tell your sister, do you like the regent?" Shen Chuli hesitated slightly, her voice dropping. "I don't know." She truly did not know. In her past life, she felt fear and aversion towards Huo Yuan, but never love. Only before her demise did she realize that this man had avenged her and taken his own life in the process, allowing feelings of affection to slowly blossom. However, their interactions had been too few for her to dare speak of it openly. Moreover, to him, her feelings were likely just gratitude. If she were to genuinely fall in love with him, it would only become a burden for him. "Wouldn't it?" Wen Yan remarked. "I have heard about your affair with the prince. No matter how I advised you in the past, it never seemed to help. This time, have you truly thought it through? A divorce without regrets?" Shen Chuli stared at the warm red sugar egg in her hands, which Wen Yan had kept close to her heart. The egg was soft and sweet, a treat Wen Yan often made for her during their childhood. As she ate, her throat tightened. "Sister, if I choose the wrong path, every step will be wrong. I no longer wish to deceive myself. I truly cannot turn back." Wen Yan's eyes sparkled with clarity as she enveloped Shen Chuli in a heartfelt embrace. "That wretched prince must be blind. He will surely regret it. No matter what he says, you will always be my dearest little Bao. If it comes to it, we can return to the town." Sister will butcher pigs to support you. She empathized deeply with Shen Chuli. 3 years prior, after enduring such a horrific ordeal, it was Huo Yuan who had saved her, which made her regard him as her sole redemption. Yet now, she was uncertain of what Shen Chuli had experienced to decide to let go of that relationship. Wen Yan, reluctant to pry further, recalled another matter. Dear one, Xie Chengyan mentioned that Shen Fu has feelings for the regent. Shen Chuli nodded. Last night, I saw her deliver medicine to my uncle with my own eyes. It must be true. She too was perplexed by Shen Fu's thoughts. Did she not like Shen Mingyi? How could she suddenly be infatuated with Huo Yuan? Shen Chuli speculated that perhaps she was afraid her illicit affair would be discovered by her parents, thus shifting her focus and coveting Huo Yuan. After all, Shen Fu had always been the most cunning and ambitious. Upon hearing about the incident at the horse ranch, Wen Yan was filled with indignation. However, as she calmed herself, she embraced Shen Chuli and analyzed the situation. Little Bao, we must discern the essence of matters. Shen Fu's antics at the ranch were motivated by 2 reasons. First, to prevent you from continuing as the crown princess, thereby suppressing her own standing. Second, to sow discord between you and the Shen family, rendering you homeless. Furthermore, she seeks to ensure that everyone recognizes her as the sole daughter of the Shen family, the true heiress. Shen Chuli gazed at the night sky in a daze. Sister, I am no longer the crown princess, nor do I have a home. Has she succeeded? Wen Yan cupped her face, speaking earnestly. Absolutely not. Wherever I am, little Bao, you have a home. What is she to dare seize what belongs to you? You are the crown princess. Unless she marries the emperor, she can never surpass you. She will never be satisfied unless she tears you and the prince apart. But fret not. Even if the heavens were to collapse, I shall shield you. Wen Yan then inquired. You mentioned that the regent prince values your medical skills, thus using the promise you made to him as a means to marry you off to him, correct? Indeed, Shen Chuli affirmed. Then it is settled. You shall seek him out first thing tomorrow morning. Wen Yan exclaimed excitedly. You have made your decision, yes? You shall marry him and become the regent princess. Shen Chuli, momentarily taken aback, hesitated. Sister, to the world, I will always be regarded as his nephew's wife. Wouldn't defying ancestral rights and ethical norms bring shame upon my uncle? Silly child. Ancestral rights and ethical norms are shackles for the weak. Those with strength need not concern themselves with such trivialities. Besides, you share no blood ties with him. Charge ahead with confidence. Wen Yan pinched her cheek. Marrying the regent prince will provide you with a strong backing. Neither the royal family nor the Shen family would dare to bully you recklessly. Most importantly, if you wish to repay him, your medical skills make marrying him the best form of gratitude. Shen Chuli pondered. This sounds remarkably similar to what Huo Yuan said. She indeed wished to, but Huo Yuan had gone to the military camp and would not return for 10 or 15 days. Although he had left her token, she was too fearful to venture into such a perilous place, fearing for her life. Upon seeing the token, Wen Yan was astonished. Little Bao, this is a military order, signifying the commander's authority. To see the order is to see the man, even in his absence, should you encounter any danger. This jade token will ensure no one dares to harm you. Shen Chuli's eyes widened. Huo Yuan had entrusted her with such a significant item? After contemplating for a moment, she replied, Sister, there are urgent matters in the military. Let us wait for my uncle to return. This wait extended to over half a month. When she regained her senses, deep autumn had arrived, and a mid-autumn festival was less than a week away. Tonight, the sky was clear, yet suddenly thunder roared, and torrential rain began to pour, mixed with snow, casting a shadow over the entire regent prince's residence. Shen Chuli tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, a foreboding feeling nagging at her that something significant was about to unfold. At that moment, a clamor arose outside the hall. She donned a garment and descended. Pushing open the door, she heard fragmented conversations around the corner. It was said that our Lord was once again afflicted by his ailment, causing chaos in the military camp. How could it possibly snow in September? The Lord suffers from a condition that strikes him on snowy nights, rendering him tormented and unrecognizable, almost mad. It is pitiful. for this incurable illness is rumored to be linked to an experience from a decade ago. Hush, speak softly, for Sister Linglong has specifically instructed that this matter must not disturb Miss Shen Er's rest. With such heavy snow, Miss Er must have already retired. The maid's words were barely uttered when she looked up to see Shen Chuli standing before them. Miss Er, a flash of lightning illuminated Shen Chuli's face, startling the maids, who collapsed to their knees. Shen Chuli regarded them, inquiring, "You just mentioned that on snowy nights my uncle's illness would flare up?" The two maids exchanged glances, none daring to respond. "Speak." Shen Chuli's commanding voice sent a tremor through them. One maid, unable to contain herself, tremulously recounted the tale of Huo Yuan's affliction on snowy nights. Shen Chuli immediately dashed outside, but Linglong, upon witnessing this, swiftly intervened. "In such heavy snow, where does Miss Er intend to go?" However, Shen Chuli suddenly seemed to recall something, turning back towards her chamber. "Mise." Linglong cast a cold glance at the kneeling maids, declaring, "The estate requires no gossip mongers. You may leave." Then she observed Shen Chuli emerge with something in her hand, leading to a sinking feeling in her heart. Could it be that Miss Er had learned of the Lord's condition and was frightened enough to abandon the regent's residence? If that were the case, how would they explain it to the Lord? "Miss Er, what is this?" Linglong asked. "Prepare the carriage. I must depart for the military camp at once," Shen Chuli instructed. Without even taking an umbrella, she insisted, "I'm going to see my uncle." Linglong was taken aback. The military camp was no place for a woman to intrude. "Miss Er, traveling in such snow is perilous. The camp is 200 miles from here, and the carriage may." "I will go myself," Shen Chuli interrupted firmly, and with a whistle, a snow-white figure approached swiftly. It was the little white horse Huo Yuan had gifted her, which she had named Snowball. Shen Chuli leapt onto the horse and galloped towards the camp. As she rode, myriad thoughts flooded her mind. In her past life, she had perished on a snowy day. Yet, Huo Yuan's suffering on such wintry nights was unbearable. Even so, he had wrapped her in his embrace, shielding her from the biting winds and snow. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Shen Chuli's cheeks. In that moment, she harbored but a singular thought. She must see Huo Yuan. Chapter 15. I can heal my uncle. The snow-laden night was deep, with a cold moon hanging high in the sky. Shen Chuli hurriedly traversed the path, arriving at the military camp after 2 hours. The camp entrance was heavily guarded, and her presence quickly drew the attention of Commander Wei Xiao, a subordinate of Huo Yuan who had followed him for many years. His expression turned grave upon seeing Shen Chuli, momentarily taken aback. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" he inquired. The prince specifically instructed that news of the illness must not be disclosed to you. Moreover, this camp is no place for a woman. Shen Chuli raised her gaze to the soldiers behind her, clad in heavy armor and holding long spears, standing in 2 rows awaiting Wei Xiao's command. She produced her token. "Commander Wei, I have come to see my uncle." Wei Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the token. Could it be that the prince had changed his mind? In that moment, there was no time for contemplation. He nodded. "In that case, Your Highness, please follow me." She nodded in agreement and quickly followed. As they approached the main command tent, a resounding crash echoed, and a soldier was hurled out of the tent, bloodied and collapsing before several onlookers. Wei Xiao was accustomed to such scenes and instinctively glanced at Shen Chuli. To his relief, she remained calm, showing no signs of fear. Arriving at the tent, they found several physicians standing at the entrance, lamenting. "Commander Wei," one of the elder physicians implored, "the sudden heavy snowfall has exacerbated the prince's condition, and we are truly at our wits' end." Inside the tent, heavy, labored breaths could be heard intermittently, sending chills down the spine. At that moment, another soldier was violently kicked out. One burly commander with a thick beard declared, "I fear we must simply knock the prince unconscious and bind him until the snow ceases and he regains consciousness." The others chimed in, agreeing that this was the only recourse. "Commander Wei, quickly fetch some rope." Wei Xiao narrowed his eyes and shot a fierce glare at the bearded commander, just as a cold, feminine voice rang out from behind them. "I dare anyone to try." The sharpness of her tone drew the attention of all present. Shen Chuli vividly recalled the scene from her past, where Huo Yuan, enduring excruciating pain, fought his way through the palace for her sake. That man, once so unattainable, had knelt in the snow, self-harming for her. Her heart ached at the memory. At that time, Huo Yuan had not abandoned her, and neither would she abandon him now. With unwavering determination, she declared, despite her limited knowledge of his illness, that she could indeed find a way to alleviate his suffering through her medical skills. If you bind a regent, the army will be left leaderless, which would only serve the ambitions of those with ill intentions. She cast a cold glance at the bearded commander. "Commander Wei, I can treat my uncle's ailment. Please have the bystanders leave." The bearded commander, taken aback, looked at her and, seeing only a young girl, drew his sword and pointed it at her, bellowing, "Wei Xiao, women are prohibited in the military camp. Do you intend to defy military orders by bringing her in?" Wei Xiao, equally astonished, had initially thought the princess had merely come to see the prince, but did not anticipate her insistence on entering the tent to provide treatment, which was indeed a breach of protocol. He immediately stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Shen Chuli, exclaiming, "Deputy Commander Chui, she is the crown princess. How dare you brandish a knife at her?" He then turned to Shen Chuli and whispered, "I will send someone to escort the crown princess back to the manor." "I will not leave," Shen Chuli declared, unwavering. As she circumvented Wei Xiao, her piercing gaze fixed on the bearded man. "I am a physician. If you do not step aside, it will jeopardize the condition of the regent. How many heads do you possess that are worthy of being severed?" At her bold proclamation, the crowd fell momentarily silent before erupting into laughter. The bearded man doubled over in mirth. "In the military, I abide solely by military law, not by the whims of a mere crown princess. This insolent girl claims she can heal the prince's affliction. Clearly, she has lost her wits, ha ha ha." An elderly man dressed as a physician stroked his beard and cautioned, "The prince's condition is exceedingly peculiar. Even we, the most seasoned physicians of Dejin, cannot manage it. It would be wise for the crown princess to keep her distance to avoid harm." The implication was clear. What business did a woman have meddling in such matters? The bearded man sneered, "Did you hear? You foul wench, best keep to where it's cool, or else do not blame my blade for its lack of mercy." He had long heard of her infamous reputation. Such behavior was merely an attempt to curry favor with the regent and find a new patron. Shen Chuli discerned the mockery in his tone, but dismissed him with indifference. "You are fortunate today, for I have consulted the almanac. I shall spare your son today." With that, she produced Huo Yuan's token. "Since you do not trust me, I shall establish a military decree here. If I fail to heal the prince, I will willingly submit to military justice." "Crown Princess," Wei Xiao urged anxiously. Although he indeed wished for Shen Chuli to attempt the treatment, the military decree was no trifling matter. It was a matter of life and death. "Very well. Since you hold the prince's token, you may enter. However, should you fail..." He smirked ominously, shaking off his astonishment. The heavy sounds of labored breathing and the sickening squelch of flesh echoed from within the tent. Everyone remained tense, unable to believe that a mere woman could possibly subdue the out-of-control regent. Shen Chuli nodded. "If I succeed, you shall bow 10 times and proclaim, 'I am raised by a woman. All women are my mothers.' Should you fail, I shall see to it you are stripped bare and made to crawl on the ground like a dog. Do you dare?" The bearded man's voice boomed, clear for all in the camp to hear. The soldiers exchanged glances, hesitant to speak, yet their eyes roamed over Shen Chuli with a glimmer of greed. Women were a rare sight in the military, especially one as fair and beautiful as she. If they could behold her in all her glory, they would die without regret. Seeing this, Wei Xiao immediately reprimanded, "How dare you be disrespectful to the crown princess?" However, Shen Chuli merely waved her hand dismissively. "That is acceptable. At another condition. If you lose, you shall leave the military and never serve again." With that, Shen Chuli ceased her chatter and turned, entering the military tent. Even if it meant her demise, she could not bear to witness Huo Yuan bound like a beast, helplessly watching as he succumbed to blood-red despair until he was utterly exhausted. As she lifted the curtain, she froze in shock. Inside the tent, remnants of severed limbs and shattered wine jars lay strewn about, while the air was thick with the pungent scent of blood mingled with the aroma of alcohol. Suddenly, Shen Chuli felt a forceful shove from behind, propelling her into the tent. The crown princess. Behind her, Wei Xiao surged forward, only to be halted by a man with a bushy beard. What folly was this for the commander to willingly become a scapegoat when this girl had sworn an oath of military duty? A smirk of malicious glee was evident on the bearded man's face. Even the elderly physician, whose countenance was marked by worry, revealed a fleeting, sinister smile as he lowered his head. Shen Chuli stumbled and fell to the ground when, out of nowhere, a bloodied, long sword lunged toward her. The tip of the blade halted a mere millimeter from her neck. She raised her gaze, only to meet a pair of sinister, blood-red eyes. Chapter 16. Taming Beasts Inside the Tent. The flickering candlelight cast a dim glow over the scattered remnants of corpses. Standing before Shen Chuli, with a blood-stained sword in hand, Huo Yuan regarded her with a cold gaze. His once tranquil eyes, reminiscent of a serene pool, were now marred with splashes of blood, resembling a bloodthirsty demon concealed beneath a saintly facade. His handsome visage was splattered with crimson, emanating an aura of deadly intent as he fixed his gaze upon her, like a predator stalking its prey. Witnessing Huo Yuan succumb to his affliction for the first time, Shen Chuli felt her eyes sting, her heart gripped tightly by an unseen force. "Uncle, it's me." She rose to her feet, facing the tip of the sword. "I am Ailey. Do you not recognize me?" "Ailey?" Huo Yuan slowly raised his head, softly repeating her name. Seizing the moment, Shen Chuli embraced him, pleading, "It's me. Uncle, please lower your sword and come home with me." Huo Yuan could not hear her clearly. All that filled his ears was the howling of the wind and snow. Those who approached him were the very ones who had sought to harm him and his mother a decade ago. As he observed the trembling prey before him, his palm smeared with blood brushed against Shen Chuli's lips, and he gazed into her wide, terrified eyes. Those lustrous, dark irises, he thought, would make a beautiful necklace if he were to pluck them out. A wave of agonizing pain surged within him, threatening to tear him apart, as though his very bones were being mercilessly flayed. The roar of the wind and snow grew louder, piercing his mind like a sharpened blade. Although his senses were dulled, he neither begged for mercy nor lamented his suffering. Only the warmth of fresh blood could quell the tumult within. A cruel smile curled upon Huo Yuan's lips as the sword's tip inched closer to Shen Chuli's cheek. Suddenly, Prince Wei Xiao burst into the tent. Witnessing Shen Chuli tightly embracing Huo Yuan's waist. "Release him. Let go at once. You will die. Don't come any closer," Shen Chuli shouted with all her might. Wei Xiao inhaled sharply, cautiously retreating. Huo Yuan, held in her embrace, appeared like a bewildered beast, his eyes darting in confusion, gradually calming. Abruptly, someone flung open a small window, and the howling snow rushed in. Huo Yuan's snow-dusted skin flushed crimson, followed by the reddening of his eyes. In a corner, several trembling soldiers widened their eyes in terror, their teeth chattering. Huo Yuan abruptly turned, the blade slicing through the air with a hiss, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Warm blood splattered against the drapery, forming glaring crimson blossoms. Indeed, whenever Huo Yuan came into contact with snow, he would descend into madness. "Everyone get out. Block the tent entrance with warm curtains. Do not let the wind and snow in," she cried out. Another scream pierced the air, the scent of blood further igniting Huo Yuan's frenzy. A bloodthirsty glimmer flickered in his eyes, nearly overwhelming him. Wei Xiao, torn between concern for Shen Chuli's safety and the chaos unfolding, hesitated. Wei Xiao, seeing him frozen in place, Shen Chuli drew forth her jade token and commanded loudly, "I order you to leave. Do not allow the snow to enter. Those who defy this shall face military law." As Wei Xiao observed her resolute expression, a surge of admiration welled within him. He gritted his teeth and nodded, deciding to trust Shen Chuli. "Princess, please take care of yourself." Immediately, he shouted to those behind him, "Everyone, retreat, retreat, retreat." He led the crowd outside the tent, securely covering the entrance with thick animal hides. At that moment, only Huo Yuan and Shen Chuli remained within the military tent. Shen Chuli exerted all her strength to close the window, just as she sighed in relief. She was seized by a pair of strong hands that grasped her throat and forcefully cast her onto the camp bed. Instantly, The man's robust form descended upon her. Chapter 17. Uncle, I wish to marry you, she was taken aback. Lifting her gaze, she found herself mere inches away from Huo Yuan's face. His hand was icy cold, his complexion pale, yet his eyes betrayed a struggle of anguish, interspersed with gasps of profound fear. Shen Chuli trembled all over. It did not shy away. Instead, she quietly reached for his pulse, assessing his condition. After a moment, she gathered her thoughts and spoke to him. Uncle, do not be afraid. I shall save you. The crown princess is in peril. Wei Xiao, who was vigilantly peering through the window, raised his hand to draw back the curtain and rush inside, only to be halted by his subordinate with a beard. Commander Wei, if you enter now, you will be walking to your death. Shen Chuli found herself pinned against the couch by Huo Yuan, his grip tightening around her neck as darkness encroached on her vision. She felt his thumb press firmly against the pulse at her neck. Only when he noticed the pain flickering in her eyes did he grasp her hand tightly with his other hand, urging her, hurry, run. His voice was hoarse and fragmented, yet it pierced Shen Chuli's heart with a deep pang of sorrow. It seemed she sensed that beneath this frigid exterior lay countless secrets, a wretched darkness and a morbid obsession. She could not leave. Huo Yuan pressed her against the window, her body in contact with the chilling surface. Those outside could only watch helplessly. She felt his warm lips brush against her neck, moving toward her ear. In his other hand, he gripped the bloodied sword, pressing it lightly against her delicate neck. A dull ache spread across her throat, and she clenched her teeth in silence. Time was of the essence. She had no choice but to resort to that method. In the moment Huo Yuan raised the sword, Shen Chuli suddenly cried out, Uncle, I wish to marry you. Seizing the moment of his astonishment, she stood on tiptoe, wrapping her arms around his neck, and pressed her lips fervently against his cool ones. Wei Xiao, rushing in with a rope, was taken aback, exclaiming, What? The remaining soldiers stood stupefied, their earlier urgency evaporating into disbelief. The Eastern Palace had not yet announced the divorce decree. All present could only perceive that the crown princess had placed a glaring crown of shame upon the prince's head. Huo Yuan's sword arm froze midair. The feather-like softness of her lips left him wide-eyed in incredulity. Was this woman kissing him? In that fleeting moment of pause, a glimmer of clarity flashed in Shen Chuli's eyes. Now it was her chance. She swiftly removed a delicate hairpin from her coiffure and drove it forcefully into a pressure point at the back of Huo Yuan's head. She withdrew it quickly, then thrust it again, repeating this 7 or 8 times. Huo Yuan's bloodshot eyes gradually began to clear. He beheld the enchanting visage of the woman before him, her lips moving as if to speak. Yet, before he could utter a word, darkness engulfed him. In the dim candlelight of the chamber, the onlookers witnessed the kiss and heard her bold declaration. The elderly physician, who had previously looked down upon Shen Chuli, could scarcely believe his eyes. Was it possible that with a single kiss, the regent had regained his senses? Could it be that it aligned with that incantation? As everyone fell into contemplation, Shen Chuli broke the silence, urging, What are you all staring at? Come and help. Huo Yuan, tall and imposing, lay heavily upon Shen Chuli. The onlookers, snapping out of their astonishment, hurriedly rushed forward to support him. Inside the tent, the flickering candlelight cast a glow upon the handsome features of the man resting on the bed. In slumber, Huo Yuan appeared less aloof and more gentle, retaining an air of noble dignity. Yet in Shen Chuli's eyes, he bore a different visage. Just moments before, he had displayed an emotion akin to losing control, a rarity in his 2 lifetimes. She found herself lost in thought, perhaps because Huo Yuan was a person who never showed fear, even with a blade piercing his chest. He remained composed, nearly devoid of sensation. What must he have felt in his previous life? Enduring pain so intense it left him trembling, yet still resolute in seeking vengeance for her sake? In his heart, was the debt of gratitude from a decade past truly of such significance? A pang of sorrow gripped her heart, and tears began to fall. Suddenly, Huo Yuan's eyes snapped open, and he beheld the sight of Shen Chuli weeping. She was crying? What had transpired? Who had wronged her? Just as he was about to speak, he noticed her lean closer, causing him to catch his breath and shut his eyes once more. In the next moment, the blanket that covered him was swiftly torn away. It was time for the acupuncture. Shen Chuli efficiently stripped him down to his undergarments. In the candlelight, his perfect physique was illuminated, defined muscles, alabaster skin, and striking contours. In stark contrast to his usual cold demeanor, his tranquil repose exuded a fatal allure. Though as a healer, she ought to treat all patients equally. The proximity to her uncle's robust form made Shen Chuli instinctively swallow hard. Her hand holding the needle trembled, making it difficult to locate the correct acupoint. After several unsuccessful attempts, Huo Yuan finally opened his eyes, catching Shen Chuli staring at his abdominal muscles, a smirk playing on his lips. "Is it pleasing to the eye?" he teased. "Indeed it is," she exclaimed, only to quickly shake her head and wave her hands in denial. No, it's not that. Please don't misunderstand, uncle. I'm not captivated by your beauty. I was merely locating the acupoints." Huo Yuan propped himself up slightly, feeling a dull ache at the back of his head. After a brief pause, he calmly reached for a handkerchief on the bedside and tossed it to Shen Chuli. "Wipe your tears." Wipe what? Could be that he had seen her cry just moments ago. Thankfully, the needles he had received during his episode would make him forget that he had forcefully kissed her. Otherwise, the embarrassment would have been overwhelming. Shen Chuli awkwardly dabbed at her tears with the back of her hand. "Uncle, I'm fine. I wasn't crying because I saw you faint. I simply—" Huo Yuan remained silent for a moment. "Saliva." Shen Chuli blinked in confusion. "Your saliva has dripped onto me." Shen Chuli was momentarily taken aback, springing to her feet. Her face flushed a vibrant crimson akin to a ripe shrimp. I'm feeling a bit chilly. I shall fetch a garment. You rest for a moment." She stammered, hastily retreating. Observing the girl's panicked departure, Huo Yuan reclined against the headboard, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He raised his elegant fingers to lightly touch his own lips, as if savoring some delicate and warm sensation. Was this truly the feeling of a woman's lips? As Shen Chuli emerged, she found Huo Yuan pouring wine. She interjected, "Uncle, your illness prohibits alcohol." Huo Yuan paused, a smirk playing upon his lips. "Ali, I heed but one voice, that of my wife. During my bouts of suffering, only strong liquor can offer a modicum of relief. Should you prepare the drink, the cool blade that slides down my throat would lose its savor." Nonetheless, he placed the wine cup aside. "Uncle, the undergarments are off," Shen Chuli declared, removing her wooden hairpin and extracting 7 slender silver needles. She then reclined, parting her legs. Huo Yuan observed her calmly, his leisurely demeanor causing Shen Chuli to feel inexplicably anxious. This is merely to locate the acupoints. She attempted to maintain an air of nonchalance, though her flustered expression was unmistakable to Huo Yuan. In the eyes of a healer, there exists no distinction between genders. You need not overthink it, uncle. Huo Yuan met her gaze with a composed demeanor. "Ali, there is no need for concern." He shifted slightly, resting his hand upon his jade belt. "Having vowed to marry me, regardless of circumstances, I shall not shy away from my wife." His wife? Shen Chuli's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that? Huo Yuan, noticing her astonished expression, allowed a glimmer of amusement to cross his dark eyes. "Did you kiss this king so forcefully, only to feign ignorance now?" "Wait, forcefully kiss him? Force? Strong?" He remembers. Chapter 18. The trousers have fallen. Ali, do you not recall what you declared to me? You embraced me and kissed me, professing your desire to wed me as your king. In the dim candlelight, Shen Chuli suddenly felt an overwhelming heat, her heart in disarray, fearing he would discern her turmoil, yet also anxious he would not. Attempting to deny, Huo Yuan observed her flushed cheeks closely, laughing softly. It is too late. The warmth of his breath brushed against Shen Chuli's face, causing her heart to race. After a considerable pause, she met Huo Yuan's profound yet gentle gaze. Her exquisite features reflected a hint of embarrassment, and after a few steadying breaths, she solemnly nodded. "Uncle, since I have spoken, I shall not waver. I wish to marry you." Had it not been for Huo Yuan's affliction, Shen Chuli would never have dared to venture alone into the military camp. During the 2 weeks of his recovery, Wen Yin tirelessly extolled the virtues of marrying the regent prince, repeatedly instilling the notion in her mind. Little treasure, dear sister has already discerned that you and the dog prince are not meant to be. Your paramount task now is to secure the regent prince. The Eastern Palace will soon issue a decree for divorce. Regardless of whose fault it is, you will be subject to scrutiny, and the royal family and commoners alike will relish in your disgrace. Huo Yuan was discerning and prideful. Over the years, he had shown no interest in women. This iron tree has only blossomed once in 26 years. Little treasure, you must seize this fleeting opportunity. Even the likes of Xie Changyan have not tarnished his reputation, indicating he is a worthy lifelong companion. If he does not return, you may seek him out. Once you become the regent princess, do you think your parents and brothers would dare show favoritism? Shen Fu would surely be infuriated, and Gao Nanru would kneel before you. Even the prince would have to bow and greet you as little imperial aunt, who would dare to criticize you. The regent prince would surely silence them. Encouraged by Wan Yin, Shen Chuli's heart turned mischievous. However, it was an event from the previous day that truly emboldened her. The sun was splendid yesterday, and Shen Chuli, feeling languid, prepared to return to the general's residence. She had 200 silver notes hidden beneath her pillow. Even the smallest mosquito is still flesh, and she did not wish to leave anything for that little wretch Shen Fu. Besides, she intended to collect a debt from her parents. The slaps and whips could not be endured in vain. As she stepped outside, she fortuitously encountered the royal procession of Huo Yuan, stepping out only to find oneself stepping into dung. Clearly, she had not consulted the almanac. Shen Chuli initially intended to pretend she had not seen him, but much to her chagrin, he halted right before her. He opened his mouth to mock her. Shen Chuli, were it not for your sharp tongue and unreasonable demeanor, my royal uncle would not have facilitated the union between me and Rower. You are now my great benefactor. Shen Chuli pinched her nose. Who had done this? Huo Yuan's expression darkened immediately. With that mouth of yours, what man could endure? If you were as gentle and obedient as Rower, you would not be without suitors. However, your regrets are of no consequence. My marriage to Rower is certain. When the time comes to the grand wedding, do not weep too sorrowfully. Yet as he spoke, his face grew even darker, for Shen Chuli had already rolled her eyes and turned away. Shen Chuli had no intention of wasting time on refuse. She took a deep breath, gazing into the distance. Yet today, the sunlight felt rather glaring, causing her head to spin, prompting her to return to the royal residence. Upon entering the gates, she inadvertently overheard a few servants whispering around a corner. One of them, suppressing his voice, could not contain his excitement. Surely, you noticed? The crown princess was so close to the prince that night, disregarding all moral propriety. Goodness, how audacious of her. If this were an ordinary family, she'd be facing severe consequences. What nonsense are you spouting? The crown princess is no ordinary woman. She might have even drugged our prince. If she were to marry into the royal family, that would be a scandalous tale indeed. Their laughter echoed, but in the next moment, they hastily knelt. Startled, Your Highness, forgive us. Shen Chuli approached them directly, her voice cold. Anyone gathered here to gossip will have their monthly stipend deducted. As for those who spoke, the royal residence cannot harbor loose tongues. You are to leave immediately. With that, she turned, ignoring their wails, and returned to her courtyard. The words of Wan Yin echoed in her mind. Marry Huo Yuan, and no one will dare bully you again. That night, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep, and in the dead of night, upon hearing her uncle's illness flare up, she impulsively rode her horse into the military camp. Uncle, I want to marry you. Shen Chuli resolved to be brave just once. After all, her reputation was already tarnished. She wanted to see if marrying Huo Yuan would deter those who had wronged her. Worst case, she could remain by her uncle's side as a physician. And if Huo Yuan ever developed feelings for her, she would have an ally. Marrying him? For the first time, Huo Yuan felt what it meant to be anxious, followed by a sense of relief. He remained silent for a long time, but this silence, in Shen Chuli's eyes, appeared as rejection. Could it be that her uncle had changed his mind? Uncle, it's all right if you have second thoughts. I merely mentioned it in passing. Ali, are you not afraid? He suddenly spoke. During his illness, he had been drenched in blood, resembling a monster, loathing even himself. He did not wish to see fear or distaste in her eyes. It is I who am despicable, using your promise to keep you by my side. If you refuse, I'm not afraid. From now on, wherever you go, I shall follow you. I am resolute. Yet, Shen Chuli did not falter. Instead, she embraced his waist tightly. Suppressing the pangs in her heart, she stated resolutely, "This time, it is I who will protect you." Protect him? As he looked down at the small figure in his arms, Huo Yuan's cold eyes flickered. For 26 years, it was the first time someone had said they would protect him, especially someone so small. Yet, she had once refused to even speak to him. Only one last question. Do you agree to marry me because of that promise? Or because of that kiss? Do you wish to take responsibility for me? Huo Yuan's tone remained calm, though his eyes flickered as if a few sparks were about to ignite. Shen Chuli was taken aback. The answer was neither. Pause for a moment. Slowly raising his gaze. "Why is that?" Replied. "So this man still cares about this matter?" She couldn't possibly say, "In my previous life, you sacrificed yourself for me. In this life, I wish to protect you." After pondering for a while, she simply stated, "You are handsome, powerful, and skilled in martial arts. What woman wouldn't be drawn to you?" Yet, she felt a twinge of hypocrisy, recalling how, in her past life, she had avoided him like the plague, refusing even to converse with him. Ultimately, she concluded that sincerity transcends all else. "Dear uncle, you have treated me well, better than you realize. Therefore, I wish to remain by your side. Primarily, I have nowhere else to go. Outside, there are many who would bully me. I believe marrying you, dear uncle, is my best choice." As her words echoed in the tent, one could hear a pin drop. His deep-set eyes remained fixed upon her. And just when thought he might be angry, he unexpectedly spoke. "Remember, from this day forth, you are my wife, the sole mistress of the regent's residence." His lips parted slightly. "All within the palace shall hold you in the highest regard. You need not fear anyone bullying you. Once I conclude my current affairs, we shall wed." His calm and somber tone felt like a declaration of an undeniable truth. It's that simple to become the regent's consort? Felt a sense of unreality wash over her. She pinched her thigh to confirm whether this was a dream. It hurt. "Dear uncle," she cautiously reminded him, "there are many outside waiting to see me make a fool of myself. You must understand, sharing in my disgrace could tarnish your reputation. If you marry me, who would dare to cast even a glance your way? They would be courting death." S. voice was melodious, honed from years of high office. Adept at wielding the tone that commands subservience. S. cheeks flushed as she mused, "Is this the allure of power?" A mere phrase can set one's heart ablaze. The sound of dripping water echoed 6 times before she recalled that the needle had yet to pierce. Perhaps it's time to remove the trousers. S. long, clean fingers deftly unfastened the jade belt, his movements slow and deliberate. Even the act of disrobing exuded an elegance, an air of restrained nobility that seemed to flow effortlessly from his fingertips. Couldn't he help but wonder if he was always this composed and unflappable? Just as she lingered in thought, spoke again. "All done. All done." S. gaze traveled from his handsome face downward, and she was instantly stunned. Chapter 19. The iron tree blossoms in an instant. Upon beholding the entirety of the scene, Shen Chuli was rendered speechless. Although she had never witnessed such a sight before, she felt it must be as pristine as Huo Yuan himself. Yet, it was undeniably marred by an incongruity that was somewhat grotesque. Nevertheless, in a fleeting moment, she inhaled deeply, suppressing the shock within her heart, her gaze regaining its focus. Her small hands began to explore Huo Yuan's body, skillfully locating the acupoints before preparing to insert the needle. Huo Yuan squinted, watching the little girl crouched before him intently. They were scarcely a mere inch apart, and Shen Chuli's breath brushed against him faintly. Huo Yuan tilted his head back slightly, his throat rolling as his muscles tightened involuntarily. With a light slap, Shen Chuli struck his thigh. "So firm. This one go in." Huo Yuan's gaze dropped as he observed her concentrated expression. "Relax, don't be tense. You might feel a slight ache," he advised, taking a deep breath. He closed his eyes, forcing himself to think of something else in an effort to ease his muscles. "Very good. Just like that," Shen Chuli murmured, her silver needle descending steadily, tracing along the inner thigh of the man until it reached just below his abdomen, all the while watching his expressions intently. "Do you feel anything?" Huo Yuan thought to himself. Under such circumstances, not feeling anything would be abnormal. He chose not to respond, instead shifting the conversation. "Have you treated others like this before?" His features were sharply handsome, particularly at this moment, rendering him irresistibly alluring. "No, you're the first," Shen Chuli replied, engrossed in her task. Huo Yuan barely managed a subtle smile. "However, who can say what the future holds? After all, I am a physician." His lips quickly fell into a straight line, and his gaze darkened slightly. After Shen Chuli inserted the final silver needle, Huo Yuan felt a warm current flow through his veins, dispelling the coldness within him. For the first time, he experienced a sensation of warmth. "All right." After concluding her work, Shen Chuli casually pulled up his trousers. "Uncle, did that feel good?" As he gazed at the girl's bright smile, Huo Yuan endeavored to maintain a serious demeanor. Clearing his throat, he replied, "It was comfortable." "Then Uncle should rest a bit. I'll step out for a moment." "Step out?" In the next moment, he raised his hand, grasping her wrist firmly, his silent gaze fixating on her. "Where are you going?" Shen Chuli stared at his hand for 2 seconds, blinking. "Oh, someone lost a bet with me, and I'm going to throw him out. I'll be back to keep you company." "Keep him company?" Huo Yuan's breath caught momentarily, and he instinctively released her hand. As he watched her depart, a flicker of a different sentiment flashed through the depths of his profound gaze. Outside the military camp, the snow had ceased. Shen Chuli stood resolutely beneath the military banner, her eyes like daggers directed towards the bearded man. "Today, the outcome of our wager is clear. Vice Commander Chui, please proceed." The bearded man's face flushed crimson, the veins on his neck bulging as he jumped up in outrage. "Bah, you which must have employed some sorcery. How could a mere kiss restore the prince's senses? It's impossible." Having spoken, he turned fiercely to glare at the elderly physician beside him. Striding over, he seized the man's collar, demanding, "Aren't you hailed as the greatest physician of the Jin dynasty? Go to the prince and see if you can heal him." The old physician was equally perplexed, unable to comprehend how a mere kiss could suffice for the prince's recovery. Was it possible that he had succumbed not to medical prowess, but to the allure of beauty embodied by Shen Chuli? A flicker of intensity passed through Shen Chuli's eyes as she admonished loudly, "Silence. Do you believe the Jin military camp is your personal garden where you can run amok? If you gamble, you must be prepared to accept the consequences." With a decisive gesture, she commanded several soldiers to advance, forcefully subduing the man with the bushy beard to the ground. Despite his struggles and incessant curses, he declared, "Who dares to lay a hand on me? I am the deputy commander of Jin, renowned for my extraordinary feats. Without the prince's decree, who would dare touch me?" Moments earlier, the beard-clad man's subordinates had stealthily sought aid from Huo Yuan. However, they returned in a cold sweat, reporting that the prince had decreed that all must obey the orders of the crown princess. The bushy-bearded man widened his eyes in disbelief. "What? The prince commands the Jin army to heed the words of a woman. This is sheer madness, tyrannical and vile. He must pay for this." Shen Chuli's voice turned sharp as she retorted, "Chui Meng, your heart is deserving of condemnation, and your reckless words are but a reflection of your own misfortune. Seize him." As he fought desperately against his captors, he spat venomously, "You shameless woman. Even if I die, I shall never bow to you." "Ah, Deputy Kui, your spirit is quite resilient," Shen Chuli remarked, stepping closer until she leaned in to whisper near his ear. "If you refuse, I shall take this silver needle, salted and sharp, and pierce each of the sensitive points on your soles. In that moment, you will truly understand the agony of being unable to live or die." With that, she brandished a silver needle before him, smiling innocently, though its tip now rested against his neck. Beads of sweat formed on his brow as he trembled involuntarily, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The bushy-bearded man was forced to kneel and bow his head 10 times before Shen Chuli. With each reluctant bow, he declared, "I am raised by women. Women are my own mothers." Once he had completed the 10 bows, his face was covered in dust, his condition pitiful. "Take him away and bury him," Shen Chuli ordered with a smirk. "It's getting cold. Make sure to cover Deputy Chui with extra soil, lest he catch a chill. With a wave of her hand, the soldiers dragged him out of the military camp. As he struggled and shouted, "You dare? Using sorcery to seduce the prince, you shall meet a terrible fate." His voice gradually faded into the distance until it vanished entirely. Shen Chuli let out a long sigh of relief. If she had not acted decisively, when her uncle's illness flared up in the future, countless nefarious individuals would seize the opportunity to create chaos. It was imperative to set an example. Yet, this was her first time commanding a group of rough men, and she felt a twinge of nervousness. As she turned, she unexpectedly found Huo Yuan emerging from the military tent, standing silently behind her. Shen Chuli's heart raced. How much had he witnessed of the earlier events? Would he think her too fierce? It is unacceptable. She must feign a certain fragility. After making up her mind, Shen Chuli pricked her finger sharply with a needle, and tears immediately welled up. Excellent, just like that. This is precisely the reaction befitting a young lady. Moments ago, within the military tent, "Your Highness, the Eastern Palace has issued the decree of divorce, which will be proclaimed to the world at dawn tomorrow." Huo Yuan paused in his task of polishing his sword. "The Crown Prince? How audacious to disregard my words." With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, Huo Yuan had intended for Huo Jingheng and Gao Nanru to publicly apologize to Shen Chuli, diverting public opinion before announcing the divorce. Yet, he had the audacity to break his promise. Wei Xiao presented a sealed letter, stating that the Crown Prince had dispatched a subordinate to deliver it personally to the prince. Huo Yuan did not even lift his eyes as he began to read. The gist of the letter was as follows. "Your Imperial Highness, the decree of divorce was issued by my mother, and I was completely unaware." Indeed, Huo Jingheng was not privy to this information. He felt resentment, but would not confront his uncle directly. It was the noble consort who had concealed this from him. One could only wonder who informed the noble consort of the uncle's consent to the divorce. The noble consort was overjoyed, promptly drafting the divorce decree to announce it to the world. Huo Jingheng was immediately alarmed and rushed to inquire with the noble consort, who replied, "Shen Chuli, that hen who cannot lay eggs has relied on you for 3 years. Your uncle is willing to assist you this time. You must not delay any further. The longer you wait, the more complications may arise. That woman will cling to you once more. When will my Hung ever be able to flourish? Hunger, heed your mother." Announcing the divorce now will surely make Shen Chuli the target of public scorn. At present, the Shen family has no use for her. Your uncle only shelters her out of concern for you, and once you divorce, he will expel her, leaving her to fend for herself. Huo Yuan knew the Crown Prince lacked the courage to lie. Yet, thinking of that rainy night when a young girl huddled in the carriage, trembling, his gaze darkened. He resolved to minimize the damage this incident would inflict on Ali. The flickering candlelight obscured the man's stern visage. He would dismantle the noble consort's influence from the previous dynasty. His tone was nonchalant, yet carried an unsettling chill. "As you command," Wei Xiao replied, bowing respectfully. If the noble consort were to learn that the power she had secretly nurtured was dismantled because she had bullied Shen Chuli, all with a mere word from the regent, she would surely be infuriated. Just as he prepared to withdraw, that cold voice resonated once more. Was she doing outside? She? Wei Xiao paused for a moment, then immediately realized who was being referred to. "Returning to your Highness, the second young lady is currently punishing Vice Commander Chui within the camp." Wei Xiao reported the situation with utmost reverence, carefully glancing at his lord. "Your Highness, someone reported that Vice Commander Chui is discontented. Should I intervene?" "No need." Huo Yuan lifted his wine cup, seemingly lost in thought, then set it down again. "Convey my command. Let everything be at Ali's discretion." Wei Xiao was taken aback. Just as he was about to voice his concerns about this, perhaps being unwise, a single glance from Huo Yuan silenced him. "She enjoys her games. Let her play for now. Everything else can wait until she has had her fill of fun." As commanded, Wei Xiao turned to leave the tent. Yet a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. The prince's demeanor remained calm and composed. But Wei Xiao distinctly perceived a hint of indulgent amusement at the corners of his lips. The prince actually smiled? Wei Xiao could scarcely believe his own eyes. Could it be that this ancient iron tree of a prince was truly about to blossom? Chapter 20. Punished with an embrace by the tent. Huo Yuan observed Shen Chuli's subtle movements through the veil of night, a faint smile flickering in his eyes. He was curious to see what this little girl intended to do. Noticing Huo Yuan's stillness, Shen Chuli dashed over, arms outstretched, and enveloped the slender waist of the man. With tearful eyes, she complained in a delicate tone, "Uncle, why did you arrive so late? I was truly terrified just now." Initially, her act was merely a fa-ade, yet her fingers genuinely ached, and the sense of grievance became heartfelt. Terrified was she? Wei Xiao pinched his thigh firmly to maintain a solemn appearance. He and the regent had witnessed everything clearly from behind. Miss Shun had buried Vice Commander Cui, instilling fear in the entire army. If anyone should be frightened, it should be them. However, this remark struck Huo Yuan in an entirely different light. Aware that the girl was merely performing, yet feeling her head nuzzle against him stirred something within Huo Yuan's gaze. After a moment of silence, he raised his hand to tousle Shen Chuli's hair. "Indeed, it is my fault." The crowd was instantly taken aback. Even Wei Xiao raised his head in disbelief. Acknowledging fault? Their regent had actually admitted to being wrong? "I forgive you." Shen Chuli lifted her little face to gaze at him. "But you must bear the penalty of carrying me home." She understood that lingering in the military camp was not an option. With the situation resolved, it was time to return to the royal residence. Wei Xiao and the soldiers felt a jolt of alarm. This was it. The regent's hands were accustomed to wielding swords, and he was particularly fastidious about cleanliness. He meticulously wiped his hands after touching anything, let alone embracing a woman. This young lady was courting disaster. Wei Xiao secretly broke into a sweat, while many others were merely waiting for the spectacle to unfold. The girl's soft voice, akin to a playful pout, tugged at the heartstrings. Huo Yuan's hand, which had been tangled in her hair, abruptly paused. His profound gaze lingered on the girl before him, and he remained silent. Unable to contain himself, Wei Xiao was about to suggest sending the young lady back. "All right." The man's deep, magnetic voice resonated through the stillness. He then bent down, cradling Shen Chuli as if she were a child, and with one arm, lifted her into his embrace. "Let us return home." Amidst the astonished gazes of those around them, he made his way toward the carriage. Shen Chuli clung to his neck, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she beamed. "Uncle, you are truly wonderful after all." The news of the Eastern Palace's separation had yet to be revealed, and in the eyes of others, they still maintained the facade of an uncle-niece relationship. Yet he indulged her so. Amidst her joy, a pang of sorrow surged within her heart. She had just agreed to marry him, and his willingness to indulge her. Did it signify that he had begun to harbor a modicum of affection for her, recalling her past life, where she misguidedly loved another, causing him hurt, only for him to end his life in devotion to her? She felt a sense of relief. Everything had come full circle. In this lifetime, they would surely cherish one another. With her head buried in Huo Yuan's shoulder, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks, warm droplets landing on his neck. "What is the matter?" Huo Yuan felt the coolness against his neck and gazed down at her. "Are you unwell?" This was the second time she had cried. "Why? No, I was just thinking of my uncle." As she gazed at the suddenly approaching handsome face, Shen Chuli was momentarily taken aback. Fortunately, her quick wit prevailed as she wrapped her arms around his neck and replied with a feigned sense of grievance. "I just feel like we have known each other for a long time." Her words held a kernel of truth. After all, they had known each other for 2 lifetimes. How could that not be considered a long time? However, when these words reached Huo Yuan's ears, they were interpreted differently. A long time ago, they had indeed made each other's acquaintance. It was during the frigid winter of 10 years prior, when Huo Yuan embarked on his first campaign. He was betrayed by a trusted subordinate and fell into the hands of the enemy. They tormented him, humiliated him, mockingly labeling him a bastard born of incest, forcing him to ingest a mind-numbing potion. In that moment, he transformed into a grotesque figure stained with snow, killing the guard of that night in order to escape. During his flight, he fell off a cliff, but fortunately, a small stream below saved his life. Yet, he succumbed to unconsciousness. When he awoke, the first sight that greeted him was a pair of round, surprised, apricot-shaped eyes. His body was shattered, drenched in icy water, and he lay in bed for 3 months without getting up. The youthful general, once clad in fine garments and riding gallantly, was now reduced to a state of utter helplessness, relying on a mere maid for food, water, and even the most basic of needs. It was only later that he learned the identity of his savior, Shen Chuli. Had she recalled? Yet, upon further contemplation, he dismissed the thought. She had been merely 8 years old back then. How could she possibly remember the blood-soaked, disheveled youth who was now the formidable regent of the Great Qin? Huo Yuan lifted her into the carriage without uttering a word, his large hand tightening around her waist. With a shrill neigh, the carriage departed from the military camp. On the journey back to the royal residence, Shen Chuli learned of the decree of separation issued by the Eastern Palace. Huo Yuan asked, "Are you all right?" Shen Chuli understood his concern for her feelings, especially since rumors were circulating about her, and they were rather unflattering. "What does it matter? This day was inevitable. I no longer care. Let them say what they wish. I have tough skin." She spoke with a cheerful demeanor, not at all appearing distressed. "Once I marry you, I will proudly brandish banners and beat drums, thoroughly slapping their faces." Huo Yuan's deep-set eyes glimmered momentarily, a hint of amusement crossing his features. Just as he turned his head, he noticed that Shen Chuli had already fallen asleep. Huo Yuan thought to himself, "Well, I worry for nothing. This girl has a truly big heart." After the tumultuous events of the past 2 days, Shen Chuli was both exhausted and drowsy, having exchanged only a few words. Her consciousness began to blur. Indeed, she was unconcerned, for her mind was preoccupied with a singular thought. During the mid-autumn banquet of her past life, Shen Chuli had been neglected in the cold palace. In this life, however, the trajectory had changed. Gao Nanru would publicly apologize to her at the banquet. But a person like her would surely not easily admit to having seduced the crown prince, which posed a primary dilemma Shen Chuli needed to resolve. Being the little royal aunt of Huo Jingheng was certainly delightful, yet the image and reputation she had built over the years as a devoted admirer were undeniably embarrassing. The ladies of the palace were no naive fools. What if Gao Nanru resorted to underhanded schemes to make her look foolish? Though Shen Chuli had thick skin and did not care for public opinion, if she tarnished her uncle's reputation, she would indeed become the very embodiment of ingratitude. How can one maintain the reputation of her uncle while openly being with him and simultaneously exacting revenge on Huo Jingheng and Gao Nanru? She must ponder this deeply. With her thoughts swirling, Shen Chuli soon drifted into slumber. In her dreamy haze, her head rested upon Huo Yuan's broad shoulder, her small hand playfully exploring his chest. Huo Yuan's gaze darkened as he looked down at Shen Chuli. The young girl's cheeks were flushed, her exquisite features contorted slightly, as if troubled by the dreams she was having. He was unaccustomed to the touch of a woman, yet in this moment he felt no aversion. Even his instinctive urge to withdraw transformed into a welcoming embrace. She had witnessed his moments of vulnerability during his episodes, yet she lay beside him, utterly defenseless in her slumber. 3 years prior, Shen Chuli had harbored disdain, fear, and loathing for him. Could it truly be, as she had claimed, that her trust stemmed from his ability to protect her? A fleeting sense of loss passed through his eyes. Over the years, he had relentlessly sought remedies to suppress his inner demons, consulting numerous esteemed physicians. Each had looked upon his afflicted self with revulsion and dread, but she was different. Recalling the moment she awoke, tears glistening in her reddened eyes as she gazed at him, Huo Yuan tightened his embrace around her. So be it. Even if it were merely for her own gain, he would willingly comply. The coachman, sensing the atmosphere, slowed the pace, taking a leisurely route that extended their journey by an hour. Shen Chuli slept soundly. Just before they arrived at the Wang residence, she suddenly grasped his hand and murmured softly, "Huo Yuan, in this lifetime, we must be together, never to part." Her whisper was so delicate, yet it sent a tremor through Huo Yuan's very being. Chapter 21. A resounding slap to Shun Fu the following day, when Shen Chuli awoke. She found herself reclined upon the opulent bed of the Wang residence, a blanket draped over her. Even the injury on her finger had been tended to. Wasn't she in the carriage? When had Huo Yuan carried her to bed, Had they shared the same pillow last night? As her thoughts spiraled, a knock echoed from the door. "Second miss, are you awake? There is someone looking for you." Glancing at the hourglass, Shen Chuli realized it was already late afternoon. "Who?" The voice outside responded respectfully, "Your elder brother, the eldest son of the Shen family." At that moment, Shen Chuli recalled that today marked the announcement of the divorce decree. Lady Shen was likely in a frenzy, having penned 7 or 8 letters urging Shen Chuli to return to the General's residence. She had torn them all apart, cocooned in her blanket, and drifted back to sleep. Having donned her garments, she stepped outside to find Shen Mingyi waiting. "Shen Chuli, you dared to pursue a divorce. You've brought disgrace upon our father, and your mother is nearly ill from worry. You must return home with me at once." Shen Chuli boarded the carriage, heading towards the General's residence, not out of deference to Shen Mingyi, but because she still had 200 taels of silver waiting for her there. She had yet to repay the grievances she had suffered, and she would not let them go unavenged. This morning, upon hearing the news, Lady Shen nearly fainted. She had not anticipated that the royal family would act so decisively, unilaterally declaring the divorce without prior consultation. Now, the second daughter had been discarded by the crown prince, and the entire capital was reveling in the Shen family's misfortune. Her pride nearly shattered. She had not dared to attend the noble women's flower viewing gathering. What face did she have to show? She would only be ridiculed. All this was the fault of Shen Chuli and her disgraceful condition. Shen Huaixing was equally incensed, his brow darkening. He could not fathom why, on a perfectly fine day, snow had begun to fall, devastating the crops. His soldiers had failed to stockpile provisions, and now they awaited the court's grain allocation. Without the crown prince's influence, they would be relegated to the back of the queue. Upon inspection, he discovered that it would take 2 months before it would be their turn. All of this was due to Shen Chuli, the ungrateful daughter. As Shen Chuli alighted from the carriage, she strolled leisurely through the grand entrance of the estate. Just as she entered the courtyard, a vase came hurtling toward her. "You wretched girl, look what you've done. You've angered the crown prince, and he has indeed cast you aside. Your womb has been silent for 3 years, while the crown prince merely favor maid. What do you have to complain about? A woman's worth is tied to her husband. You were the crown princess. Could you not endure a little?" With a deft hand, Shen Chuli caught the vase and casually stowed it away in her bag. She had come today to impart a lesson to the Shen family. Before arriving, she had specially prepared 3 large sacks, ready to retaliate against any assault, taking whatever she could grasp. Hearing Lady Shen's scathing rebuke, she calmly sipped her tea. "You were so generous. When your husband sought to take a courtesan as a concubine, you certainly did not endure. While they may sell their art, they do not sell their bodies. Yet you incited others to ruin her reputation, spreading vile rumors, and ultimately hiring someone to disgrace her, leading to her tragic demise. Why, when it comes to your husband taking a concubine, could you not bear it, yet you advise others to be virtuous? Even if I were to kick Gao Nanru into a ditch, I would still consider myself too kind compared to the act of driving someone to death." Back in the day, Madame Shen delighted in operas, and that young performer won her heart, prompting her to invite him to the residence daily for performances. Later, when Shen Huaixing took a fancy to him and wished to take him as a concubine, she became infuriated, lashing out and cursing, which led to Shen Huaixing publicly slapping her. This dark chapter of her past was seldom mentioned, yet unexpectedly, Shen Chuli voiced it aloud. She sprang from her couch, hurling 2 vases and a jade pillow at Shen Chuli, all of which were unceremoniously swept into a burlap sack. "You get out, Shen Chuli." Shen Fu hastily rushed to support Madame Shen, while Shen Mingyi pointed at her, unleashing a torrent of curses. Shen Chuli surveyed the room, noticing that nearly all valuables had been stripped away. Thus, she turned and exited the chamber, coincidentally colliding with Shen Huaixing entering through the main door. He had overheard the earlier exchange, trivial matters he had long forgotten, but his current concern was the timely arrival of military funds. "Rebellious daughter, immediately accompany your father to the palace to plead for forgiveness." Shen Chuli raised her eyelids defiantly. "Must I marry someone with the surname Huo? I refuse. Try it." Shen Huaixing's face darkened. "With your reputation in tatters, who but the crown prince would dare take you? You must go to the palace now and apologize to the crown prince, or else my whip shall show no mercy. Shen Chuli produced a list and slapped it on the table. I will apologize, but on this deed, I demand my mark. I want the entire street of silk shops in the capital. I assure you, the crown prince will not remain angry. If I marry his uncle, he won't dare to be upset. Shen Huaixing's eyes darkened. You want an entire street? That is your sister's dowry. Shen Chuli replied, I am aware. However, with so many ladies in the palace, I must present silk as my apology. What treasures have the ladies not seen? Even an entire street of silk may not suffice. I would need to add something extra. Were it not for the fact that you are my father, I would offer you a few antique paintings as well. Nonsense. An entire street of silk shops is merely worth about 10,000 taels, and that amount is merely the cost of a whip at the horse ranch, excluding the slap. Once she officially became the regent princess, she intended to seize all the land and assets under the Shen family, leaving not a single strand for Shen Fu. Hearing that Shen Chuli intended to win over the ladies of the palace, Shen Huaixing nodded and readily stamped the deed. Although the silk shops were intended as dowry for his youngest daughter, the most pressing matter was to secure the crown prince's forgiveness. He understood his second daughter well. She would never abandon Huo Jingheng, and the previous uproar had certainly been provoked by Gao Nanru. Shen Chuli carefully stored the deed, glancing at the not yet full burlap sack. The ladies of the palace sent fine silks, and selecting gifts for the emperor was no simple task. Upon entering, she noticed Shen Mingyi cultivating a patch of large Ganoderma lucidum on the back mountain. Should she pluck a few? It would be entirely reasonable to present Ganoderma to the emperor. Shen Huaixing readily agreed. Go ahead, just pick a few. If your brother dares to say anything, let him come to me. Shen Chuli visited her chamber to tuck away 200 taels of silver notes before heading to the back mountain to gather Ganoderma. She picked and munched as she went, determined to clear the back mountain. As she lifted her gaze, she noticed Shen Fu approaching her, a basket in hand, seemingly gathering herbs for Madame Shen. Second sister, I heard that you recently intruded upon the military camp and were reprimanded by the regent. If the regent truly finds you distasteful, perhaps you should reside at Shen Manor, treating it as your own home. Shen Fu appeared gentle and magnanimous, yet her tone was laced with veiled menace. Shen Chuli, chewing on a piece of dried Ganoderma, wore a half-smile and retorted, Please repeat that. Whose home did you just mention? Shen Fu softly reiterated, I said, Second sister, come stay at my home. Admittedly, the guest rooms are limited, so you might have to settle for the maid's quarters. Before she could finish her sentence, Shen Chuli leisurely stepped before her, towering over her. Suddenly, she reached out and seized Shen Fu by her collar. Before Shen Fu could react, the sound of slaps echoed. Shen Chuli relentlessly struck her face. You, a mere servant's daughter, dare to claim that Shen Manor is your home in my presence? What audacity! You have benefited from my grace for over a decade, and though I have chosen not to hold it against you, you seek to bring about my ruin, employing despicable tactics to snatch away a few blind fools. Did you think I would cherish such trivialities? Having endured for far too long, she bent down, glaring at Shen Fu's swollen visage, delivering another resounding slap that silenced her cries. Now my reputation lies in tatters, and I am left homeless, all because your schemes have succeeded. Do you still dare to provoke me, you wretched maid? Have I shown you too much leniency? Shen Fu's eyes widened in terror as she scrambled away, calling out, Father, mother, brother, sister has gone mad. Shen Chuli, seeing her attempt to summon aid, grasped her ankle, dragging her back and stuffing her shoe into her mouth. Mel, is that not what you wish to see? You have succeeded, Miss Shen. Why is it that I am driven to madness, yet you are the one in tears? Continue to wield your influence. Her strikes grew more ferocious. You envy my superior marriage, hence you strive to make the crown prince disdain me. Is that not correct? Alas, your plans will falter. Even if I do not enter the Eastern Palace, I shall marry better than you. For once I reveal your incestuous affair with Shen Mingyi, no one in the capital would dare to wed you. Shen Fu, who had been struggling, was now struck with shock, her eyes wide. What nonsense are you spouting? No, that is not true. With her mouth stuffed with a shoe, her words were fragmented, reminiscent of a hen with its throat crushed. Shen Chuli scoffed. not willing to admit it. Are you? No matter. I shall confront Shen Mingyi directly. Oh, and I know far more than just this. I am aware that in your quest to secure your position within the Shen family, you maintain a liaison with Shen Mingyi while simultaneously courting your uncle, hoping to reap the benefits from both sides. In truth, Shen Chuli had stumbled upon Shen Fu's scandalous affair with Shen Mingyi in her previous life. That fateful night, while kneeling in the ancestral hall as punishment, exhausted, she had hidden beneath the altar for a brief rest. In the dead of night, she heard rustling sounds, mistaking them for rats, only to discover the two engaged in a kiss. Had she not covered her mouth, she would have screamed in shock. The following day, she hesitated to inform her sister-in-law, only for her sister-in-law to die that very evening. She remains unaware of any connection between her sister-in-law's demise and Shen Fu. However, one thing has become clear to her. Shen Mingyi and Shen Fu have long been entangled in a clandestine affair behind her sister-in-law's back, which explains his undue favoritism towards this sister with no blood ties. Truly, misfortune lurks within the family. Shen Fu had been absent for an extended period after foraging for Lingji mushrooms, prompting Shen Mingyi to seek her out. Upon arriving, he was met with shouts and, in a flurry, rushed over to find Shen Chuli extracting a shoe from Shen Fu's mouth, leisurely putting it on. In stark contrast, Shen Fu's face was swollen and tear-streaked as she cried out and lunged toward him. Elder brother, second sister, is a madwoman. Please save me. Shen Mingyi felt a pang of trepidation. He had been on the receiving end of Shen Chuli's wrath before and felt a twinge of pain at the mere sight of her. Yet, upon witnessing his precious sister battered and bruised, he couldn't contain his anger and rushed toward Shen Chuli with the intent to retaliate. Shen Chuli tilted her head, inviting the blow. In the final moment, it was Shen Fu who intervened. Brother, stop. Don't strike my sister. I'm fine. Fuya, you've been battered to this extent, and you still speak up for that vile woman. Shen Fu hesitated to stop him, knowing that if she didn't, Shen Chuli might reveal matters that would ruin her reputation. Shen Chuli retorted, "It was Shen Fu who provoked me first. As a servant's daughter, what right does she have to claim this as her home?" Shen Mingyi could no longer endure her words. Does it truly matter whose home it is? Whether Fu is of our blood or not, her willingness to accept you speaks volumes of her kindness. Why must you be so petty? Can't you exhibit a modicum of generosity like Fu? As he gazed at Shen Chuli, his emotions were tumultuous. For years prior, upon discovering this sister, he had believed her nature was not inherently bad and had indulged her. However, her transformation into this spiteful being stemmed, undoubtedly, from their preferential treatment of Shen Fu. Yet, he did not perceive their affection for Shen Fu as a fault. After all, she had grown up within the Shen household, forging deep familial bonds. Was it wrong for the family to favor the younger sister? Nevertheless, he was willing to extend an olive branch to his biological sister. Taking a moment to compose himself, Shen Mingyi addressed Shen Chuli once more. Brother understands that your nature is not malevolent. Your current disposition is indeed influenced by the family, but more so by your jealousy. Regardless of who is right or wrong today, let this matter end here. You are currently without a home, and I do not wish to sever ties completely. If you are willing to reform, the Shen family is not entirely closed off to you. However, the prerequisite is that you apologize to Fu. Shen Chuli rolled her eyes. You expect me to apologize to someone who stole my belongings? Shen Mingyi, has your brain been kicked by a donkey? Or are you simply itching for a fight? She was disinclined to engage in further conversation with someone she deemed irrational and quickly called for help to carry Shen Fu back, who was on the verge of collapse. Shen Mingyi could hardly believe his ears. Shen Chuli, you have hollowed out the entire back mountain, and you expect me to assist you in bringing it back? Shen Chuli, with indignation, replied, Old Shen said your Lingji is mine to take. Unconvinced that their father would be so treacherous as to put him in such a predicament, he sent someone to inquire. The returning servant reported, the general instructed that these Lingji are to be presented to the emperor. At present, it is paramount that Miss Shen and the crown prince maintain a harmonious relationship, so you must consider the greater good. Shen Mingyi summoned a couple of attendants to hoist the Ganoderma onto the carriage. Shen Chuli took her seat in the carriage. simultaneously swindling him out of 5,000 taels in silver notes. 5,000 taels, as you promised me at the horse ranch. Shen Mingyi found it hard to believe. Had not that horse been slain by the crown prince? How could she still demand 5,000 taels from him? Shen Chuli, are you a bandit? This little scoundrel was taking advantage of him at every turn. Enough of your prattle. If you wish to keep your sordid affair with Shen Fu from becoming common knowledge, it would be wise not to provoke me. Reluctantly, Shen Mingyi handed over the silver notes, only to receive a kick from Shen Chuli in return. I am your biological sister. When I needed your protection at the horse ranch, you offered none. Now, merely for a bit of Ganoderma and silver, you cannot bear it? If you dare to act, do not blame me for being cunning. Since you cannot balance the scales, I shall upend the water and shatter the bowl. You can either tread carefully in the future or vacate the capital, lest others say you cannot even care for your sister and are a beast. Grandfather has but one true grandson. Should you ruin his lifetime of good reputation, I will ensure Shen Fu receives her due, and I will strip the skin from you, mixing your ashes together. You may test that if you wish. Chapter 22, Walking the Path of Green Tea Time flies, and tomorrow marks the Mid-Autumn Festival Banquet. That night, Gao Nanru experienced a harrowing nightmare. In her dream, the emperor, the empress, and various concubines surrounded her, pointing and staring at her as if she were a piece of rotting flesh. Suddenly, Xu Fei rushed forward, choking her and cursing her for ruining her son. The scene shifted, and she found herself tied up and shoved into a pig cage, submerged in a pond. Even Huo Jingheng stood by the pond, watching her struggle for breath with a disdainful expression. No, she awoke with a start, realizing that the crown prince's foot had inadvertently pressed against her throat. Startled awake by the commotion, the crown prince offered her a few perfunctory words of comfort after hearing about her dream, then fell back into a deep slumber. However, Gao Nanru could not find rest. Regret consumed her. The dream felt too vivid, as if it were a premonition of the events to unfold the following day. She was to marry the crown prince, yet she could not lose her dignity. After all, she was merely a servant without a notable lineage. Publicly admitting to seducing the crown prince would be no different from being stripped and punished. She needed a plan. Thus, in the dead of night, she stealthily took the crown prince's token and slipped out of the palace to seek help from Shen Fu. Third miss, please save me. If I truly admit to that matter tomorrow, I will not be able to live. Shen Fu's face was swollen like a pig's head, and she harbored more resentment towards Shen Chuli than Gao Nanru did. Yet, due to the warning she received regarding her brother, she dared not act recklessly. As she rolled her eyes, a plan formed in her mind. If you wish to see her reputation ruined, follow my instructions. The Mid-Autumn Festival Banquet was a spectacle within the imperial palace, adorned with lanterns and filled with the clinking of cups. In the grand hall, jade pillars were intricately carved, and the golden decor sparkled brilliantly. Emperor Huo Yuan sat majestically upon the dragon throne. Despite his frail health since childhood, his pale complexion could not conceal his imposing presence. Xu Fei, the crown prince's mother, sat gracefully beside the emperor. The other concubines took their places, all adorned in splendid attire with jewels adorning their heads. This year was unlike previous ones, as an unexpected heavy snowfall had devastated many crops. Heir Xie Changyan proposed that the immediate priority was to boost morale. Gathering everyone for a lively celebration would dispel misfortune and invoke divine blessings for the great Jin. Renowned for his scholarly achievements in the capital, the emperor held him in high esteem. Thus, this mid-autumn festival banquet included young ladies from noble families, sons of prestigious houses, and even humble clerks. The women congregated, chattering like springtime sparrows, discussing which prince possessed the most striking demeanor and which concubine-esque makeup was most appropriate. Wen Yin was among them. As soon as Shen Chuli arrived at the banquet, Wen Yin waved her over. Xiao Bao, did you notice a particular trait among these people? Shen Chuli was puzzled. What trait? Gossip mongers. Wen Yin whispered conspiratorially. Today, Gao Nanru is set to publicly apologize to you. With their assistance, news of her seduction of the crown prince and her betrayal will soon spread throughout the streets of the capital. She won't be able to escape the backlash. Shen Chuli was taken aback. No wonder Xie Changyan had mysteriously told her to wait and see the spectacle. He had persuaded the emperor and used his connections to invite all the gossip mongers in the city. Xie Changyan had executed this matter splendidly, and she would remember to commend him for it. However, Shen Chuli's concerns lay elsewhere. She instinctively sensed that things would not proceed smoothly. That little vixen, Gao Nanru, would undoubtedly concoct some mischief. She needed to remain ever vigilant. Just as she was lost in thought, a laughter echoed from behind. Turning around, she found Xie Changyan and Huo Yuan approaching them. Huo Yuan was clad in a dark royal robe, draped in a deep purple fox fur cloak. Coupled with his exceptionally handsome visage, he embodied the proud essence of noble lineage, causing the noble women present to glance back repeatedly, their cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Yet, the moment he entered the banquet, his gaze fell upon Shen Chuli and remained fixated on her. Wang Yin, noticing this, deliberately nudged Shen Chuli closer to him, saying, "Regent, do you think my treasure looks beautiful today?" Shen Chuli, who typically favored vibrant red attire, was persuaded by Wang Yin today to don a moon-white brocade dress adorned with floral embroidery. Her delicate face resembled a freshly peeled water chestnut, and although lightly made up, her beauty could not be concealed. With every smile and frown, she radiated purity akin to pear blossoms. Shen Chuli elbowed Wang Yin, thinking, how could my uncle possibly respond to such a trivial question in front of so many people? To her surprise, Huo Yuan nodded slightly. Yes, quite beautiful, he replied, his gaze upon her more intoxicating than the new moon of the evening. Shen Chuli was taken aback. Locking eyes with him, her face instantly flushed. Xie Changyan, waving his folding fan, teased like a startled swan, graceful as a wandering dragon. Miss Shen's adornment today is reminiscent of Chao Ji admiring the Lady of Luo. Realizing the jest in his words, Wang Yin discreetly stepped on his foot. After exchanging pleasantries, Xie Changyan wandered off to a small chamber to admire paintings, while Huo Yuan was summoned by the emperor. Dressed in his dragon robe, the emperor smiled warmly as he lifted a jade cup, toasting Huo Yuan from the dais. Regent, your previous campaign to quell the Xiongnu and uphold our dynasty's prestige was indeed a great achievement. I raise this cup in your honor. Huo Yuan's expression remained composed. Your Majesty, you flatter me. It is merely my duty. However, he added, I have promised one person not to drink, so I shall accept your kindness with tea instead. With that, he raised the teacup before him and drank it in one gulp. Oh, the emperor's eyes narrowed slightly. Your proud nature has yielded for a day. This is truly remarkable. I am quite curious to see who possesses such influence over you. Is it a woman? Huo Yuan's gaze subtly shifted towards Shen Chuli before quickly retracting. That is a matter of my family affairs. The ambiguity with which he articulated family affairs caused the maids around them to blush. Who did not know that the regent was notoriously indifferent to women? To serve him even once would be a stroke of fortune spanning generations. The emperor paused, then burst into laughter. It seems good fortune is approaching for the regent. If your father were to know, he would surely be delighted. At this, the crowd erupted in laughter, filling the banquet with a joyous atmosphere. However, Huo Yuan remained coldly stoic, his expression unreadable. Wang Yin sensed the subtle shift in the atmosphere and turned to see Shen Chuli lost in thought, staring vacantly. She waved a finger in front of her. Little treasure, are you troubled? Shen Chuli sighed. Sister Yin, considering how I once fawned over Huo Jingheng, wouldn't it be rather awkward if I were to remarry? Huo Yuan may not care, but I certainly do. In this life, I have always repaid kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. How could I possibly bring trouble to my uncle again? What is there to feel awkward about? Wang Yin shrugged nonchalantly, thinking that if questioned, she could simply claim a lapse of memory due to a bout of insanity. After all, if there was any embarrassment to be had, it would be for others. Meanwhile, Gao Nanru concealed herself in the shadows, allowing Huang in a moment with his tea to admit to seducing the crown prince. She dared not confess, and to ensure her plans were foolproof, she had slipped a drug into Shen Chuli's drink. As the banquet neared its conclusion, Wang Yin observed that Gao Nanru still had not made her appearance. Surely she wouldn't be too afraid to show herself. Shen Chuli shook her head in disbelief. Gao Nanru had long dreamed of becoming the crown princess and would never relinquish that ambition, no matter the cost. This was her singular opportunity. Wen Yin found this reasoning compelling, and, eyeing the untouched drink in front of Shen Chuli, she succumbed to temptation and downed it in one gulp. After finishing the drink, a warmth spread through her body. She rubbed her eyes and said, "Little Bao, I'm going out for some fresh air. Have you had too much to drink? I'll accompany you," Shen Chuli replied. "It's nothing. Just wait here for the Regency Prince, and make sure no other women approach him." Huo Yuan had just stepped away to change in a small room and hadn't returned for some time. When Shen Chuli looked up, a young eunuch hurried towards her. "Second miss, the prince is looking for you. He says it's urgent." The young eunuch's face was unfamiliar to her. Shen Chuli squinted at him for a moment before offering a benign smile. "Where's the prince?" "At the Tai pool." The palace grounds were shrouded in darkness. And as Shen Chuli approached the Tai pool, a figure suddenly emerged. It was Gao Nanru. Upon seeing her, Shen Chuli feigned surprise. "So, you're hiding here? Speak. What is it that you wish to accomplish by luring me here?" Gao Nanru pulled her into a corner. "Crown Princess, no. Second miss. For the sake of our master-servant relationship, could you spare me? I do not wish to have my dignity trampled before so many." In truth, she had been at the banquet all along, disguised as a maid. She had anticipated the presence of several notorious gossip-mongers, and had she confessed to seducing the crown prince, even if the noble consort did not end her, her reputation in the capital would be irrevocably ruined. Thus, she had heeded Shen Fu's advice, secretly drugging the drink and luring Shen Chuli to this place, where she intended to. "Didn't you promise me? Why are you backing out now?" Shen Chuli remarked with a sneer. "To aspire for elevation while retaining dignity? Gao Nanru, when did your worthless life become so precious? In terms of age, you are my senior. In terms of status, you are inferior to me. You must climb into the crown prince's bed, to bask in favor by day and receive death by night. Do you understand why, even knowing it is you, I have come?" Gao Nanru stiffened abruptly. "You fear me. You know I will be the future crown princess, and you wish to curry favor with me." "Ah," Shen Chuli scoffed, plucking a fruit and playfully pinching her chin, forcing it into her mouth. "Is it sour? This is a wild grape, an inconsequential fruit. Even if it fortuitously grows in the royal gardens, it shall forever remain beneath the feet of others. If our enmity were merely separated by a scoundrel, I might spare you a complete corpse. Alas, our grievances extend far beyond that. I am quite petty and will not allow you to leave unscathed." Before long, she would be wed to Huo Yuan, and at that time, not only would Hu Jingheng have to address her as little imperial aunt, but Gao Nanru would also be compelled to kneel before her, allowing her to deal with her as she pleased. With no need for haste, Shen Chuli released her grip, disdainfully wiping her fingers. "Come on, everyone is eagerly awaiting your grand performance." Gao Nanru's face flushed crimson as she gazed intently at Shen Chuli, convinced that the aphrodisiac had taken effect. Suddenly, she shouted behind her, "Shen Chuli, I offered you a chance, and you rejected it. Come out." The silence that followed was palpable. Gao Nanru muttered, "Where is she?" Shen Chuli smirked. "Waiting for that guard. I fear you shall not see him." Prior to this, she had detected the ambush hidden within the bushes and had rendered the assailant unconscious with a swift strike. Just then, footsteps echoed from behind, as if a multitude were approaching the Tai pool. According to plan, Shen Chuli was meant to succumb to the drug's effects and be discovered entangled with her prearranged guard, thus solidifying the charge of adultery against her. She clearly observed that the cup of wine had been emptied. How could it be that Shen Chuli remained unscathed? Gao Nanru glared furiously at the woman before her, her face contorted in rage. Shen Chuli regarded Gao Nanru with a serene expression, a mocking smile dancing on her lips. Enraged to the point of irrationality, Gao Nanru noticed the expansive Tai pool behind Shen Chuli. As several figures drew nearer, a glint of malice flickered in her eyes. She stepped closer to Shen Chuli, seizing her wrist. "You have forced my hand." With that, she prepared to feign being pushed into the pool by Shen Chuli. Since the last incident involving Shen Fu in the water, Shen Chuli had grown instinctively wary of the pond at any approach. She sensed the scheme forming in Gao Nanru's actions. Just as she planned to expose the ploy, a thought from Wen Yin crossed her mind. "Regarding your affair with the crown prince, you could always claim amnesia, and if you're not embarrassed, the others will be." "Amnesia? Of course. How had she not considered it? To outsiders, the tribulations she had endured recently were substantial. At this juncture, if she were to forget someone due to a temporary lapse of memory, it would be highly credible. With this realization, she grasped Gao Nanru's hand firmly and, with a sidelong glance to assess the pool's depth, narrowed her eyes. Gao Nanru, I have already fulfilled your desires. What more do you seek? Accompanied by the panicked scream of the woman, a resounding splash followed. Shen Chuli plunged into the pool. Observing Gao Nanru's stunned expression from the shore, a cold smile crept onto Shen Chuli's seemingly alarmed visage. She would follow the path of the green tea, leaving the green tea with no avenue of escape. Chapter 23. My lord, I desire your embrace. Shun Fu proposed to admire the moon, and the emperor readily acquiesced, leading the group towards the imperial garden. Upon returning from change of clothes, Huo Yuan noticed Shen Chuli was absent and began to search for her alone. As the group arrived at the garden, a sudden cry for help pierced the air. Help! I cannot swim. Shen Chuli flailed helplessly in the water, her delicate face suffused with terror. Someone, save me. Gao Nanru, witnessing Shen Chuli's struggle in the pond, was struck with disbelief. How could this woman accomplish everything she set out to do? What treachery is this? When the Imperial Guard arrived, they mistook the scene for an assassination attempt and swiftly positioned themselves before the emperor. Soon, it became clear that a woman in the pond was in distress. Her complexion pale, hair slick against her cheeks, clearly traumatized and trembling uncontrollably. All eyes turned to Gao Nanru. She immediately denied any wrongdoing, insisting, I am not the servant. I did not push her. She jumped in on her own. Hurry, save her. The emperor's voice was cold and commanding. Despite Shen Chuli's estrangement from the crown prince, she was still a legitimate daughter of the Shun family. How could a mere servant conspire against her? Gao Nanru stood by the bank, her mind a tumult of confusion, when she noticed a figure approaching briskly. A shiver ran down her spine. See, Crown Prince, I truly did not push the second miss. She jumped in herself. Stand aside. Huo Yuan's gaze sliced through Gao Nanru, his eyes harboring a dangerous intent. This debt will be settled in due time. The malice in his words sent chills through her. Without hesitation, Huo Yuan plunged into the Tay pond, swiftly reaching Shen Chuli's side. Uncle. Shen Chuli's terrified eyes met his, and she began to cry, her pitiful demeanor piercing Huo Yuan's heart with sudden anguish. Do not be afraid. I am here. He wrapped one arm around her waist, pulling her close. Hold on to me tightly. His deep, husky voice whispered reassurance into her ear, instilling an indescribable sense of safety within her. At that moment, she resolved to forget her ability to swim entirely, and soon after, she fainted peacefully. When Shen Chuli opened her eyes again, it was already midday the following day. She lay on a soft couch in the Duke's residence, surrounded by many people, including Gao Nanru. Huo Jingheng, having heard of Shen Chuli's accident and her subsequent unconsciousness, suspected foul play. He recalled that she was indeed capable of swimming. Even if she had fallen into the water, it was unlikely she would lose consciousness. Coupled with Gao Nanru's lamentations, he arrived at the Duke's residence, accompanied by a physician. Upon entering the door, he was confronted by Wan Yen. Get out. You are not welcome here. Gao Nanru hid behind the crown prince, her face pale and pitiful. Wan Yen, this matter has escalated significantly. I must reveal the truth. Wan Yen glared at her coldly, already seeking a way to tear apart her deceitful facade. She should not have consumed so much alcohol last night. Feeling feverish, she stumbled into a small room and, upon spotting a man, impulsively reached out to tug at his clothing. When she regained consciousness, she discovered that they were both unclothed and lying together. The moment she recognized the man's face, her mind erupted in shock. It was Xie Changyan. In a flurry of panic, she hastily donned her garments and slipped away quietly. As she exited, cries for help echoed from the imperial garden, and soon after, she witnessed Huo Yuan, drenched and clutching a pear, rushing out. She had never seen him in such a state. His expression was dark and menacing, resembling a ferocious beast breaking free from its cage, exuding an aura of danger. Moments later, Xie Changyan emerged, hastily adjusting his trousers. The two exchanged bewildered glances. utterly confused about the unfolding events. She pointed accusingly at Gao Nanru, declaring, The truth is that you envied the pair and deceived her into coming out, only to push her into the pond. Gao Nanru vehemently shook her head, insisting no, it was indeed I who summoned the second young lady. After all, I am to publicly confess tonight, and I was terrified, pleading for her mercy. However, she lashed out at me in a frenzy, blaming me for stealing the crown prince. She vowed to seek vengeance. When I heard someone approaching, I thought to retreat, but she suddenly lunged at me, grasping my hand before jumping in herself. To bolster her claims, she added, Last time at the racetrack, the second young lady drugged me, so it is no surprise she seized this opportunity to frame me. Tears streamed down Gao Nanru's face as she finished her tale. Mentioning the racetrack incident stirred something within Shen Chuli, who lay feigning sleep on the couch. A fire of indignation surged within her, but before she could react, Huo Yuan had already rushed forward, delivering a resounding slap to Gao Nanru's face. The sharp crack echoed throughout the royal residence. In that instant, Shen Chuli's breath caught in her throat. Even the crown prince stood frozen, taken aback by Huo Yuan's audacity to strike someone in his presence. Enraged, Huo Yuan placed one hand on her hip and pointed at Gao Nanru, unleashing a torrent of invective. You wretched servant, if you cannot speak with civility, I shall gladly silence you. If it weren't for Paris' kindness in taking you in, you would be in dire straits by now. Instead of expressing gratitude, you spew venom. You push my pair into the water, and there are countless witnesses, even the emperor himself. If you claim that pair intentionally jumped in to ensnare you, you better provide evidence. Otherwise, I shall tear your foul mouth to shreds. Ingjia, how fierce! Shen Chuli lay on the couch, her heart shaken and unsettled. At that moment, Gao Nanru finally regained her composure. Having endured sleepless nights filled with fear and now receiving a slap, she clutched her face, appearing utterly aggrieved. How dare you strike me? Huo Jingheng immediately furrowed his brow, gently patting Gao Nanru's hand before turning to Huo Yuan with a stern rebuke. Impudent commoner, Rower came to visit her out of kindness, while Shen Chuli has conspired against others, breaking the law. In fairness, she should be imprisoned and handed over to the Ministry of Justice for examination. Huo Jingheng had not attended the banquet the previous night, not out of cowardice, but primarily because Gao Nanru had prevented him from going. He had initially prepared himself, yet Rower insisted that she alone would bear the shame of this matter. He was well aware of her sensibility and ultimately relented, spending the night in the Eastern Palace without venturing out. It was only upon hearing commotion from outside that he hurriedly made his way over. Huo Yuan stood defiantly before Shen Chuli, refusing to yield an inch. Addressing the issue directly, how could they imprison Chuli before she had even regained her senses? Your Highness, Chuli has treated you with such kindness. Can you truly sleep soundly at night, knowing you are treating her in this manner? You disregard her life to protect this vixen, and you will surely come to regret it. After uttering these words, she pointed an accusatory finger at Gao Nanru. And you, ungrateful wretch, had it not been for Chuli, you would have long been sold into a brothel. Now, having ensnared the crown prince, you dare to bite the hand that once fed you, forgetting all gratitude. Gao Nanru's face paled, and tears threatened to spill from her eyes. This matter was a deep scar in her heart. At that time, she felt as low as the dirt beneath her feet, and without Shen Chuli, she might have perished. Thus, she was now wholly focused on ascending, intent on trampling those who had once bullied her. Brother Crown Prince, let us depart. I do not mind a few harsh words. Upon witnessing the beauty's tears, Huo Jingheng's expression shifted dramatically, and he bellowed to those around him, Caesar, Huo Yuan has committed an offense against the crown. Take her and Shen Chuli to the dungeon. As the guards received their orders and prepared to advance, a light laughter suddenly echoed from behind. Hold on. Xie Changyan sauntered forward, leisurely waving his fan. Your Highness, this is the residence of the regent. Unless the regent has spoken, why must you let your temper flare so? Upon seeing Xie Changyan, Huo Yuan's eyes flickered. Noticing his gaze linger on her for a brief moment before shifting away, she felt a sense of gloom. Huo Jingheng, already brimming with pent-up frustration, had intended to berate Xie Changyan as well, but upon catching sight of those behind him, he instantly wilted like a withered eggplant. After a prolonged pause, he managed to utter, "Uncle." Huo Yuan did not spare him a glance, his voice cold as he remarked, "The physician has advised that Chuli requires peace and quiet. You disgraceful fool, do you not yet know to leave?" Humiliated in front of so many, Huo Jingheng's face turned ashen, yet he understood that remaining would only incite his uncle's ire towards Rower, and thus he suppressed his anger. As he embraced Gao Nanru and prepared to leave, he suddenly heard a fit of coughing emanating from the bed. Cough, cough. Huo Jingheng halted, turning back to look. Wen Yin rushed over to support her. "Little treasure, you are awake? You frightened me to death." Hua, Hua. Huo Jingheng silently scoffed. The first thing this woman does upon waking is seek him out. How utterly dependent she is, Yuan. The air fell abruptly silent. Wen Yin nearly choked on her own saliva. What was this girl calling him? Huo Yuan. Shen Chuli called out once more. And this time everyone heard clearly. She was calling for Huo Yuan, instantly drawing countless gazes towards the pair of relatives. Huo Yuan's eyes were profound as he regarded the girl before him, remaining silent. He had not anticipated that Shen Chuli's first choice upon waking would be him. "Little treasure, come, let me help you drink some water." Wen Yin desperately signaled to Shen Chuli, her eyes nearly twitching from the strain. "No, dear sister, you didn't give me any prior notice. What am I supposed to say to cooperate with you?" Shen Chuli feigned ignorance. Her delicate face scrunched up, tears glistening in her eyes as she softly murmured, "Huo Yuan, please give me a hug, won't you?" The onlookers were taken aback. Wen Yin reached out to gently pat her head, thinking this poor girl must have taken a tumble and hit her head. Huo Jingheng squinted, realizing that this woman had the audacity to tease the royal uncle in public just to provoke him. Truly brazen. Gao Nanru suspected Shen Chuli had just awakened, still dazed, and must have mistakenly called Huo Jingheng by the wrong name. Only Xie Changyan exclaimed and directly looked at Huo Yuan, playfully nudging him with a fan. "She called your name. Why don't you go and give her a hug?" Huo Yuan's gaze fell upon Shen Chuli, his brow furrowed, revealing no discernible emotion. As he remained silent for an extended period, Shen Chuli felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Disheartened, she thought to herself, it was only natural. After all, Huo Yuan harbored little affection for her. In front of so many, her uncle likely wished to maintain his distance. Gao Nanru couldn't help but reveal a smirk. The regent had previously indulged her once when he was in a good mood, but did she truly believe she was special? Given the regent's temperament, Huo Yuan approached her, bending down to gently wipe away her tears, speaking with an excruciating slowness and tenderness. "Don't cry, my dear. I am here." Shen Chuli's face lit up instantly, her eyes curving into a gentle smile. Just as she reached out to embrace him, Huo Jingheng, unable to contain himself, rushed over and firmly grasped her shoulder, exclaiming, "Shen Chuli, have you had enough of this ruckus?" Shen Chuli blinked at the extraordinarily handsome man, feeling somewhat aggrieved as she replied, "Husband, who is this ugly creature? I'm already your wife. Can't you even give me a hug?" Chapter 24. Want to marry your uncle? Dream on. Huo Jingheng. What does Shen Chuli call the emperor? Husband? Has he lost his senses? Silence enveloped the room. Xiao Bao, take a sip of water. Be good and let us not speak. Wen Yin had almost concluded that Shen Chuli's mind was truly muddled. If she didn't intervene soon, the situation would escalate. Huo Yuan might unleash his fury, and they would all be doomed. Huo Jingheng, in disbelief, grasped Shen Chuli's wrist tightly and pulled her closer. "Shen Chuli, are you merely trying to provoke me using the emperor? It won't work. I no longer care for you. Your fade of madness is futile." Shen Chuli, upon seeing his expression, recoiled as if faced with a monstrous flood, forcefully shaking off his grip and hiding behind Huo Yuan, her large, watery eyes peeking out. "Husband, who is this ugly brute? He is so fierce. I'm frightened." Huo Jingheng glared at her with a cold smirk. "Feigning? Continue your charade." Imperial physician. Fortunately, he had brought a physician with him, determined to publicly expose this woman's hypocritical facade. "Step back." Huo Yuan shot him a frosty glance. "Your Highness, this woman is clearly pretending to be foolish. Do you need me to repeat myself? Huo Jingheng fell silent, and the royal residence finally settled into tranquility. Huo Yuan turned to regard the small figure, allowing her tears and snot to smear his attire, and gently inquired, Ali, do you still remember them? Shen Chuli cautiously peeked out, her moist eyes scanning the room. Sister Yan, Xie Chong Yan, and husband. You call me husband. You're married to me? We have been wed for 3 years. I like you very much. Husband, don't you remember? Your questions are so strange. A heavy silence fell over the atmosphere, and everyone exchanged bewildered glances. What was happening? Had she lost her memory? Ali, do you remember him? Huo Yuan pointed at Huo Jingheng. Shen Chuli blinked, tilting her head in concentration, and then responded, I have a slight impression. Huo Jingheng's eyes lit up. He is a big bad guy. Huo Jingheng. He could no longer contain himself. Shen Chuli, your methods grow increasingly despicable. Last time you resorted to drugs, and this time you feign ignorance. Do you think I will feel guilty? No, I absolutely do not regret it. His gaze fell on Shen Chuli, who was cowering behind Huo Yuan, and rage surged within him as he lunged forward to pull her out. Before he could approach, Huo Yuan's eyes hardened, and in an instant, a wave of sword energy surged through the air, forcing Huo Jingheng to stagger back 2 steps. In frustration, he roared, Your Highness, she is pretending. She is using you to provoke me. If you don't believe it, let the physician examine her. Huo Yuan ignored him, scooping Shen Chuli into his arms and turning to leave. Husband. Shen Chuli clutched the hem of his garment, and since that man did not believe her, she thought it wise to have the physician conduct an examination. Huo Yuan looked down at the delicate young girl nestled in his embrace, biting her lip and gazing up at him with a pitiful expression. He paused for a moment, nodded slightly, and replied, All right. Huo Jingheng hurriedly called for the physician to approach, seated nearby, eagerly awaiting the outcome. After a long while, the physician raised his hand, his eyes filled with confusion. Huo Jingheng inquired urgently, Li Tai, is she truly pretending? The sudden case of mistaken identity is utterly absurd. Li Tai quickly bowed and replied to the regent and His Highness the Crown Prince. Miss Shun, having unexpectedly fallen into the water, has caused her pulse to become erratic and her vital energy to stagnate, resulting in a state of anxiety. It is likely that she has recently endured an exceedingly intense shock, leading to a disarray of her spirit. Huo Yuan asked, What impact does this have on Ali? The physician hesitated for a moment before respectfully responding. In my humble opinion, the young lady is exhibiting an acute stress reaction, burying her excruciating memories. Though rare in the world, such phenomena are indeed documented in medical texts. It is imperative that she be shielded from further stimuli and undergo careful rehabilitation. There is hope for her recovery. Xie Chongyan clicked his tongue and cast a sidelong glance at Gao Nanru, contemplating how unfortunate it was for this girl to be both provoked and pushed into the water. Gao Nanru shivered, too frightened to speak. Wen Yin suddenly realized, slapping her thigh, this is splendid news. Her heart raced with excitement, and her trembling hands struggled to suppress her rising smile as she softly inquired, Little Bao, about the matters in the palace you truly do not recall? Shen Chuli wore a look of confusion. The palace? What palace? Have I not always resided in the regent's residence? Wen Yin pointed at Huo Jingheng. His Highness the Crown Prince, do you not remember? The Crown Prince? Shen Chuli looked at him once more and shook her head. I do not remember. Huo Jingheng's expression darkened as his gaze settled on Shen Chuli, lost in thought. Shocked? Amnesia? What a deception! This woman, seeing that he was indifferent towards her, called out to her royal uncle in a bid to capture his attention, which was utterly repugnant. Before departing, Huo Jingheng left behind a parting remark, Shen Chuli, I know you're not ill. Wishing to marry my little uncle? Dream on. Chapter 25. Yes, I shall marry her. The physician advised that Shen Chuli, having just awakened, required a period of quiet recuperation. Huo Jingheng departed with Gao Nanru. Huo Yuan mentioned he had matters to attend to and instructed Wen Yin to take good care of Shen Chuli, assuring her of his swift return. Before leaving, Xie Chongyan cast a glance at Wen Yin, seemingly on the verge of speaking, yet ultimately remained silent and turned away. Upon exiting the palace gates, Gao Nanru was engulfed by a sense of unease. From the moment Shen Chuli had deliberately leaped into the water, her and Shen Fu's plans had been thrown into disarray. According to Shen Fu's original scheme, Shen Chuli was to ingest an aphrodisiac and lie with the guard she had arranged beforehand, while Shen Fu would arrive to catch them in the act. Shen Fu had insisted that, to ensure absolute certainty, if anything went awry, she should jump into the river and tarnish Shen Chuli's reputation. Unexpectedly, Shen Chuli executed the very act Shen Fu had intended for her, thereby staining her own reputation. Even more astonishingly, she retaliated by performing a display of feigned madness in public. This woman had, astonishingly, anticipated Shen Fu's every move. Noticing her distress, Huo Jingheng assumed she was still troubled by the incident and reassured her, "Rower, Shen Chuli is surely feigning. She dares to publicly provoke my uncle, and he will not let her off lightly. Should you feel afraid, I will arrange for 30 elite guards to protect you, ensuring you suffer no further harm." Gao Nanru's thoughts were in turmoil. She did not believe Shen Chuli was merely acting, for even with her audacity, she would scarcely dare to publicly mock the regent. Yet, the look in the regent's eyes that night, he was unlikely to let her go easily. She needed to confer with Shen Fu about their next course of action, so she concocted an excuse to slip away. However, as she neared the Shen residence, she spotted a shadow leaning against a tree, evidently waiting for her. Her eyes widened in terror, and before she could utter a word of rescue, a flash of cold light crossed her vision. In the next instant, darkness enveloped her. Once everyone had departed, Wen Yin hurriedly closed the door and returned, her demeanor exuberant. Shen Chuli glanced at her and remarked, "Sister, why do you seem so thrilled? Have I taken leave of my senses?" "Of course not," Wen Yin replied, though her face beamed with delight as if she had just tasted honey. "However, on a brighter note, your plunge into the river has allowed you to forget about that wretched prince, which is indeed a cause for universal celebration." "I haven't forgotten," Shen Chuli retorted. "What do you mean?" Wen Yin exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. "Then you just embraced the regent and called him husband. That was genuine. The rest was merely an act," Shen Chuli clarified. "Was the physician also in on your scheme?" He clearly stated. Shen Chuli raised her hand and revealed a silver needle she had extracted from the back of her neck, waving it before Wen Yin. "This needle creates a facade of chaotic energy flow, but it lasts only for the duration of an incense stick, which is sufficient." Shen Chuli mused that the pain she endured was not in vain. If even Wen Yin could not discern the ruse, deceiving others would surely be a simple task. "If I wish to marry again in the future, carrying the title of the one who drugged the prince would only tarnish my uncle's reputation. Now that I have forgotten the prince, any further attempts to belittle me will be futile." Wen Yin pondered for a moment, resting her chin on her hand. "Little treasure, are you certain this is not simply burying your head in the sand?" "Burying my head in the sand? Indeed it is." She had forgotten that she was the crown princess, but others certainly remembered. Once she became the regent princess, she would inevitably frequent the imperial palace, seated at the same table with others. Wouldn't those concubines drown her with their disdain? What is the use of it? Shen Chuli wore a serene expression. "You taught me that whoever feels uncomfortable is the one embarrassed. As long as I am at ease, I care not for their opinions. Living life anew, her own happiness sufficed. Why should she concern herself with the joy of others?" Wen Yin couldn't help but applaud. "Goodness, our little treasure has swiftly resolved this matter. Truly remarkable." And she pondered, "But what about Gao Nanru? Did she push you down in a fit of rage because she refused to admit her mistake publicly?" "No, I jumped myself." Shen Chuli succinctly recounted the events of the previous night, concluding, "It's a matter of who acts first. It's simply a race. And she was just slower than I." Upon hearing this, Wen Yin jumped to her feet. "That wicked woman! If you hadn't been so clever, wouldn't she be the victim now? No, I must tear her face off." Shen Chuli grabbed her arm. "Wait," with Gao Nanru's intellect. She could never conceive such a scheme alone. Someone must be advising her. "When you halted, right? First, she set a trap to catch you in the act. Then she jumped into the river to slander you. Shameful. She was the one who lured everyone there that day. Smart observation. However, one point remains. If they intended to catch someone in wrongdoing, they should have drugged her. But where is that drug?" "That drug?" Wen Yin scratched her head. "I drank it." "You drank it?" Shen Chuli was nearly propelled off the couch in shock. Sister Yin, how could you not mention this sooner? I must find Xie Changyan. Now it was Wan Yin's turn to restrain her. Hold on. He is the heir of the Duke of Anghua, a man of high status. What am I in comparison? Wouldn't my visit be a source of ridicule? Wan Yin was not mistaken. In the capital, the Xie family name was renowned, a distinguished lineage among the noble clans. Xie Changyan, being their only son, was known for his debauchery, with a penchant for entertainment. And at the age of 30, he remained unmarried. Wan Yin clearly did not fit his preferred type. Yet, you were drugged, and he was evidently sober. If he were uninterested, why would he have approached you? Sister Yin, when I marry my uncle, I will ensure the Xie family proposes to you, and Xie Changyan will take you as his wife. Wan Yin, rarely revealing her girlish demeanor, blushed at the mention of this. She quickly changed the topic, little treasure. When you were in trouble, the regent prince jumped in without a moment's hesitation to save you. He even dealt with the guard you had incapacitated. Otherwise, you would surely have become the target of public scorn. Last night, the emperor and all the concubines were present, with so many witnesses. Had it not been for the regent prince's adept handling, that guard would have been found, and rumors would have spread that Shen Chuli was discovered in a scandalous rendezvous with a man and, in shame, leaped into the river. Shen Chuli urged Wan Yin to focus on the matter with Xie Changyan and not worry about her situation. Wan Yin retorted, "Are we just going to let Gao Nanru off the hook? She intended to harm you. It cannot end like this." Shen Chuli, of course. I won't let it go so easily. For now, I have forgotten about Huo Yuan. If I were to hastily quarrel with Gao Nanru, it would undoubtedly expose my intentions, rendering my efforts futile. My objective has already been achieved. The next step is to marry Huo Yuan. At that point, Gao Nanru will have no choice but to contend with me as she pleases. After all, it is her audacity that allows her to cling to her little uncle, calling him husband. Should she attempt it again, her little uncle would surely be displeased. Thus, time is on my side, and I shall engage with him at my leisure. Upon hearing this, Wan Yin suddenly realized something but was struck by a thought. The regent had just mentioned stepping out. Do you think he might, in his quest for vengeance, create trouble for Gao Nanru? Shen Chuli pondered for a moment, then sprang from the couch. I shall seek my little uncle. In the dimly lit chamber of the royal residence, Huo Yuan stood amidst flickering candlelight, his countenance stern and devoid of expression. An aura of menace enveloped him, deterring anyone from approaching. His long, bony fingers methodically wiped the blood from his sword with a handkerchief. On the ground before him lay over 30 disfigured guards, Gao Nanru among them, in a state of disarray and still unconscious. His gaze, deep and penetrating, seemed to crush the tiny ant beneath it. At that moment, Xie Changyan entered. Observing the blood-soaked floor, he casually leaned back in a chair, crossing his legs. "Ah Yuan, you know the girl is merely feigning. Why summon Wei Xiao to bind her? She belongs to the crown prince, and if he discovers her absence, he will surely suspect you. It is premature to sever ties so publicly." Shen Chuli's performance was commendable, yet to deceive two cunning old foxes like him and Huo Yuan was a tall order. Huo Yuan needed no further elaboration. He possessed an acute sense of hearing. As long as the heart continued to beat, the muscles twitched, and expressions remained. He could discern the thoughts of others with remarkable accuracy. When a physician spoke of Shen Chuli's ailments, he immediately glanced at Huo Yuan, observing that there was not a flicker of emotion in his gaze. From this, he deduced that Shen Chuli must be unharmed. Huo Yuan cast a fleeting glance at him, declaring coldly, "Should anyone dare to harm a Li, it matters not who they are. They shall face my wrath without mercy." Xie Changyan snapped his fan open, teasing him. "While you may remain indifferent, what shall you do now? That girl publicly called you husband. She expects you to take responsibility." Huo Yuan replied with a simple affirmation. "I shall take responsibility." "Wait, are you truly going to?" Huo Yuan interjected. "Yes, I shall marry her." Xie Changyan was momentarily at a loss for words. "But she is ultimately a woman wed to your nephew. Have you forgotten that your mother—" He stopped abruptly, but Huo Yuan lowered his gaze. Indeed, he was Shen Chuli's little uncle. By ethical standards, how could a little uncle entangle himself with his nephew's wife in a romantic relationship? However, the bloodied handkerchief beneath his foot was a stark reminder. Huo Yuan returned Xie Changyan's gaze with a cold, indifferent stare. And so what? He was not the same as that despicable emperor. If Ali were unwilling to marry him, he would never force her. Initially, upon discovering that Ali harbored affections for Huo Jingheng, he supported Huo Jingheng's ascension to the position of crown prince, thus ensuring that Ali would become the most esteemed crown princess, basking in a lifetime of splendor and wealth. However, the situation has now changed. The crown prince cannot be relinquished so easily. Xie Changyan, recognizing Huo Yuan's genuine intention to wed Shen Chuli, was taken aback yet could not quell his curiosity. Huo Yuan, if you are indeed determined to marry Shen Chuli, then what will become of Miss Shen? Chapter 26. It was you who provoked this prince first. As Xie Changyan's words escaped his lips, the air became instantly charged with tension. Huo Yuan lowered his gaze, meticulously polishing his long sword with the care one might afford a child, each stroke deliberate and patient, as if the blade had touched something foul and decayed. After an indeterminate span of time, he lifted his eyelids to glance at Xie Changyan, revealing a pair of narrow, indifferent eyes that concealed an inscrutable chill. It seemed a silent admonition of what should and should not be uttered. At that moment, Wei Xiao entered. Regent, the second miss has arrived. Huo Yuan's gaze, sharp as a blade, withdrew from Wei Xiao's countenance, his demeanor returning to its usual composure. Ensure this place is tidied up. Do not let anything that should not be shared escape, he instructed, his tone firm. Ali does not take kindly to bloodshed. The mention of her name brought a swift warmth to his previously impassive features. Just as he was about to step outside, the door was pushed open from the outside. Uncle, accompanied by a melodious voice, Shen Chuli entered. Dressed in a gown of pure white, adorned with a moonlit veil, she appeared ethereal and immaculate, a stark contrast to the gruesome scene of the interrogation room, like a beam of light inadvertently wandering into the depths of hell. Huo Yuan's heart sank slightly upon seeing Shen Chuli. The last time she witnessed such a scene, it was during an episode of his illness, one he could not avoid. But now he was fully aware. If she were to perceive him as cold and ruthless in his clarity as he had been in his madness, what would her response be? Would she retreat from him as she had in the past? Would she reconsider her vow to marry him? He lowered his gaze, concealing the flicker of self-mockery in his eyes. Just as he intended to signal Wei Xiao to escort her away, Shen Chuli, seemingly oblivious to the blood-soaked floor, rushed straight into his embrace. Uncle, it's getting late. We should return to rest. In truth, it was time for Huo Yuan's acupuncture session, and with the cold weather, she was worried about snowfall and felt compelled to attend to him punctually. However, upon seeing Gao Nanru lying unconscious on the ground, unaware of her surroundings, she chose not to speak of her uncle's affliction, knowing it was his vulnerability. As she approached him with a radiant smile, Huo Yuan's usually deep and cold eyes softened, albeit imperceptibly. Are you not afraid? Xie Changyan and Wei Xiao stood by, holding their breaths, internally pleading for her not to utter any ill-chosen words. Huo Yuan's tone remained unchanged, yet Shen Chuli discerned the underlying meaning. His inquiry was not about her fear of the bloody and violent scene, but rather whether she feared the cold-heartedness he might display. Yes, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. It was over. The two men inhaled deeply, resigning themselves to close their eyes. I fear that uncle will abandon me. Shen Chuli tilted her small face upward, fearing that he would discover her pretense of amnesia and leave her. As a prince, Huo Yuan was inherently destined for decisive actions. Had he entertained even a fraction of retreat, he would have been reduced to nothingness. Moreover, he had never inflicted harm upon her. In fact, she had even seen him in his most vulnerable state. Thus, what was there to fear? In a past life, she had been oblivious to this truth. Yet now she had come to a profound understanding. Xie Changyan and Wei Xiao exchanged knowing glances, their lips curling into secret smiles as they quietly retreated. Huo Yuantong's pupils trembled in surprise. He had not anticipated that Shen Chuli would take the initiative to mention her feigned amnesia. Even more unexpectedly, she shared his fear of his potential departure from her life. He lowered his gaze to meet hers. The depths of the girl's eyes were as clear as a pristine spring, devoid of any impurities save for his reflection. "Uncle, let us return," she suggested, playfully tugging at his pinky to indicate they should move outside. "It's time to sleep. The wind is picking up, and if it starts to snow, I worry you might fall ill again." The lingering warmth and smoothness of her skin remained on his fingertips, causing his heart to flutter peculiarly. It is entirely natural for a creature dwelling in darkness to fall in love with the light, is it not? His hand rested on her waist, and as she gasped in surprise, he effortlessly lifted her into his embrace. He gazed at Shen Chuli's delicate cheeks, his eyes swirling with hidden emotions. "Ali, it was you who first enticed me." Chapter 27. No embrace, no kiss, no resting in the royal palace's chambers deep in the night. "Why did you tell me you were feigning amnesia?" Shen Chuli felt a lightness in her body as the surrounding scent of cold sandalwood dissipated. Huo Yuan gazed down at her. "I didn't want to deceive my uncle. In times of urgency, one must adapt. I will explain everything to you later." She lay beneath him, soft and pliable like a kitten. "I am sorry, uncle." Addressing him as uncle husband in public, taking advantage without consulting his consent, surely displeased him now. Shen Chuli apologized for her cleverness. "I thought if we marry in the future and dine in the palace alongside the crown prince, I wouldn't mind others' opinions. But you're different, uncle, so..." "So?" Huo Yuan raised a pale finger, gently touching his forehead, his gaze inscrutable. "Is this what you devised? I've been foolish in the past. I wish to make amends. If I were to forget the crown prince and everything about the Eastern Palace, only remembering that I had feelings for you all those years, then when we marry, you would be spared from gossip." After speaking, she discreetly glanced at Huo Yuan, noting his thin lips pressed tightly and his expression cold and distant, akin to the long, boundless night outside. Shen Chuli's heart sank. Is it over? Is uncle truly angry? "Oh dear, my fault, my fault." Unable to contain herself, Shen Chuli covered her face, lowering her head. "I should have informed you in advance. I'm sorry, uncle." She feared Huo Yuan might, as he did the first time, unfeelingly shut her out, for this matter was undeniably her fault. He regarded her, realizing too late that he had frightened her, and softened his tone. "I am not blaming you." Upon hearing this, Shen Chuli let a sliver of hope peek through her fingers and secretly looked at him. "Uncle, you truly do not blame me?" The man raised his hand and gently tapped her forehead. "Though I do not blame you, your method was harmful to yourself, and it was unworthy of such sacrifice. Do not resort to it again." Shen Chuli's expression stiffened. "I did not intend to fall. Gao Nanru sought to harm you. But little did she expect you to incapacitate the guard. She then attempted to leap into the river, but you were quicker, diving in first." Huo Yuan tapped her forehead again with a sense of resigned exasperation. "You. Shen Chuli's eyes widened. "Wow, uncle is so impressive. You recounted last night's events without missing a detail?" However, she quickly sensed something amiss. "Uncle, were you at the scene as well?" There was no one around at that moment. "How could you know I jumped in first?" She remained silent. When Yen would not speak, and Gao Nanru's words would not be trusted by him, Huo Yuan spoke. "I was not present." At that time, he had been in a small chamber changing clothes. Upon returning and finding Shen Chuli missing, he searched for her alone. Hearing commotion, he rescued her, and once she was safe, he immediately returned to the scene, where he discovered the unconscious guard. After bringing him back to the palace for questioning, the guard reported, "I still had a flicker of awareness and vaguely heard two women speaking loudly, as if arguing. One was Lady Gao, and the other seemed to be the crown princess." "No, Miss Shen Eyre." Not long after, footsteps approached, and Miss Shen Eyre suddenly shouted, "Gao Nanru, I've already fulfilled your desires. What more do you seek?" Then, with a splash, she leapt into the water. I was utterly taken aback, wondering if this Miss Eyre had lost her senses, jumping into the water on her own. As the emperor arrived, I tilted my head and succumbed to unconsciousness. Thus, before Shen Chuli awoke, Huo Yuan had already discerned the truth and managed everything, ensuring that not a whisper of the news escaped. He observed Shen Chuli's unusual behavior upon waking, but chose not to expose her. This girl, with her whimsical nature, acted boldly and with intent. If she wished to play, he would indulge her, and if she desired mischief, he would follow suit, as long as she found joy in it. However, he was not adept at theatrics, fearing he might disrupt her plans, so he maintained a serious demeanor, spoke little, and cooperated more. Ultimately, this situation was his fault. Had he provided her with sufficient security, she likely would not have resorted to such self-harming methods. Noticing Huo Yuan's silence, Shen Chuli cautiously spoke. "Uncle, have I caused you trouble again?" Huo Yuan regarded her, pondering. I not to be your husband? Once we are wed, will you still call me uncle? If not uncle, what then? Husband? The mere thought of that title made Shen Chuli's cheeks flush. Even if she wished to call him that at any moment, Huo Yuan might not appreciate it. Observing her rosy countenance, Huo Yuan inquired, "Doesn't he not wish to marry this prince?" "I do wish to," Shen Chuli hastily denied. She had no reasons to hesitate. In her previous life, she had foolishly pursued a scoundrel while neglecting such a perfect man. In this lifetime, she would not let him slip away. Moreover, by allying with her uncle, a veritable mountain of gold and silver, she could navigate the capital with ease. The grievances she bore in her past life could only be alleviated by Huo Yuan, the regent. So why not? Yet, she feared Huo Yuan might suddenly retract his intentions, so she sought to provide him with reassurance. Drawing a deep breath, she produced a marriage contract from her bosom and presented it to Huo Yuan. "Uncle, I have already affixed my seal to this contract. I shall abide by every stipulation therein." Huo Yuan lowered his gaze, his eyes briefly scanning the contract she had signed. No embraces, no kisses, no shared chambers, no loathed, no entry into the family register, acceptance of concubines, timely administration of acupuncture, and a guarantee to be a competent regent's wife, never causing trouble for her uncle. Simple and straightforward. Huo Yuan tapped the contract lightly with his pale fingers. In the next moment, he brought the document close to the candlelight and set it ablaze. Then, he calmly stated, "This will not suffice. Wait until I draft a better one, and then you may affix your seal." Shen Chuli. That was something she had painstakingly devised. Was there anything about it he found unsatisfactory? Everything was in his favor. Upon reflection, she considered that her uncle might have a more favorable arrangement in mind. Thus she refrained from further protest and recalled another matter. "Uncle, please release Gao Nanru." Huo Yuan nodded. "Very well." Shen Chuli's eyes widened in surprise. "You do not wish to inquire why?" Huo Yuan regarded her with a calm and indulgent gaze. "Do not inquire, Ali. Such trifles are for you to decide. However, the compensation from the Eastern Palace must not be lacking in any regard." Shen Chuli joyfully leaped into his embrace. "Uncle, you are truly wonderful." Her laughter sparkled in her eyes, and the dimples on her cheeks added an extra touch of charm. He allowed a faint smile to curve at the corners of his lips. This girl, though appearing whimsical, was at her core still a child. He lowered his head, gently ruffling her restless little head, and spoke softly, "Since you are willing to marry me, let us seek a court painter tomorrow to create a portrait of us. Then choose an auspicious day for our grand wedding." In Dejin, there were regulations for the weddings of princes and noble families, in addition to the customary marriage proposals. A court painter was required to depict the couple's likenesses, symbolizing their union and commitment, which would then be submitted to the court for registration, thus solidifying their marital bond. Shen Chuli was taken aback. "Ah, tomorrow? So soon? Is it too quick?" Huo Yuan nodded. He did not perceive it as hasty, even contemplating having the painter work under the cover of darkness. Yet, fearing it might startle her, he gently asked, "When would you prefer, Ali?" "I'm entirely at your convenience." "Not too soon, not too soon." Shen Chuli was aware of his usual preoccupations with military affairs, but she had not anticipated that he would disregard external gossip and swiftly affirm their relationship. "I was merely pondering what we should wear for the portrait tomorrow." Late-night impulses could lead to rash decisions. What if her uncle changed his mind and decided not to marry her? She opened Huo Yuan's wardrobe, only to find her smile falter. Besides the dragon robe intended for court appearances, all that filled the wardrobe were dark hues like black and deep blue. How monotonous! She adored vibrant colors like crimson and peach, believing that one should dress as one lives, radiantly and graciously. After much deliberation, she proposed, "Uncle, how about I venture to the capital tomorrow to procure a more festive outfit for you?" Buying him clothing? A smile danced at Huo Yuan's lips, and a glimmer of anticipated joy shone in his eyes. "Very well." As night deepened, tranquility enveloped the sleeping quarters. By the time Shen Chuli withdrew the last silver needle, Huo Yuan had already succumbed to slumber. He lay on his back, his tall frame occupying most of the bed, his handsome visage unusually serene. Eyes closed in a deep sleep, Shen Chuli exhaled a long breath. She had incorporated calming acupoints into her needlework, aiming to ensure he rested well. It appeared to be quite successful. Holding her breath, she leaned forward slowly, extending a hand to retrieve the quilt, gently draping it over the man. Her movements were tender, mindful not to disturb his rest. Once the quilt was in place, Shen Chuli unabashedly admired him, captivated by his presence. Huo Yuan's lips, illuminated by the candlelight, curled slightly. Yet he did not open his eyes. After an indeterminate period of gazing, Shen Chuli reluctantly embraced the quilt and laid down on the floor. Though the royal palace had many sleeping chambers, she preferred not to venture elsewhere. An overly quiet environment would plunge her into the nightmares of her past life, where she had found herself naked beneath a relentless snowfall. Only in the presence of Huo Yuan did she find a fleeting sense of reassurance in her existence. After Shen Chuli had drifted into slumber, Huo Yuan rose from the bed, leaning against the edge as he gazed at her for an extended period. He then lifted her delicately onto the soft couch. Just as he prepared to depart, a small hand grasped at his jade belt. Shen Chuli clung to him, her voice a soft whisper. "Little uncle, it's so cold. I have no clothes. Please hold me." Huo Yuan paused, turning to look at her. How could this girl, clad comfortably in her nightgown, be cold? Was she merely speaking in her dreams, or was she beckoning him? Lowering his gaze, he caught sight of a delicate, pale curve beneath her neck. His eyelids fluttered, and he discreetly averted his gaze, confirming that Shen Chuli was indeed still asleep. His rapid breaths gradually calmed, replaced by a mixture of indulgence and helplessness in a smile. After a moment's hesitation, he acquiesced to the little girl's pull and lay beside her, fully clothed. As if sensing the man's closeness, Shen Chuli shifted towards him, her legs resting just above his abdomen, rubbing against him. Huo Yuan's body trembled as he struggled to maintain control, his muscles taut. He was young, filled with vigor, and even in winter, he felt a warmth coursing through him. How much more so in this moment? Gently, he moved her legs aside, murmuring a li, "Not yet. We'll wait until we are wed, all right?" Shen Chuli pouted, tossing her legs back over him. "Huo Yuan." He closed his eyes, striving to suppress his instincts, his palm gradually tightening into a fist. Yet, the soft, fragrant scent of the woman and her smooth, delicate form unraveled the threads of reason within his mind. Strand by strand. Chapter 28. The defilement of the young uncle the following day, at noon. "What did you say?" Wan Yin exclaimed in astonishment as she gazed at Wei Xiao. The regent and Li Zi have yet to rise. Although her little treasure had many flaws, the regent was a different matter altogether. Across the vast expanse of the Jin dynasty court, the self-discipline of Regent Huo Yuan was renowned far and wide. Her assertion was indeed grounded in truth. For a decade, at the break of dawn, Huo Yuan could be found on the training grounds, wielding his sword. Even during breaks when the soldiers would chat and rest, he remained seated at his desk, meticulously reviewing official documents. He was akin to a lifeless figure, devoid of any semblance of humanity beyond military affairs. And today, this stoic figure had surprisingly slept until noon. How remarkable! Indeed, it seemed Li Zi had finally gained some insight. Good fortune appeared to be on the horizon. Wei Xiao's face flushed crimson as he whispered, "Is this truly appropriate? After all, they are uncle and niece sharing the same bed. It would not align with ethical standards if this were to leak out." Unfazed, Wan Yin patted his shoulder and retorted, "Standards are only for those who abide by them. They hold no power over the king and the emperor. Prepare yourself well. I reckon it won't be long before the royal household welcomes a little heir." At that moment, within the inner chambers, Shen Chuli Godadoli walked in, stretching languidly without opening her eyes. She let out a yawn. "Sister Yin, what time is it?" No one responded. With a feeble effort, she reached for her garments, but immediately furrowed her brow upon feeling the unusual texture. Why was her attire so stiff today? Beside her, Huo Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, grasping her wandering hand firmly, speaking in a low, deliberate tone. "Ali, where are you touching?" Last night, Shen Chuli had entwined herself around him, resulting in a restful night for her. Yet Huo Yuan had fared poorly, drenched in sweat and hardly closing his eyes. Just as he managed to doze off, he was awakened by her probing. "Younger uncle?" Shen Chuli slowly turned her head, meeting Huo Yuan's reddened eyes. Her mind went blank for an instant. Heavens! How had she ended up lying beside Huo Yuan when she distinctly remembered sleeping on the floor last night? Had she inadvertently defiled her younger uncle? Surely, he wouldn't believe it had been intentional, would he? "Younger uncle, I did not mean to. I will take responsibility." "No," Huo Yuan interjected. "What?" "We did not." The seemingly serious man, backlit, had his ears slightly flushed. "It is not that I prohibit you from touching. It is simply not convenient at present. Once we are wed, you may have your way as you wish." Initially bewildered by his meaning, Shen Chuli's understanding dawned as she glanced down and then back into his profound, dark eyes. Suddenly, realization struck her. The garment she had just touched, could it be? With this thought, her face flushed crimson, and she felt parched, stammering, "Teach, thank you, younger uncle." Huo Yuan placed a box beside her. "Today, I cannot accompany you. Here are 50,000 taels in silver." Shen Chuli was taken aback. 50,000 taels would be more than enough to purchase half a street. "Younger uncle, I only need to buy a piece of clothing. I don't require so much. You are the princess of the regent's estate, my wife," he stated. "Even if I were to purchase the entire palace, I would be able to afford it." Shen Chuli glanced at the window, where Wen Yan was desperately signaling her, and ultimately did not refuse, accepting the banknote. After Shen Chuli departed, Huo Yuan summoned Wei Xiao. "What news from the East Palace?" "Replying to your highness, the crown prince has sent someone to search for the high lady since she has not returned all night. Moreover, the guard, unable to withstand the torture, confessed that it was indeed the high lady who instructed him to tarnish the reputation of Miss Chenair." Huo Yuan's fingers tightened fiercely, reducing the jade cup in his hand to mere powder. He closed his eyes, a chilling, murderous intent enveloping him. "Do you know what must be done?" Wei Xiao immediately knelt. "I have already dealt with that guard, and the news has been sealed. Miss Chenair's reputation remains unscathed." "Not enough." Huo Yuan shot him a cold glance. "Take Gao Nanru and throw her into the beggar's pile in the western suburbs. Let her understand the price of plotting against Ali." "Yes, I shall obey." Wei Xiao shivered involuntarily. Even having served the prince since childhood, he seldom witnessed such fury. Just as he was about to bow and withdraw, Yuan suddenly spoke, "Prepare the carriage. I must enter the palace at once to fetch the imperial jade document." Upon hearing this, Wei Xiao's eyes widened in shock. The royal jade document, the Huo family genealogy, was something only used when the legitimate heirs took a wife. Could it be true, as that woman of the Wen family claimed, that Miss Chenair is with child? That should not be possible. Even if the prince were to engage in passionate encounters 8 times a night, it would be implausible within such a short span. If you continue to ponder, I will twist your head off and use it as a ball. Huo Yuan shot him a sidelong glance. "Now be gone," having followed the prince for many years. Wei Xiao knew well that his master despised being second-guessed. In his moment of desperation, he forgot the matter. "Yes, I shall obey." As he departed, he silently lamented, "Alas, the prince has bestowed all his good temper, no bigger than a fingernail, upon Miss Chenair. Oh my little treasure is truly remarkable. You actually managed to take down the regent." Wen Yan exclaimed, having just witnessed that scene, even more thrilled than Shen Chuli herself. "Quickly, tell me, did you touch him, kiss him, sleep with him?" Shen Chuli replied honestly, "I touched a little, but the rest, my uncle stopped me." To be fair, when her fingertips grazed Huo Yuan's scorching body, it was indeed an enchanting sensation. However, that was only when she was asleep. Upon waking, she could only dare to think of it. After all, the divine should only be admired from afar, not profaned. "Little treasure, the regent shared a bed with you, yet did not touch you. What does that signify?" "It signifies that he is a man who respects women. Such men, when they love, are often exceedingly devoted." Wen Yan pinched Shen Chuli's cheek. "These men, if they do not love, it is fine, but if they do, they will remain loyal for several lifetimes. Therefore, you must secure his heart. The regent is nearing his 30s and has yet to have an heir. If you can bear him a legitimate son, he will undoubtedly cherish you beyond measure." Shen Chuli, bear a child for the regent? Sister, do not jest. I have been married to Huo Jingheng for 3 years, and he has never touched me. A man as ascetic and aloof as my uncle would never desire intimacy with me. The memories of the morning flooded back, confirming her belief that Huo Yuan was not only disinterested in matters of love, but even repulsed by them. The thought of physical closeness with him was utterly inconceivable. That unworthy prince is incapable. What does that have to do with you? After the separation, Shen Chuli confided in Huo Yuan about the prince's hidden affliction, inciting her to confront him in fury, only to be restrained by Shen Chuli. She asserted that even if this matter were publicized, whether others believed it or not was secondary. Tarnishing the royal family's reputation would only invite calamity. Though she was not one to shy away from trouble, she had no desire to bring misfortune upon her uncle. Upon hearing this, Huo Yuan ceased her turmoil and began to appraise Shen Chuli's appearance. Shen Chuli had always been beautiful, deserving of the title of the capital's most exquisite maiden. On the day she wed the prince, a drunken nobleman inadvertently collided with her bridal sedan, causing the veil to fall away, revealing her breathtaking beauty to all onlookers. Though she had been reluctant to see Pear Blossom married into the Eastern Palace, she understood that Pear Blossom's extraordinary beauty and her stubborn temperament meant that only a man of great power could truly protect her. Reflecting on this, Huo Yuan patted the back of her hand. Our little treasure possesses a beauty that captivates, a grace as pure as jade. How could any man remain unmoved? Even I find myself, regardless of what others say, focus on nurturing your life with the regent. Trust me, your uncle is undoubtedly worthy of your lifelong devotion. Huo Yuan's initial encouragement for Shen Chuli to secure Huo Yuan was not merely to find her a protector. Shen Chuli had been raised by her, and despite her seemingly haughty demeanor in front of others, she was, in private, a fragile young girl lacking in security. Before returning to the Shen family, she was the joy of the entire village, beautiful, understanding, lively, and full of laughter, beloved by all. However, after discovering her biological parents, she had hoped for a life of luxury, only to undergo a drastic change in disposition a year later, losing her laughter altogether. Shen Chuli's grandfather cherished her dearly, bringing her rare little toys upon returning from battles, but he tragically perished in one such conflict. Not long after her grandfather's death, Shen Chuli endured a harrowing experience. It was through this ordeal that she met the prince, insisting on marrying into the Eastern Palace. She had regarded Huo Jingheng as her salvation, unaware that he was the very architect of her descent into despair. Shen Chuli appeared to be covered in thorns, yet was in truth utterly vulnerable. From a moment she resolved to marry into the Eastern Palace, Huo Yuan knew it was a grave mistake. The palace was governed by stringent rules, concealing a blood-soaked darkness far more terrifying than any grand estate, especially for a man like Huo Jingheng, young and impetuous with unstable emotions. Marrying him was akin to leaping into a fiery abyss. Though Huo Yuan was 8 years her senior, he was the only one capable of safeguarding her in the entire realm. He was exceptionally pure, refusing to take a wife or concubines, ungreedy, mature, composed, and dignified, looking down upon all. He and Pear Blossom were truly a match made in heaven. To marry him would undoubtedly be a far superior choice than to wed that rash and fickle young man, Huo Jingheng. In Huo Yuan's perspective, after all these years of genuine affection from Shen Chuli, it is unimaginable that Huo Jingheng has remained utterly unmoved. However, his profound insecurities lead him to believe that ascending through a woman's influence is undignified. Coupled with his physical limitations, he subconsciously feels unworthy of a girl as remarkable as Li Zi, yet stubbornly refuses to acknowledge this truth. His affection for Gao Nanro may not be deeply rooted. Rather, it serves as an avenue for him to indulge in reckless abandon and regain his lost confidence. Before long, he will inevitably find himself weeping in regret. Chapter 29. Can Shen Chuli afford it? In the East Palace, Huo Jingheng paced anxiously within the hall. Upon seeing the guards return with a visibly distressed Gao Nanru, he strode towards her, concern etched upon his features. "Rower, where have you been?" Gao Nanru halted, a flicker of guilt crossing her eyes. However, She soon threw herself sobbing into Huo Jingheng's embrace. This servant was waylaid by robbers on her way back to the palace, nearly failing to see your highness again. Huo Jingheng, alarmed, inquired, "Are you injured?" With her gaze cast down as she wiped her tears, Gao Nanru expressed her relief that the 30 guards of the palace had valiantly protected her as she emerged largely unscathed. How brazen of the robbers to act so boldly within the royal precincts, beneath the emperor's feet. "Fear not, I shall ensure justice is served," Huo Jingheng declared. "Your highness." Gao Nanru hesitated, a contemplative glint in her eyes. If she were to disclose the incident from last night involving the beggar, the crown prince would surely abandon any thoughts of marrying her, perhaps even banishing her from the East Palace. She resolved to treat the episode as a mere dream, wishing for no one to know. Otherwise, her aspirations of becoming a crown princess would be utterly shattered. "Your highness, it is of no consequence. Those ruffians merely took my possessions and did not harm me." Gao Nanru languidly collapsed into Huo Jingheng's arms. He had always cherished her, and seeing her unharmed, he chose not to dwell on the matter. "In the future, do not venture out alone. Your beauty draws too much attention." "Rest assured, your highness," Gao Nanru responded, before returning to her chambers. After bathing, she began to recollect the events of the previous night. Although she could not clearly discern the face of her assailant, she seemed to have faintly heard Shen Chuli's voice. At the mere thought of that name, her countenance darkened. Indeed, it was that wretched woman who had caused her distress. Her nails dug deeply into her palm. She vowed that this woman would not escape unscathed. On the bustling streets of the capital, a carriage slowly came to a halt before a silk shop. This splendid establishment, renowned for its exquisite silks, was a favored haunt of the nobility. Each piece of satin within was worth a fortune, and those without substantial wealth dared not even gaze upon it. Inside the carriage, Shen Chuli, her face veiled in white silk, donned a simple yet elegant brocade gown, her hair adorned with wooden hairpins. She alighted from the carriage and, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings, made her way into the silk shop. "Excuse me, could you assist me in selecting a fabric suitable for my husband?" The shopkeeper, busy sorting through the materials, glanced up, and a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes upon observing Shen Chuli's attire. Indifferently, he gestured toward a corner where several pieces of dull, coarse fabric lay. "Those over there are inexpensive and durable." Unperturbed by the shopkeeper's attitude, Shen Chuli's attention was captured by a piece of exquisite vermilion shoe brocade. "I would like to see that one." As the attendant moved to retrieve it, the shopkeeper interjected, "Are you daft? That shoe brocade is worth a fortune. It is reserved for Miss Shun-san. Quickly, show her the remaining satin from last year, lest we lose business." Shen Chuli inquired, "Which ones are the leftover satin from last year?" The shopkeeper smirked slightly. "See that? She cannot afford it at all. Dear customer, this entire row is what remains." The attendant gestured towards the corner, indicating last year's silk. Although it was no longer in vogue in the capital, it was remarkably affordable. Shen Chuli remarked coolly, "Apart from last year's silk, bring me everything else." "Would you like to see it, miss? I shall fetch it for you right away." The attendant responded eagerly. However, the shopkeeper shot him an impatient glare, asserting that silk was precious and merely looking at it without purchasing would only lead to creases. He then turned his gaze to Shen Chuli. "I apologize, young lady, but we have a policy at our silk shop. New silks are reserved for the third young lady of the general's residence." His tone suggested that even a glance from her would tarnish the fabric. "What nonsense is this? Do not reserve anything for her. I want all the silk in your shop cut into garments." As she spoke, Shen Chuli produced a banknote of 5,000 taels of silver from her sleeve and handed it over. In the meantime, the noble young ladies and attendants who were selecting silks turned their attention towards her, setting aside the fact that a bolt of this silk was worth a fortune. The mere mention of Shen Chuli, the third young lady of the Shun family, commanded immense respect in the capital. How could such a weighty request roll off her tongue so effortlessly? Who on earth was this woman? The shopkeeper's eyes widened in disbelief, thinking he had misheard. Yet, in an instant, his expression turned troubled. "Even if you have the silver, we cannot afford to offend the third young lady of the Shun family. Perhaps you should try another store." Shen Chuli offered no explanation, instead retrieving a land deed from her sleeve. The shopkeeper, skeptical, accepted the deed, casually unfurling it for a glance, and his complexion paled instantly. How is this possible? The deed clearly stated that all the silk shops on a certain street in the capital belonged to Shen Chuli. He recalled that just days prior, the owner had been replaced by a powerful and enigmatic figure. Could it be that this young lady was indeed that person? At that moment, a man and two women entered the silk shop. "Mother, I heard that a new batch of shoe brocade has arrived at the shop. I would like to make outfits for you and my brother." Madame Shen beamed with joy. "My dear Fuer, you are so filial. This was originally the dowry your father left for you. Do as you wish." Shen Mingyi, clad in a peach-pink brocade robe, had darkened his wheat-colored skin further. Fuer was sensible, unlike Shen Chuli, who dared to cause a scene in front of the emperor during the mid-autumn banquet. The mere mention of that incident made Madame Shen's smile instantly fade. The word around town was that Shen Chuli was envious of Gao Nanru. And while Gao Nanru's act of pushing Shen Chuli was wrong, Shen Chuli's temperament had brought her this misfortune. It was no wonder the crown prince had no interest in her. Upon hearing this, she nearly fainted with rage and decided to accompany her son and daughter to the market to ease her spirits. Noticing her mother's grim expression, Shen Fu gently nudged Shen Mingyi and then turned to the shopkeeper with a soft voice. "Shopkeeper, I have come to collect the newly arrived shoe brocade. I sincerely apologize. Third miss, but the shoe brocade has already been purchased." The shopkeeper rubbed his hands together, his face filled with regret. "What?" Shen Fuese brows knitted in displeasure, but she quickly replaced it with a smile. "Then let it be yun brocade. My mother likes yun brocade." Third miss, the yun brocade is also gone. The newly arrived silks in the shop have all been bought, leaving only some last year's satin. Would you like to take a look? The smile on Shen Fu's face finally faltered. As the leading noblewoman in the capital, what did it mean for her to wear worn satin? She wished to express her anger, but in front of her mother and brother, her demeanor had to remain gentle, which left her unable to argue. Thus, she twisted her handkerchief, her face showing a sense of grievance as she looked towards Shen Mingyi. Shen Mingyi could not bear to see his sister distressed. "Do you not know this shop belongs to the Shen family? Do you wish to abandon the business? Young master, please do not be upset. How about I send someone on a swift horse to fetch new silk from Shu? Would you wait for 2 more days? If my sister cannot wear shoe brocade today, I shall demolish your shop." As soon as the words left his mouth, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd behind him. The 3 members of the Shen family turned their gazes towards the captivating figure. Shen Chuli had tailored a bright crimson robe for Huo Yuan and donned a matching outfit herself. Her fair complexion suited the vibrant hue exquisitely. The lightness of the shoe silk made her movements resemble flowers blooming beneath her feet. "Miss, you and this shoe brocade are a perfect match," exclaimed a shop assistant in awe, unable to contain his admiration. Shen Fu was equally dazzled, though the girl's face was veiled in white silk. Her every gesture exuded an extraordinary grace that threatened to overshadow her. Yet, the more she looked, the more familiar the figure appeared. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck her, as if she had been struck by lightning. Suppressing her jealousy with great effort, she tugged at Shen Mingyi's sleeve. "Brother, doesn't that girl resemble second sister?" Shen Mingyi also recognized her, and the wonder in his eyes swiftly transformed into disdain. "Shen Chuli, what brings you to our Shen family shop to purchase clothing? Leave at once." Out of the corner of her eye, Shen Chuli noticed Shen Mingyi, dressed in a peach-pink brocade robe, standing nearby, his lips curling in disdain. "Please help me load this onto the carriage," she instructed, pointing to the packaged silk. Upon hearing this, several assistants cautiously carried the silk towards the exit. Seeing that Shen Chuli completely ignored him, Shen Mingyi, in a fit of rage, blocked the assistants. "Wait, Shen Chuli, do you think you could just try on this shoe brocade? Have you paid for it before taking it out? You don't expect our Shen family to cover your bill, do you?" Chapter 30. Fulfilling marital duties. The shopkeeper was about to step forward to dissuade them, asserting that Shen Chuli was indeed the proprietor of Huajin's silk store. Yet, Shen Fu approached and grasped Shen Mingyi's arm, gently suggesting, "Elder brother, since our second sister fancies this attire, why not assist her in acquiring it? Fu, you are far too kind." Have you forgotten how she treated you previously? Moreover, she does not regard the Shen family as her own and expects us to help her settle the bill. Shen Fu turned to her mother, pouting mother. The garments our second sister wishes to purchase are woven from shoe embroidery and cost 2,000 taels. Implicit in her words was the notion that without their assistance, Shen Chuli could never afford such luxury. That girl, oblivious to her own limitations, had purchased a garment beyond her means, thereby tarnishing her own reputation. Must you, as her sister, clean up after her? Upon hearing Shen Fu's words, the shopkeeper observed her with a gaze akin to that one might reserve for a curious creature. A few attendants stifled their laughter, their faces flushed. Shen Fu frowned, sensing that the onlookers' gazes were not quite right. At that juncture, a voice from outside interrupted. "Miss, this carriage is spacious and should suffice. Are you satisfied?" Shen Chuli cast a cursory glance and nodded. Load it all. Only then did Shen Mingyi realize that the once bountiful display of silk was now reduced to a few tattered pieces of old satin. With half of the precious silks already on board the carriage, had Shen Chuli purchased all this? Impossible. Where could she have acquired such wealth? Shen Fu, taken aback, pondered whether it was indeed Shen Chuli who had emptied the silk store. On what grounds did she possess such resources? However, she quickly regained her composure, reminding herself to remain calm. Even if Shen Chuli truly had amassed such wealth, it was her father who had provided her dowry. She had no right to claim it. After issuing her commands, Shen Chuli disdainfully glanced at the petrified trio. Kindly shift aside. Suddenly, Shen Fu's mother seized her wrist, exclaiming, "You wretched girl! Have you engaged in some disreputable dealings? How do you possess so much silver?" The shopkeeper could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Madam Shen, please temper your anger. Miss Shen Air has become the new proprietor of Huajin Silk Store. The deed is clear, duly stamped by General Shen himself." Upon hearing this, the smile on Shen Fu's face vanished entirely. Her father had always favored her. How could he possibly bestow her dowry upon her sister? Shen Fu's mother, upon seeing the deed, was rendered speechless. Shen Chuli forcefully freed herself from her grip and raised an eyebrow at Shen Fu. "Your aunt is in good spirits today. Consider those coarse linen materials as my gift to you." Shen Mingyi stepped protectively in front of her, angrily rebuking, "Shen Chuli, you are truly malevolent. This store belongs to you, yet you ensnare Fu. Is it your intention to humiliate her?" Ever since this little madwoman had deceived him regarding the Lingji and silver notes, he had harbored a deep-seated resentment, yearning to slap Shen Chuli publicly. "Ever since we entered, you have been putting on a grand performance. Why should I interrupt when I find it amusing? I'm not deranged." Shen Chuli surveyed the heaps of silk and casually selected 2 pieces in black and white, tossing them atop the heads of the 2 siblings. "Your reward for your spirited performance." Shen Fu trembled with rage. Throughout her life, no one had ever dared to insult her in such a manner. She clenched her palm tightly, then released it moments later. When she lifted her gaze again, her delicate face glistened with tears. "Sister, I am so sorry, I didn't know." "Enough with the rambling," interrupted Shen Chuli, offering her no glance as she strode out of the shop. Shen Mingyi yanked the silk from his head in frustration and hastily chased after her. "Shen Chuli, if you don't apologize to Fuer, you shan't leave this shop. And if I refuse to apologize, then do not blame me for teaching you a lesson on behalf of our father." Shen Mingyi raised his hand and lunged towards Shen Chuli. Hearing his incessant chatter, Shen Chuli suddenly lifted her foot, sidestepped, and delivered a forceful kick to his backside. "Out of my way!" she exclaimed. Shen Mingyi fell hard to the ground. Shen Fu, deliberately emerging slowly while supporting Madame Shen, had anticipated witnessing Shen Chuli being punished. Instead, she was met with the sight of her elder brother sprawled on the ground, her mind ringing with disbelief. "Brother, are you all right?" Shen Mingyi, clutching a tree stump to rise unsteadily, covered his head where a bump had formed, glaring fiercely. "Shen Chuli, you dare strike your own brother? No wonder the crown prince has cast you aside." Caught between them, Shen Fu fanned the flames. "Mother, brother, what do you think our second sister acquired such wealth? Could it be she has strayed onto a dubious path?" Her words stirred a flurry of thoughts. How could a young and beautiful maiden possess such riches? One could only wonder what indiscretions lay behind it. Madame Shen pinched her own wrist to regain composure. What a shameless wretch. No wonder men cannot hold on to her. She brings nothing but disgrace to the Shen family. I refuse to listen to your nonsense, Shen Chuli declared, clearing her ears as she proudly climbed into the carriage. She would endure for now and leave everyone astonished later. As Shen Chuli exited the silk shop, she encountered the carriage of Huo Yuan. A gust of wind swept by, lifting the curtain just enough for her to glimpse him seated inside, his demeanor exuding nobility. Shen Chuli ran over with a bright smile, and Wei Xiao stepped down to open the carriage door for her. She hopped inside. Uncle, what a coincidence! Huo Yuan's gaze shifted from her face to the pile of silks behind her, his brow furrowing slightly. Following his gaze, Shen Chuli felt a pang of embarrassment at the sight of the mountainous heap of garments. Oh no, surely, wouldn't he think of her as extravagant? Uncle, actually, this silk shop is. Before she could finish, Huo Yuan interjected, Ali, you've only purchased this little? Others might think that the Regency house has fallen into disrepair. Shen Chuli, indeed, in a state like Jin where merit is the measure of worth. Huo Yuan stands as a man of unmatched wealth. She fell silent, sitting properly in the carriage. Huo Yuan turned to her. Is this what you have chosen for me? Yes, do you like it, uncle? Shen Chuli retrieved the attire. The crimson robe was crafted from the finest shoe silk, adorned with golden threads embroidered into a five-clawed golden dragon, symbolizing the unparalleled status of the regent. Wei Xiao, overhearing, perked up his ears. This prince was notoriously cold in demeanor, possessing a fastidious nature, and never donned garments tailored by others. Could it be that the second young lady was an exception? A pair of obsidian boots emerged from behind the curtain, delivering a swift kick to Wei Xiao's posterior. Sensing the man's displeasure within the carriage, he instinctively covered his backside and withdrew his head, obediently continuing to guide the horse. Huo Yuan discreetly retracted his boot, a flicker of warmth passing through his gaze, an indication of his fondness. In the regent's residence, Shen Chuli was directing a servant to carry silk into the estate. As she lifted her eyes, she beheld a striking figure clad in crimson, gracefully descending the jade steps and strolling towards her. The first order of business upon Huo Yuan's return was to don a robe of deep vermilion, intricately embroidered in gold. The jade pendant at his waist, lending him an air of both authority and refined elegance. Observing her stunned expression, he arched an eyebrow and inquired, "What do you think?" Delightful, truly splendid. Shen Chuli nearly drooled, unable to contain her admiration. It was no wonder she felt a surge of infatuation. Any beholder would react similarly to such a statuesque man, towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches. While awaiting the artist's arrival, Shen Chuli took the initiative to speak. "Uncle, I have drafted another marriage contract. Have you seen it?" Given Huo Yuan's reticence in broaching the subject, she had enlisted Wen Yin's assistance to compose a new document to ease his mind. Huo Yuan nodded, having read it. "So shall we proceed with the seal?" As she mentioned the seal, Huo Yuan lifted his gaze to meet hers. "Are you certain you wish for this to be enforced?" Shen Chuli replied, "Is there a problem?" She recalled that the first stipulation of the contract stated, "Once married, both spouses are to fulfill their obligations. The husband must assume his responsibilities, performing the rites of Zhou Gong thrice daily to enhance their bond and hasten the arrival of offspring." Thrice daily? To hasten the arrival of offspring? What on earth? Shen Chuli was rendered speechless. Although she had harbored such thoughts in her heart, she would never dare to inscribe such audacious words. She distinctly remembered the first clause stating, "Though the two have formed a bond, the emotional connection of spouses is not solely confined to the same bed. Thus, the husband may take concubines, and the wife shall not interfere. After marriage, they shall reside separately, the husband in the main hall and the wife in the side chamber." Ever since she learned of Huo Yuan's disinterest in intimate matters, she had intentionally included that clause. How had it transformed into this? Shen Chuli's face flushed crimson as she stammered, "Uncle, that clause was not penned by me. You can refuse to comply." Silence enveloped them for a moment. Cautiously, she lifted her gaze, only to find herself ensnared by his smoldering, dark eyes. In an instant, he drew closer, pinning her against the wall, his voice husky. I find it quite agreeable. Chapter 31. As many times as you wish, I shall comply at that moment. Shen Chuli caught a glimpse of a figure lurking around the corner, frantically winking at her. It was Huo Yuan. As expected, she was behind this mischief. Uncle. Shen Chuli hastily propped her elbow against his chest. It's not as you think. I will draft a new version and present it to you personally. I am aware that this is not your handiwork. Hence, I have refrained from stamping it. As for the frequency, Huo Yuan lowered his gaze to Shen Chuli. I respect your wishes. Should you desire it, I shall comply as many times as you wish. If you do not, I shall not overstep my bounds. Therefore, this matter remains intact. Shen Chuli felt that he was rather kind, but wouldn't that be too much for her uncle? Primarily, this matter hinges on mutual consent. Clearly, her uncle had no such inclinations, and she felt uneasy about imposing upon him. It would be unfair to him. Huo Yuan's gaze shifted to the marriage contract. The reason I have not stamped it is that you have considered everything for me, yet neglected your own interests. Ali, having married me, there is no need for such caution. If others cannot protect you, it is their inadequacy. Within my realm of influence, you may act freely, regardless of right or wrong. Remember, you may deceive the world, but none shall dare deceive you. Shen Chuli stared at him, her delicate visage flushed with a rosy hue. Feeling somewhat dazed, who does not know that the regent has commandeered the imperial army for years, employing ruthless tactics that have long instilled fear in the court, to the extent that the army acknowledges only the regent, not the emperor? For such a figure to utter these words to her, this man is truly handsome. Dazed, Shen Chuli wrapped her arms around Huo Yuan's leg, gazing up at him. Uncle, hey, you are so handsome. Shen Chuli was exceptionally beautiful, and with her cheeks tinged with this blush, she exuded an added charm. Huo Yuan cleared his throat. Ali, there's still one important matter. Follow me. With that, he naturally took her hand and led her to his study. His study was spacious, featuring a large sandalwood desk at its center, adorned with intricate carvings of auspicious dragons and mythical beasts. Behind it stood rows of ornate bookshelves reaching the ceiling. Huo Yuan approached the bookshelf, lifting a jade-green vase. In an instant, the bookshelf slowly slid aside, revealing a concealed entrance to a secret chamber. Upon entering, Shen Chuli was astounded to discover a vast collection of books, numbering in the tens of thousands. Military treatises, historical texts, medical books, agricultural manuals, political strategies, astronomical calculations, and psychological studies. Every detail of the minister's daily activities and the movements of neighboring small states were meticulously recorded. There were even several forbidden volumes, filled with various esoteric spells, written in scripts she could not comprehend. As she casually flipped open one book, she found it to be about herself. It chronicled her life from childhood to the present, with every significant event meticulously documented, resembling a personal diary. It was no wonder she noticed this particular book. It was placed atop the desk, resting on Huo Yuan's favorite military treatise, easily accessible and visible. The book had yellowed and aged, evidently a testament to its incessant perusal. Footsteps echoed behind her as Huo Yuan entered the room. Shen Chuli felt a twinge of guilt and hastily arranged the books, obediently following Huo Yuan to the bookshelf. She anticipated he might unveil some treasure, only to be surprised when he retrieved a jade box wrapped in yellow and red brocade from the lowest compartment. Huo Yuan opened the jade box to reveal a yellow booklet and a jade seal carved in the shape of a dragon. Although Shen Chuli had never seen the booklet before, the jade seal struck a familiar chord. She seemed to recall having seen it atop the emperor's dragon table. Huo Yuan remained silent as he swiftly turned to a particular page in the booklet, dipping his brush in ink to inscribe something. Stealing glances at him, she noted how he typically exuded an air of nonchalance. Yet in this moment, he appeared utterly engrossed, as if engaged in a task of utmost significance. What could possibly weigh so heavily on his mind? This focused Huo Yuan possessed an undeniable allure that rendered her momentarily spellbound. Suddenly, he drew a short blade from his waist and made a small incision on his fingertip. Shen Chuli gasped, her eyes wide with shock, momentarily unsure of his intentions, and obediently extended her hand. Huo Yuan pressed his fingertip onto the small yellow booklet, allowing a drop of blood to stain her fingertip before clasping her hand and imprinting an identical mark beside his own. He then took the jade seal and stamped it down. At that moment, she noticed that, preceding his name, the calligraphy read, "The ninth son of the Supreme Emperor, Huo Yuan," and before her name, several characters denoted, "Wife of Huo Yuan, Regent Princess Shen Chuli." Thus, this was not merely a small booklet, but rather a royal genealogy. Huo Yuan had inscribed his own lineage and affixed the emperor's jade seal. As Shen Chuli stood in utter astonishment, she observed that Huo Yuan's name occupied an entire page on the left, while the right displayed numerous branches beneath the title of primary spouse. With a vermilion brush, Huo Yuan marked a large red cross beneath, carelessly tossing it aside before turning to her and declaring, "I, Huo Yuan, vow that in this life there shall be but one, Shen Chuli. I shall never take a concubine. Should I breach this oath, I shall endure the scorn of the world and meet a wretched end." Chapter 32. Marrying the younger uncle. Shen Chuli's heart raced with excitement. She felt as though her mind, having lived 2 lifetimes, was struggling to comprehend the situation at hand. The royal jade register had to be sealed personally by the emperor, and the entire wedding process would typically take several months. Yet, Huo Yuan had boldly taken the jade register and affixed his seal to it himself, even crossing out the positions of concubines and secondary wives. He declared that in this lifetime, she was the only one, and he would never take another concubine. Such words stirred a profound emotion within her. Observing the astonished expression of the young lady, Huo Yuan's lips curled into a smile. Suddenly, he felt warmth at his fingertips. Looking down, he was taken aback to find Shen Chuli gently sucking on his bleeding finger. Her cheeks were slightly puffed, and her beautiful eyes remained fixed on him, her tongue delicately licking away the remnants of his blood. In an instant, an indescribable thrill coursed through his body from his fingertips. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Wei Xiao, who had just entered. His mouth fell open in shock, forming an exaggerated O, and he was momentarily speechless. The prince actually did not cast Shen Chuli aside. Though he treated her exceptionally well, Wei Xiao, having followed the prince for many years, was well aware of his aversion to physical intimacy with women. As the youngest son of the late emperor, he had been embroiled in a fierce struggle for the throne for 3 years, all while everyone anticipated that Huo Yuan would ascend amidst a sea of corpses. However, when his birth mother was harmed by the Xiongnu, he relinquished the throne to the frail 6th prince, now the reigning emperor, and retreated to the borders, vowing to seek revenge for his mother without returning to court. For many years, the public feared this iron-willed regent, while secretly wishing to see him brought down. Had he been seduced by beauty, he would have been left with nothing but bones long ago. At 26, he had no concubines in his residence, prompting the emperor to suspect he was fond of men and secretly send numerous male attendants to the prince's palace. Yet, regardless of gender, anyone who approached within 5 steps would be ruthlessly kicked away. But now, Shen Chuli had taken his finger into her mouth. Could it be that the prince had truly developed feelings and wished to take her as a secondary wife? However, the royal register allowed for only a limited number of identities, namely, the princess and 2 secondary wives. Would it be too presumptuous for the prince to elevate her to such status right away? After all, it seemed that upon leaving the Eastern Palace, Shen Chuli was merely an ordinary citizen. Even a princess from another kingdom seeking to marry the regent as a secondary wife might not be deemed worthy by him. Yet soon, he was profoundly proven wrong. Wei Xiao instructed the painter to wait under the flower corridor. Huo Yuan gently wiped the blood from Shen Chuli's lips and then bent down to lift her into his arms. "This prince and the princess shall depart immediately." "What princess?" Wei Xiao questioned, doubting the clarity of his ears. Huo Yuan shot him a cold glare. "What? Do you have an objection?" "Your Highness, I would not dare." Wei Xiao hastily bowed and knelt, exclaiming, "I, Wei Xiao, pay my respects to the princess." By noon, Shen Chuli, dressed in a crimson robe and seated beside Huo Yuan beneath the pear tree in the courtyard, was having her portrait painted by a court artist. A few days ago, the weather was inclement, yet today, to everyone's surprise, the sun shines brightly. Beneath the clear sky, rays of sunlight cascade like scattered golden scales upon one's skin. On such a delightful afternoon, the two entered the realm of painting together. Next would come the selection of an auspicious date to wed. With the sun radiating and a gentle breeze caressing her face, Shen Chuli gazed at their portrait, her fingers caressing it tenderly. The image depicted the couple nestled against each other, and an unexpected sense of tranquility enveloped her heart. In her past life, she had mistakenly loved Huo Yuan, only to meet a tragic end. Fortunately, in this lifetime, she finally found herself with this man. From this moment onward, wherever Huo Yuan was, that would be her home. The thought ignited a surge of excitement within her. She had successfully secured her hold on Huo Yuan's affections. Henceforth, when Huo Jingheng encountered her, he would respectfully address her as little imperial aunt, and the man she had adored for a decade, Shun Fu, would now be her intimate companion. Was she dreaming? She had truly married her younger uncle, in the most official sense. Their lives would forever be intertwined, destined to grow old together. In the grand state of Jin, she would soar to the heavens, plunge into the seas, and stride forward with confidence. Shen Chuli's hand gripped the scroll, trembling slightly, her mind consumed by a single word, bliss. Huo Yuan sensed her shivering form and parted his lips slightly. Was there an issue with the painting? He found it satisfactory, yet his taste may not align with hers. Shen Chuli shook her head, still lost in her dreams of the future. Huo Yuan's elongated eyes narrowed ever so slightly. After a moment of silence, he spoke. If you're dissatisfied, we can repaint it. Repaint? Wei Xiao, standing nearby, displayed a hint of surprise. The prince was always busy and loathed to squander energy on trivial matters. However, upon reflection, Wei Xiao discreetly glanced at the dark circles under Huo Yuan's eyes, a grin blossoming on his lips. The prince had not suffered an episode in days. The princess was undoubtedly instrumental in this. Last night, she must have stayed up late administering acupuncture, resulting in his late rise. Youth is indeed a blessing. At that moment, Huo Yuan suddenly cast his gaze towards him. Wei Xiao. He instantly suppressed his smile, pretending to be calm as he focused on the ants on the ground. No need to repaint. I am quite fond of this one. Shen Chuli suddenly raised her hand, her delicate fingers grasping the hem of Huo Yuan's garment, giving it a gentle shake. Could you possibly pinch me? Huo Yuan raised an eyebrow, curious about her reasoning. Shen Chuli inhaled deeply. I simply feel it is so surreal, terrified that this might merely be a dream. A dream, before my past life's demise. A dream? Huo Yuan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he pulled her closer, wrapping his palm around her waist. Wish to discern if it is a dream? Close your eyes. Before Shen Chuli could fully comprehend, he leaned in, softly capturing the corner of her lips. The crisp scent of masculinity lingered on her cheek. A fleeting touch as ephemeral as a dragonfly skimming the water surface. In an instant, Shen Chuli's mind went blank. Huo Yuan had already withdrawn. He maintained his regal elegance, as if nothing had transpired. Ali. Huo Yuan bent slightly, tilting his face towards her, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Do you still believe it to be a dream? Once, he held no identity, but now the two have become husband and wife, allowing him to undertake this act. Huo Yuan could not help but acknowledge that her sense stirred something within him, as though the heavens had restored a rib that rightfully belonged to him back into his body. Shen Chuli shook her head, burying her flushed face in Huo Yuan's shoulder. I am certain now. It is not a dream. It is truly you. Ali, I have prepared something for you, he declared, clapping his hands. In the next moment, Linglong led a group of robust servants, who systematically carried dozens of lacquered red boxes adorned with gold into the residence. Linglong raised her hand, and the servants arranged the boxes in a straight line, setting them down with care. With a creak, the boxes opened. Princess, behold, Linglong said respectfully, this is the betrothal gift from the prince. Inside the boxes lay a necklace of South Sea pearls, each one large and lustrous, jadeite ruby of emerald green, delicate and warm, ruby hairpins, resplendent and striking, gold and silver ingots stacked high, the brilliance nearly blinding Shen Chuli. All treasures, rare even to the royal family, were here. Measure by weight. No wonder her uncle remarked that her expenditure was so minimal that others might think the Regency prince's estate had fallen into disrepair. Each of these treasures was worth a fortune. Even though Shen Chuli had once been the crown princess, she was left speechless by the sight. Meanwhile, maidservants streamed in, each holding an exquisitely magnificent phoenix robe. All the robes were of vivid crimson, crafted from soft, smooth fabric, with golden threads intricately embroidering lifelike phoenixes that seemed to burn bright under the sunlight. Linglong smiled. "Princess, this is made from sea silk, woven by the merfolk of the North Sea, worth a fortune per bolt. The prince commissioned it a month ago, and today he personally rode back to bring you the first glimpse." Huo Yuan, standing tall behind her, exuded an air of nobility. "Ali, which one do you fancy?" Shen Chuli's eyes sparkled with surprise and gratitude. In her previous life, when she married Huo Jingheng, her wedding robe was merely a hand-me-down, yet now, marrying Huo Yuan, he had prepared dozens of exquisite options for her to choose from. Initially, Shen Chuli intended to select a robe adorned with gemstones and interwoven dragons and phoenixes. But her gaze was suddenly drawn to a set of embroidered wedding robes depicting intertwined blossoms. Unlike the grandeur of dragons and phoenixes, this design featured begonia flowers. Intricately stitched in a pair, their vibrant petals and expansive lotus leaves a sight to behold. Linglong explained, the intertwined begonia symbolizes unity, with the leaves entwining to support the blossoms, resembling an elderly couple in love. Its meaning was profound. To cherish you is to lighten the burdens of the world. Shen Chuli's eyes were fixated on the begonia robe. In her past life, Huo Yuan had forsaken everything for her, sacrificing his own existence. She truly adored this piece. However, how could a battle-hardened man like Huo Yuan possibly favor a floral robe, seemingly unbefitting of his esteemed status? After a moment of hesitation, she turned her gaze to another wedding robe. Unbeknownst to her, Huo Yuan had plucked a begonia blossom from somewhere, gently embracing her from behind, tucking it into her hair. The delicate fragrance of the flower enveloped Shen Chuli, leaving her momentarily breathless. He smiled silently, lowering his head slightly, his lips brushing against her cheek. Shen Chuli's fingertips trembled as she turned to look back, meeting the man's gaze, deep and dark as ink. Huo Yuan spoke, presenting flowers to a beloved. "This king has a fondness for this begonia twin robe. What say you?" Chapter 33. Obediently, my lord admires you. Does his highness truly fancy this begonia dual robe? Upon hearing his words, Shen Chuli was momentarily taken aback and raised her gaze in disbelief. "You truly like it?" "Indeed, I do," replied Huo Yuan, his eyes descending upon her delicate, fair visage. "You appear exquisite in it. Would you care to try it on?" His voice, deep and resonant, carried a tenderness that was irresistibly enchanting, a fragile thing not to be shattered. A blush crept across Shen Chuli's face as she turned to enter the room to don a garment. Assuming it was merely a trial, she did not summon her maid for assistance. After a brief interval, Huo Yuan, noticing the prolonged silence from within, ventured inside, only to find Shen Chuli already clad in the robe. However, she struggled with the intricate phoenix crown adorned with pearls, unable to don it after much effort. He stood there, lost in thought as he gazed at her for quite some time before lowering his eyes and approaching her from behind, extending his hand toward her. Shen Chuli paused, her gaze fixed upon the man reflected in the bronze mirror. Huo Yuan leaned down, cradling the crown, and gently placed it upon her head. His long fingers brushed against her face, imbued with a sense of restraint that added an alluring hint of forbidden charm. "Ali," he called softly, interrupting her admiration of his hands. Snapped back to reality, Shen Chuli replied, "What? Let's wed." Shen Chuli was taken aback. "When?" "Today." Her mind reeled at the abruptness of his declaration. "Today?" Huo Yuan affirmed, "Is today unsuitable?" Indeed, the sooner the wedding, the better. She could hardly contain her excitement at the thought of witnessing the astonished expressions of those foolish swine. "Yet, my lord, must we rush into marriage? The regent's wedding will surely be the talk of the realm." Having just separated from the Eastern Palace, turning around to marry her former husband's uncle seemed too hasty. Although she could bear the judgments, Huo Yuan's situation was different. His mother had suffered a tragic fate after marrying her uncle. If the world were to learn of this, he would receive not blessings, but countless disdainful looks and pitying sighs. She could not repay kindness with enmity. Moreover, they were already inscribed in the royal register as a married couple. There was no need for haste. Once Wu Jingheng wed Gao Nanru, her wedding could be even more splendid and lively than that of the Eastern Palace, infuriating them all. After expressing her thoughts, Huo Yuan regarded her for a mere 2 seconds before acquiescing. Very well. Shen Chuli had anticipated anger, but she found him surprisingly agreeable. My lord, do you not wish to inquire why? Whatever decision you make, I shall respect it. However, he paused, arching an eyebrow. Ali, are you certain you still wish to address me as uncle? Having called him that for 2 lifetimes, Shen Chuli was accustomed to it. But Huo Yuan's remark made her feel it was indeed peculiar. Even without blood ties, it felt inappropriate to call him uncle after marriage. Outsiders might misconstrue it as a perverse inclination. But what else could she call him? The term husband she had uttered that day felt like a transgression. She could not utter it daily. She wished to avoid inciting Huo Yuan's ire. You may call me by my name. Or he hesitated, offering her a sincere suggestion. Husband. Shen Chuli blinked. Then husband? Huo Yuan's lips curled into a subtle smile. I am here. The younger uncle has transformed into a husband, and Shen Chuli feels an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. She deftly shifts the conversation to the postponement of their wedding. Although Huo Yuan remains silent on the matter, she believes it is necessary to provide an explanation. After careful consideration, she begins, as for the delay in marriage, I was thinking that since I have just divorced the crown prince, if we were to marry immediately, how would the world perceive you? No. How would they perceive us? They would surely assume we had conspired together behind the crown prince's back. And in that case, even the most justified reasoning would turn into mere fallacy. Thus, I wish to keep our relationship under wraps, away from public scrutiny. Huo Yuan inquires. Then, how long does Ali intend to delay the marriage and the revelation of our relationship? Shen Chuli reflects. Perhaps until after the crown prince remarries. In her past life, Huo Jingheng swiftly took Gao Nanru as his consort. Although the timeline has been disrupted this time around, the trajectory remains unchanged. Huo Jingheng will marry first, and only then will she wed. At most, others will claim she married Huo Yuan out of vengeance, but would not tarnish Huo Yuan's reputation. Moreover, there is another crucial aspect to consider. With the year-end approaching, the festivities of the new year will soon follow, during which the royal family will host a banquet, and everyone will be in attendance. At that moment, she will appear resplendently as the consort of the regent. She will have taken the man that Shun Fu adored, and in the end, she will dazzle everyone. Delightful. Just the thought of it brings a wide smile to Shen Chuli's face. Huo Yuan observes her fluctuations in emotion with a hint of exasperation, sighing quietly as his gaze falls upon her swaying little feet. He bends down to lift one of her embroidered shoes, but as his fingers are about to graze her foot, Shen Chuli deftly evades his touch. Huo Yuan straightens up, his calm gaze resting on her face. Younger uncle. Husband. Shen Chuli's delicate foot withdraws slightly, and feeling a blush rise to her cheeks, she stammers, I'll do it myself. If someone sees, it would not reflect well on you. How could a man of such noble stature personally assist her in putting on her shoes? What I do, the world must bow to, he asserts, before kneeling once more before her. With graceful hands, he takes hold of her ankle and gently helps her into the embroidered shoe. Rising to his full height, a subtle smile graces his lips. Ali has called me husband, so be good your husband cherishes you. Chapter 34. Yes. I have harbored a secret admiration for her. For 10 years, Shen Chuli lifted her gaze, their eyes locking in an intimate exchange. Ever since her rebirth, each encounter with Huo Yuan left her yearning to scream from the depths of her heart. What a magnificent visage he possessed. Had she been blind in her previous life to dare criticize Huo Yuan's appearance, claiming it was unappetizing? Ali, your husband dotes on you. Shen Chuli, suddenly aware of her own bashfulness, searched for words to break the silence. I'm hungry. Shall we dine together? Outside the door, Wei Xiao peered through the window, feeling a twinge of envy. TSK. The prince is actually kneeling on one knee to help the princess with her shoes. In just one night, their relationship has blossomed so remarkably. When he inadvertently met Huo Yuan's gaze, he quickly withdrew his head, pretending to have seen nothing. Huo Yuan merely grunted. Let us go. Shen Chuli inhaled deeply, changed her attire, and obediently followed Huo Yuan's side as they made their way to the dining hall. The man stood tall and elegant, while the woman was graceful and slender. From any angle, they were a perfect match. The observing maidservants and young attendants exchanged glances and quietly huddled together. Our prince and princess truly embody the ideal of beauty and grace. One remarked, I, a mere servant of the palace, have never witnessed the prince so devoted to a woman. The princess is indeed extraordinary. It seems even a great hero is not immune to the charms of a beauty. Soon, the palace may welcome a little lord. Oh my. The prince is holding the princess's hand. I might just faint. Wei Xiao coughed, covering his mouth. The chatter abruptly ceased, and everyone quickly lowered their heads to resume their tasks. In the courtyard of the palace, urgent military news arrived from the border, prompting Huo Yuan to step aside for discussions. Seizing the opportunity, Wen Yin pulled Shen Chuli into a corner. Oh my goodness, you really are marrying the regent. When is the grand wedding? I am so anxious and excited. I can't wait to bang drums and set off fireworks at the East Palace gates. I want to see their astonished faces and hear them call, you little imperial aunt. Shen Chuli replied, good wine is never too late. I will wait until Huo Jingheng and Gao Nanru are wed before I marry my little uncle. After a brief explanation, she brought up another matter. What have you changed in that marriage contract? I didn't instruct you to. When Yin interjected, oh please, what did you write? How could I leave it as is? What do you mean the man can take concubines while the woman must not interfere? Once you marry into the royal family, you will be the legitimate regent princess. If he dares to take a concubine, I will sharpen my knife and ensure it is swift and decisive. Shen Chuli replied, but you also cannot write that it can happen morning, noon, and night. It makes it seem as if I am lusting after him. You've tarnished my reputation. When Yin exclaimed, oh my, with the regent's physique, he is indeed the pinnacle among men. You truly do not desire him? If you don't, I certainly do. Shen Chuli found herself conjuring bizarre images in her mind. When Yin continued, little treasure, do you know why you often feel so fiery and restless? It's because you have not indulged in carnal pleasures for 18 years. Trust me, a woman's desire is beneficial for both body and spirit. You should find a discreet opportunity to be with him. After all, passion is often cultivated through intimacy. The more you indulge, the more addictive it becomes. Shen Chuli, you have been with Xie Changyan, yet there seems to be no affection? Wen Yin, you pierce my heart. Just wait. I shall confront him for an explanation right now. Huo Yuan received urgent military reports indicating that this winter had arrived unusually early, leading to the demise of crops in numerous regions. The people along the border were filled with trepidation, and amidst this turmoil, some took the opportunity to incite rebellion, necessitating his presence to quell the unrest. It was not a significant matter. A round trip would suffice within a month. However, Huo Yuan raised his gaze towards Shen Chuli, who was seated in the courtyard enjoying fruits, and summoned Wei Xiao. During my absence, the royal residence shall refuse visitors should she wish to venture outside. Ensure that suitable guards are arranged for her safety. Wei Xiao respectfully replied, Your Highness, should I accompany the princess at all times? Huo Yuan, disguise yourselves as commoners or merchants. Do not approach her. In his recollection, Shen Chuli relished a life of freedom, and upon his return, he would accompany her wherever she wished to explore. A Li is a physician. Procure a medical establishment in the capital, citing urgent family matters to negotiate a low price. Furthermore, prepare a chamber within the palace to serve as her apothecary. Wei Xiao scratched his head, somewhat perplexed. Your Highness, you possess wealth beyond measure. Why must the princess open a medical establishment? Not only does it expose her, but it also seems quite troublesome. Huo Yuan perused the list of medicinal herbs presented by Wen Yin, attentively noting the rare varieties absent from the royal residence, contemplating which to bring back from the border. Upon hearing Wei Xiao's words, he cast him a glance, knowing well that she was no caged bird. Only when there was purpose would she choose to remain and live peacefully with him. Wei Xiao, Your Highness is becoming increasingly astute. After jotting down the herbs, Huo Yuan issued a few more instructions before rising and casually declaring, "Matters concerning A Li and I shall remain undisclosed for the time being. Instruct the household staff to maintain silence. Wei Xiao, as you command." Xie Changyan had just exited the brothel when he encountered Wen Yan. He turned to leave, but the woman grasped his sleeve, insisting he provide an explanation. What explanation could there be? That night, pressured by his father into marriage, he had sought refuge in a side hall for a drink. After several rounds, unexpectedly, a woman had entered, overpowering him and forcing him down. In his drunken state, he did not resist, and they became entangled in a muddled encounter. He had assumed it was merely a fleeting dream, but upon observing the crimson mark on the bed, it was too late to regret. That mark belonged to none other than Shen Chuli's elder sister. Given Shen Chuli's connection with Huo Yuan, yet Xie Changyan was a libertine, over 20 and still unmarried, and Wen Yan's fiery and straightforward nature was not to his liking. Thus, he retrieved a pouch of silver ingots from his pocket and tossed it into her embrace, considering the matter settled. This was tantamount to treating her as a courtesan. That night, standing before the bronze mirror, Wen Yan gazed at her body marred with bruises and marks of restraint. Every inch of her skin bore the evidence, particularly the distinct bite marks around her neck, so vivid they showed the imprint of teeth. Settled? To leave such marks upon her and then dismiss her publicly as a courtesan was utterly shameless. Therefore, slap. She struck Xie Changyan across the face, hurling the silver ingots back at him before turning and departing. Xie Changyan touched the palm print on his face, chuckling softly as he slowly bent down to pick up the silver ingot, turning around to toss it to the singing actor. Yet, the relentless pressure from his parents regarding marriage was quite bothersome. Coincidentally, Huo Yuan was to depart for the frontier the following day, so he decided to seek him out for a drink that very night. Carrying 2 jars of fine wine, he arrived at the Wang residence just as Huo Yuan was lulling Shen Chuli to sleep. Huo Yuan closed the palace doors and approached him with long strides, casting a fleeting glance his way. Upon meeting Huo Yuan's gaze, Xie Changyan smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I forgot you don't drink." To his surprise, Huo Yuan smiled at him and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Come on, let us have a couple of drinks." However, this casual pat felt as if a heavy stone had struck him, and his shoulder immediately ached, causing his hand that held the wine jar to tremble. Grimacing, he protested, "Could he be a bit gentler?" Huo Yuan fetched 2 jade cups, pouring one for himself and filling Xie Changyan's as well, adding, "I'll have someone bring you some medicinal ointment later." Xie Changyan stared at the cup before him, stretching his neck to glance at Huo Yuan, suddenly sensing something amiss. I've never seen you treat your brother like this. What's going on today? Is there some joyful news?" As the moon hung high in the sky, a thin mist enveloped the air. Huo Yuan leisurely leaned against the pear tree, raising his cup and downing its contents in one go. "Indeed, there is joyful news. I am getting married." Just as Xie Changyan brought the cup to his lips, he was caught off guard by this revelation, causing him to spill some and cough as he clutched his chest. "What? You're—" Before he could finish, Huo Yuan pulled him closer by the neck. "Hush. I know you've been feeling troubled lately. I thought I'd share some good news to lift your spirits, but keep it to yourself." Xie Changyan replied, "Thank you." Today, his family had been pressuring him to marry, and they even mentioned Huo Yuan as a comparison, suggesting that if the regent could not marry, neither could he. Little did he expect that this fellow would suddenly announce his own marriage. No wonder he was inviting him for drinks. How delightful. Yes, keep it quiet. Absolutely do not speak of it. This news must not reach his parents, or they would surely knock him unconscious and bind him to force a marriage. Thus, Xie Changyan glanced around cautiously and whispered, "Who are you marrying? It wouldn't be?" Huo Yuan leisurely took a sip of wine, replying, "It is her." Xie Changyan's eyes widened in astonishment. That was his nephew's fiancée. Did he truly intend to marry her? Was he not afraid of the emperor's wrath? Did he not fear the ridicule of the world? Huo Yuan remained seated beneath the tree, maintaining his calm demeanor, and replied succinctly, "Not afraid." Sighing and gazing skyward, Xie Changyan remarked, "Ah Yuan, you're not one to indulge in romantic entanglements, have you? Perhaps harbored feelings for that girl for quite some time? 10 years ago, Shen Chuli had saved Huo Yuan, a fact Xie Changyan was well aware of. Yet while gratitude was one thing, he never anticipated that Huo Yuan would truly take his nephew's wife as his own. Initially, he thought Huo Yuan was merely repaying a debt of gratitude. But over the years, his overt and covert assistance to Shen Chuli had long surpassed the debt incurred a decade ago. Back then, when Shen Chuli insisted on marrying the crown prince, he was the one who personally escorted her to the bridal sedan. If one truly harbored affection, how could they remain a passive observer while the object of their love weds their own nephew? Conversely, if such feelings were absent, why would Shen Chuli's simple plea for assistance from her uncle lead him to jeopardize his hard-earned reputation? Beneath the hazy moonlight, with 2 jars of wine consumed, Huo Yuan cast his gaze downward. He harbored a secret. He had been in love with his niece-in-law for a decade. Born into a treacherous royal family, accustomed to deceit and intrigue, Shen Chuli illuminated his dark and twisted world like a beacon. From the moment he encountered her, he yearned for warmth. Throughout these 10 years, he silently protected her, awaiting her maturation. At last, he had grown strong enough to shield her and wished to reveal his true self. Alas, at that moment, Shen Chuli's heart and eyes were solely devoted to Huo Jingheng. Thus, not all unrequited loves can bask in the light of day. He could only mistake sour vinegar for ink, pouring his life's bitterness onto paper. When asked by Xie Changyan, he would often remain silent. This time, however, he did not deny it. That night, when she arrived at the Wang residence, her face and body covered in blood, he resolved then and there to marry her, to stand proudly as her husband. Previously, he was merely her uncle, her elder, with a chasm of status between them. To assist her would have meant her irrevocable downfall. Therefore, he journeyed to the frontier, believing it would ease her burdens. Unfortunately, after 3 years of hardship, he discovered the extent of her suffering. From now on, with this marriage certificate in hand, he vowed to reclaim the injustices she had endured. No matter how others belittled, demeaned, or abandoned her, he would cherish, honor, and uplift her. When questioned if he had loved her all along, he would respond thus: "If Huo Yuan, in the eyes of the world, is a fierce stallion, she is the one person to whom he would willingly relinquish the reins. Whatever she desires, he would grant her, even his very life." Chapter 35. Restless slumber in your absence before departing. Shen Chuli presented Huo Yuan with a vial of small pills, aptly named calming pills. This newly formulated concoction was designed to temporarily suppress the cold poison dwelling within him. Should a sudden snowstorm arise while she was not by his side, he would have a means to mitigate its effects. Huo Yuan accepted the vial, choosing not to stow it in his sleeve, but instead entwining it with the jade belt at his waist, ensuring that it would be within sight and reach at all times. Perched upon his steed, he leaned down to bestow a gentle kiss upon her forehead. "Ali, await my return." Wei Xiao promptly shielded his eyes and turned away. "Your Highness, we must take our leave." Shen Chuli lifted her delicate face, her sparkling eyes gazing deeply into his. "Very well, I shall await your return." As soon as Huo Yuan departed, her father, Shun Huaisheng, sought her out. "Have you yet to comprehend the situation?" At the racetrack, the crown prince was evidently protective of that Gao Nanru. "What was I told you then? All men are of such ilk. None but a few are faithful, and which of them does not indulge in a multitude of concubines? You cannot bear offspring. What more can you do? Now you have wronged her. Are you not foolish? The crown prince favors her now. If you bully her at this juncture, who in the capital would dare to marry you in the future?" He rambled on, urging her to seek forgiveness from the crown prince. Shen Chuli, however, slammed the door with a speed that surpassed his lengthy admonishments. The following day, she and Wen Yan returned to the village. On one hand, with Huo Yuan absent, she preferred not to remain alone in the frigid palace. On the other hand, in her previous life, she was consumed by romantic notions, possessing exceptional medical skills, yet failing to save more lives, a source of genuine regret. In this life, she naturally aspired for a world free of affliction. In the capital, a pharmacy owner was in desperate need of funds, and she seized the opportunity to purchase it, contemplating renovations to reopen after the new year. Restless, she ventured out daily before dawn to gather herbs, returning to offer her medical services to the villagers free of charge. During this time, Hu Jingheng took advantage of her absence to visit her, reveling in his amusement at her forgetfulness regarding his existence. Shen Chuli, are you not done with your charade? Is it amusing to provoke the lonely? Do you not realize this tactic is futile? You are manipulating the royal uncle when he returns from the borders. Your misfortunes will commence. I advise you to cease this farce. No matter how long you play this role, I shall marry as the crown princess. It is you who insisted on a divorce, and now you regret it? It is too late. I warn you not to cling to me any longer. Shen Chuli treated him as if he were air, disregarding the gossip circulating around her. Tomorrow, Huo Yuan would return, and the true nightmare for these individuals would begin. Huo Yuan swiftly quelled the rebellion at the borders in record time, and then hastened back to the capital without pause. As he approached the border of the capital, the hooves of his steed thundered across the streams, sending splashes of water in all directions. Wei Xiao, struggling to keep pace, called out, "Your Highness, 3 horses have already perished from exhaustion. Ahead lies an inn. Why not allow the soldiers to rest?" With a crack of his whip, Huo Yuan retorted, "If you cannot keep up, then fall behind. Onward." Never before had he felt such an urgent desire to return home. In this present moment, as one journeys homeward, thoughts of the young maiden at home persistently linger. With a creak, yet another horse has met its demise, prompting Huo Yuan to return to his estate to fetch a new steed. Upon pushing open the vermilion gates of the royal residence and lighting a candle, he beheld a bulging form upon the bed, with a corner of a woman's garment peeking out. A gust of wind caused it to sway. His brow furrowed in displeasure, and he barked, "Leave at once." It had come to his attention through Wei Xiao that, after his departure, Ali had returned to the small village to tend to the villagers, and she should not be present in the royal palace at this hour. Over the years, numerous courtiers had sought to curry his favor by presenting various beauties to his bed, and he had encountered countless women eager to win his affection. Yet, he was taken aback by the audacity of these women, daring to intrude upon his bedchamber. The figure beneath the covers trembled slightly, yet showed no intention of departing. A flicker of anger flashed in Huo Yuan's eyes as he strode forth, his long sword slicing through the bedding. "If you do not leave, I shall kill." But then, Ali, the young girl, curled within the blankets, blinked up at him with her large eyes, her voice soft and endearing. Husband Huo Yuan's throat tightened, and with a swift motion, he sheathed his sword. "You are not." Before he could complete his sentence, Shen Chuli leaped from the bed and threw herself into his embrace. "I cannot sleep soundly without you by my side," she confessed earnestly. It was the truth. Without Huo Yuan, she found no peace in slumber. Upon awakening to his absence, she would rush to the window to see if it was snowing, fearing for his health. The young girl's delicate skin glimmered in the candlelight, and as he gazed upon her, his once fierce expression softened considerably. "Ali, my dear, I have returned." As soon as he spoke, Huo Yuan noticed Shen Chuli's petite and fair feet, and his gaze darkened. "Why are you not wearing shoes?" It was only then that she realized, glancing down in surprise. She had waited for him for so long, and upon hearing movement, she had hurriedly leapt from the bed. "I missed you too much." She pouted, her voice gentle and hesitant. "So, I forgot." Before Huo Yuan could respond, she opened her arms wide. "Hug!" Huo Yuan, observing the clingy little creature before him, did not hesitate to scoop her up with one hand. Unbeknownst to him, his typically indifferent gaze was now filled with a reluctant tenderness. As he made his way toward the soft couch, a sudden gurgle emanated from his embrace. He halted, looking down at her. "Are you hungry?" "Yes." Shen Chuli felt a bit embarrassed, realizing she had hardly eaten anything that day. "Let's go for a midnight snack." Huo Yuan had little interest in culinary indulgence, never consuming anything at night. Moreover, he carried the chill of the night air upon him, clearly having rushed back, weary and fatigued. Yet now he was to accompany her for a meal. Thus, Shen Chuli spoke slowly. "Never mind. This is the regent's residence. If I require food in the middle of the night, I shall be the subject of ridicule." Huo Yuan draped a cloak over her shoulders and fastened it securely. "You are my wife, the regent's consort. Who would dare mock you? Besides, marrying me without a grand wedding is a debt I owe you. Later, write down what you wish to eat, and I will prepare it for you myself tomorrow." Shen Chuli felt quite embarrassed. Clearly, in her past life, she owed him, and she was the one who should repay him. Why did he always feel indebted to her? You owe me nothing. It is I who... Huo Yuan gently interrupted her. Ali, you are kind, beautiful, and radiant. Whoever is with you is truly fortunate. You deserve to be loved and cherished, worthy of the very best the world has to offer. He raised his hand to caress her flushed cheek, his thumb brushing softly against her lips, his voice deep and soothing. I am 8 years your senior. To the world, I may appear as a heroic figure, yet I know myself to be rather unremarkable, even capable of becoming a terrifying monster. You not only do not despise me, but also tend to me daily. Were it not for my leveraging your promises, you might not have chosen to remain by my side. Thus, your marriage to me is not an elevation, but rather a compromise for you. In both sentiment and reason, I ought to treat you with greater kindness. Shen Chuli felt a warmth at the corners of her eyes, an indescribable sensation swirling within her heart. No man had ever treated her so well, especially someone like Huo Yuan, who remained composed in every situation, meticulously arranging everything, speaking sparingly to the outside world while engaging her in endless conversation. So, why was he so kind to her? Could it be? Surely not, because he liked her. The thought, the most improbable possibility, caused her breath to hitch momentarily. In an instant, she found it amusing. Huo Yuan must be grateful for the fact that she saved him 10 years ago and could now heal him, thus. Yes, it had to be that. Seeing her silent, Huo Yuan carried her toward the courtyard. As the regent prince emerged from the palace with Shen Chuli in his arms, the night maidens on duty immediately lowered their heads. Once they had walked far enough, a few gathered together. Wow, the prince dotes on the princess far too much. It truly is like a new marriage after a brief separation. To run 3 horses to exhaustion. The prince has remarkable stamina. I have grown weary of expressing envy. In the courtyard, under the hazy moonlight, the lanterns cast a cool glow down the icy steps. Huo Yuan held Shen Chuli and settled beneath the pavilion. Without raising his head, he commanded that all the wool blankets from the storeroom be brought forth. Chapter 36. This king covets you. The crowd exchanged glances, uncertain of the prince's intentions, and hurried to fetch blankets. Shen Chuli blinked in confusion. Huo Yuan, perceiving her bewilderment, informed her, you enjoy walking barefoot. Thus, I have adorned every corner of the estate with soft rugs. Soon, dozens of servants arrived, carrying blankets, swiftly covering the floor. Just as Shen Chuli intended to step down, a pair of large, well-defined hands enveloped her, gently touching the ground to ensure it was warm before carefully placing her down. The movement was fluid, as if rehearsed countless times in his heart. The servants stood in astonishment, too stunned to speak. With a flushed face, Shen Chuli shook her head, insisting, there is no need for such fuss. I'm not that delicate. In truth, she had awaited him eagerly, wishing to discuss an important matter. I did not imply you were delicate. Huo Yuan tenderly corrected her, smoothing her long hair. I merely pondered why I did not lay down soft blankets sooner, sparing our dear Chuli from the chill today. There is no need to trouble yourself. The year is drawing to a close, and I am aware that many dignitaries will visit the palace. We must maintain appearances. If others see the estate adorned with blankets, suspicions will arise. We must act as if we are strangers in public, yet share a bed at night. It truly feels like an affair. Do as you wish. Huo Yuan replied, producing a list from his pocket and handing it to her. The list detailed the promised 10,000 gold pieces, gold leaf, and jade artifact from the prince upon their separation. Keep this safe. Tomorrow, I shall enter the palace to pay my respects to the emperor and procure an imperial edict to bestow upon you the title of princess of Jinning, with all the accompanying ceremonial provisions. Shen Chuli was momentarily taken aback, comprehending his meaning. He intended to grant her both wealth and honor. However, she felt he had already bestowed upon her ample gifts. The title of princess could only be conferred upon the daughter of a prince, and she could not accept it. The gold and jewels can be moved into the royal treasury. I cannot accept the title of princess, she insisted, shaking her head. To the world, I am merely a woman cast aside by the crown prince. I truly do not deserve it. Huo Yuan placed the list firmly in her hands. You are my wife. Why should you concern yourself with the opinions of others? Shen Chuli found herself at a loss for words, yet. I declare that you are deserving. Thus, you are deserving. You need not heed the views of those fools. His tone left no room for argument. He continued, speaking softly. You should bear no burden. When the crown prince agreed to marry you, I assisted him significantly in the matter of the heir. The title of princess and the treasures are not mere compensation for 3 years. They are your rightful due, for he ascended to the throne with your support. The title of crown prince could be claimed by Huo Jingheng or any other prince. By placing Huo Jingheng in that position, he intended to remind him perpetually of his indebtedness to Chuli. Even if Chuli had been forced into marriage, he had compromised for power and status. Now, with her departure from the Eastern Palace, he remained the crown prince, forever owing her a debt of gratitude. Shen Chuli was left in a daze, stammering her thanks. Regardless of her circumstances, she was already wed to Huo Yuan, and it was imperative that she steadfastly clung to his leg and obediently heeded his words. Upon realizing she had finally acquiesced, Huo Yuan recalled her earlier statement. Ali, you mentioned you had matters to discuss with this king? It was then that Shen Chuli remembered the purpose of her wait. Hadn't Huo Jingheng been enraged due to my amnesia that caused me to forget him? With the approach of the little New Year and the New Year's Eve, she planned to seize the opportunity amidst the crowds to make this matter known and create a commotion. In her moment of folly, she had forgotten about Huo Jingheng, and aside from those present at the time, no one else was aware of the situation. Huo Jingheng was utterly incredulous, and Gao and Rou likely had yet to inform Shen Fu. Thus, the royal family and the Shen clan remained in the dark. Especially Shen Fu. Had she known, she would have already come to confront her. Since her rebirth, she had never lost sight of her goal, to grow stronger and then wreak havoc, surpassing everyone. Now, she was prepared. She intended to cling to Huo Yuan in a spectacle of tears and snot, ensuring that everyone knew that for the past 3 years, the one she loved was not Huo Jingheng, but rather his uncle, Huo Yuan. Shen Chuli conveyed her plan to Huo Yuan. When the time comes, I will shamelessly cling to your leg. You must remember to kick me away as you did that day, and perhaps even summon a few guards to restrain me, displaying your impatience. I will loudly proclaim that I have secretly admired you for many years, and having been unable to attain your affection, I took Huo Jingheng as your substitute. Once Huo Jingheng marries Gao and Rou, you shall publicly declare that I used the same tactics to cling to you, that you were compelled to marry me. This way, others will only scorn me, and none will cast blame upon you. Huo Yuan disagreed, stating that such a course of action would tarnish her reputation. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, on New Year's Eve, this king will publicly announce that I have harbored feelings for you for many years. In truth, he indeed coveted her and had long intended to reveal this matter. With great fanfare, carrying her into his residence on a grand palanquin, making it known to the world that she was his legally wedded wife. That is unacceptable. It seems too contrived, she retorted. Who would believe that you have been infatuated with me for so long? I certainly do not. Moreover, he was her elder. Having recently divorced, it would be scandalous for him to entangle himself with his nephew's wife, forever tarnishing his reputation. Her own reputation was already sullied. She cared not if it became further tarnished. If their union was destined to provoke a tempest, then she would rather be the one struck down by lightning than him. In this life, she wished for his safety and a life of ease. How could Huo Yuan bear to see his wife subjected to ridicule? Ali, if you harm yourself, this matter shall not find my consent, he asserted. Whom I choose to marry, the world would not dare to question. Yet the burden of infamy you would bear for me would only bring me greater anguish. Therefore, consider your own well-being, if you would. Seeing that Huo Yuan remained resolute, Shen Chuli swiftly devised an alternative solution. She promptly began to unfasten her garments. Chapter 37. Drunkenness of Huo Yuan in the wake of Huo Yuan's perplexed gaze. She donned a durable chef's attire. The way to a man's heart is indeed through his stomach. With her sleeves rolled up and a cheerful smile, she exclaimed, "You wished for a midnight snack, did you not? I can cook. Allow me to prepare it for you." With that, she sprang up and hurried toward the kitchen. Wan Yan's culinary skills rivaled those of a royal chef, having been nurtured in an environment steeped in gastronomy from a young age. Making a simple midnight snack was well within her capabilities. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to her. Upon entering the small kitchen, Shen Chuli surveyed the surroundings and her eyes fell upon a ceramic jar resting on the stove. She poured in scallions, garlic, and Sichuan peppercorns, grasped a wooden pestle, and began to pound vigorously. The jar echoed with the sounds of her efforts, quickly attracting the attention of the patrolling Linglong. "Your Highness, may I assist you?" she inquired, primarily concerned for Shen Chuli's safety. "No need. I wish to prepare this for my husband myself." Shen Chuli's firm refusal prompted Linglong to withdraw without further ado. Unfamiliar with Huo Yuan's taste preferences, Shen Chuli tossed the ground spices into the pot, followed by any edible ingredient she could find, laboring for a whole hour. Soon, the kitchen was enveloped in the enticing aroma of the dishes. She sighed with pride, reveling in her ability to create such a delectable midnight feast. Meanwhile, Huo Yuan sat in the courtyard, his gaze fixated on her industrious figure, his eyes gradually darkening. A different scene flickered through his mind. In the depths of winter, a beautiful woman clad in exotic garments was cooking in the kitchen, while a charming young boy assisted her. After the dishes were prepared, they sat together at a round table, savoring the delightful fare. The atmosphere was warm and blissful. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the scene shifted. A man clad in a dragon robe, reeking of alcohol, suddenly appeared, violently abducting the woman. The boy attempted to intervene, but was mercilessly kicked aside. He fell into the swirling snow, helplessly watching the woman vanish, his face a mask of hollow despair. Suddenly, silence enveloped the space. Shen Chuli poked her head out from the small kitchen, spatula in hand, and blinked to Huo Yuan. "Do you like spicy food?" There was no response. Upon noticing Huo Yuan's grim expression, reminiscent of his demeanor in the military camp, she swiftly discarded the chili flakes and approached him, deftly removing her hairpin and swiftly inserting it into a pressure point at the back of his neck. Immediately after, she opened a small vial, poured out a calming pill, and placed it in his mouth, gently stroking the back of his head. "Are you feeling better?" Huo Yuan was finally pulled from the haunting memories by Shen Chuli's voice. Before him were a pair of clear, bright eyes filled with concern and compassion. How had he recalled such things? He was not the retired emperor, and she was not his mother. Their paths would not repeat the same tragic fate. He blinked slowly, gathering the ferocity that had been evident in his gaze. "I am fine. Did I frighten you?" Shen Chuli observed the subtle changes in him. A realization struck her. Her understanding of Huo Yuan in her past life had been woefully inadequate. She had never comprehended the sorrow hidden in his eyes. She knew nothing of his wounds or the reasons behind his soul's torment. Yet, buried wounds, when concealed, only fester and take root more deeply. In this lifetime, she resolved to confront every challenge alongside him, determined to thoroughly heal the demons haunting his heart. She needed to devise a method to coax his secret from his lips. With a gentle tap on her forehead, inspiration struck. Alcohol. As the old saying goes, truth emerges after a few drinks. While she was uncertain of Huo Yuan's capacity for liquor, she had unwavering confidence in her own. In the past, when faced with the prospect of performing surgery on the villagers, she would gather her courage with a few shots of strong liquor. She was intent on getting Huo Yuan intoxicated. With her mind made up, Shen Chuli playfully draped her arms around his neck. "It's so cold. Let's indulge in a drink." Chapter 38. A night of indulgence, drunken revelry? As he raised an eyebrow, Huo Yuan gazed at Shen Chuli, who was nestled on his lap, gently nuzzling his chin and sweetly coaxing him. "Come on, let us drink a little together," she urged. Huo Yuan's narrow eyes narrowed slightly, a teasing smile playing on his lips as he regarded the charming creature in his embrace. "Are you certain you can handle it?" "Absolutely. Without a doubt," Shen Chuli replied, shaking his arm playfully, fearful of his potential refusal. "You yourself stated that it is unwise for a king to abstain from drink." With a serious demeanor, she concocted whimsical justifications. "A little one tea hurt. I am a physician. You can trust my judgment." Huo Yuan's lips curled into a smile as he waved his hand. Soon, servants presented 2 jars of fine wine before them, respectfully retreating after setting the offerings down. Shen Chuli lifted a jar, surveying the exquisite white jade wine cups and the large bowl meant for soup. Without hesitation, she opted for the bowl. After filling Huo Yuan's bowl to the brim, she poured herself a generous serving. Raising the bowl, she flashed him a sweet smile, proclaiming, "To the future, bright and resplendent. Let us toast to the path ahead, leaving the shadows of the past behind." Huo Yuan lightly tapped his temple, intently observing the girl before him, whose smile radiated like blossoms in full bloom. His voice was low and tender as he inquired, "Do you have any regrets about being by my side, Ali?" "Never," she replied, her heart swelling as she beheld the strikingly handsome man before her, memories of his previous sacrifice for her flashing through her mind, causing her cheeks to flush and her eyes to glisten. "I am so grateful to be here with you. Grateful for a second chance at life. Grateful that the heavens have bestowed upon me this opportunity for redemption." Her heartfelt words momentarily rendered him speechless, his gaze piercing as he absorbed her sentiment. He then raised his bowl and drank deeply. Delighted by his action, she quickly followed suit, savoring the sweet, floral notes of the wine, which filled her senses with warmth as it spread from her stomach to her head, leaving her pleasantly lightheaded. In a hidden corner, a few servants exchanged glances as they watched from behind the wall. Our Lord is famed for his ability to drink without inebriation. Yet the princess dares to drink alongside him. How bold! One remarked. Indeed, she is a formidable woman. Do you think they might engage in reckless behavior after drinking? Sure. Quickly, prepare hot water. Meanwhile, Shen Chuli filled her bowl once more, lifting it with determination. From now on, I will protect you well. No one shall dare to bully us. Listening to her bold declarations, Huo Yuan lifted his gaze, his dark eyes deepening with an enigmatic mixture of emotions. Very well. Not knowing how many bowls she had consumed, Shen Chuli began to feel lightheaded, yet Huo Yuan remained entirely sober. As she lifted the jar again to refill his cup, her wrist was gently captured by his slender fingers. "Ali, you can no longer drink." "I can, she protested, swaying slightly, her tipsy grin lingering on her lips, completely oblivious to her state. "Hee, this wine is so sweet, with a hint of floral fragrance. It doesn't make me dizzy at all." Huo Yuan observed her in silence, his thoughts unspoken. This wine, named Pear Blossom White, had been buried beneath a tree by his own hands a decade prior, containing a potent after-effect. "You are intoxicated. You must stop drinking." "No, I still want to drink," Shen Chuli declared, clutching a wine jar, swaying like a little drunkard. He raised an eyebrow, a smile tinged with a hint of helplessness adorning his face. Yet he complied and released her hand, offering her the last cup. Upon hearing this, Shen Chuli lazily opened her eyes, tugged at Huo Yuan's sleeve, and broke into a self-indulgent laugh. "For the last cup, shall we exchange secrets?" "Exchange secrets?" Huo Yuan, leisurely leaning against a tree, allowed a subtle smile to grace his indifferent features. "Ali, what is your secret?" Ever since she sought him out, Huo Yuan sensed that the girl harbored something within. Her murmurs and dreams often spoke of incomprehensible matters. In that moment, he resolved that regardless of the nature of her secret, should she choose to confide in him, he would traverse mountains and seas for her. My secret, if I reveal it, will frighten you to death." The wine had emboldened Shen Chuli, and she occasionally played with Huo Yuan's dark locks, entranced. "Such a handsome young lord. Are you married?" Huo Yuan allowed her playful teasing, neither resisting nor encouraging it. Yet the sweet fragrance of her intoxicated presence ignited a warmth within him. Shen Chuli released her grip and patted his shoulder. "Come, little lord, taste the dish I prepared especially for you." In her drunken stupor, Shen Chuli had entirely forgotten the intention of uncovering Huo Yuan's secrets. Especially? Upon hearing that word, Huo Yuan's deep-set eyes flickered momentarily. Very well. He picked up his jade chopsticks and took a piece of fish, savoring it. Though its flavor was indescribable in his heart, it remained the most delicious meal he had ever tasted. Huo Yuan parted his lips, ready to praise her, but suddenly noticed a dampness at his neck. Looking up, he found Shen Chuli clinging to him, her face streaked with tears. Huo Yuan furrowed his brow. "What is the matter?" Shen Chuli shook her head, burrowing further into his embrace, her head resting against his chest, nuzzling against him. Huo Yuan's large hand cradled the back of her head, his fingers tenderly caressing her hair. "Have I upset you?" "No," Shen Chuli replied, tilting her face upward to meet his gaze earnestly. "Huo Yuan, actually, I have a big secret to share with you." Little did she expect that she would be the one to speak her truth after a night of revelry. Chapter 39. Is it possible that you are incapable, Huo Yuan? Shen Chuli nestled in Huo Yuan's embrace, her soft lips brushing against his chin. Huo Yuan, would you like to know my secret? Her voice, sweet as honey, carried a hint of playfulness as she called his name. It was truly delightful. Huo Yuan's dark, ink-like eyes momentarily clouded, and he tightened his lips, his voice dropping to a low murmur. I do. Pleased with Huo Yuan's compliance, Shen Chuli grew bolder, daring to lift his chin with her delicate fingers. Then kiss me, and I shall reveal everything. The wine she had just consumed left her lips glistening with droplets, rendering them even more enticing. A flicker of dark desire ignited in the depths of the man's ebony gaze. Ali, be good. His voice turned slightly husky, his Adam's apple bobbing. Do not tempt me, or the consequences shall be yours to bear. In her current state of inebriation, he feared that the young lady would awaken to embarrassment, and he had no intention of taking advantage of her vulnerability. Huo Yuan, are you truly incapable? Shen Chuli's eyes sparkled mischievously as she fixated on a point in the distance, her slender fingers trailing down his half-open shirt, inch by inch. Huo Yuan smirked, and just as she was about to ignite his passion, he captured her hand. Whether I am capable or not, you shall discover in a few days. Then you owe me. Allow me to share my secret first. Shen Chuli entwined her arms around Huo Yuan's neck, pressing her soft, cherry lips close to his ear. This secret must begin with the night I married the crown prince 3 years ago. 3 years ago. That incident was the catalyst for everything, marking the beginning of Shen Chuli's misfortunes after entering the Eastern Palace. At the time, the scandal had sent shockwaves through the city, even startling the emperor. Naturally, Huo Yuan, stationed far at the borders, had heard of it. On the day the troops returned to the capital, the streets were rife with malicious speculation about the legitimate daughter of the Shen family, and the remarks were utterly vile. In a fit of rage, he had silenced those tongues. Yet, the details of that event remained unspoken by her. Now, as she began to recount, on that fateful night 3 years ago, I had a fierce argument with my parents and rode off on a snowball, only to encounter a gang bullying a limping boy. When I intervened, it turned out they were in cahoots. The boy used rosemary to knock me unconscious, and I awoke in a brothel 10 miles away. The madam of the brothel, seeing my looks, intended to sell me to the military as a courtesan. Thankfully, I possessed medical knowledge. I pricked myself to develop a rash, leading them to believe I had a contagious disease, and they tossed me into a cellar where I was subjected to daily abuse. After a month, I took advantage of the moonlight to leap from the 2nd floor, breaking my leg and crawling back, bloodied and bruised. But the wilderness was teeming with beasts, and it was pitch black. Cold, hungry, and terrified, I lost consciousness, only to be rescued by Huo Jingheng, who was out hunting at night. The first person I saw upon regaining consciousness was him. I clutched his sleeve, confessing that before I fainted, I had overheard the madam say that my sister, Shen Fu, had sold me for 20 gold pieces. Later, Huo Jingheng dispatched the Ministry of Justice to investigate, resulting in the closure of that brothel and the arrest of the madam. Yet the limping boy vanished without a trace. However, every form of punishment had been inflicted, and that old matron alone bore the brunt of the crime, claiming she frequently lured virtuous women into brothels at midnight, denying any knowledge of Shen Fu or the limping youth, insisting instead that I was a madman. Huo Yuan was well aware of these circumstances. It was he who had urged the then non-crowned prince, Huo Jingheng, to investigate the case. It was also he who had wielded his power to manipulate public opinion in the capital. Yet, no evidence linked Shen Fu to this incident. At that time, he was deeply embroiled in the treacherous struggles for imperial power, where both open and covert attacks were relentless. Even if he returned to the capital, he could not justifiably protect her. Otherwise, those from rival factions would exploit Shen Chuli as his Achilles heel, placing her in even greater peril. Thus, he supported Huo Jingheng's ascension, hoping he would safeguard Ali diligently. Meanwhile, he tasked Xie Changyan with secretly investigating the case of the rosemary from years past. For so many years, he had never relinquished this pursuit. Initially, Xie Changyan remarked, "A Yuan, we have searched for so long without a lead. Could it not simply have been an accident?" Huo Yuan shook his head, asserting it could not be. First, Ali bore a jade token symbolizing her status. The old matron could not have overlooked it. If she had seen it, she could have extorted the Shen family for money rather than resorting to confinement and abuse in a cellar. Second, the most crucial witness in this case, the limping youth, had yet to be found, clearly indicating that someone wished to obscure the truth from us. After hearing this, Xie Changyan raised a concern, but I have investigated that old matron, and she has no connection to Shen Fu. Moreover, on the night Shen Chuli quarreled with her parents, Shen Fu was at the temple burning paper for her biological parents. The entire Shen household knew she had an alibi. He advised, "Let it go, Yuan. You are currently overwhelmed. If you press further, others will accuse you of colluding with the general's residence, bringing you nothing but disgrace." The entanglement of military officials was highly taboo, especially for one in such a lofty position, whose accomplishments overshadowed the sovereign, necessitating caution. Let go? How can I? He could not bear to watch Shen Chuli be crushed by the weight of malicious rumors. Therefore, he instructed Huo Yuan to investigate openly while he delved into the matter covertly, determined to unearth the truth, even if it meant digging 3 feet into the ground. However, regardless of the investigation, it seemed Shen Fu was entirely uninvolved in the affair. Everyone claimed that Shen Chuli was envious of her sister and had deliberately sullied her reputation. During that time, rumors proliferated throughout the capital, alleging that Shen Chuli had been deceived into a brothel. How could a girl who had spent a month in such a place emerge unscathed? Surely, she had been defiled. Some even boasted of having paid 10 taels of silver for a fleeting encounter. A once lively girl now seemed to have transformed entirely, going into a frenzy upon seeing Shen Fu. Although the Shen family endeavored to suppress the rumors, they believed them, feeling deep-seated embarrassment for Shen Chuli and preparing to send her back to the countryside. Faced with the cruel speculations of the outside world, her family sighed in her presence. While Huo Yuan distanced himself time and again, Shen Chuli found herself standing alone before the magistrate's office, striking the drum of injustice. In full view of the public, she tore open her sleeve. Just beneath her arm, the vivid red mark of the vermilion seal served as her sole proof of innocence. It was also the point at which she propelled herself towards an irrevocable fate. Huo Yuan found it unfathomable that in such a feudal era, a woman would tear away her final veil of modesty. What remained for her? She stood exposed. Yet, despite her vulnerability, those lurking in the shadows continued to cast judgment upon her. In their eyes, women could be categorized into but 2 types, the saint and the harlot. Even if Shen Chuli proved her innocence, she remained tainted. A sullied woman, it was believed, was unworthy of respect, and thus the vitriol persisted. Initially, Shen Chuli struggled to comprehend why, in her quest to save another, she had to endure the humiliation of a wanton. However, upon reflection, she realized that having already bared herself to the world, she need not concern herself with notions of shame or guilt, and thus resorted to drastic measures to marry Huo Yuan. Huo Yuan, upon learning the details, swiftly quelled the rumors, offering the condition of his princely status to ensure that Huo Yuan could proudly wed Shen Chuli. She entered the Eastern Palace, becoming the crown princess, the sovereign in the eyes of the realm. No one dared to criticize a sovereign, and the gossip ceased. On the day of her grand wedding, who would not exclaim how fortunate Shen Chuli was? Not only had she found a responsible and devoted husband in the crown prince, but even the regent, for the sake of his nephew, personally escorted her to the bridal sedan, an act of immense honor and prestige. Yet, in the shadows, a nobleman remained unnoticed. Xie Changyan once posed a question to him. "Everything you have done, that little girl remains unaware. Is it worth it?" He replied with a calm demeanor. "She is the flower I cherish, and it is beyond the question of worth. Even if that flower blooms not for him, as long as it flourishes beautifully, what harm is there in dedicating his life to its protection?" Huo Yuan was a prodigious son of heaven, yet Xie Changyan perceived only the tragedy of his short-lived affection. Much like the Qilin, which experiences love only once in its lifetime and exhausts its existence for a fleeting moment of beauty, aware that he could not dissuade him, Xie Changyan cast one final glance in his direction, shaking his head, and uttered 8 words. The fate of the Qilin, wasted on love. Chapter 40. Where are you going, my dear? In the courtyard of the prince's residence, near the lotus pond, which was once a place of exquisite elegance. A sense of desolation and decay now lingered as winter had set in. Even the pear tree overhead drooped its branches, appearing somewhat wilted. It was the crown prince. I once believed that only he would come to my aid. Hence, I was solely intent on marrying him. Shen Chuli crouched on the ground, seemingly recalling a profoundly painful memory, choking back sobs as she repeatedly struck her head. I was wrong. I should not have saved that crippled boy. Had I not intervened, none of this would have happened. If only in my past life I had not been so overly compassionate, I would not have been deceived into a brothel. If I had not been deceived, I would not have encountered Huo Jingheng. Had I not met Huo Jingheng, I would not have entered the Eastern Palace, and thus, none of the subsequent events would have transpired. I would not have faced scrutiny, nor would I have contracted a venereal disease. Both he and Huo Yuan would still be alive. The root of all this turmoil lies within me. She often smiled, feigning indifference, while concealing countless wounds within her soul. Yet, she dared not look back or confront the truth, for she revealed any weakness. The malicious whispers of those vile individuals would once again shatter her. She had to maintain an appearance of nonchalance to stand tall, lest she repeat the tragic cycle of harming both herself and others, ultimately meeting a dismal fate. Yet her heart brimmed with resentment towards those who would not spare her. More so, a profound guilt, especially when she beheld Huo Yuan. The weight of her guilt nearly overwhelmed her. She covered her face and wept. You have no idea how I have ruined myself, dragging you down with me. Before she could finish her thought, a warm embrace enveloped her, and a soothing breath brushed her ear. Huo Yuan's deep voice resonated. Ali, his warm hand, though somewhat unfamiliar, gently caressed her back. Shen Chuli could not see his expression, but she felt his embrace tightening around her. You are not at fault. It is the foolish ones who are to blame. Do not punish yourself for their errors. I have arrived late, but I shall help you reclaim the injustices you have suffered, little by little. Shen Chuli trembled and gradually lifted her gaze. She had not anticipated that amidst the world's accusations, there would be a man willing to kneel down and embrace her. In a moment of fervor, she seized Huo Yuan's hand and blurted, "There is another secret. In truth, I am." Before she could complete her sentence, a wave of nausea surged within her. Unable to hold it back, she retched violently, covering Huo Yuan in the process, and soon thereafter succumbed to unconsciousness. When Wei Xiao arrived, he was taken aback to find his prince cradling the unconscious Shen Chuli, covered in filth. The prince was known for his fastidiousness, striving to remain untainted even amidst the chaos of battle, let alone in his everyday life, where elegance and grace were his hallmarks. How could he appear so disheveled now? He rushed forward. "Your Highness, shall I summon someone to assist you with a bath?" Huo Yuan, however, seemed unfazed, merely casting a calm glance at Wei Xiao. "Do you perceive anything peculiar about Ali's behavior since our departure from the horse pasture?" Wei Xiao paused, puzzled. Peculiar? The prince noted a significant change in the princess's demeanor. In the past, she had merely trailed behind the crown prince, never once casting a glance in his direction. Huo Yuan inquired, "At what moment does a person undergo such a profound transformation in character?" Wei Xiao pondered for a considerable time before cautiously responding. Through the experience of immense suffering, or perhaps through a brush with death. Huo Yuan nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He recalled her declaration in a dream that she wished to be with him for eternity in this life, as well as her recent admission of burdening him. This life? Does that imply there was a previous one? Although Huo Yuan dismissed superstitions, he had already discerned the changes in Shen Chuli. The once rebellious young girl, who idolized Huo Jingheng, now gazed at him with eyes shimmering with unshed tears, as if she had lived an entire lifetime, exchanging countless pains and regrets for clarity. He yearned to uncover the secret that Shen Chuli harbored. Yet, he would not press her. He would wait patiently until she felt ready to unveil her heart's confessions, until she completely trusted him. At the regent's residence, Shen Chuli awoke from her slumber, her gaze immediately falling upon Huo Yuan, who lay asleep beside her. The sunlight cast a warm glow upon his face, concealing any trace of his usual coldness and indifference, instead revealing an unparalleled gentleness. Shen Chuli smiled softly. Barefoot, she quietly slipped out of bed and crouched before him, meticulously tracing Huo Yuan's outline with her eyes, pausing abruptly at his waist. In that fleeting moment, memories of the previous night flooded back. She had teased him by tilting his chin, calling him young lord, sitting in his lap and playfully touching him, even spilling fragments of her memories into his mind, a chaotic cascade of recollections. Oh no, she had inadvertently burdened Huo Yuan with her memories. Surely he would be upset. Moreover, it seemed she had babbled a multitude of nonsensical things while embracing him. Yet, she had no recollection of the specifics. Surely, she and T said anything inappropriate? At that moment, Shen Chuli felt utterly embarrassed to face Huo Yuan, her mind fixated on a single thought, escape. And indeed, she intended to do just that. As she picked up her shoes from the floor and crouched to make her exit, a pair of large hands suddenly encircled her waist, followed by a hoarse voice, still thick with sleep, emanating from behind her. My dear, where do you think you're going? Chapter 41. Is Huo Yuan a heartless man? Shen Chuli's body stiffened. Goodness. Last night, it seemed that Huo Yuan had called her, though while holding her. Could it be that they had engaged in something indescribable? I'm not sleepy anymore, she declared. It's still early. Huo Yuan exerted a gentle pressure with his arm, drawing her closer into his embrace, enveloping her in warmth and softness. Let's sleep a bit longer. He had cared for this little drunkard for half the night, resting only briefly at dawn, and now she was still drowsy. Suddenly, Shen Chuli recalled her actions from the previous night. I got drunk. She had originally intended to intoxicate Huo Yuan to extract his secrets, yet she ended up inebriated herself. Fortunately, she had said nothing. Otherwise, it would have been utterly embarrassing. Huo Yuan seemed to ponder, nodding slightly, with a smile that was neither here nor there as he gazed at her. Are you implying that all those words you said, while teasing me, claiming I was inadequate, are null and void? What? Shen Chuli was taken aback. Did she actually dare to tease Huo Yuan and claim he was inadequate? She felt as if she might perish from humiliation. Seeing her rendered speechless, Huo Yuan silently smirked, raising his hand to gently grasp her soft neck. His voice laced with lazy amusement. Shall I help you recollect? Ah, I remember. No, there's no need. Shen Chuli trembled in shock. Her ears suddenly flushed crimson. She quickly lowered her head, murmuring, I'm sorry. I do not hold it against you. His gaze was gentle and indulgent, tinged with a hint of helplessness. But you must refrain from drinking so much in the future. It is not good for your health. Okay, I understand. Shen Chuli replied in a small voice, akin to a kitten purring. Today, I must go to the palace. Huo Yuan rose, stroking the back of her head. Be good and stay at home. I'll prepare something delicious for you upon my return. Suddenly, Shen Chuli remembered the matter she wished to discuss with him last night, and she sprang from the bed. I'll wait for you at the palace gate. When your carriage arrives, I'll approach you, and you must act impatiently and have your attendants shoo me away. Then everyone will know that I adore you, while you find me a nuisance. Noticing Huo Yuan's lips pressed into a thin line of silence, she rubbed her hand against his, sweetly coaxing, I will know my limits. My dear husband, I beg you, how could Huo Yuan withstand such charm? With a resigned sigh, he relented. Very well, it shall be as you wish. Noon. Shen Chuli held onto Wan Yin, standing at the palace gate, awaiting Huo Yuan's carriage. Wan Yin wore a gong around her neck, while Shen Chuli held a banner that read, Today, the regent prince loves you again, moi moi moi. Passers-by cast curious glances at the two of them. Wan Yin covered her face with the drumsticks, wishing desperately to vanish into the ground. Little Bao, should we just leave? This is too embarrassing. Shen Chuli gazed toward the palace gate, then turned back, clasping her hands in prayer towards Wan Yin. Oh, my dear sister, just help me this once. My lifelong happiness hinges on today. Wan Yin sighed, gathering her spirits anew. Alas, she would disregard her own dignity today for the sake of her happiness. At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves approached. A lavishly adorned carriage slowly emerged from the palace. Shen Chuli's eyes sparkled instantaneously, and she signaled to Wan Yin. In the next heartbeat, the clang of gongs and drums erupted. The surrounding crowd, drawn by the sudden commotion, began to converge. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Chuli bravely stepped forward to block the carriage, boldly declaring, "Uncle, today is yet another day of longing and love for you." At this proclamation, the crowd erupted into chaos. "Look, isn't that the daughter of the Shen family, Shen Chuli, who was cast aside by the crown prince? Indeed, it was she. Rumor had it that just days prior, she had been pushed into a pond, leading to her current eccentric behavior, claiming that her affections had always been for the regent, and that she hardly knew the crown prince." The regent? Good heavens! The crown prince's younger uncle? She dares to confess her love for him in public? Such an affront to moral principles. Let us not forget that she once dared to drug the crown prince. What is this compared to that? It is truly pitiable for the regent, ensnared by this little madwoman from the Shen family. Yet she is still his former niece-in-law. What misfortune! I doubt it. How could it be so coincidental that she was just cast off by the crown prince, only to be forgotten? Clearly, she seeks a new protector and is intentionally clinging to the regent. You may believe others, but I do not think Shen Chuli is capable of such deceit. The crown prince is the apple of her eye. When the regent advised her, she was so agitated that she dared to urinate on him. It is impossible for her to harbor feelings for the regent. Indeed, it appears she has lost her mind, consumed by obsession. Suddenly, the coachman yanked the reins sharply, and the guards around them rushed forward to encircle Shen Chuli, preparing to evict her. A voice suddenly emerged from within the carriage. "Stop!" A pair of elegantly knuckled hands parted the curtain, revealing a coldly handsome figure, Huo Yuan, who furrowed his brow slightly upon seeing her. "Miss Shen, why do you obstruct my carriage?" Like an eel, Shen Chuli wriggled past the guard's elbows and, with tearful eyes, clung to Huo Yuan's leg. "My lord, how can you refer to me as Miss Shen? I am your consort." "Consort? I have not taken a wife." With her nose running and tears smearing his garments, Shen Chuli protested. 3 years as husband and wife, and you deny it? You must have someone else outside. You heartless scoundrel. Huo Yuan's extraordinarily handsome face soon displayed signs of impatience. "Shen Chuli, do you believe my patience is boundless?" His gaze fell upon her small hands gripping his attire, and he suddenly pinched her chin, compelling her to meet his eyes. "If you enjoy grasping my clothing so much, perhaps these hands should be relinquished?" Seeing Huo Yuan so invested, Shen Chuli refused to yield, choking back tears as she implored no. "Do not cut off my hands." According to the plan, Huo Yuan was supposed to kick her away and instruct the guards to dismiss her. Yet, silence lingered above. Realizing Huo Yuan's reluctance, Shen Chuli boldly lifted his foot and, in a swift motion, toppled backward. With a thud, her shoulder collided with a pillar, eliciting a sharp gasp as pain surged through her, the realism of her act undeniable. As she basked in her moment of triumph, a sudden grip on her wrist caught Shen Chuli off guard as Huo Yuan pulled her into the carriage. In the crowd behind, Shun Fu watched with malicious delight. Today, she had deliberately adorned herself in hopes of an encounter with Huo Yuan. Little did she expect to overhear shocking news and witness such a dramatic scene. Who does not know that Huo Yuan is the most powerful prince of the Great Jin? Known for his cold and ruthless demeanor, despising the presence of women, he is a fearsome figure whom countless noble ladies dare only to admire from afar, never to covet. A person of Shen Chuli's ilk, having offended the regent, would surely face dire consequences. Inside the carriage, the previously stern-faced man released his grip on her wrist as she was pulled inside. Upon noticing the delicate skin of her shoulder marred with blood, Huo Yuan's brow furrowed in concern. Swiftly, he retrieved a vial of medicinal liquor from the hidden compartment of the carriage. As he gently unfastened her blood-soaked garments to administer treatment, he inquired softly, "Does it hurt?" Shen Chuli lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes, murmuring, "No, it doesn't hurt." Huo Yuan, gazing at the young woman before him, without hesitation embraced her. Unbeknownst to himself, the reproach in his tone had transformed into a tender concern. "I understand you do not wish to implicate me, but do not forget, your husband is the regent of the Great Jin. I cannot stand aside while you endure suffering for my sake. To silence the whispers of the world, There is no need for you to harm yourself. Shen Chuli softly apologized. I won't be so impulsive next time. I'm sorry. What should we do now? You've brought me into the carriage, and outside there are onlookers. Shouldn't we create some commotion? The carriage felt cramped, their bodies pressed closely together, each breath brushing against one another's face. Huo Yuan fixated on her lips, watching them part and close, as a flicker of heat ignited deep within his dark eyes. At that moment, Shen Fu forcefully pushed through the crowd and knelt on the carriage step, choking back tears as she called out, "Regent, I implore you, spare my second sister." It was well known in the capital that the second sister harbored affections for the crown prince, and to be with him, she would even resort to unscrupulous means. Now, treating the prince as the crown prince, her actions could be deemed understandable. Shen Chuli's body stiffened abruptly. How could she go out only to encounter this wretched Shen Fu? In her past life, she had mistakenly stumbled into the regent's carriage after being injured, and rather than receiving blame, he had personally tended to her wounds, while Shen Fu had appeared from nowhere to plead on her behalf. However, rather than genuinely advocating, she had fanned the flames, insinuating that Shen Chuli was engaging in an affair with the regent, leading the crown prince to further despise her for believing she found him incompetent. How absurd that in her previous life, she had been meek, choosing to endure the humiliation, only to be punished by the crown prince upon her return to the palace, forced to scrub toilets without food for 3 days and nights. Meanwhile, Shen Fu had brazenly spread rumors of her supposed affair with the regent, leaving no one in the palace to believe in her innocence during the subsequent grand inspection. This time, she would not let her tongue go unscathed. With her mind ablaze, Shen Chuli turned to exit the carriage, but Huo Yuan blocked her path. Should you step out now, disheveled as you are, it would only confirm that our relationship is not as innocent as it appears. Your fury will lead everyone to suspect you're feigning amnesia. He grasped her hand, his voice steady and resolute. I shall take care of this. Outside the carriage, Shen Fu wept like a wilting flower, exclaiming, Regent, please do not blame my sister. If there is someone to hold responsible, let it be me. It was I who took my sister's place, causing her distress that led to her desperate act of jumping into the river, mistaking you for the crown prince. Regent, I offer my sincere apologies on behalf of my sister. She is merely overwhelmed by her deep affection for His Highness the Crown Prince, consumed by longing, and did not intend to offend. I, Fuer, am willing to marry in her stead, hoping that the regent can show mercy and spare my sister. Chapter 42. The Kiss of Punishment. Outside the carriage, Shen Fu lamented for a while, and upon noticing that Shen Chuli remained unfazed and did not descend, a flicker of jealousy crossed her eyes. How could it be that Shen Chuli, with her foolishness, could share a carriage with the regent? She would not allow it. In an instant, she lunged towards the carriage, raising her hand to pull aside the curtain. Foolish. Huo Yuan coldly uttered 4 words, then abruptly rose, delivering a swift kick that sent Shen Fu tumbling from a carriage. The thud echoed as she crashed against a post, bouncing back before being flung away. In the biting chill of early winter, she wore a light white veil, adorned for the occasion, intending to fabricate a scene as the regent's carriage left the palace. Little did she expect that Shen Chuli would be one step ahead. After enduring such a harsh kick, her clothing became ensnared in her hairpin, tangling into a disheveled mess, leaving her struggling to rise. At that moment, she was covered in dust, her hair in disarray, her entire being a chaotic sight of desperation. The laughter of the onlookers only deepened the shades of humiliation that washed over her face. Soon after, Shen Chuli leapt from the carriage and approached Shen Fu, helping to untangle her clothing. Sister, are you all right? Her concern was far from genuine. She sought to clarify before everyone that her affections lay solely with the regent. Shen Fu intentionally leaned on Shen Chuli for support, gripping her arm while feigning distress. Second sister, it is my inadequacy that has failed to rekindle His Highness the Crown Prince's heart, just as she was about to regain her balance. Shen Chuli suddenly stepped on the trailing fabric, retreating a step with a look of confusion. What are you saying? Who is the Crown Prince to me? Bang! Shen Fu was once again tripped, landing face first in the mud. She fell at Shen Chuli's feet, writhing in pain, and upon lifting her gaze, She realized that the injury on Shen Chuli's back had been treated. Having often visited the palace to deliver medicine to Huo Yuan, she immediately recognized the royal wound salve, a privilege reserved for those of the highest status, like the regent himself. Moreover, how could one treat their own back injury? Was it possible that the regent had removed Shen Chuli's garments and personally applied the medicine? No, she could not believe it. The regent had always despised women encroaching upon his space. It must have been Shen Chuli's deliberate seduction. In that instant, the jealousy within Shen Fu ignited a desire to tear Shen Chuli apart. That wretched Shen Chuli was merely an unfortunate country girl. How dare she vie for the love of their parents, and now seek the position of the regent's consort? Why hadn't she drowned when she fell into the water? Shen Fu, typically impulsive, chastised herself for not having acted out earlier, for even the traps she had set were deftly avoided by that foolish girl. When had she grown so clever? With this thought, Shen Fu reached out to tug at the fabric of Shen Chuli's back, saying, "Second sister, Fu knows you adore his highness. It is understandable that you cannot accept the blow of separation, but you must not cling to the regent." Shen Chuli looked at her, a disdainful smile curling at her lips. She was fully aware of Shen Fu's intentions. In her previous life, she had acted impulsively. Upon hearing Shen Fu's slanderous remarks, she was so enraged that she leapt from the carriage, intent on striking her. In her haste, her garments were hastily disarranged, and the regent prince's act of applying medicine to her became common knowledge, solidifying the scandalous rumors of their affair and branding her as a notorious harlot. The onlookers, all handpicked by Shen Fu, eagerly anticipated her humiliation, ready to pelt her with rotten eggs at the first opportunity. Shen Fu tugged at Shen Chuli's clothing for an extended period, yet failed to dislodge it, her eyes widening in astonishment. Shen Chuli inwardly scoffed, amused by Shen Fu's folly. Did she truly think her efforts would prevail? She had long since secured her attire with a strong adhesive, rendering it immovable. As Shen Chuli gazed upon Shen Fu's hypocritical and venomous visage, she suppressed her loathing and patiently explained, "Recently, I have heard the rumors you speak of regarding the crown prince and myself, which suggest that 3 years ago, in a bid to marry him, I drugged him. Yet, in my recollection, there exists no such individual. My true union is with the regent prince. Believe it or not, from beginning to end, the only person I have ever cherished is the regent prince." "You lie. Clearly." Shen Fu finally grasped that the narrative was not unfolding as she had orchestrated and anxiously attempted to expose Shen Chuli's deceit. However, before she could finish her sentence, Huo Yuan once again lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick, sending her flying into the crowd, where she landed unceremoniously in the arms of a toothless old man. Huo Yuan, growing impatient, dismounted the carriage and pulled Shen Chuli behind him, casting a cold glare at the gathered citizens. "This matter shall be investigated by me alone. There is no need for others to concern themselves," he continued, a cruel smile curving his lips. "As for Miss Shen, she shall be taken back to the royal residence, where I shall personally administer punishment." With that, he seized Shen Chuli and tossed her into the carriage. Employing his internal strength, he ensured she was unharmed. Just as he prepared to enter the carriage, he paused, turning sharply to fix a steely gaze upon Shen Fu's face. "Miss Shen-san, do not weep before my carriage again. Dressed in such pallid white, your lamentations may lead the uninformed to believe the Shen family is mourning a death." Huo Yuan had always been terse and cold in his interactions with her. This was the first time he had spoken so extensively, albeit not in a particularly pleasant manner. Yet Shen Fu felt a flicker of joy. With that final remark, Huo Yuan stepped into the carriage. The onlookers watched as the carriage departed, murmuring among themselves, all aware that this formidable man had little patience for women. Having offended him, Shen Chuli was likely to face severe retribution. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere was both intimate and awkward. Intimate, due to their close proximity, with Huo Yuan's ethereal visage hovering above her. Awkward, as the tension in Huo Yuan's jaw was palpable, his deep-set eyes dark as storm clouds ready to unleash their fury. He was angry. Shen Chuli cautiously offered an apology. "Today was my fault. I should not have." Before she could finish, Huo Yuan abruptly pinned her against the carriage wall, delivering a punishing kiss that crushed her resistance. Chapter 43. Lie still. Let this prince take over. Huo Yuan raised his hand, gripping the back of her head, while his other arm encircled her waist. His tongue rudely pried apart her lips. He had always been restrained, yet today, for reasons unknown, he seemed transformed. This was his first kiss with her. It was overwhelming and fierce, as if he intended to consume her entirely. Shen Chuli felt dazed from the kiss. She pressed her hands against his chest, tilting her head back to endure the man's fervent embrace, the suffocating pleasure flooding her mind. It turned out that the punishment Huo Yuan referred to was this. In a moment of passion, he withdrew his lips from hers. Shen Chuli gasped heavily, but he appeared unwilling to release her so easily. Huo Yuan caressed her lips, his voice husky, questioning where it had gone awry, gazing at his face positioned so close. Shen Chuli's voice softened, conveying that she should not harm herself, nor should she suddenly leap from the carriage. And then, there was more. Just as Shen Chuli pondered, she suddenly felt a sharp sting on her skin. Huo Yuan's head rested against her shoulder, his teeth sinking lightly into her collarbone. Do not engage in self-harm again. Should you dare, I shall claim you outright. The cycle of sensations, both ticklish and numbing, compelled her to retreat. Yet there was no escape behind her. Shen Chuli trembled, unable to suppress a soft whimper, just as she felt herself melting away. The carriage came to a halt before the residence of the regent. He lifted her from the carriage and strode towards the palace. Along the way, countless curious gazes scrutinized the pair. Huo Yuan shot a fierce glance, declaring, "Today, this prince and Ali venture out to hunt. Who dares to gossip? They shall face dire consequences." With that, he kicked open the palace door, carrying Shen Chuli inside. Hunting in the midst of winter? The servants lowered their heads, striving to forget the swaying carriage, for who would dare contradict a word spoken by the regent? On the other side, at the general's residence, Shen Huaixing furrowed his brow, hands clasped behind his back as he paced the courtyard. Madame Shen stood nearby, her eyes red-rimmed, anxiously gazing at the gate. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. They both turned to see Shen Mingyi, flushed and panting, rushing towards them. "Father, mother," he shouted as he ran, "I found my sister." Upon hearing this, Shen Huaixing's tense shoulders relaxed immediately, while Madame Shen nearly collapsed, her legs giving way. Fortunately, Shen Mingyi was quick to support her. "Finally, we found her. Where's your sister?" Shen Mingyi swallowed nervously, glancing at Shen Huaixing. An ominous premonition surged within Shen Huaixing's heart. He frowned and bellowed, "What has happened to your sister?" She was kicked twice by the regent and has fainted. I have sent for the physician to attend to her." He continued. He even publicly remarked that she wore plain white, weeping as if in mourning. Shen Huaixing's eyes widened in shock, his body swaying as he abruptly sank into a chair. The regent? He had always been proud. Why would he suddenly target our Shen family? Madame Shen's complexion was ashen, her body frozen in place. "Huaisheng, it must be that wretched girl Shen Chuli who has enticed the prince, seeking to thwart my daughter Fu's chances of marriage." The thought of Shen Chuli's seduction of the regent king sparked a glimmer of realization in Shen Huaisheng's mind. Could it be that Shen Chuli's public outburst was orchestrated to bring disgrace upon the Shen family? Dispatch someone to keep a close watch on the regent king. His face darkened with fury as he forcefully slammed the teacup onto the table. Send the most skilled spies to infiltrate the royal residence and uncover the nature of the relationship between the regent king and Shen Chuli. If the regent king truly intends to harm the Shen family, he will not rest until he has achieved his aims. In the inner chamber, the warm glow of candlelight illuminated the man's face. His lowered gaze cast a shadow from his long eyelashes upon his cheeks. Yet, inexplicably, Shen Chuli felt a pang of anxiety. Clenching her fists, she mustered the courage within her and resolved to speak once more. However, she was interrupted by the man's deep, resonant voice, instructing her to tend to the wound on her back, which required a change of dressing thrice daily, and to avoid water. Huo Yuan lowered his head to unwrap the bandage, meticulously inspecting the injury, applying the medicine with a serious and composed demeanor. He discarded the bloodied gauze into a lacquer tray and retrieved a cotton swab, his tone cold, yet his actions exceedingly gentle. "I am a physician. This is not severe," he stated. Shen Chuli swung her legs playfully, offering a light-hearted smile, dismissing the injury. After all, it was on her back. She could simply lie down to sleep without it causing her any trouble. Having faced death before, what was a mere scratch? Is your back not part of your flesh? Perhaps you should remain lying down for all your endeavors, Huo Yuan remarked, his voice calm and slightly hushed, devoid of discernible emotion. Yet, Shen Chuli discerned an undercurrent of anger. Tilting her head slightly, she replied, "I was merely jesting. It hasn't touched the bone. A few days of rest will suffice." Huo Yuan glanced at her, applying the ointment to her wound, warning her not to eat anything spicy, understood? Shen Chuli blinked and nodded in compliance. "Do not be upset. I simply wish to perform convincingly today." She continued to swing her legs, her words casual, reassured by his presence, knowing she had nothing to fear. Huo Yuan paused momentarily, his heart warmed by an unexpected surge of emotion, thrumming wildly within his chest, almost audible in its resonance. He murmured in acknowledgement, lowering his gaze to continue dressing the wound. At that moment, Wei Xiao entered, announcing, "Your Highness, Eunuch Zhu has arrived," bearing a message that the emperor has sent ginseng soup. Huo Yuan turned to Shen Chuli, who smiled in response. "I shall wait for you." He retrieved a piece of candy from his pocket and placed it in her palm, saying, "Be good. I shall return shortly." In the study, Eunuch Zhu awaited, a broad smile on his face, as Huo Yuan emerged. Regent King, upon hearing of the events at the palace gates, His Majesty has ordered the kitchen to prepare this restorative soup and has requested your presence in the palace for a gathering in a few days, as it is soon the eve of the little new year. He opened the food box to reveal a steaming bowl of ginseng soup. "Oh, the Emperor's informants are indeed astute. I had scarcely departed when you were dispatched," Huo Yuan remarked with a hint of amusement. Zhu Gonggong wore a sycophantic smile. For the Emperor and the Prince were brothers, naturally considering the Prince in all matters. He then lowered his voice, revealing that the Emperor had suggested, should the Prince be inclined, to select some beautiful maidens to alleviate his weariness and amuse him. Indeed, did the Emperor truly utter such words? Huo Yuan arched an eyebrow, lifting the bowl of ginseng soup. Of course, after all, it is the bond of blood. Before he could finish, Huo Yuan raised his arm and poured the scalding soup gradually over his own head. "Ah!" Zhu Gonggong cried out in horror, instinctively leaning back and losing his footing, crashing to the ground. With a thud, Huo Yuan casually tossed the bowl aside, declaring, "I have had my fill. Return and report." I take my leave," Zhu Gonggong stammered, trembling in fear, disregarding the pain on his face as he scrambled away from the study. Wei Xiao kept his head lowered, refraining from speaking. The relationship between the prince and the reigning emperor was strained. It was said that Huo Yuan's mother had been captured by the Xiongnu, pleading for an army of 100,000, but the emperor had declined, citing an empty treasury and insufficient supplies, thus leading to tragedy. Nevertheless, royal grievances were matters beyond the scope of their service. In the future, such trifles need not be reported to me, Huo Yuan stated coldly, wiping his fingers with a handkerchief. "There are rats in the Wangfu from the Shun family. See to it that they are eradicated." Wei Xiao was taken aback. "Rats? When did this occur? Was it perhaps the scullion we passed earlier?" He dared not inquire further, merely replying in a hushed tone, "As you command." Suddenly recalling something, he added, "Your Highness, you have not visited the military camp for several days in the army." Just then, a servant's voice called from outside, "Your Highness, the princess is hungry." Wei Xiao remained still, yet his brow furrowed slightly. Why must such trivial matters be reported to the prince? Did they not realize how busy he was? Very well. Huo Yuan discarded the handkerchief and strode out of the study. Wei Xiao scratched the back of his head, realizing that in the eyes of the regent, any matter concerning the princess was of utmost importance. "Prepare the carriage. We shall go to the military camp in half an hour." "Understood," Wei Xiao replied with a fist clasped, following Huo Yuan outside. Darling Shen Chuli lay on the bed, and upon seeing Huo Yuan, she immediately propped herself up to greet him, only to be gently pressed back down by Huo Yuan. "You donned your armor, and I thought you had gone to the military camp." Wei Xiao lowered his gaze, fiddling with his fingers. He too believed the prince should be at the camp at this moment. It is more important to dine with you, besides. Huo Yuan gazed at her, reaching out to tuck her disheveled hair behind her ear. The military camp is not busy. Not busy. Wei Xiao displayed a look of resentment. The prince had been to Wangfu daily, leaving all the pressure on him. He was overwhelmed with tasks. Feeling a gaze upon her, Shen Chuli looked up, causing Wei Xiao to immediately lower his head and quietly retreat. Darling, it is time for lunch. I shall prepare something for you. How about that hearty stew from last time? Shen Chuli possessed a remarkable confidence in her culinary skills, eagerly making her way to the small kitchen. However, Huo Yuan grasped Shen Chuli's hand, gently loosening his hold, a subtle smile gracing his lips. You must tire your hands. Do they not ache? He inquired. Tire from what? Shen Chuli instinctively responded, but as the words escaped her lips, she sensed an underlying tension. Despite her tone being perfectly ordinary, his words seemed to carry an air of flirtation. Reflecting on it, she realized that her hands had indeed been sore after last preparing the meat sauce. Huo Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, pressing a kiss to her hand, his voice languid and tender. Rest easy. Allow me to take over. Chapter 44. No longer wanting to restrain, can you cook? Shen Chuli gazed at Huo Yuan, feigning surprise. She was well aware of his culinary skills. In her past life, after an argument with the crown prince, he had once cooked for her, but she had disdainfully kicked over the meal, vowing to starve rather than consume anything he prepared. Now, indeed, it smelled delightful. My mother taught me, Huo Yuan replied, his stern countenance softening at the mention of the Empress Dowager. She was an excellent cook, just like you. As he spoke, he removed his armor and hung it on the weapon rack, unfastening the sword at his waist, preparing to place it on a nearby table. Allow me to take that for you. This sword, which Shen Chuli had never seen him part with, must hold great significance. Huo Yuan paused, casting a glance at her serene face. After a moment, a faint smile graced his lips. Very well. The instant she grasped the hilt, her arm was suddenly weighed down, nearly causing her to stumble. It turned out the sword was extraordinarily heavy, far beyond the capability of an ordinary person. Huo Yuan quickly steadied her. This sword, named Nianli, is a relic from my mother. Forged from dark iron, is indeed heavy for you. In her previous life, Huo Yuan had also revealed to her that this sword was called Nianli. However, she had detested him then, criticizing him for bestowing such an unpleasant name upon it. Now, she suddenly realized, could Nianli, the pair, refer to her? Such a precious item had been named after her all along. The sensation of her heart racing returned, softening Shen Chuli's heart like an unripe orange, a mixture of acidity and sweetness. Huo Yuan set the sword aside and gently caressed the back of her head. Just lie still. Your husband will return shortly. With that, he turned and stepped outside. The servants in the courtyard, seeing the regent emerge, all pretended to be busily occupied. Once Huo Yuan entered the kitchen, they huddled together, whispering, Did I just see that right? The prince has entered the small kitchen. Good heavens! Previously, we only viewed the prince as an untouchable figure. Yet here he is, handling pots and pans. Indeed, they say a gentleman stays away from the kitchen. But that seems to be mere pretense in front of the princess. This is too affectionate. If word of this gets out, it would surely cause a stir throughout the capital. At that moment, Wei Xiao approached from behind the group, clearing his throat discreetly. Someone go fetch a few buckets of water to prevent the prince from burning down the kitchen. Within the kitchen, the smoke spiraled upwards, the broad silhouette of the man obscuring the pot of fish soup before him. Shen Chuli leaned against the window, secretly watching him. Huo Yuan rolled up the sleeves of his dark robe, revealing strong, blue veins. Even in the kitchen, the innate nobility radiating from him was mesmerizing. As she observed his broad shoulders and narrow waist, her mind flitted back to that night of intoxication when she had held his chin, and he had not resisted. Did this imply that he did not shy away from her closeness? Did he also yearn to be near her? She needed to seize the moment and turn their unripe relationship into something substantial. With this thought, she smiled, her brows lifting with the warmth of spring. Are you hungry? Huo Yuan asked, his voice steady, not turning back. Just lie still. It will be ready soon. Just as he ladled the soup, a pair of hands encircled his sturdy waist from behind. Shen Chuli climbed onto his back with her hands and feet, wrapping her arms around his neck and nuzzling her petite face against his shoulder. "I'm so sorry. What is the matter?" Huo Yuan, puzzled, turned around to gently cradle her face, examining her closely. "Who is upset, my dear?" Shen Chuli puffed out her cheeks and gazed at him with glistening eyes. "Today, when you asked me if I'd done anything wrong, I pondered. I should trust that you can protect me well, rather than taking matters into your own hands." Huo Yuan sighed, expressing his deepest wish. "My greatest desire is for you to rely on me a little more. Would that be agreeable? Remember this. Husband, I want to indulge in delicious food." Her soft, tender voice melted away any irritation he had. This little girl effortlessly unraveled his composure. Once a certain desire took root in his heart, mere restraint could not suppress it. Yet, he found himself reluctant to restrain it any longer. After all, she was his only wife. Huo Yuan balanced a bowl of fish soup in one hand while carrying Shen Chuli on his back toward the courtyard, her legs playfully swinging at his waist. In the distance, the servants rushing with water buckets froze in shock. "Help! Is this really our cold and ruthless King Yin? This is far too indulgent." Wei Xiao squatted in a corner, sighed deeply, and thought, "Seeing this makes me want to find a wife too. Alas, it seems I need someone to wake me up." In the Eastern Palace, as the year-end approached, Huo Jingheng had just returned from an inspection of the people's conditions when he heard about the incident at the palace gate. Rumors circulated throughout the capital, claiming that Shen Chuli had lost her mind and truly forgotten him. The gossip spread so widely that it made his head spin. During his time in the palace, he often overheard the discussions among the servants, all centered around Shen Chuli. Some young eunuchs remarked that she lingered daily at the prince's residence just to deliver a bowl of hot fish soup, only to drink it herself when the prince never opened the door. A palace maid recounted how she climbed the wall of the prince's residence late at night just to catch a glimpse of him, only to be publicly reprimanded and ultimately escorted out by Wei Xiao. An old matron expressed her jealousy over the sound of laughter emanating from the prince's residence, which led her to chase after the regent's carriage and tumble into the moat, prompting the entire capital to whisper that she had jumped into the river for love. The multitude of rumors nearly swayed Huo Jingheng into believing them. Yet, he remained convinced that Shen Chuli was not unwell. Rather, she was merely trying to provoke him, using the prince to elicit regret. Although he felt no remorse, a simmering discontent lingered in his heart, prompting him to venture outside the palace that day to have a word with Shen Chuli, warning her against her foolish fantasies. However, Shen Chuli had already moved and was nowhere to be found. His anger flared. This wretched woman dared to relocate without informing him? After searching in vain, he returned only to be summoned by his mother, who informed him that his 13th brother had returned to the capital, much to the delight of the emperor, which led to him receiving a scolding for his dullness. Furthermore, since Rower had returned last time, she had also become rather peculiar. Huo Jingheng, thoroughly vexed, changed into a set of ordinary garments, left the palace without attendance, and wandered until he arrived at a temple. The temple was bustling with worshippers, and amidst the crowd, he unexpectedly spotted Shen Chuli. Beside her stood a man of imposing stature. A surge of fury surged through Huo Jingheng's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped forward and delivered a fierce kick to the man's posterior. "Lily, come here. I have something to say to you." Chapter 45. The Crown Prince crossing the street in the dead of night. Shen Chuli once again scaled the wall to enter the royal residence, where Huo Yuan awaited her with open arms. "Ali, you publicly compelled me to banish you from the palace today, and spies from the Eastern Palace witnessed it. I believe it is time to conclude this matter. What are your thoughts?" Shen Chuli's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Indeed, it was quite effective. Now everyone in the capital knows that my affections lie with you." "You, indeed," Huo Yuan replied, shedding his cloak to envelop her, revealing only her round little head. As winter set in, he continued, "Today, I must attend to the military camp to distribute provisions. If you find yourself restless, feel free to explore outside. Purchase whatever pleases you. Do not deny yourself." Huo Yuan provided her with an extravagant carriage and a substantial bundle of silver notes. Shen Chuli declined, deeming it too ostentatious, as her current persona was that of a pitiful creature unaccustomed to affection, though she had assumed the role of Huo Yuan's admirer and pursued him for several days. She reveled in the experience, for opportunities to flirt with the regent in public were rare. The thrill was heightened when she observed Huo Yuan's facade of reprimand faltering as his ears turned crimson, an exhilarating sensation. Unfortunately, with Huo Yuan departing for the military camp, her playful antics came to an untimely end. After his departure, Shen Chuli found herself restless and sought to invite Wen Yin for a shopping excursion. However, Wen Yin lamented a backache from their previous escapade and was unable to join. Thus, Shen Chuli wandered aimlessly until she arrived at a Taoist temple, where she was suddenly intercepted by her childhood companion, Huo Yuan. Shen Chuli, is it truly you? The two settled upon a mat in the temple's hall, where a small hot pot was prepared before them. Shen Chuli dipped a slice of beef into the pot and remarked, "This beef seems rather tough. Being poor is better than having nothing at all. Do not be picky," Huo Yuan replied, deftly adding a plate of tripe to the simmering broth, which he served to her 3 minutes later. Shen Chuli poked at the tripe and asked Huo Yuan, "Are you not a prince? Why do you remain as impoverished as in our childhood? Who told you that princes are wealthy?" "Ah, Shen Chuli, before you say anything further, I have heard you are pursuing my 9th uncle. That is impossible. My 9th uncle has no preference for women. Be careful, it's hot." Huo Yuan was the 13th son of the emperor, the youngest brother of Huo Jingheng, and also Huo Yuan's nephew. In a certain sense, she and Huo Yuan shared similarities. Both were of the same age and bore the burden of abandonment, having grown up together in the mountains. The only difference was that he belonged to a distinguished lineage and, once reclaimed, lived a life of comfort. Among all the princes, he was the least competitive, devoted to the pursuit of Taoism, and thus enjoyed a close bond with Huo Jingheng. Huo Yuan and Shen Chuli had always resonated with one another. She was passionate about medicine, while he was captivated by the Tao. In her previous life, after marrying the crown prince, she had hoped to see him within the palace, only to find him absent for an extended period, with no one knowing his whereabouts. Eventually, she encountered him again in the 3rd year of her marriage to the Eastern Palace. When she inquired about his absence, he smiled and mentioned he had been studying forbidden arts of resurrection. Shen Chuli was skeptical, and he offered no further explanation before establishing this Taoist temple. As Shen Chuli drizzled plum sauce over the tripe, she teased, "If you don't fancy women, could it be that you have an interest in me? I wonder, Huo Yuan, are you perhaps affiliated with Huo Jingheng?" Huo Yuan had already heard whispers of Shen Chuli's pursuit of Huo Yuan. He set down the soup pot, exclaiming indignantly, "Shen Chuli, you have truly misunderstood me. The crown prince is my royal brother, and we have been childhood companions. We grew up together, inseparable, and of course, I would defend you without a second thought. My royal brother vowed to love only you in this lifetime, yet he has entangled himself with your maidservant. Regardless of the circumstances, this is entirely his fault. He is a heartless man. When you insisted on marrying my royal brother, what did I advise you? I warned you that your fates were incompatible, that he would bring you misfortune. Yet you dismissed my words, perhaps due to our long-standing familiarity. Shen Chuli often disregarded my counsel. Seeing I could not dissuade her, I sighed deeply and set off to wander the world, returning only yesterday. Upon my return, I found the streets abuzz with rumors regarding Shen Chuli and Huo Yuan. Initially, I dismissed it as mere gossip, but upon hearing from my brother that it was indeed true, I sensed something was amiss. I intended to seek out Shen Chuli today, but unexpectedly encountered her at the door. I have observed the fortune of my uncle. It is far too rigid, and Shen Chuli would not withstand it. Therefore, she can marry anyone, but not my uncle. Given their familial bond, even if she pursued him for 1,000 years, my uncle would never relent in marrying her. And in the end, it would be Shen Chuli who suffers. Having been childhood friends with her, I felt it was my duty to persuade her. Shen Chuli, I have never deceived you, have I? Trust my judgment. You used to grimace at the mere mention of my uncle. How could you possibly have feelings for him? If you truly wish to marry, I can introduce someone to you. Before I could finish my sentence, I was unceremoniously kicked off the mat. Damn it! Who dares to kick me? As I rose, ready to unleash my fury, I noticed Huo Jingheng standing behind me, casting a dark glare in my direction. Before I could speak, Huo Jingheng pushed past me and approached Shen Chuli. Come here. I have something to say to you. Shen Chuli, engrossed in her cooking, didn't even lift her head. Who are you? Just because you tell me to come doesn't mean I have to. You may be ugly, but your aspirations are quite grand. Huo Jingheng was momentarily taken aback, his brows furrowing. Shen Chuli, have you had your fill of this nonsense? He stepped forward, attempting to grasp her hand, but she deftly evaded him. Huo Jingheng's expression darkened, and, mindful of his discreet attire, he softened his tone. Lili, I know you resent me for breaking my promise to you, feigning amnesia to provoke my regret and guilt. However, matters of the heart cannot be forced. My feelings for Rower are genuine. You needn't be so despondent. Even if you cannot be my legitimate wife, I am willing to take you as a concubine. Yet, your relentless pursuit of my uncle is truly disappointing. You must return with me immediately and clarify to everyone that you have not lost your memory. I shall grant you the position of a concubine. Is that agreeable? Huo Yuan furrowed his brow. Listen to yourself. Is this how one speaks to another? Rising from the ground, I shielded Shen Chuli behind me, preventing Huo Jingheng from seeing her. Brother, she has already divorced you. Who she pursues is of no concern to you. She no longer remembers you, and your behavior now resembles that of clown. Our commotion had attracted quite a crowd, with onlookers pointing and whispering about the three of us. As the crowd continued to swell, Huo Jingheng's expression darkened, suppressing the last remnants of his rationality. Casting a chilling glance at him, this matter does not concern you. Be on your way. Before Huo Yuan could utter a word, Shen Chuli abruptly slammed her chopsticks down, propping herself against the table to rise, pulling him aside. Go disperse the patrons. Huo Yuan calculated quickly. This is bad. There's bloodshed imminent. Be cautious. Just as he was about to warn her, Shen Chuli rolled up her sleeves, striding forward, and delivered a kick straight to Huo Jingheng's groin. Huo Yuan. So the bloodshed referred to Huo Jingheng. Shen Chuli, how dare you kick me? Are you insane? Huo Jingheng was utterly unprepared for Shen Chuli's public assault. Groaning in pain, nearly toppling over, Shen Chuli remained silent, slightly bending at the waist to meet Huo Jingheng's gaze, articulating each word with precision. The rumors surrounding us have proliferated excessively of late. To summarize, I was once shamelessly attached to you, and you grew weary of me for 3 years, only to take a liking to my accompanying maid. You two wallowed together, and when I was pushed into the water by her, I awoke to find myself enamored with my uncle. So what if I love him? Isn't that a fortuitous turn for you? You both are entangled, and I wish you well. Yet, unexpectedly, she raised her hand and dealt Huo Jingheng another resounding slap to the head. You, a mere rat, insist on turning back to disgust me. Side concubine? I side with your mother. This slap, however, was successfully blocked by Huo Jingheng. He seized Shen Chuli's wrist, pulling her close. His teeth clenched as he hissed, Shen Chuli, are you attempting to ensnare me? Do not forget, you are merely a country bumpkin, hot-tempered and unruly, lacking in any refinement. Even being my concubine would be an immense fortune for you. Shen Chuli merely curled her lips. Unable to strike him, her gaze swept to the side, and she lifted the leftover hot pot in her hands. In full view of the crowd, she doused Huo Jingheng with the contents. Aren't you to marry Gao Nanru? Haven't you declared your mutual affection? What do your words mean now? They reveal your lowliness. Seeing him dodge again, she frantically swung the hot pot towards his head. The scene was chaotic. Huo Yuan swiftly worked to disperse the onlookers. Huo Jingheng found evading increasingly strenuous. To minimize the blows, he softened his tone. Fine. I shall not hold that kick against you. After all, I was at fault first. I can give you another chance. Shen Chuli, exhausted from her efforts, tossed the pot aside and plopped onto the mat. Huo Jingheng glanced around, confirming that only he and Shen Chuli remained in the hall, and suddenly stepped forward, grasping Shen Chuli's hand to drag her towards the back door, intending to shove her into a carriage and take her back to the palace. Behind the large locust tree at the temple, Huo Yuan had arrived, his expression dark as night. Behind him, Wei Xiao continuously wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The 13th prince's attendant had rushed to the royal residence, reporting that the princess consort was in trouble. The prince, preparing to head to the military camp, had come without hesitation, only to find the princess consort alone with the crown prince. though they were separated by a distance that rendered their words inaudible. The sight of their interlocked hands exuded an undeniable intimacy. Huo Yuan remained silent, striding purposefully toward the study hall, with Wei Xiao hastily trailing behind. It was over. Completely finished. Would the prince succumb to his anger and unleash a massacre? My lady, may you seek your own fortune. Chapter 46. I have touched him, and I am quite satisfied. However, I have already resolved to bear a child for my uncle. Just as Huo Yuan pushed open the door, the sound of Shen Chuli's elevated voice suddenly echoed through the hall. I have heard the common folk murmur. Your mother despises me for my inability to bear children and has been urging me to part ways with you. As a physician myself, the moment you grasped my hand, I seized the opportunity to take your pulse and discovered that your pulse was weak and floating, a sign of unhealthiness. If you are incapable, must I then be deprived of a life with someone who can? Be silent, you shameless harlot. Shen Chuli jabbed at his heart, nearly provoking Huo Jingheng into a torrent of curses. His face flushed crimson as he struggled to suppress his rage. This matter could not be publicized. He had been consuming various herbal remedies of late, and the imperial physician had indicated that the prospect of progeny was quite hopeful. Yet his disappointment in Shen Chuli, this coarse and shameless woman, had reached its zenith. The remnants of any lingering affection had utterly evaporated. He pointed an accusatory finger at Shen Chuli, rebuking her vehemently. Your mother is right. You are nothing but a vulgar, worthless wild girl. No wonder your parents and brothers dote on your sister. Do you truly believe that the royal uncle would take a fancy to a woman as shameless as you? To put it bluntly, you are merely a diversion for a brothel. Do not delude yourself into thinking that your lack of shame could earn you the title of regent consort. It is utterly laughable. As long as I live, you shall never marry the royal uncle. Shen Chuli, munching on sunflower seeds, listened to his tirade and, upon its conclusion, spat the remnants of seeds back at him. Finished with your rant? Allow me to inform you that even if I were not afflicted by amnesia, I would still find you unworthy of my regard. For you are both ugly and filthy, 180 streets beneath my uncle. I have touched him. His chest is broader than yours, and he possesses an 8-pack. I am thoroughly satisfied. Shen Chuli, you are outrageous. Huo Jingheng trembled with fury. You are utterly debasing yourself. He could hardly believe it. This foolish woman, who once dared not speak back to him, now seemed to have a sharp tongue, audaciously retorting against him. What infuriated him most was that he could not best her in this verbal clash. What the crown prince had just said was indeed an act of treason. Shen Chuli smirked. According to the laws of the Great Gene, both men and women have the right to pursue happiness after separation. How is my pursuit of my uncle an act of debasement? Could it be that the esteemed title of prince is utterly inconsequential in your eyes? Having caught a glimpse of the dark hem of clothing outside the window, she deliberately raised her voice, intending for the person beyond the door to hear. She wished to lavish praise upon her husband. Silence yourself. Such a grave accusation could lead to dire consequences if Huo Yuan were to overhear. Huo Jingheng's countenance shifted instantly, and he lunged forward, attempting to cover Shen Chuli's mouth. Shen Chuli swiftly extended her foot, tripping him as she nimbly slipped beneath his arm. As she wriggled past, her words tumbled out like beans from a pod. Oh heavens! What a revelation! I must have been deranged to forget you, only to finally realize who my true destiny is. In terms of appearance, my uncle is unparalleled, a beauty unlike any other. The visage of His Highness, the Crown Prince, is such that even Yuan would wish to redo her work. Spectres would take a detour, and even Lei Gong would feel a sense of shame. In terms of military accomplishments, my uncle drove away foreign foes and secured the borders at the tender age of 16. Yet the Crown Prince, in his 20s, boasts no military merit, merely the title of prince, devoid of any martial spirit, inviting ridicule. Regarding power, my uncle stands second to none, commanding the winds and clouds of the world at his whim, truly a hero of the present age. As for the Crown Prince, one might praise him for his filial piety, but frankly, he is nothing more than a pampered boy. Though I lack memories, the thought of having once lain beside a spineless wretch fills me with pity for the esteemed female official. This night, my hands ached terribly. Shen Chuli mocked as she retreated towards the study door. My uncle, however, is different. He has surpassed the 7th cycle, approaching the 8th. You shameless harlot. Huo Jingheng finally lost his composure, charging at her with intent to strangle her. Shen Chuli deftly evaded, and Huo Jingheng collided with the study door, only to be met by an impenetrable wall of men. He looked up, encountering the darkened visage of a man above him, and fell to the ground in fright. Chapter 47. She should be on the bed, not underneath it. Huo Jingheng's body stiffened, his voice trembling. Uncle. Uncle. Naturally, he was filled with trepidation at the thought of Huo Yuan. Huo Yuan commanded a formidable military force, and even the emperor had to show deference to the regent. A mere prince who had never set foot on a battlefield stood no chance of opposing him. Today, he was supposed to be in the barracks. How could he possibly be here? Yet, the fact remained that his uncle was his uncle. Shen Chuli, that brazen woman, had humiliated him, and his uncle should be on his side, shouldn't he? After much contemplation, he steeled his resolve and pointed an accusatory finger at Shen Chuli. Uncle, Shen Chuli has spoken disrespectfully to your nephew, belittling the dignity of the crown prince. I can no longer tolerate this. Huo Yuan turned his gaze upon Shen Chuli, who stood there composed, discreetly winking at him. Receiving her signal, Huo Yuan nodded, his voice icy. Wei Xiao. At your service. Wei Xiao responded loudly, wiping the sweat from his brow. He had just sensed the chilling aura emanating from his master dissipate the moment the princess complimented him. As if a lion that had been roused was soothed by a gentle touch, its tail now obediently lowered. Life certainly had its ups and downs. Shen Chuli has committed an offense against her superior. Take her back to the palace at once. Yes. Miss Shen, please. Wei Xiao grinned maliciously as he escorted Shen Chuli out. As soon as they stepped outside the temple, Wei Xiao immediately released her, clasping his fists in a bow. My lady, I beg your pardon for my rudeness. Please forgive me. While speaking, he lifted the curtain and invited Shen Chuli into the luxurious carriage. Inside, the carriage was spacious and opulent, adorned with plush silk cushions and golden embroidered pillows, and a delicate jade chessboard was arranged on a low table. Shen Chuli reclined languidly, unfazed. When will my husband arrive? Wei Xiao held a platter of fruits and pastries, a respectful smile gracing his face. My lady, the Lord has a few matters to discuss with the crown prince. Fearing you might be bored, he has prepared some candied fruits and snacks for your amusement. In the dining hall, Huo Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Ahung, since you have pledged yourself to Gao Nanru and wish to take her as your crown princess, why do you entangle yourself with Ali? He cast a cold glance. Is this not a display of disgrace? Huo Jingheng's face darkened with anger. Uncle, it was that woman, Shen Chuli, who first tarnished your reputation. It is because of her that I... Huo Yuan interrupted coldly. Tomorrow is the little new year. Your father has sent someone to deliver a congratulatory letter to the regent's residence. I will personally handle today's affair. The royal palace was governed by strict rules, with the consorts engaging in treacherous schemes against one another. During significant festivals, all manner of individuals would converge. The rites would last for 3 days, during which the royal family and officials would be present. In previous years, he had spent this time alone in the barracks, but this year, he intended to announce the clandestine affair between the crown prince and Gao Nanru. He aimed to bring shame upon the royal family, either forcing the Shushi to publicly acknowledge Gao Nanru as a daughter-in-law or to confront her directly. Regardless of the outcome, it would breed animosity between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, placing the crown prince in a precarious position. He sought to humiliate the royal family and exact a heavy toll on Shen Chuli. Before Huo Jingheng could utter a word, Huo Yuan interjected, stating that by the hour of the rooster on the morrow, he was to bring along Gao Nanru punctually. The uproar surrounding the Taoist temple soon erupted throughout the capital. Children in the streets joined in the commotion, and it wasn't long before the events were woven into verses that circulated widely. The crown prince, with his flirtatious tales, intends to wed a maid as his consort. The crown princess, in her fury, retaliates, leaving the prince in a fluster. This ballad effectively unveiled the secret romance between Huo Jingheng and Gao Nanru to the entire city. Now, Everyone in the capital was aware that the crown prince intended to marry Shen Chuli's maid as his crown princess in the upcoming year. Upon hearing the news, Gao Nanru, no longer feeling any discomfort, straightened her back, adorned herself, and made her way to the palace where Shen Chuli once resided. Previously, the regent had promised her the title of crown princess, yet since she had not publicly admitted her mistake, the matter faded into obscurity. Now, with Shen Chuli creating such a ruckus, it was as if she had thrust Huo Yuan onto a pyre, leaving him no graceful exit. Gao Nanru felt inclined to commend Shen Chuli for her self-destructive behavior. However, the kick Huo Yuan received from Shen Chuli had only exacerbated his already fragile state. Upon his return, he upended tables, shattered vases, and vented his fury, cursing Shen Chuli for her shamelessness. But what vexed him most was that the affair with Gao Nanru was now common knowledge. Consequently, he faced a barrage of summons from his parents, spending an entire day being reprimanded without respite. Frustrated, he sought an outlet for his anger, but found it difficult to locate Gao Nanru. Ultimately, he discovered her in the Hualili Palace, the very place Shen Chuli had once inhabited. She had already been seated there for an entire day. No, it was soon to be renamed Huaro Palace. In truth, this was not her first visit. On the night of Shen Chuli and Huo Yuan's wedding, she had concealed herself beneath the bed. Among all the halls of the Eastern Palace, this was the one she loathed the most, despising its name. Every flower and stone, every blade of grass and tree, even a bird resting on the eaves, she wished to strangle. Huo Yuan had remarked that Shen Chuli disliked others meddling with her belongings. Now, not only was she meddling, but she also intended to don Shen Chuli's old garments and sleep with the man Shen Chuli had once loved. The greatest regret Gao Nanru harbored was likely that on the night of the wedding, she had not awakened Shen Chuli to perform the live spring palace before her eyes. 3 years prior, during the grand wedding in the Eastern Palace, she had wept alone for a long time. The crown prince, feeling her sorrow, allowed her to hide beneath the bed as a gesture of compassion. The palace of the crown princess was even larger than her own humble abode, which drove her to madness with jealousy. It was from that moment she truly comprehended the insatiable nature of greed and the relentless pursuit of more. Previously, she would have been content to remain a mere concubine, nameless and unrecognized, following the crown prince for a lifetime. Yet, having glimpsed a fragment of the celestial realm, her discontent as a mortal grew ever stronger. Why should Shen Chuli's fate be so fortunate? Why should one who had once fallen to the depths now be in a position to bestow favors? Why must she remain subservient? Why was it not Shen Chuli beneath the bed? She resolved to take her place upon the bed. Thus, on the night of the grand wedding, after Shen Chuli had fallen into a deep slumber, she stealthily emerged, employing all her acquired skills to entice Huo Yuan. At first, he refused, but later found it exhilarating. They sparred until dawn, right in front of Shen Chuli. Beside them, Shen Chuli's serene visage was a picture of tranquility in slumber. Many times, Gao Nanru felt her strands of hair nearly brushing against Shen Chuli's nose, a sense of vindictive pleasure washing over her. After their bout, she discreetly followed Shen Fu's instructions and tucked a belly band beneath the prince's pillow. Upon discovering it, Shen Chuli indeed went into a frenzy. The outcome was a slap from Huo Yuan, and she found herself as a lady-in-waiting in the Eastern Palace. Shen Fu, with a sense of triumph, remarked that while Shen Chuli was intelligent, she was also excessively impulsive. The intelligence referred to her ability to grasp knowledge effortlessly. Her years of rustic living had cultivated her innate brilliance, particularly in medicine, where she was nothing short of a prodigy. Regardless of the illness afflicting any servant in the manor, she treated them with equal diligence and could swiftly effect a cure, which Shen Fu regarded as a superficial attempt to curry favor, utterly insincere. Her impulsiveness was characterized by a stubborn disposition. She bore pain, injustice, and grievances without shedding a tear, preferring to endure blows rather than relent. Shen Fu adeptly exploited this trait to usurp the affection of their parents and brother. Gao Nanru's success in capturing the prince's heart was largely due to Shen Chuli's failure to adopt a humble demeanor, Powerful men often favored delicate flowers with tragic histories, while Shen Chuli only knew how to lose herself in madness. In matters of serving men, Gao Nanru proved far more competent than Shen Chuli. Had she been the one to find the belly band, she would have refrained from making a scene. A mere tear caught by the prince's eye would have sufficed to ensnare his affections. However, Shen Chuli lacked such finesse, her fury blinding her to decorum as she kicked open doors and seized her by the throat, nearly injuring the prince in the process, ultimately leading to her banishment to the cold palace. Foolish woman, she deserved her fate. Regrettably, her own kindness prevented her from waking Shen Chuli at that moment. Otherwise, provoking her in front of others might have hastened her rise. Nonetheless, it was not too late. Even before the regent had expressed his intentions to support their union, she had begun preparing her wedding attire. This was her first taste of power, when she was merely a favored concubine of the prince. The fine fabrics of the Imperial Tailoring Bureau were never within her reach. Yet, ever since the announcement of the prince's intention to marry her, those who once looked down on her now bowed and scraped, offering tea, massaging her feet, and even personally delivering exquisite materials to her palace. Yet she did not don them. Instead, she chose to wear Shen Chuli-esque garments, sitting on her bed, mimicking her demeanor, and adorning herself with hairpins and jewelry. When Huo Yuan entered, seeing her laughing and crying simultaneously, he thought she was possessed. "Rower, tomorrow we shall honor the kitchen god. Dress splendidly, as the royal uncle wishes to see you." Gao Nanru trembled with excitement, realizing that the regent was about to fulfill his promise of making her the crown princess. It was almost unbelievable. She had spent 4 arduous years transforming from a bullied little beggar into a maid of the manor, a lady-in-waiting of the Eastern Palace, and now, the crown princess, surpassing Shen Chuli step by step. Gently caressing her slightly rounded belly, Gao Nanru silently vowed that the next day, she would strike Shen Chuli's face before everyone, finally asserting her dignity. Chapter 48. Tonight's entertainment, Yuchuan. Was it you who assisted a Li at the Taoist temple? As Huo Yuan stood before Huo Yuan, a wave of unease washed over him. Assist? Indeed, he had lent a hand. After all, his elder brother's words had been rather harsh, and fearing for Shen Chuli's well-being, he had pretended to stumble, grasping his brother's trousers, compelling Shen Chuli to kick him where it hurt. However, since his uncle had always been at odds with Shen Chuli and had chastised her for overstepping her bounds, his intervention not only incurred the prince's wrath, but also left him susceptible to his uncle's reprimand. After a moment's contemplation, Huo Yuan replied to his uncle, "It was the nephew who helped." "Oh." Huo Yuan slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes laden with inscrutable meaning as they rested upon Huo Yuan's face. "So, in times of trouble, you come to this prince first? Between the prince and a Li, you choose a Li?" The intensity of Huo Yuan's presence was overwhelming. A mere glance rendered Huo Yuan breathless. In truth, when Shen Chuli clashed with the prince, he had not immediately sought his uncle's assistance. He had always advocated for Shen Chuli to distance herself from his uncle, and this situation only muddied the waters further. Yet, desperate times called for desperate measures. Who could quell Huo Jingheng's notorious temper, if not his uncle? He had intended to grasp at straws, but unexpectedly, his uncle had galloped to the rescue. Uncertain of Huo Yuan's intentions, Huo Yuan mustered his courage and replied, "Yes, I choose Li Li. Although the prince is my brother, my bond with Li Li has been forged since childhood. I am well aware of her temperament. She would never resort to violence without provocation. Should you find fault in this matter, I must assert that it is my elder brother who has wronged Li Li first, and he has brought this upon himself." As he spoke, he instinctively knelt to plead for forgiveness, but before his knees could touch the ground, a large hand caught him. "Your Taoist temple is somewhat small. After the new year, I shall have someone triple its size for you. Huo Yuan, at 5:15 tomorrow evening, remember to offer sacrifices to the kitchen god." With that, Huo Yuan patted his shoulder and turned to leave, leaving Huo Yuan in a daze. What? Triple the size? Surely, he had misheard. His uncle had never been particularly affectionate toward his nephews. Why was he suddenly so generous? To expand his Taoist temple was a dream he had long cherished. He had always been laid back, lacking a competitive spirit, a trait likely inherited from his mother, pure concubine. Years ago, when the emperor ventured south and encountered his mother, he had taken her for a night of indulgence before casting her aside. To his surprise, she had become pregnant, and the emperor, unwilling to allow the royal bloodline to mingle with the common folk, had brought him back. Among the many princes, he had excelled neither in learning nor in martial skills, rendering him the least notable, essentially a good-for-nothing. His singular passion lay in the study of Taoism, hence the construction of this humble temple, which had long been in disrepair due to a lack of funds. His uncle had said it would be expanded. Why? It mattered not. He must cling tightly to the leg of ninth prince. This was the true embodiment of fortune. Your Highness, there is a matter I am uncertain whether I should address. After holding his silence for some time, Wei Xiao could no longer restrain himself. Inside the carriage, Huo Yuan sat with his eyes closed, his voice faint as he spoke. 3 years ago, after you assisted the princess in elevating the crown prince, you distanced yourself from the other princes. What has prompted you to suddenly bestow such favor upon the 13th prince? Wei Xiao hesitated for a moment and remarked, although the 13th prince possesses integrity, he falls short among the other princes in poetry, literature, archery, and martial prowess. Furthermore, his mother, consort Chen, hails from a powerless lineage, and her temperament is rather weak. If the Lord wishes to select another heir among the princes, it is truly unnecessary to choose someone so lacking. To me, his identity is inconsequential. What truly matters is, Huo Yuan speaks succinctly. He protects Ali. Huo Yuan, Ali's childhood companion, may not be exceptionally gifted, yet he withstands pressure admirably and speaks on Ali's behalf. Such a character is one I admire. Moreover, I have noticed that this lad possesses a clever mind, employing cunning tactics, teasing the crown prince, and discreetly conveying messages, actions that one of Huo Yuan's stature cannot undertake. When younger generations like Huo Jingheng and Gao Nanra bully Ali, he, as an elder, is unable to intervene directly. He requires an unabashed substitute, preferably one who can scold and sincerely protect Ali, and that person is Huo Yuan. Thus, I must diligently draw such talent into my camp. My assistance to Huo Yuan today is not without purpose. Tomorrow, I intend to utilize the sacrificial rites to vindicate Ali. However, Ali currently wishes to keep their relationship private. He lacks the status to protect her openly, yet Huo Yuan can. On the eve of the festival, at the hour of the rooster, before the Taiha Hall, the majestic imperial palace was enveloped in the night. The sacrificial site had been meticulously arranged in the square. Rumors regarding the crown prince circulated throughout the capital, with whispers that the regent intended to address the matter of the new crown princess at the sacrificial ceremony. Consequently, before the emperor's arrival, the square was already teeming with courtiers eager to witness the spectacle, each craning their necks to ensure they did not miss the show. Huo Yuan entered the imperial path with his head held high. He was specially invited by the royal uncle to preside over the sacrificial rites, granting him a stature above the ordinary. At the center of the square, 5 vermilion sacrificial altars were lined up, adorned with a lavish feast of whole lambs, which made Huo Yuan's mouth water. Taking advantage of the crowd, he squeezed beside his younger sister, Huo Baobao, using her as a shield, and happily squatted in a corner to gnaw on a lamb leg. Huo Baobao turned around and playfully kicked him, saying, "Brother, do you dare eat the sacrificial food? If father sees, he will surely report it. Hurry, get up." "But father hasn't arrived yet," he replied. "Bao Bao, this leg is for you. It's absolutely delicious." Upon hearing this, Bao Bao lifted her skirt and squatted down beside him. As they delighted in their feast, the crown prince, donned in ceremonial robes, entered the scene, accompanied by the elegantly adorned Gao Nanru in a palanquin. Huo Yuan was suddenly choked, coughing and clutching his chest. Heavens! Why has my royal brother brought this vixen along? Is the chaos not sufficient already? Could it be that he truly intends to marry this maid as the crown princess? With this thought, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Huo Yuan's eyes. How splendid! Tonight promises to be entertaining. He hastily stowed the lamb leg in his embrace, pushing through the crowd with determination, eager to reach the front row to witness the unfolding drama. before the palanquin had even come to a halt. Two guards swiftly rushed forward, gripping Gao Nanru's hair and pulling her down from the vehicle. With a resounding slap, the noble consort, mother of the crown prince, her face contorted in fury, rushed forward and struck Gao Nanru fiercely across the cheek. "You wretched harlot! How dare you seduce my son?" Chapter 49. Rewards await. Gao Nanru was struck across the face, her complexion instantly paling. She understood that, given her lowly status, she was unworthy of aspiring to be the crown princess, let alone even a concubine of the crown prince. Yet, she possessed a trump card. Though she was acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding the child's conception, she still wished to take a gamble. As a maidservant accompanying Shen Chuli, she was approached by the noble consort on her first day in the palace. The consort promised her significant benefits in exchange for her assistance in severing the bond between Huo Yuan and Shen Chuli. Thus, Gao Nanru's seduction of the crown prince and her deliberate confrontation with Shen Chuli were all orchestrated under the consort's directives. Later, upon noticing her growing affection for the crown prince, the consort assured her that if the Eastern Palace were to dissolve its union, she would elevate her to the position of a favored concubine. Although it was a position of modest stature, it would still confer upon her a legitimate status. With the backing of both Shun Fu and the consort, Gao Nanru managed to ensnare Huo Yuan with little effort. However, being a person of the dust, she was acutely aware that she was merely a pawn in the consort scheme to undermine Huo Yuan and Shen Chuli. The consort held no regard for Shen Chuli, who was merely an orphan girl of even lower standing. For many years, Gao Nanru had remained in the shadows, striving to please everyone. Yet, despite her efforts, the consort still intended to dispose of her, no longer mentioning the promise of her elevation. The consort sought to grant her a sum of money to facilitate her departure from the palace. While Shen Chuli was the legitimate daughter of a general, Gao Nanru had no familial connections whatsoever. Accepting the silver and leaving the palace would likely lead to her demise. Only by remaining close to the crown prince could she ensure her safety. Thus, she feigned compliance, biding her time for the regent to fulfill his promise. Before everyone, she maintained the facade of a meek and obedient figure, successfully deceiving the consort. Today, her audacity to appear at the ceremony with the crown prince would undoubtedly infuriate the consort. However, the consort relished the art of pretense, projecting generosity and nobility. And even if concerned for the royal dignity, she would not dare to strike her publicly. Yet, she had miscalculated. Huo Yuan was the consort's lifeline. By ensnaring him, Gao Nanru had put herself in peril. The consort might very well seek her demise openly. As these thoughts raced through her mind, a cold sweat broke out on Gao Nanru's back. No, she could not allow her years of patience to be squandered at this moment. Ignoring the mark of the slap on her face, she prostrated herself on the ground, pleading, "Your Highness, I have been pregnant for a month." Upon hearing this, the consort was momentarily frozen. Then, after a pause, she ripped off her hairpin and hurled it at her. "Pregnant? I send you concoctions daily to prevent conception. How could you possibly be with child? Wretched woman, daring to feign a pregnancy to vie for favor." The consort had once been a mere palace maid, employing cunning and schemes to ascend to the emperor's bed. To gain power, she had committed heinous acts: murder, arson, poisoning, and even plotting against the heir. She had engaged in the very act of feigned pregnancy herself. However, back then, in her quest for a dragon heir, she had consumed numerous medicinal pills, damaging her health. This child had been born at the cost of her life, and thus, seeing Gao Nanru seated in the carriage with the crown prince drove her to the brink of madness. Her disdain for Shen Chuli was fueled not only by the latter's inability to bear children, but even more so by Huo Yuan's coercion of Huo Yuan to marry Shen Chuli. According to reason, it was only natural for Huo Yuan to elevate her son to the position of crown prince. Shen Chuli, being the legitimate daughter of a prominent family, had no grounds for grievance. Yet, Shen Chuli had disrupted a favorable situation for her. 10 years ago, during Huo Yuan's first military expedition, he found himself in peril, and it was Shen Chuli who rescued him. Had Huo Yuan perished, no one would have overshadowed her son Heng'er, and he might have already ascended to the throne. However, Her animosity towards Huo Yuan was not solely due to his oppression of her son. It was also because he was the offspring of the favored consort, while she herself was merely a maid who served the favored consort by washing her feet. The sight of Huo Yuan inevitably conjured memories of her days in servitude. Filled with indignity, Shen Chuli had saved Huo Yuan, and for that, she believed she deserved to perish. After finally managing to rid herself of Shen Chuli, another with a background akin to hers had emerged, Gao Nanru. She was a heartless schemer, fearing yet another potential threat to her son. Moreover, Gao Nanru lacked maternal support, and with other princes eyeing her son with envy, what assistance could she possibly provide him? Yesterday, the regent sent a confidential letter via an intermediary, stating that he would address the rumors concerning Huo Jingheng and Gao Nanru during the upcoming ceremony. She thought there was nothing to address. Rumors were merely rumors, devoid of truth. Once Gao Nanru received her silver and departed the palace, she would arrange for several noble ladies to marry into the Eastern Palace, eradicating all traces. Unexpectedly, the regent retorted, "Depart the palace? Is she not aware that she is with child?" The favored consort was incredulous. She had personally ensured that Gao Nanru drank the avoidance potion after every intimate encounter. Yet, Huo Jingheng truly appeared at the ceremony with Gao Nanru. Was this not a slap in her face? The favored consort longed to tear Gao and Nanru apart, exclaiming, "You wretched creature! How dare you publicly proclaim you carry hunger's progeny? Depart the palace at once, or else." Just as the hairpin was about to strike out Nanru, Huo Jingheng intervened. "Mother, Rower is truly pregnant." Huo Jingheng had not anticipated that his usually composed mother would lose her poise in public. Upon learning this news yesterday, he was equally incredulous, but joy swiftly followed. After all, he was well aware of his own condition, and to think that Rower could indeed bear his child. This realization was a significant factor in his resolve to marry Gao Nanru. He quickly shielded Gao Nanru behind him, and the hairpin struck his back, further inciting the favored consort's wrath. "Hunger, step aside. I shall expel this vixen from the palace." With that, she raised her hand once more to strike Gao Nanru, exerting all her strength. Gao Nanru, terrified, instinctively retreated behind Huo Jingheng, but the slap landed squarely on his face. Having already been injured by Shen Chuli, he had yet to recover, and now, being publicly struck by his mother, he felt darkness engulf him. Amid the chaos of the ceremony, a deep yet commanding voice suddenly rang out. "All of you, cease at once." The crowd trembled, turning towards the source of the voice. And there stood Emperor Huo in his dragon carriage. Despite his frail physique, the authority in his gaze remained fearsome. The previously raucous square fell silent, and all knelt in reverence, with the crown prince and favored consort being assisted to their feet. Gao Nanru remained on the ground, but with Huo Jingheng's protection, she had only received a slap, leaving her hair slightly disheveled. However, the unfortunate Huo Jingheng suffered greatly. His back throbbed painfully from the pin's strike, and his face bore several blood marks from the sharp claws of the Empress Shu. Witnessing her son in such a wretched state, the Empress felt a profound ache in her heart. "Your Majesty, this wretched woman," she pointed at Gao Nanru, preparing to lodge her complaint. Suddenly, a loud exclamation rang out from the back of the crowd. "The regent arrives! The god of death is here!" Those who had been kneeling on the ground parted like the Red Sea, creating a path for Huo Yuan, clad in a dark royal robe, as he approached. The multitude bowed their heads, yet he appeared oblivious, strolling leisurely with an air of elegance, as though meandering through his own garden. "Oh, what a lively scene," he remarked. "Why does your family wear such grim expressions?" Empress Shu, although still irate, her demeanor softened upon seeing the emperor. However, upon hearing Huo Yuan's sardonic comments, her countenance darkened once again. The emperor, observing the trio, discerned the events that had transpired but remained silent, maintaining a stoic expression. Huo Yuan's gaze shifted from Empress Shu to Huo Jingheng, finally landing on Gao Nanru. "Pray tell, High Official Gao, what performance are you enacting? A lamentation?" Huo Yuan squeezed through the crowd, exuberantly interjecting, "Ninth uncle, you arrived too late." This spectacle was truly riveting. The emperor and the vixen arrived in a palanquin, only for Empress Shu to slap her. The vixen claimed to be with child, and the emperor defended her, receiving that slap across his face. Huo Jingheng admonished him sharply. 13th brother, in the presence of our uncle, do not speak so recklessly. Huo Yuan retreated behind Huo Yuan, but it was Empress Shu who called her a vixen. I merely echoed her words. You sought to sever ties with her, yet orchestrated a chaotic ceremony. If she is not a vixen, then what is she? A harbinger of misfortune? A bringer of chaos? Huo Jingheng, infuriated, ground his teeth in frustration. Huo Yuan, cease your prattle. Huo Yuan raised an eyebrow. Indeed, well said. Wei Xiao, reward him. Huo Jingheng was momentarily silenced, taken aback. Huo Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly believe his ears. His uncle was publicly rewarding him. Today was indeed a stroke of luck, as his uncle not only aided him in restoring his temple, but also granted him treasures. Yes, Regent. Upon receiving the command, Wei Xiao, initially contemplating presenting a gold piece, reconsidered and picked up a stone from the ground instead, offering it to Huo Yuan as a substitute. Huo Yuan inspected the stone Wei Xiao had handed over. When he rewarded Huo Yuan, he accidentally let it slip from his fingers, landing squarely on Gao Nanru's forehead. Chapter 50. Alas, the emperor's uncle is terrifying. Gao Nanru knelt with great reverence, when suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her forehead. She reached up to touch it, only to find her fingers stained with blood. Paired with her pale complexion, she resembled a ghostly figure, tragically deceased. A pebble fell at his feet, and Huo Yuan instantly grasped the emperor's uncle's intention, ready to deliver a final blow to Gao Nanru. The favor bestowed upon me has been granted to you. Are you not going to express your gratitude to the regent? The onlookers exchanged glances, scarcely daring to breathe. Gao Nanru trembled violently on the ground. While it was one thing for the regent to be angered with her, what audacity did Huo Yuan possess? She was the bearer of the crown prince's dragon seed. And this foolish prince dared to ridicule her publicly, calling her a vixen and commanding her to express thanks, even ordering her to thank Huo Yuan, leaving her bloodied and bruised. Her heart seethed with rage. She loathed the humiliation inflicted upon her. Yet, the very source of her disgrace was Huo Yuan, the undefeated war god of Dejin, a man whose stature commanded respect even from the emperor himself. Your servant expresses gratitude to the regent for the favor. Hatred glimmered in her eyes as she bowed deeply to Huo Yuan, each word painfully difficult to utter. Huo Yuan cast her a detached glance, remarking that as one destined to marry the crown prince, she need not refer to herself as a servant. What marriage to the crown prince? The concubine hastily protested, claiming that it was all a fabrication of Shen Chuli, and thus could not be considered true. Huo Yuan turned to her. Concubine, your son spoke those words himself. Why place the blame on others? Huo Jingheng, feeling the weight of guilt, averted his gaze, unable to meet his mother's darkened expression. This incident was indeed his fault. At the Taoist temple, when Shen Chuli refused to be his concubine, he had, in a fit of rage, declared he would undoubtedly marry Roer as the crown princess. The concubine shot her son a fierce glare. Attempting to salvage the situation, it cannot be entirely blamed on Heng. It is evident that Shen Chuli sought to provoke him. Her intentions are always malicious. Huo Yuan leisurely remarked, Oh, today she is absent, and in light of this festival, such a commotion has arisen. Yuan, what transpired at that moment? Huo Yuan, thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama, promptly recounted the events. In response to the 9th emperor uncle, yesterday, I fortuitously encountered Shen Chuli while enjoying hot pot. Suddenly, the crown prince barged in, giving me a kick. He insisted that Shen Chuli become his concubine, but she refused. The crown prince then seized her wrist, and only after enduring much did she argue back. He added, at that moment, many devotees witnessed it. The crown prince was dragging the young lady toward the carriage. Boom! Gao Nanru felt as though struck by lightning, frozen in place. Huo Jingheng desired Shen Chuli as his concubine, but she had yet to enter the eastern palace. Huo Yuan smirked. In matters of state, beauty holds greater weight than the throne. Who would have thought my dear imperial nephew to be such a romantic? If it weren't for the presence of others, Huo Yuan would have applauded the little emperor uncle's wit. With just a few simple words, He had incited a storm of fury among Huo Jingheng, Gao Nanru, and the concubine, leaving him astonished at the emperor uncle's unparalleled knack for infuriating others. Regent, the noble consort's face flushed with indignation. Shen Chuli, a wild girl, was entirely unruly when in the company of Huo. Had it not been for her mischief, such a tumult would not have occurred. She deserved to be punished severely. The emperor remained indifferent, casting not a glance in her direction, but instead casually bowed to the emperor, stating, "Your humble servant has a matter to discuss, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate to speak." With a sword at his waist and an air of defiance surrounding him, he committed an act of great disrespect. Yet, the emperor merely nodded in acquiescence. Huo Yuan's gaze fixated on the man before him. In the past, when his mother was captured and in dire need of 100,000 troops, the late emperor had 9 sons, yet it was only Huo Yu who remained unambitious and had once received his mother's kindness. It was for this reason that he had entrusted the throne to him. However, later on, when faced with a younger brother who had aided him in ascending the throne, he refused to send troops and even avoided him. How pathetic! His mother had already perished, and he feigned the demeanor of a caring elder brother. Who was he trying to deceive? Huo Yuan scoffed derisively, suppressing the fury that simmered within him. He turned his gaze towards the furious noble consort and coldly remarked, "Your disdain for Shen Chuli, your relentless efforts to drive her away and humiliate her, stem from the fact that she once saved me 10 years ago. I am the son of the late consort Zhao, while you were merely my mother-esque servant. The sight of me inevitably reminds you of the days when you were forced to kneel." His words rendered the entire palace speechless. Indeed, he had long known that Shen Chuli was the one who had saved him. Yet, how did you come to know this, noble consort? When my third brother contended for the throne, how much did you incite from the shadows? The square fell into a profound silence. Shen Chuli had saved the regent? The noble consort had once aligned with the third prince? Huo Yuan had audaciously unveiled a decade-old secret before the assembled officials. The noble consort, taken aback, trembled as she pointed at him, stammering, You're speaking nonsense. I had no dealings with the third prince. How could I have conspired in secret?" Huo Yuan's dark eyes bore into her, his fingers absent-mindedly toying with the sword at his side. The faint sound of metal scraping sent shivers through the crowd. What kind of man was the third prince? Cunning and treacherous. He would betray even his own for power. How much easier it would be for him to betray you. Huo Yuan hissed a laugh. Yet, indeed, there is no evidence. Upon uttering this, the atmosphere in the square grew even more tense. The emperor's face darkened, and silence enveloped the others, who dared not even breathe. Huo Yuan, who had been reveling in their recent successful collaboration, now timidly edged back into the crowd. Fearful of drawing Huo Yuan's ire, he clutched the leg of lamb hidden in his garments, using his foot to keep it secure. He was too close for comfort, worried that the 9th royal uncle might sacrifice him in a fit of displeasure. Indeed, the noble consort's heart eased slightly. Huo Yuan could only speak without proof. But why was there no evidence? Because the third prince had been dead for many years, having met his demise at the hands of Huo Yuan himself. Chapter 51. I am her husband. The matter of Huo Yuan slaying his own brother is known to all, yet no one dares to speak of it openly. A decade ago, during his first campaign, Huo Yuan was betrayed by his closest subordinate and tumbled down a cliff, only to be rescued by Shen Chuli. After recovering, he vanished without a word. In time, he discovered the connection between this betrayal and the third prince, but at that moment, he was still too weak to retaliate. Thus, he bided his time in obscurity. 6 years later, he led an army of 100,000 and personally severed the third prince's head, brandishing the bloodied trophy as he ascended to the highest point of the imperial city, becoming the most formidable contender for the throne. Fate, however, is capricious. His mother, the Empress Dowager, fell in a peril, and war loomed once more, this time against the Xiongnu. Having just emerged from a brutal conflict, he found himself without troops and promised to support Huo Yu's ascension, borrowing 100,000 soldiers from him, to which Huo Yu acquiesced. Subsequently, Huo Yu betrayed him, and it remains unknown from whom Huo Yuan borrowed 30,000 elite cavalry to confront the Xiongnu's army of 300,000. Ultimately, the entire enemy force, alongside his 30,000 light cavalry, was annihilated, and Huo Yuan emerged victorious. Huo Yuan vividly remembers the day when Huo Yuan returned to court, drenched in blood, and his mother, pure concubine, held him tightly. Yuan, the one you must never offend, is your ninth uncle. He had lain low for 6 years, having committed fratricide. All others perished, leaving only him alive. Such a man harbors deep cunning, heavy malice, and extraordinary fortune. These 3 aspects have usurped his fate, and heaven will not grant him longevity. In the aftermath, the emperor, burdened by guilt, exhibited an unusual tolerance towards his insolence. To his astonishment, after all these years, Huo Yuan had yet to let go. Beads of sweat formed on Huo Yuan's brow. Had he known his ninth uncle was so fearsome, he would have heeded his mother's counsel and avoided this treacherous path. Now, he found himself tethered to him, unable to escape. Though lacking evidence, the concubine was nonetheless daunted. She never anticipated Huo Yuan would publicly confront her. Trembling, she turned to Emperor Huo, "Your Majesty," burdened by his own remorse toward Huo Yuan. Huo averted his gaze, absently toying with the emerald bead bracelet on his wrist. After a lengthy silence, he spoke, "Ninth brother, I have wronged you. Speak. What is it that you desire?" Upon uttering these words, he was seized by a fit of coughing. Each cough echoed in Huo Yuan's ears as a taunt. It was this half-dead creature who had deceived him. In an instant, he stepped onto the dragon carriage, seizing Huo by the collar. Much like a hawk capturing its prey, time seemed to freeze, and the guards instantly drew their blades. Huo, unfazed, calmly commanded, "Stand down." The guards, upon hearing this, sheathed their swords in unison and slowly withdrew. The 2 men stood in close proximity, silently locked in confrontation. Unflinching, Huo continued, "You were frail in your youth. Your mother favored you even more than I, her own son. How can you bear to watch her perish?" Noticing Huo's silence, Huo Yuan scoffed, "Enough. In the imperial family, there are no fathers and sons, no brothers within the golden Wan Hall. You are the son of that old wretch, naturally possessing a heart as cold as a wolf's. What do I desire? I wish for peace within the palace." He released his grip and cast a cold glance towards the consort Shu, while the imperial physician checked the pulse. Gao Nanru's pregnancy had reached full term, and there was scant record of her having served the emperor. As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards Huo Yuan and consort Shu, questioning if they wished to see the imperial bloodline tarnished and the golden scales sullied. Consort Shu took 2 steps back, rendered speechless by the scene. Huo Yuan lowered his head to the emperor. "Brother, what is your will?" Huo coughed twice, slowly raising his head to meet Huo Yuan's gaze. "Since she bears the child of Hung, let us establish her as the crown princess. I am unwell and shall return to the palace." Having spoken, he waved his hand, and the eunuchs behind him immediately raised their voices in response. "Your Majesty." The only reply to consort Shu was the resounding retreat of their figures. Huo Yuan turned his head to look at her, waiting for her nod. Consort Shu's fingers trembled, nearly dropping the silk handkerchief in her grasp. She sought to make a final effort. Appointing a crown princess was no trivial matter, and she thought it best to consult the retired emperor first. Patience had worn thin. Huo Yuan raised his hand, decisively grasping the hilt of his sword at his waist. With a sharp sound, the blade struck the table. "Consort Shu, you must accept my grace. Were it not for the fact that the crown prince is supported by me, should any misfortune befall him, my reputation would be in ruins. Do you think I have the leisure to indulge in your convoluted schemes?" His dark eyes narrowed slightly, his voice laced with warning. "You are well aware of how Gao Nanru ascended to the crown prince's side. Now that she is with child, I advise you to comply. Otherwise, Huo Yuan is known for severing ties without hesitation." He turned away, commanding Wei Xiao, "Go, summon the emperor again, and inform him that the crown prince has been established for years, yet has not produced an heir. Such incompetence regarding the foundation of the nation. Let us depose him." Wei Xiao acknowledged the order and was about to depart when consort Shu, in a dazed state, spoke up. "Wait. I agree. I consent to their marriage after the new year." As Huo Yuan exited the palace, night had already deepened. Passing by the orchid-scented palace of consort Shu, his gaze swept over a corner of the palace wall, where large clusters of white plums were in full bloom. Someone, Wei Xiao, immediately stepped forward, bowing to await orders. Cut down all the plum trees here and bring them back for a li. In the afternoon, he had informed Shen Chuli of his intention to enter the palace for the sacrificial ceremony and to resolve the matter concerning the crown princess of the Eastern Palace. Shen Chuli mentioned her desire to return to the small village to celebrate the new year with Wen Yin, drinking the plum tea brewed by Wen Yin, and that she would not return to the Wangfu that evening. He felt a longing to visit the house she once resided in. However, having not informed her in advance, he pondered whether Ali might be displeased. Wei Xiao hesitated, glancing up at the garden filled with white plums, and said, "My lord, these plum trees are a royal gift, if they are cut down." Huo Yuan's eyes turned cold, and Wei Xiao immediately fell silent. Bowing his head in compliance, "I shall obey." Soon, numerous plum trees were felled, and the guards cautiously gathered the petals into wooden boxes to present to the regent. On this cold night, uncertain if it would snow, Wei Xiao intended to deliver the flowers himself. But Huo Yuan interjected, "I will go personally." The regent's carriage slowly entered the village, the wheels rolling over the muddy path, splattering droplets of mud. He did not allow anyone to accompany him. Entering Shaoli village alone. In the courtyard, Shen Chuli crouched on the ground, holding a lit sparkler in her hand. The flickering flames danced at her fingertips, illuminating her face with a warm and radiant glow. Outside the medicinal pavilion, Huo Yuan stood silently for a while, enveloped in a moonlight that cast a gentle halo around him, rendering him as ethereal as a celestial being. Noticing the shadow outside, Shen Chuli lifted her head and, upon recognizing Huo Yuan, her eyes widened in surprise. "What brings you here?" she exclaimed, eagerly approaching him with a light jog. "The royal palace ceremony concluded quite late today, and I thought you would have returned to the Wangfu for the night." Huo Yuan paused for a few seconds before replying. "I happened to be passing by and thought I would stop by. Would it be convenient for me to visit your room for a brief moment? I want to stay long, but if it's inconvenient, I completely understand." At that moment, an elderly woman strolled by, peering curiously into the courtyard. "Miss Shen, who is this?" she inquired. As Shen Chuli prepared to explain, Huo Yuan suddenly grasped her hand, leaning closer to her. "Madam, support me. I have a headache." Chapter 52, Tonight. "May I stay, my lady?" Upon hearing this, the aunt was taken aback, exclaiming, "Could it be that the young master is?" Huo Yuan lifted his head from Shen Chuli's embrace and confirmed, "Yes, I am her husband." Shen Chuli's cheeks flushed. In Shaoli village, where gossip thrived, the villagers were particularly inquisitive, and this aunt was renowned for her loquaciousness. Furthermore, Huo Yuan's exceptional looks and composed demeanor, clad in a simple yet elegant dark robe embroidered with gold, softened the inherent regal chill that accompanied his noble status, rendering him incomparable to any ordinary man. Indeed, upon hearing this, the aunt's expression transformed into one of astonishment. After casting a few more glances at the couple, she swiftly departed. Shen Chuli sighed, realizing that before dawn broke, the entire village would surely learn of the handsome man she was holding. Just then, Wen Yin entered carrying a handful of plum blossoms, preparing to spread them on a bamboo sieve. Upon noticing Huo Yuan, she paused, perplexed by the presence of the regent. Suddenly, she recalled Shen Chuli's earlier words, that the regent had married her to cure his affliction. Although she was unaware of the specifics of Huo Yuan's ailment, she recognized the urgency. "Quickly, Xiao Bao, my sister will fetch a carriage to return the regent to the palace." "There is no need," Huo Yuan replied, leaning closer to Shen Chuli. "I shall be fine resting here." Shen Chuli realized now that this man was indeed using her as an excuse to act mischievously. However, she could not expose him in front of Wen Yin, so she merely assisted him toward the room. Wen Yin suggested, "You both sit for a moment. I shall brew some plum tea. It is a pity that this year's blossoms are poor. It took me quite a while to gather just this amount." As they walked partway, Huo Yuan halted, stating, "These are picked up casually as I passed by." Wen Yin took the flowers with widened eyes, astonished. "These are the finest snow plums. Apart from the palace, they are rare elsewhere." Soon, a knowing smile spread across her face. "Ah, the regent is quite thoughtful." She glanced between Huo Yuan and Shen Chuli, then playfully winked. You two enjoy your conversation. I shall not intrude. With that, she hurriedly exited the room, locking the door with a click behind her. Shen Chuli felt a wave of embarrassment as she turned to Huo Yuan, noting that there was only one blanket in the room. You can have it. I am not cold. She had not anticipated his visit and had not prepared an extra blanket for him. Huo Yuan replied, I have brought my own. He produced a bundle from his possession, containing not only the plum blossoms, but also a quilt. He spread the quilt out and sat upon it, though referred to as a blanket. It was actually a woolen throw he had hunted while at the frontier, intending to keep her warm, and had brought along this time. Shen Chuli stared in disbelief at the woolen blanket beneath him, hardly able to fathom her eyes. What kind-hearted guest brings their own blanket when visiting someone else's home? Huo Yuan observed Shen Chuli and found her astonished expression quite endearing. He retrieved a pouch of sugar from his pocket and placed it on the wooden table, gently squeezing her hand. Today is the little new year. I brought you some sugar. Hearing from Wei Xiao, there exists a custom among the folk to offer stove sugar to the kitchen god on the eve of the little new year, hoping that the sweet flavor will seal the deity's lips, compelling him to speak only of good fortune before the Jade Emperor. The Wang residence is not lacking in delicacies, with an array of exquisite treats available, yet he had never encountered such simple folk sweets. Passing through the market, he purchased a sampling of each variety, curious to discern her preference for future indulgences. Shen Chuli inhaled deeply, although it should not be difficult for her to procure candy at her age. The thought that Huo Yuan would remember her fondness for such trifles imbued it with a certain significance, evoking the innocence of childhood. She felt as though he regarded her as a child, which brought her genuine joy. At this moment, the Yuan surveyed the modestly arranged medicinal chamber, noting the neatness of the space, with bundles of herbs stacked in the corner and a subtle aroma of medicine wafting through the air. Had she truly lived here since her youth? A wave of inexplicable melancholy spread within him. He remarked, Tonight feels rather hurried. I have learned from Wei Xiao that when marrying, one should prepare wine, meat, and celebratory pastries for the neighbors. I shall remember this. Shen Chuli unwrapped the little rabbit-shaped stove sugar and placed it in her mouth, dismissing the notion of formality. The villagers here are well acquainted with me. Their curiosity is merely due to my finery. Huo Yuan suggested, perhaps we should acquire some wedding sweets as well. The children would surely delight in them. Shen Chuli was taken aback by his approachable demeanor, so unlike the fearsome figure he was reputed to be. She felt herself relax considerably. Wen Yin brought over some plum tea, and she indulged heartily. Huo Yuan, who refrained from eating in the evening, accompanied her in savoring 2 pieces of the rabbit candy and 2 cups of sweet tea, leaving a sugary taste lingering on their lips. After rinsing their mouths, Huo Yuan returned a bit earlier, casually laying out the bedding and draping a blanket over it. When Shen Chuli returned, she was astounded to see the regent himself had prepared her bed. How could she allow Huo Yuan to undertake such a task? After all, he was of noble status, far too exalted to be making beds. She hurried to assist him, only to be met with unexpected results. Huo Yuan's arrangement was not only neat and tidy, but devoid of any creases. Shen Chuli thought, hey, how can this man be more adept at household chores than I am? My worries were unfounded. Outside, the winter air was biting, while inside, the two sat together on the couch, a small copper stove before them, with roaring coals. They leaned against each other, warming by the fire and engaging in light conversation. Huo Yuan recounted the events of the day's ceremony. Upon mentioning how the Shu Fei publicly slapped Gao Nanru, Shen Chuli momentarily froze before bursting into laughter. It was so amusing. Huo Yuan inquired as he peeled the skin from a tangerine, placing the fruit segments beside her. Do you know what sort of person the Shu Fei is? When I was in the East Palace, she could hardly slice tofu properly in public. Yet behind closed doors, she could cleave mountains. She is the most hypocritical of all. I truly did not expect her to strike someone publicly. Shen Chuli popped a segment of tangerine into her mouth, its sweetness drawing a smile across her face. Now that they are entangled, once Gao Nanru marries, they will see each other daily. The inner palace will surely be in turmoil. She sighed. What a pity I cannot witness such a captivating court intrigue firsthand. Huo Yuan observed her expression closely, his voice tinged with tension. Gao Nanru is pregnant and will marry after the new year. Are you all right? For reasons unknown, a sense of trepidation lingered in his heart. Regardless of past quarrels, the present reality was that Gao Nanru had born child, and Huo Jingheng had resolved to take her as his consort, soon to announce it to the world. Had she truly moved on? Would she still feel sorrow? The revelation of her pregnancy left Shen Chuli utterly incredulous. In Huo Yuan's eyes, it seemed as if Shen Chuli had yet to relinquish her feelings for Huo Jingheng. He opened his arms wide, inviting her to voice her discomfort, to weep if necessary, for he would always be there for her. Shen Chuli recognized his misunderstanding. Shoving an orange into his mouth, climbing onto his back, and playfully wrapping her arms around his neck. This is a good thing. I am not troubled at all. Perhaps in her past life, she might have felt anguish, but the trajectory of this life was one she had orchestrated herself. Huo Jingheng's marriage to Gao Nanru was entirely within her expectations. All she desired was companionship. Just that, and nothing more. As the clock struck thrice, Huo Yuan refrained from pursuing the topic further, instead draping a blanket over her and gazing deeply into her eyes. In the past, your grievances were my fault. Now that you are my wife, pursue what you wish. Even if the heavens were to shatter, I shall be your safeguard. In simple terms, he favored her. Those who are favored should feel unrestrained. Otherwise, what kind of favoritism is that? Do as you please, even if the heavens were to fall. What does it matter to me? For I shall protect you. Shen Chuli was taken aback, looking up at him in astonishment. Hey, this man is remarkable. It's as if he knows I plan to shake the heavens tomorrow. With the new year approaching, the thought of her family's joyous celebration with their pigs filled her with unease. Thus, she resolved to return to the Shen household for the new year, intent on causing her parents and brother some discontent. Moreover, she aimed to reclaim the substantial dowry left to her by her grandfather. She would not only seize the man Shen Fu cherished, but would gradually appropriate all that she possessed, ultimately casting her out of the Shen family. Want her dowry? Not a single coin would she leave behind. The last warning she had given Shen Mingyi was evidently lost on him. It mattered not. Her newfound backing was formidable. She would expose his illicit affair with Shen Fu to the public, creating chaos and upheaval, ensuring that the Shen family could never enjoy a peaceful new year as long as she was present. Seeing Shen Chuli silent, Huo Yuan assumed she was fatigued. He rose, raising his hand to unlock the door with a click. "Ollie, rest for now. I shall come to fetch you tomorrow." As he prepared to leave, Shen Chuli suddenly recalled the urging of Wen Yan, who had implored her to seize the moment and make things irreversible. Was this not the perfect opportunity? Summoning her courage, she wrapped her arms around Huo Yuan's strong waist, asking tonight, "Could you possibly stay?" Chapter 53. Shall I warm the bed for the prince and bear child? Right now. As Huo Yuan turned around, Shen Chuli's other hand also reached up, her entire being softly pressed against his chest. His body stiffened abruptly, compelling himself to maintain his composure. "You've had too much to drink." Huo Yuan was aware that plum wine was not intoxicating. However, being alone together, he felt an overwhelming urge towards her, yet feared that being too forceful might frighten her. So he merely attempted to distance her from himself. Yet that delicate snow-white arm felt exquisitely smooth against him. With each touch, it was the most exquisite torment. Shen Chuli, clad in a thin dress, embraced him, acutely aware of his taut muscles and the searing heat radiating from his body. It was too late. What would they do in the snow? She toyed with the jade clasp on his chest, her fingers wandering inch by inch across his torso, eventually resting at his neck, gently brushing against his Adam's apple. It had been several days since he had received an acupuncture treatment. Perhaps he should remove his clothing. Huo Yuan grasped her hand, his chest heaving heavily as the suppressed beast within him gradually awakened in the night. The echo of her previous words to Huo Jingheng about him being with her 8 times in a night reverberated in his mind. A nameless heat scorched his lower abdomen. Huo Yuan closed his eyes, his throat subtly rolling. After a moment, he reopened his eyes, his voice hoarse yet tender, as if to melt her. "Ali, could you please let go for now?" Shen Chuli marveled at Huo Yuan's remarkable self-control. Even in such a situation, he could still endure. Could it be that Huo Yuan was incapable? She pondered seriously for a few seconds while clinging to his neck, questioning whether she was bold enough. Thus, she gradually crouched down, tightly wrapping her arms around his thigh, resting her head against his groin. She even playfully pinched his abdominal muscles, whispering, "No, don't Huo Yuan." He lowered his gaze, and at that angle, he could see the alluring curve of her fair skin, his breath catching abruptly. The ground was cold. He quickly averted his gaze, no longer attempting to reason with her, and directly swept her off her feet, intending to carry her to bed. Shen Chuli suddenly thought that his voice was so melodious, it must be particularly enticing when he called out. Her throat felt parched, desperately needing sustenance. At that moment, he was her source of hydration. She clung to him, refusing to let go, pitifully calling out. Huo Yuan dared not meet her eyes, responding with a low, reluctant Shen Chuli, like a little lamb, wrapped her arms around his neck, sweetly coaxing, "Take it off. I will give you acupuncture." Huo Yuan remained as still as a statue, unyielding. She pouted, clearly displeased, nudging her head against his chin in a display of irritation. "Take it off, will you? I'm a physician. You must listen to me." Huo Yuan inhaled deeply. This girl was still oblivious to the gravity of the situation. He had practiced martial arts since childhood, lacking in restraint. He feared that after their escapades, she might find it difficult to rise from the bed when they returned to the royal residence the next day. It would be simpler to just place her in bed, tuck her under the covers, and bind her hands with a jade ribbon to prevent any mischief. However, just as he bent down, before he could release her, Shen Chuli had pulled both him and the blanket onto the bed. The person in his embrace clung tightly to him, her voice tinged with a sense of grievance, as if she were on the verge of tears. "Are you afraid of pain? I'll be gentle. Don't be scared. You want tea? Take it off." Her voice was soft, almost as if she were whispering in his ear, "Then I shall no longer like you." The figure entwined in the plush blankets paused momentarily, finally raising a hand to deftly remove his outer garments, leaving only a pair of undergarments. He carelessly draped his clothes over the screen, revealing a robust and muscular torso, his skin astonishingly pale. He endeavored to suppress thoughts that ought not to arise. Yet the moment he met those curious eyes, his feeble self-restraint crumbled like dust. Huo Yuan leaned back against the pillow, his voice husky. "Come now." Shen Chuli tilted her head, her gaze lingering on the alluring contours of his neck, where his Adam's apple subtly bobbed. She peeked from beneath the covers, gradually climbing onto his chest, and then, without hesitation, sank her teeth into his throat. Huo Yuan let out a muffled groan. "Ali, you can't do that." His body shuddered, taken aback by Shen Chuli's unexpected bite. "You are my husband. There is nothing that is off limits." Just as he intended to rise, her delicate hand covered his eyes, leaving behind faint bite marks, followed by a playful kiss. "It's moving. I like it so much." In the enveloping darkness, his senses heightened exponentially. Huo Yuan's muscles tensed, and the beast within him was fully awakened. He grasped her slender waist with a firm hand, abruptly rolling over to pin Shen Chuli beneath him. Pressing his forehead against hers, he breathed in a low, sultry tone. "Aren't you meant to warm my bed and bear children? Then let us begin now." Chapter 54. The Dowry Theft Inside the Room. Huo Yuan gazed at the glaring red on his abdominal muscles, his handsome face shrouded in a heavy veil of helplessness. Shen Chuli, her cheeks flushed, found herself at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, she finally murmured, My time has come. I'm sorry." She had prepared herself for a selfless sacrifice, yet unexpectedly, calamity had descended upon her. Not only that, but this foul substance had also befallen Huo Yuan. Surely, this was the end. Fiddly. With great caution, she took a handkerchief to wipe it away. Huo Yuan, with his calloused palm encircling her wrist, drew her closer to the mirror. The bronze mirror reflected the grotesque scars on his back, as well as the blood-red tips of Shen Chuli's ears. "Ali," he began, 10 years ago, I was ambushed by the enemy and blood soaked through 3 layers of bandages." His fingertip brushed against her flushed cheek. "At that time, I encountered a young girl who fashioned her only new garment into bandages to tend to my wounds. Did she ever utter a word of disdain?" Shen Chuli abruptly lifted her gaze, staring blankly at him in the mirror. "You." Suddenly, She recalled how he had cradled her bloodied self in a past life, without a trace of revulsion. Thus, he bore no disdain for her current state, offering her boundless tolerance in this life. Was it all due to a debt of gratitude for saving his life? Struggling to suppress the tremor in her voice, she asked, "Where is that girl now?" Huo Yuan chuckled softly. "She should be married by now, to a truly wonderful man. I hope she is, very happy." After a moment, he released her, saying, "I shall go wash. If you're tired, you may rest." With an inscrutable expression, Huo Yuan exited the room and took a cold bath by the ancient well in the courtyard. The memory of Shen Chuli's alluring demeanor from earlier brought a reluctant smile to his lips. The young girl from a decade ago had indeed grown up. The following morning, Wan Yin roused her from slumber, announcing that a yellow edict had been posted at the palace gates, proclaiming that the Eastern Palace was to welcome a new royal consort, with a wedding set for the Lantern Festival in February. Whether this was intentional remained uncertain. Just days after the Lantern Festival would be Shen Chuli's birthday. When the news first spread, there were skeptics, but now it was a public declaration. As Shen Chuli passed by the palace, it was already surrounded by a throng, citizens whispering and gossiping. "Hey, have you heard? That high-ranking female official was originally a companion of Miss Shen Heir. I wonder what tricks she used to win the prince's favor. What does it matter if the prince is willing? It's the approval of the Shu Fei that truly counts. It seems she is pregnant before marriage. That maid has climbed into bed and usurped her mistress's position. If this were an ordinary family, she would be in deep trouble. Being a princess is no easy feat, just wait." Once Shen Chuli regains her memories and discovers the prince has married her maid, she will surely cause a scene in the Eastern Palace. On New Year's Eve, Shen Chuli returned to the general's residence to celebrate. This was her first time returning to the Shun estate for the new year since her marriage. Had it not been for reclaiming her grandfather's dowry, she would have had no desire to set foot in this place. Every year, her parents forbade her from sitting at the table to share the New Year's Eve dinner with Shen Fu. "Master, madam, the second young lady has returned." The young servant, upon spotting Shen Chuli, dashed back to report as if he had seen a ghost. In the main hall, the charcoal fire crackled cheerfully. Shen Huaixing sat in the main seat, sipping tea, while Shen Mingyi was in the kitchen. Madam Shen and Shen Fu sat nearby, engaged in idle chatter. "Our Fuer has finally." Madam Shen's motherly smile froze upon noticing Shen Chuli's arrival, who immediately whistled at her. "Oh, little sister can walk again? Perhaps you should ask the regent to add a few more legs for you." Ever since being kicked by the regent, Shen Fu had been plagued by nightmares, unable to rise from her bed. Just as she began to recover, this harbinger of misfortune arrived. Shen Chuli could not strike her in the presence of their parents and brother. Could she? Shen Fu cautiously retreated a bit, although she yearned to rush over and throttle Shen Chuli. Urging her to stay away from the regent, she could not ruin her gentle and understanding persona before their parents. Shen Fu waved at her. "Sister truly knows how to jest. Have you had your New Year's Eve dinner? Our parents have been mentioning you often lately, saying that ever since you married into the palace, you've forgotten the Shun family." "Oh, my apologies. I forgot that the crown prince has divorced you. And the crown princess has changed as well." Madame Shun snorted coldly. "Your sister chased after the regent's carriage and fell into the city moat. The whole capital is gossiping that she jumped into the river for love. After gorging on fish, does she really think she can look down on our meager dishes?" In truth, after the divorce, she had hoped Shen Chuli would return home to live. After all, she was her own flesh and blood, and it was embarrassing to let others see her abandoned. But now, that thought had vanished entirely. This eldest daughter was far too troublesome, first being divorced, then being pushed into the pond and losing her mind, followed by publicly beating the crown prince, and recently, daring to confess her feelings for the royal uncle. Not only did she bring shame to the Shun family, but she also made it impossible for Madame Shun to hold her head high among the matronly circle. It was hard to believe how she had given birth to such a disgraceful creature. She had written several letters warning Shen Chuli to behave. But Shen Chuli not only failed to respond, but also tore the letters to shreds. Rebellion. Absolute rebellion. Madame Shen scoffed. "What is so delectable about jade vegetables?" Shen Chuli's gaze fell on Shen Fu's face as she smiled sweetly. "I came this time to seek you out." Shen Fu frowned. "What do you want with me?" Shen Chuli replied. Last time you mentioned marrying my uncle in my stead, you received 2 hefty kicks. I can imagine your heart must be troubled. After all, you also fancy him and wish to pursue him, but I got there first. You must be wishing to strangle me. This statement was overheard by Shen Mingi, who was carrying a soup pot. Crash! The clay pot fell to the ground. Shen Fu's heart sank, and she quickly denied it. That's not true. Sister, please do not slander my innocence. Shen Chuli observed Shen Mingi's reaction with a glint of cold amusement in her eyes. Slander your innocence? I heard Wei Xiao say that you used to sneak rare herbs from the Shen residence to the regent's manor, and when he wouldn't see you, you'd crawl through dog holes like a lovesick fool. The air suddenly froze. Madame Shen hurriedly stepped forward to grasp her arm. Fuer, is what your sister said true? Why has your mother never heard you mention this? No wonder the herbal supplies in the storeroom diminished day by day. They previously suspected that Shen Chuli had pilfered them. Shen Fu instinctively tried to explain, no, it was my second sister. Of course, she dared not admit the truth. Shen Chuli had already interjected, and, after all, her uncle had just given her 2 kicks. If she continued to provoke him, her uncle might very well make the Shen family mourn during the new year. The last remark nearly caused Shen Huaisheng to topple from his chair. The elite spy dispatched to the regent's palace met with utter failure the moment he stepped inside. He firmly believed that the regent would indeed act on his words. Fuer, you are being foolish. You may provoke anyone, but you must not provoke the regent. He, an old man, still wished to live a few more years. Shen Huaisheng turned his gaze to Shen Chuli. What do you intend to accomplish by returning home today? If you acknowledge your mistakes, then sit down and calmly enjoy the New Year's Eve dinner. The East City estate boasted 10 residences, 20 boxes of pearls from the South China Sea, and a suit of Xian iron armor. Oh no, a kitchen knife. Shen Chuli ignored him, her eyes fixed on the list before her, her fingertip tapping on the scratch-marked kitchen knife. Who alter my dowry list into a shopping list for the kitchen? Shen Huaisheng slammed the table. You chase after men all day, yet still expect to claim your dowry? You dote on your white lotus adopted daughter, yet it hasn't impeded you from taking a concubine as your 8th wife. Shen Chuli leaned back in her chair. Grandfather once said, as long as I am here, the dowry is here. Surely you wouldn't covet even the funeral funds he prepared? Suddenly, Shen Fu let out a soft whimper. Father, it turns out sister is here to seize the dowry. Why don't we just give it to her? Madame Shen snorted. Your second sister will never marry. The dowry is better kept for you. If you can marry into a good family, she might still benefit from your fortune. Shen Huaisheng nodded in agreement. Indeed, with so many fine items, how could your grandfather possibly leave them all to a little girl? Amidst the mocking laughter filling the room, Shen Chuli revealed her trump card, the conch recording made by her grandfather before his passing. From the conch emerged the old man's booming voice. Listen well, you little rascals. Whoever dares to withhold Chuli's dowry, I shall overturn their coffin in the dead of night. Shen Chuli smiled brightly at her now pallid family. So, nothing more to say? I adore my uncle, and not only do I intend to pursue him, but I shall also bring my dowry to marry him. The 4 members of the Shen family were left speechless. They could now firmly conclude that Shen Chuli's madness had not diminished, but rather intensified, particularly in her delusions. Showing signs of obsession, Shen Huaisheng admonished, do not jest. You cannot even keep the crown prince. How could you dare to aspire to the regent? The regent was utterly unattainable. Even a multitude of beauties would fail to capture his attention, let alone a headstrong and foolish girl like Shen Chuli. Moreover, due to matters concerning his mother, marrying Shen Chuli was entirely out of the question. Ethically, it was forbidden as she was a former niece-in-law, and marrying her would tarnish his illustrious reputation. Furthermore, he had heard that Shen Chuli's public declarations of love had greatly annoyed the regent, who was merely tolerating her out of respect for the crown prince. Thus, it was clear that not only would Shen Chuli not become a princess, but she would likely be dismissed even from the role of a mere bed warmer for the regent. Thus, he kindly advised, do not bring disgrace upon yourself. Rather, focus your affections on the crown prince. To be an honest concubine is far preferable than the prospect of remaining unwed in the future. Shen Chuli smiled sweetly as she awaited the conclusion of his words, casting a glance at the 4 individuals before her. It seems you are all present today. How about we engage in a wager? Chapter 55. My true identity is your father. Betting? Shen Huaixing doubted Shen Chuli had lost her sanity. Here she was, a mere girl with an uncertain future, refusing to bow her head and return home, yet daring to speak so boldly, just as he was about to reprimand her. Shen Fu pulled at Shen Huaixing, urging, "Father, perhaps we should hear what my sister intends to wager." Shen Huaixing frowned, directing his attention to Shen Chuli. "Speak. What is your wager?" Shen Chuli replied, "If I can become the wife of the regent, I demand 40% of the Shen family's grain production." Unbeknownst to others, Shen Chuli had lived a past life and was aware that the coming year would bring famine, making gold less valuable than a measure of rice. Now was the perfect time to stockpile grain. 40%. Do you understand the gravity of that demand? Shen Huaixing exclaimed in disbelief. This was hardly his daughter. She resembled a little bandit. Our family consumes only 20% of grain in a year, and you demand 40% for yourself? Your sister receives only 30%. And if I grant you this, she will have less than you. What nonsense! Shen Chuli smirked inwardly. Could they not handle 40%? Her true ambition was to seize the entirety of the Shen family's assets. She intended to leave nothing for Shen Fu and Shen Mingyi. This was merely the beginning. With a smile, Shen Chuli continued, "The regent is exceedingly wealthy. Should I become the regent's wife, he would be your esteemed son-in-law. What is 40% in that context? Are you not aware of the stakes involved?" Madame Shen scoffed. "Do you truly believe the regent would marry you? He disregards even the princesses of neighboring kingdoms. Spare yourself the delusion." Shen Chuli remained silent for a moment, then slowly smiled. "If I lose, the Qilin armor will belong to you." Shen Huaixing's beard trembled in shock as he looked up. The Qilin armor had always been a coveted item among military families. Years ago, General Shen led 800 cavalry in pursuit of the remnants of the Xiongnu, obtaining this treasured armor on Mount Langjutsu. It was said to be impervious to weapons and concealed maps of the Xiongnu tribes within, though this was merely a rumor. The armor represented the highest honor for a military commander and was the Shen family's ancestral treasure, ensuring their enduring legacy. Shen Huaixing still held deep admiration for his father, yet he had inherited none of his father's strengths, only the timidity and ineptitude of his mother, who was frightened of blood and weak-willed, even fainting at the sight of it. Fortunately, he had the protection of his ancestors' legacy, managing to hold his own among the esteemed families of the capital. Alongside the Xie family of the Duke of N and the Wang family of the Left Chancellor. Regrettably, his lineage was sparse. The Shen family had but one son, Shen Mingyi, and two daughters, Shen Chuli and Shen Fu. How could a military family thrive with such a meager progeny? He was unwilling to accept this fate and had taken 8 concubines, determined to produce more sons. Alas, none of them bore him a child. They were all failures. Now, his only option was to cultivate Shen Mingyi, the sole scion, ensuring that his son would restore the family's former glory, even while his father was alive. He had harbored ambitions for that precious armor, yet his father had not even permitted him a glance. He had thought, as the only son, that it should rightfully belong to him. Little did he know, the old man had secretly bestowed the Qilin armor upon his most cherished granddaughter, Shen Chuli. He was filled with fury. The Shen family's wealth had been kept from Shen Chuli entirely. Even her dowry had been covertly transferred to Shen Fu. Shen Huaixing pressed his index finger against the bridge of his nose, his brow furrowing into a knot. The Qilin armor was the treasured heirloom of his general's household. Its value was incomparable to a mere 40% of grain production. Thus, he reconsidered the stakes of this wager. Even the other 3 members of Shen family were utterly taken aback that Shen Chuli would dare to use the family heirloom as collateral. A girl with a tarnished reputation who could not bear children actually entertained the thought that the regent might take her as his consort? Insanity. She had completely lost her mind. Shen Fu tightened her grip on her handkerchief. Shen Mingyi slammed his hand on the table. Shen Chuli, do you take the military treasure lightly? Enough of this nonsense. Will you wager or not? Shen Chuli lazily stifled a yawn. I've heard that the Xiongnu would trade 10 cities for this armor, yet my grandfather would not part with it. If you don't want to wager, I shall take my leave. She made as if to rise. Wait. Shen Huaixing hastily attempted to negotiate. The grain production is your sister's dowry. She only takes 30%. If you demand 40%, how will that reflect on her reputation? It would be detrimental to Fuer. Shen Chuli scoffed, stood up, and strolled around the hall, casually pocketing 2 sandalwood incense burners, contemplating returning home to use them as feeding bowls for her pet. Fine, the opportunity is yours. If you prove unworthy, once I marry the regent, I shall ensure that the Shen family's grain supplies are cut off. After all, your soldiers are utterly inept, only excelling at devouring food, growing as plump as pigs. Wretched girl. Shen Huaixing's goat-like beard trembled. Do not forget, you are also a member of the Shen family. He clutched the jade prayer beads, which Shen Chuli snatched from his hands and stuffed into her pocket. Didn't you all treat me like a treasure? Didn't you say I could never measure up to Shen Fu? Why is it now that you remember I am part of the Shen family? I refuse to conform. I shall seize what is hers, he. Shen Huaixing, incensed by her harsh tone, nearly smashed his teacup, but was stopped by Shen Fu. She spoke softly, Father. What second sister desires is merely a dowry and 40% of the grain production. However, if she loses this wager, the Qilin armor will be ours. Why not agree to her terms? Moreover, how could the regent ever marry her? Second sister has lost her mind. We are certain to win this gamble. Shen Huaixing pondered this and realized she was right. Even if the regent did marry Shen Chuli, he would become the father-in-law of a powerful figure, and the benefits would far exceed the meager grain production and dowry. Even if he did not marry her, as Shen Fu suggested, they would gain the Qilin armor for free. Was this not a brilliant scheme, reaping immense profits without any investment? Besides, Fuer herself was willing, leaving him with little to argue. At worst, once they acquired the Qilin armor, he could allocate more property to his younger daughter as her dowry. Shen Huaixing decisively concluded, very well. Shen Chuli, observing her father, knew he was concocting some devious plot. I have one more condition. When I marry, my dowry must exceed Shen Fu's. If you attempt to secretly compensate her, do not blame me for turning against you. Shen Huaixing furrowed his brow. Your sister has endured so much hardship since childhood. All she has received is what she rightfully deserves. Do not envy her. Shen Chuli, fueled by anger, leapt onto the table. Your biological daughter starves and suffers outside, while your adopted daughter feasts on abalone and sea cucumbers. She has suffered? Spare me. Given that your heart has strayed to your grandmother's home, when the time comes for you to face incontinence in your old age, maybe that Shen Fu can still attend to you. Such treacherous words caused Shen Huaixing to cough repeatedly in indignation. Shen Fu hurried forward to support him, exclaiming, Father, second sister has revealed her true colors in her attempt to seize the dowry. Shen Chuli looked at her with a smile, retorting, True colors? My true identity is your father. Shen Fu rolled her eyes in frustration. Lady Shan was taken aback by her crude remarks, ready to scold her. Unexpectedly, Shen Chuli leaped off the table, leaned in close to her ear, whispered a few words, and then turned to leave. As she passed the fish tank, she playfully scooped up a large fish, gave it a gentle nudge, and tossed it back into the water before sauntering back to her room. Meanwhile, Lady Shen's eyes widened, her hair standing on end, as if struck by lightning. Her gaze darted between her adopted daughter and son, her thoughts momentarily suspended. Having concluded her perfect battle, Shen Chuli merely rinsed herself in a bath before languidly reclining on her bed, drifting into slumber. On the other hand, Shen Fu was on edge. The look in Lady Shen's eyes was unsettling, very unsettling indeed. However, she was more eager to explain the matter of her admiration for the regent to Shen Mingyi. Yet before she could speak, Lady Shen pulled her into a corner. Fuer, I have something to ask you. Lady Shen got straight to the point, having heard rumors of her intention to marry into the royal household, inquiring if she truly held feelings for Huo Yuan. She immediately denied it, claiming she only wished to prevent Shen Chuli from going astray, which was why she willingly offered to substitute for her sister. As for the matter of secretly delivering medicine to the regent, that was merely Shen Chuli's fabrication. In the past, she had done everything to pursue Huo Yuan, delivering medicine, creating scenes, but he had never even glanced her way. Recently, it had escalated to him kicking her twice. Yet, none of this could be blamed on Huo Yuan. He harbored feelings for her, But it was Shen Chuli, that wretched girl, who sowed discord between them, causing him to delay accepting her. After hearing Shen Fu's explanation, Lady Shen's smile faltered. "Fuer, you are not young anymore. Let me find you a suitable match." Shen Fu protested, "I do not wish to marry. I still want to fulfill my filial duties beside you and father." In the past, Lady Shen had been reluctant to let her marry. What had changed today? Shen Fu's eyes shifted, suspecting it had something to do with Shen Chuli's whispered words before she departed. Tentatively, she probed, "Mother, did sister say anything to you?" Lady Shen regarded her for a long moment before slowly replying, "Fuer, you are my treasure. You must not act foolishly like your sister and do things you should not." With these words, Shen Fu grew even more perplexed. Lady Shen said no more and turned to leave. She could never forget what Shen Chuli had whispered in her ear. "I wonder why you all favor Shen Fu. It seems you are raising her as a child bride. The other day, I saw our pure and virtuous adopted daughter sneak into her brother's bedroom at the third watch. Curious, I peeked through the window and was astonished to find them embracing, completely unclothed. Truly remarkable. Having been siblings for over a decade, they have grown so familiar. You accuse me of shame, yet my pursuit of my uncle is nothing short of a harmonious orchestration. While Shen Fu secretly covets my uncle, she also seeks to placate her own brother within the confines of our home. It appears that I am at a disadvantage in this shared fortune. Moreover, regarding the demise of my sister-in-law, were you not already harboring suspicions? I advise you to refrain from making any accusations for now and to observe discreetly for a few days. Only then will Shen Fu concede, once she is caught red-handed. After all, in our family, my brother is the sole heir. We cannot allow a foster daughter to bring ruin upon us. Can we? Consider the weight of a son versus that of a foster daughter." Shen Chuli's words struck like a thunderclap, nearly rendering her faint. Initially, she had dismissed the girl's words entirely, yet having just witnessed Shen Fu's anxious demeanor, the seeds of doubt began to take root without her even realizing it. The value of a foster daughter versus that of a son. Must one even deliberate on this? Not even the mightiest of deities could threaten her beloved son. Chapter 56. Shall we stay up together? On New Year's Eve, amidst the echoes of firecrackers, some families rejoice while others lament. Recently, Shen Chuli has been residing in the Shan residence, indulging in a carefree existence akin to that of a little deity. Meanwhile, in the East Palace, Huo Yuan's hand, poised to raise a toast, remains suspended in mid-air as the Empress Dowager, with a frosty demeanor, disregards his gesture. The Empress, skeptical that Rower bears his child, has privately consulted numerous physicians. After confirming the timing, she reluctantly ceased her inquiries but continues to speak coldly, offering no warmth in her countenance. In the bustling streets of the capital, Huo Yuan, disguised in plain clothes, occupies a private booth in the Zue Xianlu, intoxicated beyond measure. Suddenly, the commotion outside intensifies, announcing that the Shen family's esteemed young lady is releasing lanterns on the Qinhuai River, reportedly a staggering 3,000 lanterns. Each lantern bears a line of romantic verse, such as, "Huo Yuan, I have calculated, and you are missing me," or, "I have been rather busy lately." Busy with what? Busy with loving you. Laughter erupts from the neighboring booth, where young rascals jest about how the crown prince must feel stifled, having just divorced his former spouse and now chasing after his uncle. Fueled by irritation, Huo Yuan seizes a wine jar and storms toward them. On the other side, Gao Nanru sits gracefully among her relatives. Orphaned at a young age and often overlooked by her kin, today is markedly different. Her aunt personally pours her a drink. This is the first time in 20 years she has taken the principal seat at the New Year's Eve banquet. Meanwhile, a significant event transpires concerning Wen Yin. It turns out her father once shared a morsel of bread with the elderly Xie during a year of famine, and this act of kindness has lingered in the elder's memory. Upon encountering Wen Yin, he is struck by the resemblance to his long-lost friend's daughter and, without hesitation, claps his hands, arranging a betrothal between her and Xie Changyan. Upon hearing of this, Xie Changyan, having fled early that day, finds himself sitting on a flower boat in Jiangnan on New Year's Eve, where he receives a letter containing the marriage announcement. Infuriated, He tears the letter to shreds and casts it into the river. On this festive occasion, Shen Chuli prefers to hide away in his father's tent rather than return home. He cannot fathom why, despite his kindness toward Shen Fu, she might harbor feelings for another man. Sighing, he lifts a bronze mirror to examine himself. What is it that he lacks in comparison to the regent? Shen Fu suffers even more. Not only must she guard against Shen Chuli, whose unpredictable temperament is a constant threat, but she is also shadowed relentlessly by Madame Shen, as if under surveillance. Yet, her resilience is formidable. She finds time to embroider 2 sachets, red for Huo Yuan and green for Shen Chuli. After the new year, she plans to secure both options. Marrying the regent would be ideal, but if that proves unattainable, Shen Chuli could serve as a backup. Today, Huo Yuan is exceedingly busy, as countless couples seeking fortune in love flock to the temple. Finally finding a moment of respite, he settles into the Zui Xian Lu, only to witness a man being unceremoniously hurled out from the neighboring booth. Upon closer inspection, he realizes, to his astonishment, that it is his unfortunate elder brother. The temple's charcoal fire burns brightly, while Huo Jingheng lies sprawled on the couch, suddenly grinning foolishly. Shen Chuli, once you pursued me relentlessly, and now the whole city is in an uproar over the crown prince. You wish to force me to bow down, but I shall never concede. After much effort, Huo Yuan manages to drag his brother back and instructs a servant to prepare a hangover remedy, then lightly kicks him on the knee. Hey, still stubborn even in this state? Back then, when she chased you around the capital, weren't you the one who complained she was too clingy? Now she has forgotten you, yet she knows how to drown her sorrows in wine. What a pitiful sight! As the clock pointed to the 3rd watch of the night, Huo Yuan gazed out at the dazzling fireworks, then tore off the jade pendant from his waist and tossed it to his attendant. Prepare the carriage swiftly and deliver an invitation to the Shen residence, inquiring if the 2nd Miss Shen would grace my humble abode to usher in the new year. He added with a playful tone, tell her I have recently mastered the art of conjuring fire in my palm to entertain her. Before he could finish, the sound of a carriage approached. Shen Chuli lifted the curtain of her carriage, her eyes sparkling as she beheld Huo Yuan's astonished face. If it were you, my little royal uncle, I would climb walls to see you. But you, she snatched the jade pendant, toyed with it briefly, and then tossed it out the window. Having spent countless New Year's Eves with you since childhood, I have long grown weary of your tricks. Huo Yuan caught the pendant and secured it back at his waist, chuckling as he scolded her. Ungrateful girl, I have spoken of you favorably to the royal uncle many times. If one day he truly becomes angry, it will be I, your childhood companion, who will mend things for you. Laughter echoed from within the carriage. If that were to happen, sister would prepare for you a red envelope filled with gold and jade. How about that? Oh, cease your jesting. Huo Yuan mounted his horse and rode alongside the carriage, half-teasingly suggesting, Shen Chuli, there are countless fine gentlemen in the world. Why not spare my royal uncle and come to trouble me instead? Even if you were to dismantle this temple, I would accompany you to the end. Shen Chuli laughed. Do you have no faith in your childhood, sweetheart? What if I truly win over the royal uncle? Huo Yuan was skeptical. If you succeed, I shall offer my head for you to use as a football. The carriage curtain suddenly fell, accompanied by their bright laughter, and it drove away. Huo Yuan, remember this on the day of my wedding. You must present your head on the bridal sedan chair. Huo Yuan. Shen Chuli had ventured out to purchase lanterns, intending to secretly deliver them to Huo Yuan, only to discover upon arriving at the regent's residence that he was not home. Every New Year's Eve, he would spend the night with his soldiers, sharing meals and camaraderie. This year would likely be no different. Alone, Shen Chuli returned to the Shen household. Mother, look, the pearl hairpin father gifted to Fu is far more exquisite than the wooden one sister received. I assent to it. Her sweet voice mingled with the sounds of fireworks. As she rounded the icy corridor, she caught sight of the main hall, where the stove blazed warmly. Her mother was accompanying Shen Fu in lighting fireworks, while her father beamed as he distributed silver ingots as New Year gifts, none casting a glance toward her empty seat. Even the lanterns hanging from the beams had been replaced with Shen Fu's favorite lotus lanterns. Shen Chuli, unusually restrained, returned to her room amidst the laughter and cheer, remaining silent. Once inside, she covered her head with a quilt. Since childhood, she had always detested the New Year, while families celebrated together. She felt acutely alone during such times. She too longed to be remembered, to receive gifts, to have someone set off fireworks in her honor. Yet there was none, never any. Her parents and brothers only cherished her sister. This feeling was akin to a myriad of lights shining brightly, yet not a single one was for her. Her nose reddened as she consoled herself. It's fine, it's fine. I'm accustomed to being overlooked. What is there to be sentimental about? Just as she planned to sleep away her sorrows. Boom! The first golden firework burst into bloom in the night sky. Outside the window, the world suddenly shone as bright as day, a tapestry of vibrant fireworks woven into the clouds, casting a rosy hue upon the dark expanse. How splendid it is! One wonders which young gentleman set this spectacle alight for his beloved. Shen Chuli, barefoot and perched at the window, gazed with wide, unblinking eyes filled with admiration and envy. Suddenly, amidst the celestial display of fiery blooms, she discerned a series of crooked little characters. Shen Chuli, just as the final character, wishing for peace and health, began to take shape. She caught sight of the persimmon tree at the gate swaying. A figure clad in a dark cloak held a crackling firework stick. Gazing up at her, the sparks illuminated the handsome features of the man, surrounded by an array of uncountable firework tubes at his feet. Huo Yuan, hadn't he gone to the camp to celebrate the new year with the soldiers? Shen Chuli leaned halfway out the window, her eyes wide with astonishment. At the very moment the firework stick extinguished, she heard Huo Yuan's voice, laced with laughter, mingling with the sound of firecrackers. Shall we go and see the real fireworks? My little crybaby? Chapter 57. Darling, Happy New Year. Were you not going to the barracks to ring in the New Year? As Shen Chuli hurried down the stairs, her skirt lifted, nearly causing her to slip on the icy stone steps, only to be caught in the embrace of Huo Yuan. I have changed my mind, he declared, unfurling his dark cloak to wrap her snugly, like a delicate dumpling. With a flourish, he produced a gilded box, recalling that little fool who was sobbing alone in bed. Peering into the box filled with amber-hued treasures, Shen Chuli's eyes widened in astonishment. What is this? She exclaimed. Who mentioned wanting candied hawthorn last time? A low chuckle resonated in his chest as Huo Yuan pressed a skewer adorned with luminous pearls into her hand, preparing to make her treat himself, with 30 measures of South Sea pearls still remaining in the storeroom. Shen Chuli gazed in disbelief at the candied hawthorn in her hand. The South Sea pearls were exceedingly rare, each one worth a fortune, incomparable to the ordinary pearl on Shun Fu's hairpin. Huo Yuan had transformed them into candied hawthorn, and there were so many. Ali, I shall not permit you to envy anyone, he said, drawing her unexpectedly into a warm embrace. Cradling her face, his warm breath made her nose tingle. The troops are gathered around the stove for New Year's Eve. I have specially allowed them to return home to accompany their wives and children, and I, too, shall be with my wife. As the carriage rolled through the icy streets of the capital, Shen Chuli suddenly realized they were not headed back to the royal residence. Huo Yuan gently tousled her small face. Ali, be good. Your husband is taking you somewhere special. We have 10 minutes until midnight. Standing atop the city tower, Shen Chuli gazed at the ground blanketed in red silk, nearly biting her tongue in disbelief. The ground was covered in soft carpets, with hundreds of lanterns hanging beneath the glass lamps, and the citizens below were already counting down. 10, 9, 8, 7. As the joyous countdown reached 2, the entire city wall trembled, her hand enveloped in warmth. Shen Chuli turned her head, and fireworks erupted behind Huo Yuan, reflecting the tumult of emotions in his dark eyes. 1. When the first bell tolled through the heavens, she heard his deep, tender voice whispering in her ear, Darling, Happy New Year. Immediately following, a myriad of fiery streams shot into the sky, bursting into adorable little rabbits. The brightest cluster of golden flames formed the character for pair, illuminating the night sky for a full 3 breaths before transforming into a shower of stars. The citizens looked up, pointing at the brilliant fireworks, celebrating the new year. Shen Chuli was rendered speechless. For 18 years, never had a firework display been dedicated to her. Huo Yuan had given her this gift, From now on, every New Year's Eve, I shall grant you a display of fireworks." Shen Chuli gazed at him, her nose flushed. "If you continue like this, you're going to spoil me beyond measure." A muffled laugh came from above as a warm palm gently ruffled her hair through her hood. "I permit you to indulge." At that moment, several subordinates of the royal residence were huddled in the corner of the city tower. Wei Xiao, with hair disheveled from the fireworks, held a torch as his companion murmured quietly beside him. "Commander Wei, how much longer must we hide here? It's freezing, and the brothers are nearly frozen stiff." Wei Xiao slapped the back of his comrade's head and, in a hushed tone, reprimanded, "Less chatter. We will remain here for as long as the prince allows the princess to enjoy the fireworks." That said, Wei Xiao found himself inwardly lamenting. While others enjoyed the warmth of their families during the festive season, he was left to consume dog food. Alas, it was all for the prince's happiness. So he would endure. After watching the fireworks, the two strolled hand in hand down the city tower and returned to the royal mansion in a carriage. Huo Yuan had prepared a New Year's gift for her. Open wide, he instructed, holding a piece of rose pastry to Shen Chuli's lips. Seeing her cheeks puffed up like a little hamster that had stolen a morsel, he couldn't resist brushing the crumbs from the corner of her mouth and said, "Take your time. Every pastry shop in the capital is yours." Shen Chuli nearly choked. "What?" Huo Yuan then produced a brocade pouch from his bosom and placed it in her palm. Inside were neatly stacked 13 land deeds, Zijiji Candy Shop in the southern city, Guoxiang Zhai on West Street, and Qiao Tu Suyu Fong. All the shops she had drooled over as a child while peering through the windows. "Your New Year's money." Huo Yuan held her hand and kissed it gently, assuring her, "No matter your troubles, Ali need not worry. Your husband will resolve everything." Shen Chuli was utterly astonished. "Oh my goodness, whose New Year's money consists of an entire street of pastries in the capital?" She poked at the deeds and muttered softly, "If you spoil me like this, I shall be climbing the rooftops tomorrow." "I am well prepared," Huo Yuan replied, clapping his hands thrice. Wei Xiao perched on the roof, then tossed down a shower of glazed tiles, the newly tribute tiles from Luan. "For every tile you uncover, I shall replace it." Shen Chuli. The two sat in the courtyard, gazing up at the moon. Suddenly, Shen Chuli recalled something and turned to Huo Yuan. "The emperor's grandfather has fallen ill. Does that mean we need not enter the palace?" This matter was conveyed to her by Huo Yuan upon hearing of the sacrificial rites. The emperor's grandfather fell gravely ill, prompting the emperor and various concubines to take turns attending to him. As his son, Huo Yuan was expected to be present. Yet he had not gone. Huo Yuan withdrew his gaze, leaning back and closing his eyes, concealing the disdain and bitterness that lay beneath. His voice, tinged with sarcasm, echoed softly, "In the imperial family, where is there any true kinship? He has many sons. My presence is inconsequential. Moreover, given my status, palace regulations do not apply to me." Shen Chuli belatedly recognized the strained relationship between father and son, realizing her misstep, and slapped her thigh. "Oh, right. I have prepared a New Year's gift for you as well." Under the moonlight, Shen Chuli rummaged for a while before producing a lopsided sword tassel. The dark-colored tassel, interwoven with golden threads, ended in a pendant, seemingly carved into the shape of a cat that resembled a tiger. "I intended to carve a tiger," she confessed, her ears burning crimson, but after 7 attempts, it still looks like a cat. Huo Yuan had already fastened it to the tip of her sword, the cold gleam of the long blade contrasting humorously with the whimsical tassel. "Very well. Henceforth, this shall be your adornment when attending court. I will be the subject of ridicule. I look forward to witnessing who dares to mock my dear little tiger, which is far superior to any bestowed by the emperor." Suddenly, Huo Yuan cupped her face and closed his eyes. As his eyelashes fluttered, a chill brushed against her neck. Shen Chuli looked down to discover a longevity gold lock. "Indeed, even a tiger can transform into a little kitten, but only for you." At this moment, Shen Chuli found herself somewhat dazed, staring foolishly at him. Huo Yuan chuckled softly. "Ali, as we embark upon this new year, regardless of what has transpired in the past, you need only to be audacious, joyful, and loved, for I shall be here." He gazed intently at her, his expression imbued with sincerity and tenderness. Once the grand wedding in the Eastern Palace takes place, we shall lead a blissful life together. When you are ready, we can consider having a few children. How does that sound? Shen Chuli was momentarily taken aback. What? A few children? The last time? If it weren't for the sudden arrival of the flood, they would have. But isn't it too soon to be thinking about children? Embraced in his arms, Shen Chuli felt her mind go blank and instinctively nodded. 10 days later, the grand wedding in the Eastern Palace commenced. On the day of the ceremony, a spring rain unexpectedly fell, dampening the freshly pasted golden characters of joy at the vermilion gates. Wasn't it said that the Bureau of Astronomy had calculated the auspicious timing? Gao Nanru clutched her veil tightly, her mood soured by the pattering sounds from the eaves. Truly, she was having a streak of bad luck. Not only was it raining on her wedding day, but the emperor had also fallen ill. Citing the need to attend to his health, he was absent from the celebration. With the emperor's absence, it was needless to mention the other concubines who trickled in, a few of lower rank, each wearing expressions of schadenfreude. Within the Eastern Palace, the once crowded hall stood eerily empty. Even the groom, Huo Yuan, seemed distracted, his gaze wandering toward the entrance as if awaiting someone. Do not be upset, Crown Princess. The matchmaker attempted to ease the atmosphere, presenting a pair of auspicious bracelets to congratulate the crown prince on his marriage. Gao Nanru gripped the happiness scarf in her hands tightly. Headache? Just yesterday, I saw the Shu Fei feeding fish in the imperial garden. If she didn't wish to attend, then why offer such excuses? It felt as if she were being dismissed entirely. Suddenly, a voice from the gathering sneered, "What a sight to behold!" On the day of the Eastern Palace wedding, both the emperor and the Shu Fei are absent, and the crown prince is lost in thought. If I were the bride, I would have tossed this ridiculous veil aside by now. Indeed, one had to possess a thick skin. It was a pity that Shen Chuli had yet to regain her memory. Had she done so and learned of the crown prince's change of heart, she would have undoubtedly stormed the Eastern Palace to claim her rightful place. Rumor had it that she had just returned from a trip to Jiangnan, bringing back an impressive 3 cartloads of exquisite silk. After all, she was the most beautiful woman in the capital and a legitimate daughter of a military family. Her wealth far surpassing that of those unfortunate souls without parents. On the other side, Shen Chuli sat before her vanity, meticulously selecting from the beautiful garments she had acquired from Jiangnan. Wen Yin, curious, inquired, "Little treasure, aren't you going to join in the festivities at the Eastern Palace wedding?" Shen Chuli smiled brightly. "Of course I will go. Tomorrow is the Lantern Festival, and, as the crown princess, Gao Nanru will accompany the crown prince to pay respects to the emperor. Everyone in the royal family, whether willing or not, will be present. And as for me, having endured for so long, the time has finally come to turn the tables and shatter their pretenses, asserting my identity as the regent's consort. I shall dress splendidly and radiate my presence." Chapter 58. Entering the palace, creating an uproar in heaven. As the retired emperor's health improved, he eagerly summoned Huo Yuan and Gao Nanru. Despite the lowly status of the crown princess, she bore the royal lineage within her womb, and even the most disdainful must heed the dignity of the imperial family. Huo Yuan had prepared a carriage for Shen Chuli in advance and inquired if she felt anxious amidst the throngs within the palace. Shen Chuli replied, "Anxious? Not at all. I am brimming with excitement and energy." She was indeed untroubled. The mere thought of her impending actions sent her into a fervor, prompting her to dash around the Wang residence twice in exhilaration. Hadn't Huo Yuan encouraged her to create a ruckus in heaven? Today, she intended to puncture the palace with a resounding impact. Wen Yin, upon learning of Shen Chuli's plan, was even more exuberant than she. At the crack of dawn, she roused Shen Chuli from her slumber. First, they indulged in a luxurious bathing ritual, followed by enlisting the finest beauticians in the capital, all at great expense. The stipulation: every strand of hair must exude allure. After a flurry of preparations, Shen Chuli gazed at her reflection in the mirror, utterly astonished. "Sister, are you certain you want me to enter the palace adorned in this makeup and hairstyle?" "Surely not. I fear I might be unrecognizable." Wen Yin, busy selecting garments for her, looked up, her expression radiating satisfaction. "Unrecognizable is precisely the aim. In your previous tenure as crown princess, Your hair and makeup adhered strictly to the rules, rendering you aged and unappealing. Trust me, this time, you shall overshadow Gao Nanru, turning her into nothing more than a wilted cabbage. With that, she glanced at the outfit in her hands, wielded scissors, and deftly transformed it into an entirely new ensemble. Shoving it into Shen Chuli's hands, she urged, "This will complement your look perfectly. Change quickly. We must prepare to set off." Shen Chuli took a look and burst into laughter, wanting to give Wen Yan a thumbs up. "If I wear this, Gao Nanru will surely lose her mind." Wen Yan's eyes sparkled with mischief, precisely what we desire. When Shen Chuli arrived at the palace, the sun had already set. The golden hues of twilight bathed the surroundings, with the colorful clouds descending from the west, enveloping the vast expanse of the sky and wrapping the imperial palace in a warm embrace. At the Xuanwu gate, guards were meticulously inspecting the entry badges of those entering the palace. While waiting in line, Shen Chuli lifted the carriage curtain and gazed upward, filled with nostalgia. The high palace walls confined even the birds, and in her past life, she had been trapped within this realm. Yet now, she had wed another and was living a life of unrestrained joy with Huo Yuan. That said, although they were newlyweds, it had been half a month since they last saw each other. Following the new year, troubles erupted in Liaodong, prompting Huo Yuan to mobilize his troops and lead 5,000 cavalry against the bandits. Concerned for her safety, he sent daily missives by carrier pigeon, wanting to know every detail of her day, including her meals. Shen Chuli, restless by nature, did not follow the traditional pursuits of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting like other young ladies. Instead, she spent her mornings racing dragon boats, afternoons lion dancing in the streets of the capital, and evenings forming teams to play polo. Unfortunately, during one match, she accidentally kicked a passerby's gold tooth, resulting in a fractured foot. This news reached Huo Yuan amidst his bloody battles, inciting an urgent desire to gallop back to the capital. Fortunately, there exists the naive Wei Xiao, who hastened back on horseback, finding solace only upon witnessing Shen Chuli's safety. Upon his return, he brought with him a remarkable trophy captured by Huo Yuan, a green-headed bird capable of human speech. Wei Xiao introduced it as a parrot, which learned to mimic human language. Upon seeing Shen Chuli, it flapped its wings, chirping in a high-pitched voice, "Ali, this king misses you." Shen Chuli's eyes widened in astonishment and delight, prompting her to name it Green Bean. She finally comprehended that marrying the right person, even across vast distances, places one at the pinnacle of their thoughts. Conversely, marrying the wrong person, even in close proximity, feels like an insurmountable ocean apart. She noticed that Huo Yuan no longer bore the icy demeanor of her past life, and she no longer felt fear or the urge to evade him. This man seemed to be gradually, intentionally weaving himself into the fabric of her life. On the 14th day after Huo Yuan's departure, she yearned for him incessantly. Yet, as Shen Chuli reclined on her couch, a fleeting glance at her reflection in the bronze mirror brought her unease. She realized her own nature was boisterous, with a penchant for grudges, often embroiled in chaos, either courting trouble or treading the path towards it. Thus, she pondered whether her tumultuous disposition might lead Huo Yuan to tire of her and cast her aside. Fortunately, she possessed a pleasing countenance, but serving as mere eye candy for another, how long might that endure? Moreover, what exquisite beauties had Huo Yuan not encountered? He scarcely cast her a second glance. This indicated his indifference to mere beauty, a fact that left her at a disadvantage. Therefore, to avoid an early dismissal, she resolved to find meaningful pursuits, ensuring she would not become a burden to Huo Yuan. With her fingers brushing against the wooden hairpin at her temple, a spark ignited in her eyes. She possessed medical skills, and that clinic she had fortuitously acquired was recently refurbished. In her previous life, she had been foolish, but in this incarnation, she vowed to assist countless individuals. Upon discovering her purpose, Shen Chuli brimmed with enthusiasm. After her chaotic ascent to heaven, she would enlist Wen Yan, and they would launch the clinic. Embarking on a vigorous endeavor, she aspired to become the foremost female physician in the capital. Chapter 59. Dearest nephew, address the imperial aunt. Upon hearing the voice of the guards at Xuanwu Gate, Shen Chuli regained her composure and presented her palace token. Today marks the Lantern Festival, coinciding with Huo Yuan's return to court. In his letter, he instructed her to arrive by the hour of the rooster. Their plan was simple yet sinister. She would commit the deed, Huo Yuan would douse the flames, she would bury the evidence, and Huo Yuan would dig the grave. Shen Chuli glanced at the green bean perched on her shoulder, poking its beak with her finger. Go, deliver the message to Huo Yuan that I have entered the palace, and everything shall proceed as planned. Received, received. The green bean flapped its wings and took flight. Today, Shen Chuli was traveling in Huo Yuan's grand carriage, drawn by 5 magnificent steeds, their sleek black coats shimmering with a chilling luster, exuding both authority and nobility. Regent, when will you return? A guard, recognizing Huo Yuan's carriage, approached with ingratiating smiles, but his eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the person seated within. The crown princess? Oh no, it should be Miss Shen now. How could the second daughter of the Shen family possibly be in the carriage of the regent? On the Lantern Festival, the crown prince was to present the new crown princess to the emperor, who was in the company of the empress and other consorts. Surely Shen Chuli was not here to disrupt the proceedings? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He must be imagining things, just as he convinced himself of his own delusions. A melodious voice emerged from the carriage. Thank you for your trouble. The guard was taken aback. As he watched the majestic black carriage recede, darkness clouded his vision. Just as he clasped his head in bewilderment, a thin voice from behind pierced the air. You have quite the audacity. On this Lantern Festival, you dare to laze about here? Do you wish to lose your head? The young guard fell to his knees. Master Zhu, I am wronged. I saw Miss Shen riding in the regent's carriage, heading towards the Taiha Hall. Before he could finish, Zhu Yuxian sprang up, striking his head with a feather duster. Nonsense. The regent has yet to arrive, and you claim to have seen his carriage? And Miss Shen? Who doesn't know that these two are at odds? How could she possibly be in the regent's carriage? I wouldn't dare lie. Look right ahead. Zhu Yuxian looked up just in time to see a corner of the carriage curtain lift, revealing Shen Chuli's stunningly exquisite face. Good heavens. It truly is Miss Shen. What on earth has brought this lady here? His hand trembled as he clutched the feather duster. Every year during the Lantern Festival, the palace was filled with all manner of spirits and phantoms. This year, particularly with the crown prince and the new crown princess in attendance, everyone was eager to take a jab at one another. It was no secret that the harem was rife with ambition, all eyes fixated on the vacant position of consort. The virtuous consort, who fancied herself the mother of the crown prince, behaved as though she were half an empress, having offended many. The crown prince's marriage to Amir Maid presented a splendid opportunity for those who wished to ridicule the consort. Who would want to miss such a chance? In the harem, the lords and ladies engaged in both overt and covert struggles, while the servants schemed and plotted in turn, particularly those serving in close proximity to the emperor, who were fond of stirring trouble. Just moments ago, noble consort Shi had claimed an allergy to orchids, and noble consort Lan had accused her of targeting her deliberately. As fate would have it, he was standing nearby, and both women had dragged him into their dispute. He was drenched in sweat, caught in the middle of a quarrel between two ladies, one of whom slapped him while the other kicked him. Previously, when he had gone to the royal palace to deliver a message, the regent had doused him with soup, and now, things had taken a turn for the worse. Oh heavens! Why is it that when the masters fight amongst themselves, they always vent their frustrations on their servants? Is the life of a laborer not worth anything? Fortunately, with his extensive experience, he quickly pushed his unfortunate apprentice to the forefront, supporting his aching back as he slipped away to seek some tranquility. Yet, tranquility eluded him, as he unexpectedly encountered the little demon of the Shen family. What to do? If she were to enter, it would be akin to tossing a basket of chili peppers into a bubbling hot pot. The pot would surely explode. To prevent the Taiha Hall from being turned upside down, he decided to muster his courage and intervene, just in case Shen Chuli took a wrong turn. Hey, Miss Shen, wait for this old servant. With that thought, he donned a radiant smile and hurried to catch up with the carriage. As Shen Chuli disembarked and had not yet entered the hall, she heard someone call her from behind. Turning around, She recognized Zhu Yushan, a eunuch close to the emperor. Zhu Gonggong, in her previous life, when she was confined to the cold palace, unable to even secure a meal for herself. Zhu Yushan had shown her a modicum of kindness by sneaking her some steamed buns. He was one of the few who had offered her a glimmer of warmth. Zhu Yushan bent his rotund figure, his beady eyes narrowing into slits. This old servant has indeed seen Miss Shen. He had prepared himself to speak up and deter her. But unexpectedly, Shen Chuli smiled and said, Gonggong, you have worked hard. Serving in the deep palace is no easy task. Moreover, today is a festive occasion. The ladies in the palace are vying with one another, and I imagine you have faced considerable trials. As she spoke, she retrieved a small purse from her sleeve and presented it to Zhu Yushan. This is but a token of my appreciation. Please accept it and find a quiet place to rest. Zhu Yushan looked up in astonishment, unable to resist taking a longer glance at her. Everyone claimed that the second daughter of the Shen family was arrogant and unruly, a veritable little lunatic. When she had been the crown princess, he had encountered her, and at that time, Shen Chuli was prone to fits of rage, smashing things and lamenting her fate, living like a woman wronged. But the woman before him now was utterly transformed compared to 3 years ago. 3 years prior, she was merely a young girl, but now, with her hair elegantly styled and clad in a pure white fox cloak, her once childish features had blossomed into striking beauty, akin to a vibrant flower in full bloom, radiating brilliance. Though she had been pretty back then, she was nowhere near as stunning as she was now. Her cheerful smile was infectious, uplifting even his spirits. Zhu Yushan's words of caution lodged in his throat, unable to be uttered. He raised his delicate fingers, joyfully ushering her inside. Oh, Miss Shen, it has been some time since I last saw you. This old servant has missed you dearly. Please come in with that. He cast a knowing glance towards the inner hall, where commotion was already underway. Shen Chuli nodded and turned to enter the Taiha hall. Zhu Yushan watched her retreating figure, and for reasons unknown, he felt a strong premonition. Lady Shen's fortune was yet to unfold. Gao Nanru had served in the palace for 3 years, stepping into the Taiha hall for the first time in the capacity of a master. Although on the eve of the festival, she had been slapped by concubine Shu and had no one in attendance at her wedding. Today she adorned herself splendidly and cheerfully came to celebrate. Clad in her elaborate attire, standing beside the crown prince, she appeared quite dignified at first glance. Concubine Shu feigned illness to avoid her. During the Lantern Festival, she could not find an excuse to evade the encounter, and upon seeing her, she wore a disdainful expression, pretending not to notice. As the Empress Dowager and the Emperor had yet to arrive, she sought to curry favor first. After all, having been a servant for 3 years, she did not feel awkward amidst the familiar faces in the hall, and began to serve tea to the concubines one by one. Huo Jingheng sat nearby, while Gao Nanru, with child, maintained a facade of cordiality despite the general disdain. However, as she completed her round of tea service, though the guests wore smiles, their disdain was unmistakable, and few bothered to meet her gaze. Gao Nanru was well aware of their contempt, yet what did it matter? She was the victor, and these individuals were merely envious of her. Once she bore a child, would they not come to curry her favor instead? Thus, she resolved to endure. After having steeled herself, she continued to serve tea with even greater humility. Just then, Lan Pin, who had just finished adjusting Qi Gairen's hairpin, entered, swaying her slender waist, and enthusiastically approached her for a chat. Oh, I have heard that the crown princess's uncle's family has been doing quite well in business lately. I wonder what kind of trade it is in the capital. Gao Nanru was about to respond when Lan Pin interjected, Oh, I remember now. It seems they are selling melons? No wonder the crown princess is dressed in such a bright red outfit, paired with a green waistband. It makes one thirsty just at the sight. Lan Pin's laughter echoed, filling the hall with a cheerful ambience. Huo Jingheng noticed Gao Nanru's embarrassment and was about to intervene when Huo Yuan pulled him away to the royal garden, claiming he wished to seek his guidance on archery. The lad, who usually delighted in his few trinkets and showed no interest in archery, was oddly eager to learn today. Gao Nanru's face flushed crimson. It became evident to her that no one wished to engage with her. They only sought to use her to provoke concubine Shu, eager to witness the clash between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. just as concubine Shu was about to explode in anger. A commotion from outside caught the attention of everyone in the hall. "Hey, Miss Shun, you cannot enter. You must not come in." Zhu Yushan feigned to block the entrance, drawing the crowd's curiosity. Whispers of surprise rippled through the assembly. "Miss Shun? Shen Chuli? What's she doing here?" Concubine Shu's expression darkened instantly. She wanted to enjoy the festival without mentioning that ill-omened person. No sooner had she spoken than a clear, melodic laugh rang out. "Oh, concubine Shu, speaking ill of others behind their backs can be quite detrimental to one's health." Shen Chuli entered, and amidst the stunned silence of the hall, she appeared entirely unfazed. As she spoke, she cast flirtatious glances at the petrified concubines on either side. "What with the dazed expressions? Is it my beauty that has rendered you speechless?" Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. What was Shen Chuli doing here? Each attendee was of noble status, esteemed offspring. Yet here was a deposed crown princess, behaving so frivolously and audaciously. After much difficulty, Huo Jingheng finally extricated himself from Huo Yuan and hurried to rescue Gao Nanru. Just as he stepped into the Taya Hall, he unexpectedly collided with Shen Chuli. He stood frozen in place, exclaiming, "Shen Chuli, what brings you here?" As their gazes locked, Shen Chuli suddenly broke into a radiant smile, saying, "My dear nephew, greet your royal aunt." Huo Jingheng was taken aback, stammering, "A royal aunt?" At that moment, Shen Chuli, the noble concubine, raised her teacup and hurled it fiercely in her direction. Chapter 60. This prince is the wild man you speak of with a resounding thud. The teacup crashed against the feet of Shen Chuli, shards scattering across the floor. All eyes in the hall exchanged glances. Arriving at a singular conclusion, Shen Chuli had lost her wits. The Empress Dowager pointed at her in fury, commanding, "Come, drag this mad girl out." Wait. Empress Mother. Huo Yuan rushed from the back, swiftly pulling Shen Chuli behind him. "Calm down. Allow me to speak with her." He was not one to seek the limelight, especially during palace festivities, preferring to keep his distance. However, today he had come to vex Gao Nanru and to avenge Shen Chuli. Seeing his elder brother ready to shield the little vixen, he quickly dismissed her, and in the brief moment he took to relieve himself, his brother had vanished. When he hastily returned, he encountered this absurd scene. Gripping Shen Chuli's sleeve, he tugged her towards the corridor, lowering his voice. "Have you lost your senses? That is the crown prince. You are addressing him inappropriately." Shen Chuli retorted, "I am his little royal aunt. What else should I call him?" Huo Yuan was momentarily at a loss. This girl was merely 2 months and 6 days younger than he was. If she were the crown prince's little aunt, then she would also be his little aunt. Absurd. However, observing Shen Chuli's current demeanor, it was evident that she had been possessed. Perhaps the soul inhabiting her body was not even her own. Thus, he retrieved a talisman from his pocket, slapping it onto Shen Chuli's forehead, and began to chant incantations. "Hark! The true monarch of Xuanwu is present. Spirits return to their temples, ghosts to their graves, and demons to the mountains. Swiftly obey this decree." To his astonishment, Shen Chuli yanked the talisman off and smacked him on the head. "True monarch of Xuanwu, I am still the Jade Emperor. You insolent boy, quickly address me as the 9th royal aunt." 9th royal aunt? The entire hall gasped in disbelief. Had she truly elevated herself to the status of the regent's consort? But could that cold-faced fiend of a regent ever marry? Especially not to a mad girl like her. Huo Yuan clutched his head in shock. Her strength was no ordinary evil spirits. "Shen Chuli, have you had enough of this ruckus?" Huo Jingheng, his face dark with anger, stood behind them. "I have taken a wife. There is no possibility for you." He grasped Gao Nanru's hand, stepping forward to stand before Shen Chuli. Leaning down, he planted a forceful kiss on her abdomen, then looked at her with a triumphant grin. "Did you see? Rower carries my child. I cherish her dearly. Your schemes cannot thwart us." In that moment, he completely forgot the Empress Dowager's wrathful expression, reveling instead in the thrill of revenge. He had meticulously analyzed the situation. Perhaps Shen Chuli truly had lost her memory. After all, she had once cared for herself deeply. How could she bear to strike at his most vulnerable point? Yet now, it was clear that Shen Chuli had regained her memories, as she could not resist intruding upon the palace to reclaim him. Why hadn't she come on their wedding day? Because she had been weeping. After days of tears, and with the emperor no longer pursuing her, she had slipped in during the Lantern Festival just to see him. Of course, no matter what she said or did today, even if she threw a tantrum on the floor, he would never forgive her. Such was the consequence of provoking him. Gao Nanru gasped, shyly leaning against Huo Jingheng's shoulder, stealing glances at Shen Chuli, eager to witness her explosive reaction. Unexpectedly, Shen Chuli faintly curved her lips and said, "I apologize, but before your marriage, my heart was already taken. That person is your little royal uncle. I have cherished him for 3 years and cannot even recall your standing." The implication was clear. I no longer serve you. Huo Jingheng's expression darkened, and he instinctively wanted to reprimand her. However, mindful of the crowd surrounding them, he merely pointed towards the entrance. "Shen Chuli, your words are of no use. It would be wiser to preserve your dignity and leave at once." As he spoke, he intended to command the guards to escort her out. "Wait," Shen Chuli softly interjected. Stepping up the stairs, she retrieved a gilded crimson book from her bosom, flipping it to a certain page. Then, she held it up before Huo Jingheng and said, "Open your eyes and take a good look. Your royal uncle and I have already wed." The crowd gasped in disbelief. Huo Jingheng, suspicious, leaned in for a closer inspection. It was indeed a marriage certificate. Her name was inscribed upon it, though the name beside hers was not clear. His mind buzzed, and he forced himself to remain composed. "Shen Chuli, I never imagined you would go to such lengths to provoke me, even fabricating a marriage certificate." Shen Chuli smiled, taking a step back to reveal the seal embossed in the lower left corner. "See that? It's stamped." With that, she swiftly tucked the certificate back in her pocket and, with a cheerful demeanor, patted Huo Jingheng on the head. "Dear nephew, do you believe me now? The seal belongs to the emperor. Who would dare forge it?" Huo Jingheng, taken aback by the pat on his head, felt his intelligence fly away as he stood there dumbfounded. What? Shen Chuli is married? When did this happen? With whom? The royal uncle? This must be a lie. She is certainly deceiving me. How could the royal uncle marry a woman he cast aside? It must be a union with some other rogue. He resembled an agitated rooster, raising his hand as if to search Shen Chuli's pockets. He had not touched her for 3 years, yet this wanton woman had turned around and married someone else. Despicable. "Shen Chuli, I will strangle you." In that instant, a strong hand grasped his wrist. Huo Yuan stood between them, devoid of his usual playful demeanor. "Royal brother, what kind of man are you to strike a woman?" "Huo Yuan, release me. This wretched Shen Chuli has tarnished my reputation. If I endure this, I am unworthy of being a man." He glared fiercely at Shen Chuli, who stood with her hands on her hips, smiling back at him, her face radiant. She certainly had been well taken care of by some man. His fury was palpable. He had not even touched a single strand of her hair. Yet this woman had evidently sought warmth from another. "Shen Chuli, tell me who that scoundrel you married is. I shall annihilate his entire lineage. If I do not slaughter his parents, brothers, nephews, and all his ancestors, I will relinquish my title as prince." The concubines began to whisper amongst themselves. Heavens! The Shen family has 2 daughters, one soaring high while the other sinks low. The younger daughter is a paragon of virtue, while the elder is cursed with a scandalous reputation. Oh dear, she resembles a seductress. Who knows how many men she has lured to her bed? The royal family despises her, and the Shen family disowns her. Who in the capital of stature would dare marry her? She may have to resort to selling herself for silver. And to think she dares to claim she wed the regent. 80% of them are destined to marry some old curmudgeon as mere fillers. Serve them right. Everyone stands on the side of the crown prince, delivering righteous condemnation towards her. Yet, in truth, their eyes brim with jealousy, nearly bulging from their sockets, yearning to rush forth and tear Shen Chuli's face to adorn their own. The scene is chaotic and cacophonous when suddenly, a chilling voice pierces through the tumult. "It is I, the prince. What is the matter?" Chapter 61. A public display of affection in an instant. The bustling hall fell into a profound silence. The crowd held its breath, not daring to exhale, all eyes turning towards the back. Just moments ago, the atmosphere had been raucous. and no one had noticed that Huo Yuan stood behind them. Confusion, shock, disbelief, and an indefinable thrill of gossip erupted among the onlookers. This was the infamous demon of Jin, who had cast aside countless women for 26 years, now entangled with his nephew's beloved? My heavens! How exhilarating! Huo Jingheng, who had been on the verge of rushing forward, felt his legs weaken at the sound, almost collapsing to the ground. Huo Yuan looked down from his elevated stance, a smile playing on his lips, as if to say, "Do you wish to annihilate my entire lineage?" "Uncle," my nephew spoke in haste out of anger. "Please do not take it to heart." Huo Jingheng stammered, crushed by the overwhelming presence of Huo Yuan. The wild fervor in his heart gradually cooled, yet the bewilderment lingered. After a brief moment of hesitation, he pointed an accusing finger at Shen Chuli and demanded, "She is lying, is she not? How could you possibly marry her? The whole world knows she belongs to the lonely one, and everyone is aware of your mother and grandfather." "Lies. She is lying. She is not lying." Huo Yuan's dark gaze swept over, and Wei Xiao promptly presented the royal jade document. "This is sealed with your father's imperial seal. The document has been placed in the royal treasury. Do you believe it now?" Huo Jingheng pressed his lips together, his fingers tightening silently. Did it matter whether he believed it or not? His uncle had already acknowledged it with his own mouth. Huo Yuan nonchalantly withdrew his gaze and opened his arms towards Shen Chuli. "Ali, come to me." With her chin raised defiantly, Shen Chuli, amidst the astonished and envious gazes of the noble consorts and the Empress Dowager, boldly stepped into Huo Yuan's embrace. He held her tenderly, gently ruffling her hair. "My dear, go rest for now. I shall handle the rest. All right?" Having completed her performance, it was now his turn to take the stage. "Understood." Shen Chuli nodded, but as she turned, her wrist was gently grasped. Huo Yuan lowered his head, and before the astonished eyes of the assembly, he captured her lips in a kiss. Oh my goodness! Huo Yuan was kissing her publicly. Shen Chuli's mind went blank. Unlike their previous encounter, this kiss was soft as a feather, sweet as strawberry cake. A delightful sensation that conveyed a depth of affection she had only read about in novels. His large hand gradually tightened around her waist, their bodies pressing together in silence. Shen Chuli's eyes widened as she surveyed the petrified crowd. Who was she? Where was she? What was she supposed to do? Should she close her eyes? Or embrace him? Someone, please save her. Never mind. She shut her eyes, lifted herself on tiptoe, and wrapped her arms around Huo Yuan's neck, deepening the kiss. Initially gentle and restrained, their kiss intensified as Shen Chuli moved restlessly, prompting Huo Yuan's breathing to grow heavier. Finally, when she was on the verge of breathlessness, he released her. Huo Yuan, suppressing his urge to devour her, caressed her swollen, rosy lips with his fingertips, lingering in the moment. Shen Chuli felt dizzy, overwhelmed by the experience. Good heavens! How could such an aloof individual as Huo Yuan possess lips so soft and with a hint of sweetness? Such inviting lips. And yet she has not had her fill of them. Why refrain from kissing? At that moment, Huo Yuan embraced her and turned to gaze at the astonished Huo Jingheng. I have not kissed my royal aunt for 14 days and 6 hours. I simply cannot restrain myself. Ahung, do you mind? Shen Chuli realized that Huo Yuan was avenging her from Huo Jingheng's earlier mockery. Huo Jingheng's face turned as dark as coal, and only then did Shen Chuli come to her senses, recalling her earlier fervor that seemed to have led her to bite Huo Yuan's tongue. The thought made her face flush crimson, and she dared not look at him, hastily retreating to the carriage to rest. Once Shen Chuli departed, the others regained their composure, nearly convinced they were witnessing a mirage. With a resounding knock of his cane, the retired emperor, having observed for quite some time from the dragon carriage, was assisted by the emperor as he alighted and made his way step by step to the gilded seat in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Upon the arrival of the retired emperor and the emperor, the assembled guests bowed and took their seats. Your Honor, you are well aware of the relationship between the Shun girl and Hung. As a royal uncle, how could you contemplate marrying your nephew's woman? In response to his father's inquiry, Huo Yuan leisurely pulled out the only available chair. Unlike the others who sat with utmost decorum, he boldly took his seat, savoring the lingering sweetness at the corner of his lips, where Shen Chuli had just broken the skin. The expression on the retired emperor's face darkened severely, and everyone anticipated his wrath, yet he suppressed it. I am asking you a question. Huo Yuan, interrupted, looked up with a cold smile. You married in your time. Why should I not? At the palace gates, Shen Chuli sat in the carriage, her hands pressed against her flushed cheeks, internally berating herself. Oh no, this is utterly humiliating. To have bitten Huo Yuan's lip in public, as if she had not tasted meat in 10 years, would surely tarnish her image in his heart. As she pondered how to remedy the situation, there came a gentle knock on the carriage door. Who is it? Your childhood friend, Huo Yuan. Inside Huo Yuan's carriage, Shen Chuli and Huo Yuan sat opposite each other, a chessboard between them. So, you and my royal uncle are already married, and only today do you make it public. You didn't even tell me. Huo Yuan exclaimed, gripping the black pieces tighter, growing more animated with each word. Lower your voice, Shen Chuli admonished, covering his mouth with her hand. What relationship do we share that I could keep such a thing from you? It was your elder sister who mentioned that you fancied a girl, yet she did not reciprocate, and you cried like a child. I thought it would be cruel to inform you of my marriage to your royal uncle at such a time. Wan Yin and Huo Yuan were the most important people in her life, having grown up together in an inseparable bond, vowing never to betray one another. She leaned closer to Huo Yuan, baring her teeth playfully. How can you still criticize me? I've never witnessed you show interest in any girl. Who is it that you fancy? Out with it. Shen Chuli's hand rested on his lips, her faint fragrance lingering in the air between them. Huo Yuan took a breath, hastily removing her hand and diverting his gaze to the wild daisies peeking into the carriage. He refrained from expressing his affections, merely chuckling softly at the daisies. All right, young master forgives you. Shen Chuli cast him a sidelong glance, sensing something peculiar in his demeanor today. Huo Yuan, what is troubling you? Are you concealing something from me? Huo Yuan regarded her. Indeed, I am concerned for you. You are wed to my imperial uncle, destined to be embroiled in courtly strife. The consort despises the 9th prince and will undoubtedly target you. Among the remaining concubines, who among them is untainted by bloodshed to have reached this day? Shen Chuli smiled lightly. So what? If they cannot kill me, they should prepare for their own demise. A person who has faced death once harbors no fear in confronting others, and with Huo Yuan by her side, she felt invincible. With this thought, she patted Huo Yuan on the shoulder. I have heard that Lady Lan humiliates your mother daily, with a little imperial aunt protecting you. They shall not dare to bully you. Pure and gentle in nature, Chun Fei was unambitious and non-confrontational, but such a disposition in the palace inevitably invites oppression. Huo Yuan's gaze flickered, and he lowered his head in silence. Shen Chuli observed him, eager to offer further consolation, when urgent footsteps sounded from outside. Princess! A commotion has erupted over at the prince's side. A commotion? Instantly invigorated by this news, Shen Chuli sprang to her feet and unfastened her fox fur cloak. Huo Yuan's eyes widened in shock. You intend to go out dressed like this? No, that seems unwise. Shen Chuli tossed the cloak into the carriage's rear compartment, swiftly gathering her long hair into an elegant updo. With a glance at Huo Yuan, she adjusted her sleeves. This is what Wan Yin prepared for me. Impressive, isn't it? The real surprise lies ahead. I shall enter as the regent princess and declare to all. Leaping from the carriage, she faced the Taiha Hall, her smile laced with mischief. I am no delicate princess. I possess strength and means. Those who dare to bully my husband, let them witness tonight as I shatter their arrogance. Chapter 62. Why can you marry your nephew's wife? Yet I cannot. You in the past, so what prevents me from doing the same? Upon uttering these words, the hall fell into a profound silence. The expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Some of the lower-ranking concubines wished they could find a hole to hide in, fearing they might be splattered with blood. The virtuous consort instinctively glanced at the emperor beside her, only to find him frowning, his gaze dim as he looked at the retired emperor, lost in thought. The mention of consort Zhao filled her with disdain. Before her marriage to the Prince of Virtue, she had maintained a good rapport with the emperor, often engaging in poetic exchanges. However, for reasons unknown, she later married the retired emperor, leading to a rift among the father and son, as well as the cousins. A single woman wreaking havoc upon 3 members of the royal family. Was she not a harbinger of disaster? Fortunately, she had passed away early. Nonetheless, she had to maintain her poised and dignified demeanor in front of the assembly. Silence. A frail hand struck the armrest of the gilded chair with force. As the retired emperor rebuked, "So, you resent me, and marrying the girl from the Shen family is your act of revenge?" Today was a public celebration of marriage. And thus, Huo Yuan had donned a scarlet brocade robe gifted to him by Shen Chuli. Revenge. He reclined languidly in his chair, a dismissive smile curling his lips as his slanted eyes narrowed. "You have grown senile. I wed Ali because I desire to. No one has the right to dictate my actions." Huo Jingheng could no longer endure the situation and spoke up in protest. "Uncle, your marriage to Shen Chuli will render the entire royal family a laughingstock. Without just cause, I cannot accept this." "Just cause?" Huo Yuan raised his eyelids to regard him, his eyes dark and brooding. "Very well. Since you seek a reason, I shall provide you with one." He strode forward, addressing the assembly with 2 reasons. "First, a decade ago, she saved my life. Now, having suffered a blow to her psyche, she mistakenly regards me as the one she has long cherished. Should I abandon her now, it would be an act of ingratitude. Second, I have long been engaged in warfare and bear old wounds. Ali possesses medical skills. Having her by my side is the wisest course of action." With these words, the crowd fell silent. Over the years, the smaller neighboring nations had dared not provoke, well aware of whom they relied upon. Huo Yuan, whenever he marched in a battle, was like a tempest sweeping across the plains, cutting through the enemy camps, leaving foes stripped of their armor. The restless smaller nations trembled at the mere mention of Huo Yuan's name, fearing his wrath. Yet, he often sustained injuries in battle. By marrying Shen Chuli, Huo Yuan was truly gaining an ally. Despite these 2 compelling reasons, Huo Jingheng remained unconvinced. "But uncle, you are fully aware that Shen Chuli has merely forgotten me temporarily. Her true affection still lies with me. By taking advantage of her vulnerable state, will it not cause her greater pain when she regains her senses? Her favorite is you?" Huo Yuan teased, a low chuckle escaping his lips as he playfully tapped his cheek with his tongue. "Then you should divorce her immediately, and when Ali regains her senses, welcome her into your home. Yet, you have already fathered a child with her. You care not for her suffering. There is no need to feign concern for her well-being." Huo Jingheng choked on his words, left speechless by the retort. "Huo Yuan, thus, I have sworn an oath. In this lifetime, I shall love only Ali. As long as she completely falls in love with me before regaining consciousness, even if she remembers you, she will not look back." Huo Jingheng understands Shen Chuli. She is a girl who knows gratitude well. When he saved her life, she devoted nearly her entire existence to repay him. If she regains her memory and learns of the many things the royal uncle has done for her, merely out of gratitude, she would not turn back. Yet, he still sensed something amiss. If Shen Chuli truly marries the royal uncle, would he then have to address her as little royal aunt when he sees her? That is simply unimaginable. Where did he place his face? Contemplating this, he felt a tightness in his heart, yearning for someone to speak on his behalf. He glanced at Xu Fei, who remained silent with a sullen expression, then at his father, who was downcast, stroking the emerald beads on his wrist. A sweep of his gaze revealed that no one was willing to break the silence. At that moment, Huo Yuan's mother, Chun Fei, suddenly coughed and remarked, "I believe." Huo Jingheng's eyes brightened. "Chun Mu Fei, do you also feel that the royal uncle's actions are? I believe they are commendable." A faint smile graced Chun Fei's pale face. The girl from the Shen family is a kind-hearted soul. She does not wish to involve herself in disputes. Yet she has heard many commendable things about Shen Chuli from her son, so she offered a supportive remark. Unexpectedly, Lan Pin suddenly turned her gaze towards Chun Fei. "Sister Chun, your words are indeed like a timely rain." With a half-smile, she remarked on her sister's prolonged illness and her constant devotion in the palace, suggesting that it seems the relationship with the regent has piqued even a living Buddha's interest. Chun Fei shot her a glance, smiling faintly. "Sister Lan, you have misunderstood. Yu Chuan and that girl have been childhood sweethearts. I merely spoke a kind word." Silence. Lan Pin rolled her eyes, ready to retort, but was chastised by the Grand Emperor. He was utterly weary of the overt and covert struggles among the women of the harem, and turned to Huo Yuan, speaking in a solemn tone. Yuan, do you truly intend to take Li girl as your concubine? Huo Yuan replied, not a concubine, but a wife, my only wife. Nonsense. The Grand Emperor's cane struck heavily against the golden bricks. You hold the position of regent and are also the Grand Marshal. If you were to take her as a concubine or keep her as an extramarital partner, I might turn a blind eye. Yet, you vow never to take a concubine for the sake of a mere woman. As the sole son of the late Empress Zhao, and a child born in his later years, despite some estrangement between them, he still held high hopes for this son. Had it not been for the incident with Empress Zhao, the throne would undoubtedly have been his. Such an exceptional lineage, yet he has no children to carry on the legacy. For many years, he has felt anxious yet powerless. He had thought that Huo Yuan would remain unmarried for life. Yet he unexpectedly chose to marry his nephew's woman as his consort. The Grand Emperor was utterly astonished, yet he felt guilt, as he too had taken his nephew's woman as a consort. Although he felt at fault, he could not bear to see his son follow in his footsteps. Thus, he advised, Yuan, although Li girl is the legitimate daughter of the Shen family, she is still of commoner origin and, by status, unworthy to be your wife. I shall keep this matter under wraps for you. You must hasten to secure your divorce. I shall instruct the Shen family to escort her out of the capital overnight. As if nothing has transpired, he paused, then proposed a remedy. I will select another husband for her, with a dowry befitting a princess of our dynasty, ensuring her a life of dignity and honor. As long as she marries far away, all will be settled. Upon hearing this, the entire court turned their gaze toward Huo Yuan, and Huo Jingheng suddenly raised his head. His grandfather intends to send Shen Chuli far away. Her status? That could be easily arranged. Huo Yuan's handsome visage bore a disdainful smirk. Bestowing upon her the title of Princess of Jining is merely a matter of my decree. The noble consort immediately interjected, asserting that only daughters of princes may be granted such titles. What right does Shen Chuli have? Then let her be adopted under the name of the virtuous prince, for in truth, my biological father should rightfully be him. Impudent. The retired emperor pointed a trembling finger at Huo Yuan, his aged face flickering in the candlelight. Do you truly believe I would not dare? My father certainly would. Huo Yuan suddenly tore open his garment, revealing a gruesome scar on his collarbone, reminiscent of the peril his mother once faced, and how none of you mobilized to save her. It was I who led 30,000 iron cavalry to confront the Hun's 300,000 soldiers. I am now 26, 4 years older than when my mother passed away. Mentioning the late empress, an unending surge of murderous intent welled within Huo Yuan, causing his eyes to gradually redden. A chilling malevolence seeped from his gaze, transforming his previously indifferent demeanor into one of ruthless ferocity. The veins in his arms and neck began to bulge and pulse ominously. Wei Xiao observed as delicate snowflakes began to drift outside the hall. This is dire. If this continues, the prince's affliction may well resurface. The atmosphere in the Hall of Supreme Harmony grew eerily silent, with all present fearfully fixated on Huo Yuan, uncertain of what might unfold. Just as he moved his hand toward his waist, poised to unleash a deadly onslaught, Huo Yuan, no? A familiar voice rang out, followed by a warm figure embracing him from behind. Chapter 63. My lord, I come to guard you. Within the grand hall of Taihe, the sudden commotion startled the assembly, prompting instinctive glances towards the source. Huo Yuan's eyes burned crimson, reminiscent of a beast on the brink of madness, poised to unleash its fury, when suddenly, he was forcefully embraced from behind. His body stilled momentarily before he turned slowly, ready to sever the intruder's head, only to behold a familiar visage, Shen Chuli. Clad in the ceremonial attire reserved for weddings, adorned with a phoenix crown, her enchanting eyes fixated upon him without a blink. The resplendent phoenix crown and flowing robes momentarily halted Huo Yuan's frantic breath. The madness and malevolence in his gaze began to dissipate, leaving only a singular thought in his muddled mind. His Ali was breathtakingly beautiful, astonishingly so. How could anyone wear the wedding gown with such grace? Henceforth, He resolved to marry her anew each year. As he opened his mouth to speak, a sharp pain struck the back of his head. Shen Chuli had quietly inserted a silver needle into the sleep point at the nape of his neck, whispering softly against his heated earlobe, "Husband, rest well. Leave the rest to me." Shen Chuli instructed Wei Xiao to escort Huo Yuan away for rest. Upon turning to face the astonished crowd, she let out a soft laugh. "Your Majesty, esteemed elders, ladies, my husband is weary. Allow me to toast in his stead." With that, she gracefully lifted Huo Yuan's wine cup and drained it in one elegant motion. "Ho Jingheng, too," observed Shen Chuli. "It is said that a woman is at her most beautiful when she marries." How had he failed to notice her allure when he wed Shen Chuli? Clad in her wedding gown, she was undeniably captivating. Yet, she had just addressed the emperor as husband before all, suggesting she harbored deep affections for him. Why then, could she turn and marry another? A deceiver. Indeed, a fraud. No matter how inseparable Shen Chuli once felt from him, she had now become the wife of the emperor's uncle, severing all ties with him. With this realization, an inexplicable emptiness enveloped his heart. Shen Chuli's actions swiftly roused the assembly from their stupor. They glanced at the emperor and the former emperor, noting their silence, which indicated tacit approval. Now, Shen Chuli was not only the princess of Jinning, but also the esteemed wife of the regent, a position of great honor. Consort Chun led the way in addressing her as princess, raising her cup in salute. The others, eager to follow suit, raised their glasses alongside her. Whether in flattery or sincerity, they all congratulated her on her marriage. The banquet was soon filled with an air of merriment. At that moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Look, the gown worn by the regent's wife resembles the wedding attire of the crown princess." Lan Pin let out a sharp laugh. "Oh, who doesn't know that the crown princess was once the maid of the regent's wife? This servant merely reflects her mistress's taste. What is there to be astonished about?" With that, she cast a playful glance at Shen Chuli, raising an eyebrow. "Regent's wife, wouldn't you agree?" The scent of gossip wafted through the air, and the crowd's attention flitted back and forth between Gao Nanru and Shen Chuli. Yet, at the eye of the storm, Shen Chuli displayed not an ounce of embarrassment, her smile nearly breaking free. Among the harem, Lan Pin was the most incorrigibly vocal, always decked out in flamboyant attire, resembling a colorful turkey strutting about. In her earlier days at the Eastern Palace, she often displayed a sardonic demeanor. Moreover, due to a myriad of trivial grievances, she harbored a profound disdain for Consort Chun, wielding her esteemed lineage to assert dominance over her. With a blend of old grudges and new animosities, coupled with Shen Chuli's agreement to protect the mother and son, she thought, well, let her not blame me if I am the first to offer her as a sacrifice. Chapter 64. A resounding slap to Huo Yuan, Gao, and Nanru gazed at Shen Chuli adorned in a resplendent red wedding gown, her eyes brimming with pain. The Eastern Palace had celebrated its wedding just yesterday, and here she was, intentionally donning a vibrant red mantle to make a statement at the banquet, only to find herself in a similar attire as Shen Chuli. It perplexed her why this wretched woman felt the need to overshadow her at every turn. It must be deliberate. Moreover, Shen Chuli's garment was crafted from exquisite fish silk, woven by the merfolk of the Northern Sea, a fabric renowned for its rarity and unmatched quality, clearly superior to her own. It was not merely the fabric that set them apart. Shen Chuli's title as the most beautiful woman in the capital was well-deserved. Clad in the same hue of crimson, she resembled a phoenix reborn from ashes, whereas Gao Nanru felt as though she were a mere spider spirit from the depths of the Pan-Sea cave. Feeling a sense of foreboding, she discreetly shifted aside. Lan Pin, with her keen eyes, noticed the tension and let out a couple of mocking laughs. "Oh dear, their wedding gowns are identical. Your Highness, don't you think their tastes are quite similar?" Huo Jingheng furrowed his brow, remaining silent, as did the others, all too aware that the remark was laced with scorn towards the two women who had once shared a husband. Lan Pin's tongue was sharper than a refuse bin, a fact that Gao Nanru had already come to recognize, having been subjected to her snide remarks earlier, nearly provoking a public outburst from Xu Fei. Despite her indignation, Gao Nanru dared not retaliate. After all, she had just entered the Eastern Palace, and Lan Pin hailed from a respectable lineage. With so many witnesses present, she could only swallow her anger. She had hoped that endurance would see her through, but Lan Pin struck again. "Oh, your highness, which gown do you think looks better? The one on the crown princess or the one on the regent's wife?" This remark compelled Gao Nanru to focus intently on the matter at hand. Meanwhile, the emperor had summoned the imperial physician due to the ailing health of the retired emperor, who had been agitated by Huo Yuan. Thus, the Taiha Hall was left without guidance, and a host of onlookers eagerly awaited Huo Jingheng's response. Having been preoccupied with observing Shen Chuli, Huo Jingheng had scarcely noticed what Gao Nanru wore until Lan Pin's comment drew his attention to the striking similarity of their garments. However, he chose not to respond to her inquiry. Instead, he coughed discreetly and addressed his sister, Princess Huo Baobao, who was watching the spectacle unfold. "Chong Lu, please escort your sister-in-law to change into a different outfit." Huo Baobao, a sister of Huo Yuan, was 15 years old and as delicate as Gao Nanru. In truth, Huo Jingheng's silence on the matter stemmed from a desire to spare Gao Nanru any embarrassment. Anyone with the slightest discernment could see who wore the gown more gracefully. As the crown prince, he could not lead the way in fabricating falsehoods. However, no sooner had he spoken than Gao Nanru grasped Huo Baobao's arm, her head lowered, her demeanor taut, one hand clutching Huo Baobao, while the other clenched into a fist behind her back. From the moment Huo Jingheng suggested she change her attire, she had been on the verge of fury. Yet, after a brief moment, she lifted her head, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "I can manage on my own. There is no need to trouble the princess." In the presence of so many, she could neither act out nor create a scene. Having worked so hard to reach this position, she could not allow a mere garment to undermine her efforts. She must endure. As I passed by Shen Chuli, I heard her emit a low, mocking laugh. The Buddha contends for a single incense stick, and humans vie for a breath of air. Alas, the inept can only harbor a belly full of grievances. "You!" Gao Nanru glared at her, only to be taken aback as Shen Chuli shifted her focus towards Consort Lan. "Consort Lan, I heard that a few days ago you were bitten by the Tibetan mastiff you raised. Are you quite all right?" Upon hearing this, Consort Lan mistakenly thought Shen Chuli was attempting to bond with her, and immediately smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum. "Ah, thank you for your concern, Princess Consort. I have already. You wouldn't be suffering from rabies, would you?" The moment those words were uttered, silence enveloped the Taiha Hall. Consort Lan's complexion changed. "Rabies?" "Indeed. Consort Lan just mentioned that my wedding robe is identical to that of the crown princess. However, mine is embroidered with intertwined begonia flowers, while the crown princess's features the auspicious pomegranate pattern. Quite evidently different, don't you think? Why does Gao Nanru endure such bullying? Because she is perceived as a soft target. What is the inner palace? A realm where the powerful bully the weak." Upon entering, Shen Chuli had seen Gao Nanru arranging fruit platters with the palace maids. How could she, as the crown princess and daughter-in-law of the virtuous consort, still be toiling like a common servant? Not only did she lose face for the crown prince, but she also became a target for ridicule from Consort Lan and others. It's no wonder the virtuous consort's reputation was tarnished. In her past life, Shen Chuli had fought for 3 years in this wretched palace, knowing that mere submission and appeasement would not earn respect or sincerity. It would only invite further oppression. This life, however, would be different. She would go mad and then ensure an equal demise for all. "Who has rabies?" Consort Lan truly raised her voice in anger. Rabies causes emotional instability, hallucinations, and nonsensical speech. Both the begonia and pomegranate flowers are common within the palace. Yet Consort Lan, as a veteran, no longer recognized them. How peculiar. Upon encountering such a case, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Shen Chuli's eyes. "Consort Lan, do remain calm. I am a physician. Your diagnosis came early. Cooperate well, and I shall surely cure you." Such a statement was provocative, causing the audience encircling them to retreat like quails, fearing the fallout of a confrontation. Consort Lan's face flushed crimson. When Shen Chuli was still the crown princess, Consort Lan had relied on her distant kinship with a relative of the Xie family to bully Shen Chuli without restraint. In the past, a few jabs from her would go unchallenged. But today, something seemed amiss. Shen Chuli appeared transformed, unafraid. And while Consort Lan did not wish to create enmity with the regent, her habitual jibes had unexpectedly crossed a line. Everyone watched. She lacked the courage to confront the regent's woman head-on, so she forced a smile. Little pair, we have known each other for 3 years. Consort Lan was merely joking with you. You mustn't hold a grudge. Shen Chuli, however, was not in a playful mood. She opened her medicine box and placed a row of small knives on the table. Consort Lan seems to have forgotten. I am now the regent's wife. Us? Who do you mean by us? She disregarded Consort Lan's grim expression. A joke? I see that what Lady Lan intended to express was not merely a jest about the ceremonial robe, but rather a pointed remark regarding the fact that both she and Gao Nanru have been wed to the crown prince. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Accustomed to the usual trivialities, they found it quite jarring when someone spoke so candidly. Lady Lan observed the glint of a small knife in the other's hands. Her back drenched in cold sweat. What crown prince? Did I ever mention the crown prince? My dear lady, you are now betrothed to the regent, yet you still harbor thoughts of your nephew. Such fickleness is hardly becoming. Shen Chuli selected a scalpel, advancing towards her with an unsettling smile. Lady Lan, have you forgotten that when the physician diagnosed my amnesia, the crown prince was present? Such nonsensical ramblings reveal the severity of your madness. Allow me to remedy that with a little incision. Lady Lan protested. Do not come any closer. Your Highness, please save me. The noble consort was thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama. She harbored disdain for both Lady Lan and Shen Chuli, secretly wishing for a clash between them. Yet, with Lady Lan appealing for her assistance, her dignified demeanor left her no choice but to intervene. Very well, Regent-S consort. Remember that in the Eastern Palace. Lady Lan is your elder. Speak to her with the courtesy she deserves. Shen Chuli paused, turning slowly to face the consort, a smile spreading across her face. Oh, I almost forgot. Your Highness, you have taken a raising dogs, Haven to you? More than one, in fact. I wonder if there's a connection to your recent headaches? With that, she shifted her focus towards the consort. You are 40 this year, am I correct? An age when the affliction of mad dog syndrome is most prevalent. The primary symptom is, of course, headaches. You must take care of your health. Shen Chuli feigned concern, while both the consort and Lady Lan appeared as though they had been struck by a hammer. Particularly the consort, who was utterly blindsided by Shen Chuli's public revelation of her age, nearly choking in indignation. Though she had intended to incite conflict, she had unwittingly ignited the flames upon herself. What I mean to say is that Lady Lan indeed misspoke, and I shall take it upon myself to impose a penalty of 3 months' salary upon her. Upon hearing this, Lady Lan nearly choked on her dinner. 3 months' salary, all because of that wretched girl's utterance. She was to be publicly punished. Unwilling to accept this, she opened her mouth to retort, when Shen Chuli interjected, Oh dear, Lady Lan's condition will not improve in just 3 months. What about 4 months? 5 months? Shen Chuli smiled sweetly. 6 months. And to prevent the outbreak of mad dog syndrome, dogs are henceforth forbidden in the palace. The consort clenched her teeth. Deal? Huo Yuan stood outside the hall, separated from Shen Chuli by a mere door. His hand hovered in midair, trembling slightly. Perhaps no one understood better than he why Shen Chuli had taken such a roundabout route to rid the palace of dogs. His mother, the Empress, harbored an intense fear of them. This confrontation ultimately concluded with Shen Chuli emerging victorious, leaving Lady Lan and the consort in a state of defeat, one lifeless, the other wounded. Lady Lan sat in a corner, her face resembling that of a corpse, despondent and seemingly choked with myriad unspoken words. During mealtime, she sought to provoke once more. However, this time, she was considerably more astute, positioning herself 10 meters away from Shen Chuli, next to Gao Nanru, and incessantly praising her culinary skills. Ah, did you truly make these pastries with your own hands? How could one not aspire to be a consort of the crown? The key to a man's heart is often said to lie through his stomach. It is well known that Shen Chuli once endeavored to prepare pastries for the crown prince, only to nearly set the imperial kitchen ablaze, ultimately producing an unrecognizable concoction that the crown prince disdainfully discarded to the dogs. Although she merely praised Gao Nanru's culinary skills without uttering a word about Shen Chuli, the latter's infamous history was public knowledge, causing the gaze of the assembled to drift, either intentionally or inadvertently, toward her. Lan Pin reveled in the moment. Upon hearing the praises for Gao Nanru's artistry, many remarked that her confections were rivaling those of the most renowned pastry shop in the capital, Gui Xiangzhai. Gao Nanru, having just changed into her attire and unaware of the unfolding drama, was delighted to see even the most imperious Lan Pin extolling her virtues. Convinced that Shen Chuli must have felt humiliated, she was ecstatic, believing that no matter how illustrious Shen Chuli's marriage to the regent was, her lack of culinary prowess and sharp tongue would inevitably lead to her dismissal. Meanwhile, her own position as the crown princess felt increasingly secure. After listening in silence for a while, Shen Chuli finally stood, stretching languidly, causing a cascade of 13 property deeds to scatter across the floor. Chun Fei assisted in gathering them, exclaiming in surprise, "Regentess consort, what are these?" Her astonished reaction captured the attention of the crowd. Shen Chuli feigned embarrassment, carefully laying the deeds on the table, and with a contrite expression addressed the assembly. "I apologize. It seems my husband's New Year gift has fallen out." The crowd was taken aback. New Year gift? What is happening? Why do all these deeds bear Shen Chuli's name? A generous gift from the regent? Shen Chuli, amidst their astonished stares, let out a fierce sneeze. One of the deeds flew dramatically onto Gao Nanru's face. From a distance, Shen Chuli called out with mock sincerity, "Crown Princess, my apologies. The writing is rather small. Could you check if my name is inscribed?" She approached Gao Nanru, beaming as she removed the deed from her face. "My husband mentioned he couldn't bear for me to cook, and there's more to come. I didn't ask for it. But managing a silk shop and a pastry shop is taxing. Next time, dear ladies, I shall treat you all to a complimentary feast." Gao Nanru was left speechless. "You've taken all the bamboo shoots. The mountains have been stripped bare." Lan Pin seethed. "This is deliberate. She is absolutely doing this on purpose." The crowd murmured, "Marrying a wealthy husband is impressive, but must one flaunt it so?" Xu Fei thought to herself, "Thank goodness I kept silent," realizing she couldn't outmaneuver Shen Chuli. Lan Pin intended to feign discomfort and exit early, but Shen Chuli firmly grasped her hand, insisting she was a professional and must take her pulse. After a lengthy meal, Shen Chuli declared that Lan Pin had 38 ailments that, if left untreated, could threaten her life by the following year. Infuriated, Lan Pin fainted on the spot. After the banquet, Shen Chuli felt utterly triumphant. As she approached the palace gate, she spotted Huo Yuan's carriage, still quietly waiting. The sleeping powder she had administered would keep him under for at least another hour. Just as she was about to lift the curtain, a pair of hands reached out, and in the next moment, she found herself embraced in someone's arms. A rogue. Shen Chuli was taken aback, and just as she was about to struggle, the other party gently nipped at the tip of her nose. "It is I, Wang. Huo Yuan." The carriage was enveloped in darkness. After a moment, Shen Chuli cradled his face in her hands, her fingertips tracing the contours of his brow and the bridge of his nose, inch by inch, with meticulous care. Huo Yuan allowed her to explore his features, believing that in such an intimate atmosphere, even if she did not kiss him, she would utter some tender words of affection. To his surprise, after thoroughly examining his face, Shen Chuli suddenly delivered a light slap to his cheek. "Ha! Not too heavy," yet his handsome profile flushed slightly, adding a touch of fractured beauty. Huo Yuan exclaimed in bewilderment, "My wife strikes me? Who has upset my dear one?" His deep, husky voice, though low, bore an unmistakable hint of grievance. "Knowing that snow would fall tonight, you should not have come." After slapping him, Shen Chuli quickly rubbed his cheek, fearing that should an ill-intentioned person take advantage, it would spell disaster. Huo Yuan grasped her wrist and pressed a kiss to her hand, admitting, "It is my oversight. Shall we return home to rest tonight?" During this time, Shen Chuli had been staying in close quarters with Wen Yan. She gazed at him in confusion. "Home? Sleep?" Huo Yuan, with a knowing smile, replied, "Ah, I have missed you, my dear." Chapter 65. The one with a change of heart is her. The Lantern Festival in the palace concluded splendidly. At this moment, Shen Chuli had just boarded Huo Yuan's carriage, while on the other side, Huo Yuan emerged from the shadows. Chuaner, where did you go during the banquet? Mother prepared carp and tofu soup for you. Take it back and enjoy it while it's hot. And remember to finish it all. Huo Yuan accepted the food box from Chun Fei, cradling it in his hands, feeling its warmth. He gazed at it for a moment and smiled good. The carriage sped along the street, swiftly arriving at the Taoist temple. In front, two figures could be faintly discerned. Yuchuan, you've done well. Your temple is nearly as grand as my eastern palace. Huo Jingheng, with one arm around Gao Nanru and the other wrapping his fingers against the nearby Xianmin, commented, Is this golden silk Nanmu from Bashu? Are you using it to build a latrine? He was taken aback upon his arrival. Huo Yuan's temple, once dilapidated and small, now boasted materials surpassing those of his eastern palace. Had his father secretly slipped him some silver? Huo Yuan mused that despite being destitute, he knew how to choose sides. Selection outweighed effort. He had chosen his little royal uncle, securing his future happiness. Yet he remained silent, merely placing the food box on the table as he entered the Sanqing Hall. Huo Jingheng followed him in. But Gao Nanru had yet to step fully inside when the door slammed shut. Huo Jingheng paused. Rower hasn't entered yet. What is the meaning of this? Huo Yuan placed the food box on the table and replied, Your Highness, do not pretend you are unaware of your purpose here. The Shui Empress will surely be furious tonight. You may hide, but Gao Nanru cannot. This temple does not welcome treacherous beasts. Impudent. Huo Jingheng slammed his palm heavily upon the table, his expression stern as he rebuked, Between us, we are brothers, and in public, we are sovereign and subject. Rower is your royal sister-in-law. How dare you speak of her so? Royal sister-in-law? Huo Yuan scoffed, deliberately raising his voice towards the door. When she was sold to a brothel by her uncle and aunt, who redeemed her, when she nearly froze to death amidst beggars, who carried her back through the heavy snow. Now she turns around to snatch the husband of her benefactor. What a virtuous and dignified princess. Enough. Outside, the wind and snow howled fiercely, and Huo Jingheng, preoccupied with concern for Gao Nanru, argued, What good comes from dredging up old matters? Old matters? Huo Yuan suddenly flung open the door, pointing at the pearl earrings Gao Nanru was wearing. Those Eastern pearl earrings looked quite familiar. Weren't they lost last year during the birthday celebrations of the regent princess? How did they end up on your ears? I. Outside, Gao Nanru's complexion turned pale. Witnessing this, her eyes rolled back as she fainted. Huo Jingheng swiftly caught her, instructing his servants to assist Gao Nanru into the carriage, then turned back and delivered a punch to Huo Yuan's jaw. The dull sound of impact echoed harshly in the snowy night. Huo Yuan staggered, collapsing onto a chair. You will be silent. Huo Jingheng panted, gripping Huo Yuan by the collar. The one who has changed her heart is her, not me. Huo Yuan, shielding his jaw, regarded him coldly, recalling the name his elder brother had murmured while intoxicated on New Year's Eve, realizing that this esteemed royal brother was merely deceiving himself once more. Perhaps he should acquiesce, agreeing that Shen Chuli was the one whose heart had shifted first. But he would not. He was determined to provoke him to the brink. Huo Yuan twisted his wrist with a backhand, exclaiming, Such a wonderful girl like Li Zi, and you, blinded by your own shortcomings, failed to cherish her. Now, she has become the apple of the emperor's eye, and you are left in madness. Whom can you blame? Blame your own insecurity. You are just like concubine Shu, terrified of being reduced to your former self. Brother, admit it, you regret it. As he observed the veins throbbing on Huo Jingheng's forehead, Huo Yuan suddenly burst into laughter. Isn't this the very scenario you wish to witness? You and Gao Nanru have welcomed a child, while the emperor has wed Shen Chuli as his princess. How splendid! I genuinely await to see who shall find greater happiness in the future. Though he had not attended the banquet, he was well aware of everything transpiring in the Taia Hall. The emperor claimed he married Shen Chuli out of gratitude for her saving him. Others believed it, but he did not. Despite having lived outside the palace since childhood and having limited interactions with the ninth prince, it was clear that the emperor would never sacrifice his marriage for mere gratitude. Especially when the topic of concubine Zhao arose, the emperor's demeanor shifted dramatically, akin to a beast poised to erupt. The moment Shen Chuli dashed in and embraced him, The emperor instantly calmed, his gaze softening, revealing a vulnerability rarely seen in one of his stature. After being helped onto the carriage, the emperor quickly regained consciousness. Standing outside the Taiha Hall for an extended period without entering, his eyes fixated on Shen Chuli without a moment's distraction. While everyone mocked her, the emperor's expression darkened ominously. Yet, when she boasted about her New Year's money, a faint smile graced his lips. All proclaimed that it was the emperor who protected Shen Chuli. To him, it was a mutual pursuit. The palace doors swung wide open, the wind carrying snowflakes swirling inside. Huo Jingheng felt a mix of annoyance and frustration, tearing open his collar and plopping down onto a chair. Regret? Shen Chuli was willful and unruly. Even he could hardly tolerate her. It wouldn't be long before the emperor would cast her aside. Huo Yuan, indifferent to his musings, knew one could never awaken a person feigning sleep. Yet, in moments of anger, one often overlooks the finer details. For instance, brother, are you not curious why no one intervened when Shen Chuli caused such a ruckus in the Taiha Hall? Huo Jingheng pondered indeed. This was the imperial palace. Their father and grandfather were just next door. What gave her the audacity? What justified her boldness? Simply the emperor's affection for her. Simply because Shen Chuli had created a ruckus. The emperor stood as her shield. Huo Yuan opened a food box, savoring spoonfuls of tofu. Brother, relinquish your hopes. The only one capable of safeguarding Shen Chuli in this realm is the ninth prince. Neither you nor anyone else. He abruptly halted. After a brief moment, he chuckled heartily. He might dwell in hell, but the one he loved must not. Chapter 66. May I inquire discreetly, is it vast? Shen Chuli did not return to the Duke Regent's residence tonight. After administering acupuncture to Huo Yuan, she took a horse-drawn carriage back to Little Pear Village. Due to a situation involving Wen Yin, which was still related to Xie Changyan, she could not abandon her elder sister. As she sat in the carriage, she gazed at her festive attire and recalled Huo Yuan's eager demeanor while escorting her home. Her cheeks flushed. Could it be that Huo Yuan has an affinity for floor displays? Should she procure additional battle robes? Is this the carriage belonging to Miss Shen? Just as she pondered Huo Yuan's preferences, an elderly voice resonated from outside. She lifted the curtain and beheld an old man clad in a conical hat, his stooped figure unmistakable. He was the village's grandpa Gu, who made his living by catching snakes, and, having heard of her marriage, insisted on bestowing upon her a snake dance stone. The snake dance stone is a treasure extracted from the body of a century-old serpent, available in red and purple varieties. It is said to neutralize myriad poisons and possesses invigorating properties. This particular stone was purple with potent medicinal effects. In the past, to cure Huo Jingheng's frailty, the timid Shen Chuli, accompanied by Grandpa Gu, personally hunted a large python. Although she did not acquire the snake dance stone, the snake wine was exceedingly potent. Regrettably, Huo Jingheng carelessly gifted it to his servants. Seeing her refusal, Grandpa Gu said, "Child, regarding that previous matter, I owe you a debt of gratitude. I have nothing else of worth to offer. So take this purple snake dan as a token to celebrate your marriage. You will surely find it useful in the future." Thus, Shen Chuli accepted the purple snake dan. Upon her arrival in Little Pear Village, Wen Yin rushed from afar to embrace her. "Little treasure, I heard you triumphed splendidly tonight, thoroughly besting Lan Pin and Xu Fei." Wen Yin, originally from Sichuan and Chongqing, had settled in Little Pear Village with her parents and grandfather after rescuing Shen Chuli at the age of 7. During a year of famine, her entire family perished, leaving her to survive alone. To support Shen Chuli, she rolled up her sleeves and entered the butchery trade, inadvertently meeting Xie Changyan, the heir of the Duke's residence. How shall one describe him? Well, he possesses a modicum of conscience, though scant. Aware of Wen Yan's circumstances, he would, intentionally or not, add a few extra taels of silver whenever he purchased pork. With his charming peach blossom eyes that could melt even a dog's heart, and a distinguished lineage, it is challenging for any woman to resist his allure. Wen Yan was indeed moved. However, she soon realized that Xie Changyan was nothing more than a debauched playboy, treating every woman with kindness. She, being of average appearance and a butcher, found herself unworthy of the heir's affections. Eventually, fate took an unexpected turn, leading them to share a night together. Upon recognizing Wen Yin as the daughter of an old acquaintance, the elder Xie invited her to spend the new year at the duke's residence, compelling Xie Changyan to marry her. Xie Changyan, however, slipped away, leaving her alone in the duke's residence, feeling utterly embarrassed. Shen Chuli animatedly recounted her victories in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, and Wen Yin applauded her fervently. "Bravo! My little treasure is simply the best." Yet, as her praise subsided, concern crept into her heart. One ought to provoke a gentleman rather than a scoundrel. Having offended Xu Fei and Lan Pin, particularly Lan Pin, who bore a grudge from a past incident, could prove perilous. Such individuals may not be able to destroy you, but they certainly possess the means to vex you. Shen Chuli had heard whispers regarding the relationship between Xu Fei and Huo Yuan's mother, as well as the dynamics with Lan Pin. Before Chun Fei entered the palace, she was renowned in Jiangnan as the tofu Shishur. When Lan Pin became pregnant with a dragon heir, she perceived Chun Fei as a rival who posed no threat, and thus consumed a dish of loathed rolling tofu. Afterward, she suffered from relentless abdominal pain and lost her fetus that very night. Lan Pin, having been childless for many years, was infuriated. Not only had she lost her precious son, but the physician also warned her that conceiving again would be exceedingly difficult. In her fury, she accused Chun Fei of poisoning her, yet the physician examined the loathed tofu and deemed it a mere ordinary dish. Skeptical, Lan Pin spent years tormenting Chun Fei, while the emperor remained indifferent, for Chun Fei lacked maternal support and had only one daughter, Princess Hua, and a son, Huo Yuan, who was deemed unworthy. Lan Pin harbored an intense hatred for Chun Fei, frequently instigating trouble, and knowing Chun Fei's fear of dogs, she raised 7 or 8 Tibetan mastiffs in the courtyard. Whenever Chun Fei dared to step out of the Buddhist hall, she unleashed the dogs to frighten her, which contributed to Chun Fei's ongoing frail health. Shen Chuli laughed heartily as she comforted Wen Yin. "Sister, evildoers will face their own kind of retribution. With a villain like me around, no matter how much of a flower vase Lan Pin is, she'll have to behave. Besides, after all these years of bullying Chun Fei, I promised Huo Yuan that I would protect them both." Mentioning Huo Yuan, Wen Yin hesitated, words caught in her throat as she gazed at Shen Chuli. "Little treasure, we grew up together. Now you have become Yuan's little imperial aunt. Have you considered how Yuan feels about this? He should be quite happy. In the past, no one protected him in the palace, and he endured a great deal of bullying. Now, he not only has a little imperial uncle to shield him, but also a little imperial aunt to dote on him. He must be incredibly fortunate." Wen Yin forced a bitter smile, remaining silent. As Shen Chuli prepared vegetables, Wen Yin assisted her in bathing. The flickering candlelight illuminated Shen Chuli as she brushed her damp hair aside. "Sister, how have you been with Xie Changyan lately?" Wen Yan's eyes dimmed momentarily, but she soon smiled brightly again. "That lad seems quite attentive to me. Upon hearing that I was at the Duke's residence, he didn't return home. I had just left when he slipped through the door right after." Wen Yan's self-deprecation stirred discomfort within Shen Chuli. She had never intended for Xie Changyan to become her brother-in-law, yet she could see Wen Yan's affection for him. Therefore, she generously patted Wen Yan on the shoulder. "Leave this matter to your little sister." "You," Wen Yan asked, her skepticism evident. "Do you have a plan?" "Tomorrow, I shall officially move into the regent's residence as the regent princess." Huo Yuan suggested hosting a family banquet, and since it is a family gathering, Xie Changyan must attend, right? "You are my sister. You must come too. It's perfect." Upon hearing this, Wen Yin felt exhilarated, her enthusiasm renewed as she helped Shen Chuli scrub her back. "Indeed, but do you think Xie Changyan will turn and leave upon seeing me?" Suddenly, she recalled that incident on the street when Xie Changyan tossed her a few pieces of silver, saying they were settled. In her anger, she had slapped him, leading to an awkward tension between them, making her doubt whether he would be willing to meet her at the banquet. Shen Chuli reassured her, "It's no big deal. If he wants to run, we'll just tie him up. Tomorrow, I'll do your makeup and help you pick a beautiful outfit. We'll captivate him." Wen Yin nodded in agreement, her thoughts drifting to another matter. "My dear little treasure, you mentioned that you shall reside in the Regency Lord's mansion from now on. Does that imply you will share a bed with the Regency Lord, thus consummating your union?" Well, why not? Shen Chuli remarked that they were, in essence, a genuine couple. Had it not been for the unfortunate timing of their previous encounter, she would have already shared a bed with Huo Yuan. This time, undeterred by any obstacles, even a magnitude 10 earthquake, she was determined to claim Huo Yuan and not look back. As Shen Chuli emerged from the bath, a delicate white veil enveloped her slender waist, and her raven locks cascaded like a waterfall down her back. The flickering candlelight accentuated her allure. Huo Yuan's gaze traveled from her neckline to her waist, and she contemplated the immense hands of the Regency Lord, pondering that a moment's inattention could indeed lead to a break. Thus, she voiced a long-held curiosity. With your alluring appearance, how has Huo Yuan, who has restrained himself for 26 years, managed not to touch you? Could he, like the canine prince, possess some flaw? Shen Chuli considered this, dismissing the notion. When she had taken his pulse during acupuncture, his vitality had seemed ready to burst forth. Huo Yuan, standing at 6 feet 3 inches, possessed broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his powerful muscles radiating strength. Although she herself was not diminutive, she barely reached his chest, nestled in his embrace like a tender, glutinous rice rabbit. His physique, paired with his stoic and handsome visage, exuded an air of abstinence. She mused that since their relationship was now public, they ought to enjoy their lives together. Such matters between husband and wife were ultimately inescapable. Moreover, Huo Yuan had expressed a desire to create little ones with her. Huo Yuan interjected, stating that men become feeble at 30. Huo Yuan, at 26, was indeed perilous. Besides, how could you possibly know if you have never seen? Shen Chuli cleared her throat, having indeed seen. Huo Yuan gasped, her excitement erupting like a volcano. Oh my goodness. You have already seen little Yuan. Shen Chuli's cheeks flushed as she hushed her, urging her to lower her voice. Huo Yuan, barely containing her excitement, furtively inquired, was it grand? A flurry of vivid images flashed through Shen Chuli's mind, and her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. We shall measure tomorrow night. Chapter 67. The Deceptive Master. Reverse the daughter. Bring the whip. I cannot slay her. Today marks a splendid day for Shen Chuli. Early in the morning, she visited her own pastry shop for breakfast, then leisurely strolled to the gates of the general's residence. As she drew near, a cacophony of clattering and crashing echoed from within. Father, my sister has gone too far this time. She is clearly plotting against our family. Is she not afraid of having her tongue bitten for gossiping behind our backs? Upon hearing Shen Fu's voice, Shen Chuli hummed a little tune and stepped inside the residence. As Shen Fu glanced up, she saw Shen Chuli scuttling behind, Shen Huaisheng like a mouse evading a cat. Well, how dare you return? Before Shen Huaisheng's whip could descend, Shen Chuli preemptively interjected. Allow me to clarify my current standing. I'm the princess consort of the regent, the daughter of the virtuous prince, and the esteemed lady of Jinning. Old Shen, ponder the repercussions of that whip you are about to unleash. Can you and the Shen family bear the consequences? Shen Huaisheng halted, the whip suspended in midair, unable to strike. In a fit of exasperation, he resorted to asserting his seniority. Even if you were the Jade Emperor, I am still your father. You ungrateful wretch dare to deceive your own father. How dare you return? What statement you make, Shen Chuli retorted, brandishing the grain contract. The wager is documented in black and white. I exchanged the Qilin armor as a stake for 4 portions of grain and the dowry that rightfully belongs to me. You sealed this deal with your own imprint. Who coerced you into this? Shen Huaisheng's beard trembled with indignation. You married the regent long ago. Do you think I am oblivious to that fact? This morning, the commotion at the gates attracted both familiar and unfamiliar colleagues, all of whom came to congratulate him on his fortuitous news. Old Shen, you have concealed this well. Quietly becoming the father-in-law of the regent has left us all astounded. Old Shen, quick, congratulate General Shen. Amidst the flurry of flattery, Shen Huaisheng, still groggy, leapt from his bed, sprinting towards the imperial edict, only to be struck by a wave of darkness. What a calamity! His voice quivered. When did this happen? Still pretending, are we? Mocked his colleagues, pointing and laughing. The edict was announced the day before the New Year's Eve. Your fortune is immense. Your son-in-law is both the crown prince and the regent. We can only envy your good fortune. Oh, to think he only learned of his unworthy eldest daughter's marriage to the regent from others. In disbelief, he scrutinized the imperial edict repeatedly before confirming it was indeed an event from the previous lantern festival at the palace. Congratulations? It certainly warrants congratulations. He has become the father-in-law of the current regent, securing a legacy of wealth and honor for the Shen family for generations. Yet, one question lingered. You little rascal. Did you come to gamble with me after becoming married? Do you take your father for a fool? Malicious child. Indeed, Shen Chuli. A son should not deceive his father. Regardless of the circumstances, my sister should not have misled our father. Even now, she could hardly believe that Huo Yuan would wed Shen Chuli. After all, she was his nephew's wife. How could he disregard his dignity? Surely, Shen Chuli must have leveraged her gratitude to coerce Huo Yuan into marrying her. What a vile woman. Whom could she blame? Shen Chuli counted on her fingers. Old Shen thinks I'm foolish. You too have won the Chilan armor and lost the regent prince as a potential husband. Either way, you're not a loss. Old Shen, don't glare at me. Be careful your dentures don't fall out. Shen Huaixing's eyes blazed with anger in a fit of rage. He gulped down a large mouthful of cold tea. The young servant delivering the tea struggled to suppress his laughter, nearly injuring himself in the process. With a fierce glare, Shen Huaixing warned, "Dare to laugh at this general? Off you go to feed the horses." Shen Chuli curled her lips into a smile, mercilessly mocking him. Instead of venting your frustration on others, perhaps you should reflect on your own shortcomings. You look down upon me. Believing a man as exalted as the regent prince would never marry a second wife who cannot bear children. Therefore, it is not my fault. It is your insatiable greed. Shen Huaixing retorted, "Hey, does this little madwoman possess mind-reading abilities? How is it that she has articulated my very thoughts?" Indeed, who is to blame? Only himself. After all, the bait was too enticing. Even he, an ancient tortoise, couldn't resist the lure. Yet, he never anticipated that the regent prince would have such peculiar tastes. Actually marrying his eccentric daughter. Shen Huaixing warned, "Don't be too smug. A man like the regent prince is not someone you can hold on to for long. Before you know it, he'll grow weary of you and cast you aside, and then don't come crying to me." Approaching the table, Shen Chuli grabbed a handful of candy with her left hand and another with her right, pocketing them before popping one in her mouth. The sweetness burst on her tongue as she leisurely replied, "Indeed, I may be a useless girl, but I possess medical skills. I've cast a spell on the regent prince. If he doesn't marry me, he shall meet his demise. How else could he have wed me?" Shen Huaixing exclaimed, "You little rascal, you're incorrigibly mischievous. I'll not believe your nonsense." "All right then," Shen Chuli said, raising her chin. "Today, I arrange for 3 ox carts. You'll have people transport the grain and dowry for me. If they cannot haul it all, leave some here. No tricks. Or I'll have Huo Yuan cut off your spring military pay, and your soldiers will starve alongside you." Shen Huaixing thought, this little girl is threatening her own father. Yet he recognized the importance of accepting a bet, and besides, becoming Huo Yuan's father-in-law brought him immense pride. For portions of grain were hardly a burden. He could strut into the court with his nose held high, as he instructed the opening of the granary. Pondering how to assert his influence, Shen Chuli suddenly turned to him with a grin. "Old Shen, you'd best not let your title as Huo Yuan's father-in-law go to your head. He didn't marry me out of love. If you provoke him, he could easily write you a divorce decree, and you could forget about being the father-in-law of the great Jin's regent prince. What benefit is there in being a father-in-law?" He pondered. How foolish. Just send more gold, silver, and precious jewels to the regent's residence. Gifts foster goodwill. If you manage to please the regent prince, your rewards will follow naturally. With that, Shen Chuli drove the ox cart away without looking back. Shen Huaixing thought, there might be some merit to her words. But wait, this girl is too cunning. She must be plotting something to take advantage of her father. Chapter 68. How fast is Huo Yuan? Little Bao, help! Shen Chuli had just stored the grains when she turned around to see Wen Yin twirling in front of the bronze mirror, holding 7 or 8 skirts. This pomegranate red is too bright, and the crescent white is too plain. Which one do you think you would prefer? Biting into a sugar-coated hawthorn, Shen Chuli lifted the curtain and entered, chuckling at Wen Yan's colorful appearance. Those who know would think you are about to meet Xie Changyan, while those who don't might assume you are preparing to perform on stage. Wen Yan struggled to pin a hairpin into her hair for a long time. Frustrated, she plopped down onto the chair. Stop teasing me. I heard that Xie Changyan has an upset stomach today. He might not come after all. Huo Yuan arrived to pick her up, the carriage stopping at the village entrance. Shen Chuli poked her head out for a glance and turned back. I'll go find out. Wait for my news. Just as she exited the apothecary, she spotted Huo Yuan from afar as he walked directly toward her. Ali, have you stored the grains? Shen Chuli dashed into his arms, exclaiming, Why did you come so late? Huo Yuan opened his arms to catch her. Were you anxious? With her large, watery eyes gazing up at him, Shen Chuli replied, Not really, it's just that I haven't seen Xie Shitzi in quite some time. Has he returned from Jiangnan? Xie Changyan had vanished after his trip to Jiangnan just a few days before the new year. Huo Yuan replied, He is back, but I heard he is unwell. So he likely won't attend the family banquet today. Shen Chuli tugged at his hair, signaling him to a secluded spot before she recounted to Huo Yuan the events of that night, involving Wen Yan and Xie Changyan. Huo Yuan furrowed his brow. No wonder. I heard Wen Yan was also present, so he chose to stay indoors. I had wondered why Xie Changyan had been so elusive lately. It seems he has been avoiding Wen Yan. Hubby Shen Chuli wrapped her arms around his neck, playfully. Old Master Xie has arranged for Xie Changyan to marry Wen Yan, and now that something has transpired between them, I thought. Huo Yuan chuckled. So you wish for me to summon him? Yes, yes. I believe it is better for them to clarify matters face to face. With her hands clasped together, she pleaded softly, Please, I beg you. Do this for me. Her voice, laced with a sweet timbre, sent a delightful shiver from her ears to her fingertips, and Huo Yuan could hardly resist. He immediately nodded. Ali, I shall handle this matter. He set Shen Chuli down and approached Wei Xiao. Where is Xie Changyan at present? Wei Xiao stifled a laugh. Xie Shitzi was originally selecting wedding gifts for the princess. Hearing that Miss Wen is also going, he is currently heading out of the city. Bring him back, Huo Yuan commanded, adding, Tell him that if he does not arrive today, I shall reduce the hidden painting pavilion in his estate to ashes. There was no choice. Since Ali had pleaded, the wife's wishes took precedence, even if it meant dealing a few blows to Xie Changyan. After arranging everything, Huo Yuan said to Shen Chuli, Ali, take Wen Yan to the carriage. Xie Changyan will arrive shortly. Tonight we... Shen Chuli turned and dashed back into the house, shouting, Sister, it's settled. Huo Yuan has agreed to help. Haha, it's done. Huo Yuan, is there something you wish to discuss, my lord? Or is it merely a matter of trifles? Shen Chuli and Wen Yan sat within the carriage, while Huo Yuan rode beside them. The gentle breeze lifted the carriage curtains, occasionally revealing the youthful beauty of the maiden's profile, which was indeed a delightful sight. At that moment, Wei Xiao approached from behind, exclaiming, Your Highness, news from the palace has arrived. A band of robbers is wreaking havoc on the merchant caravans to the west of the city. The emperor requests your presence tonight without fail. Huo Yuan furrowed his brow. He was always serious about military affairs, yet tonight was different. He had prepared a grand gift for Shen Chuli, having devoted considerable thought to ensure she experienced an unforgettable evening. Hearing this, Shen Chuli kindly remarked, You go ahead and take care of things. I can sleep with my sister tonight. Not busy. Sensing the urgency in his tone, Huo Yuan softened his voice, Just move in tonight, all right? Just as Shen Chuli was about to respond, Wen Yan pulled her into the sedan with excitement, whispering fervently, He can't hold it in any longer. Huo Yuan wants to consummate your marriage tonight. Huo Yuan can't hold it in? He wants to consummate their marriage tonight? Surely not. Based on Shen Chuli's past experiences, Huo Yuan was a man of extraordinary self-control. Even when she had undressed him, he had managed to refrain from touching her. How could such a man possibly delay military matters for mere intimacy? Outside the carriage, Wei Xiao leaned in closer. Your Highness, it is said that this group of robbers is particularly rampant, posing a threat to the nearby citizens. Understood. Huo Yuan took a deep breath and, through the carriage, negotiated with Shen Chuli. Before I head to the west of the city, I can spare half an hour. Will you grant me this time? They both realized that Huo Yuan was indeed quite eager. Shen Chuli's face flushed with embarrassment, and with Wen Yan's encouragement, she stammered, "All right. But is it really okay to leave the situation in the West unattended? Perhaps we should." After all, this was their first intimate encounter, and she did not wish for it to end hastily. Huo Yuan replied, "It is somewhat troublesome. However, I will be swift. Half a stick of incense will suffice." Tonight marked the first time they would return home together after making their relationship public. He wanted her to recognize his regard for her. Moreover, the band of thieves would be dealt with quickly, allowing him to return to her side by nightfall. Wen Yan, Shen Chuli. The two exchanged glances, both appearing rather disconcerted. Half a stick of incense? Not even half an hour? Good heavens! Given Huo Yuan's outward demeanor, one would not expect him to be swift at all. Could it be that appearances are indeed deceiving? How disappointing it was to realize that little Huo Yuan, despite his looks, was not as capable as one might have hoped. Wen Yan, understanding the situation, fell silent, silently mourning for Shen Chuli for 3 seconds. On another side, Xie Changyan had just stepped out of the city gate with his left foot when his right foot was bound tightly. "Huo Yuan, you are so lofty, so remarkable, using your brothers to please your wife." It was well known throughout the capital that Xie Changyan was a reckless spendthrift. Huo Yuan had previously ignored him, but now that his relationship with Chuli was involved, he could no longer turn a blind eye. Xie Changyan, in the past, your frivolity was of no concern to this prince. However, now that you have entangled yourself with a virtuous young lady, if you possess even a modicum of integrity, do not evade your responsibilities and bring her home as your bride. Your constant evasion raises doubts about your manhood. Wen Yan is the sister of a Li, a person of great significance to her. Should you dare to shirk your duties and cause Ali any distress, do not blame this prince for his lack of sentimentality. This scoundrel has become the brother-in-law of Huo Yuan's wife, and, in a certain sense, even holds a superior position over him. Yet he takes advantage of the situation and pretends to be innocent, truly asking for a beating. Ultimately, Xie Changyan consented to meet Wen Yan, but insisted on choosing a location. He selected a waterside theater, stating that it offered the opportunity to enjoy tea while watching a performance, thus creating an apt environment for conversation. Moreover, he was well acquainted with this theater, which could provide an absolutely private setting. Huo Yuan inquired with Wei Xiao, and indeed, this theater was tranquil and elegant, boasting the finest leading actress in the capital, so he acquiesced, and Xie Changyan reserved a private box. At the hour of you, a 3-story ornate boat drifted upon the Qiantang River. The lanterns at the bow swayed in the evening breeze, casting halos that shattered into golden scales upon the water surface, while the leading actress's melodious voice echoed in the air. Huo Yuan arrived at the box first, while Wen Yan anxiously pulled Shen Chuli into a corner, her face betraying her nerves. "Little Bao, do you think my attire is appropriate?" "Appropriate? It's absolutely stunning." Shen Chuli winked at Wen Yan. "Your Xiaolang won't be able to escape." Wen Yan trembled slightly. I don't have the smell of pig-s blood on me, do I?" "Rest assured, it's all the fragrance of smoked bamboo leaves," Shen Chuli reassured her, nudging her towards Xie Changyan's box. "He'll be utterly enchanted." Wen Yan's heart raced. She longed to see Xie Changyan, to convey something of great importance to him. However, she could never have anticipated that his agreement to meet her was not born of a desire to marry her, but rather to publicly humiliate her. Chapter 69. Hey, your wife is being teased. Welcome, princess. Miss Wen, as the crimson door of the theater creaked open, for burly men knelt in unison, their voices resonating, causing a tremor in Shen Chuli's ears. Moments before entering, Wen Yan's face flushed with anxiety as she grasped Shen Chuli's hand, inhaling deeply for what felt like an eternity. Yet, upon entering, she found no trace of Xie Changyan. Huo Yuan had informed her that Xie was meeting someone and would return shortly. Shen Chuli's gaze fell upon the scarred-faced general in the front row, Zhou Chuang, the vice commander overseeing the western encampment. In a past life, he had threatened her with a bloody blade for her disrespect towards Huo Yuan, yet now he bowed his head lower than the red lanterns adorning the stage. Once Shen Chuli and Wen Yan were seated, Huo Yuan began to introduce his subordinates one by one. "You have a fondness for sweet delicacies, do you not? His wife excels in pickling honeyed plums, which she has prepared especially for you." Zhou Chuang suddenly lifted his head, the scar on his face transforming into a broad smile. If the princess enjoys it, I shall send 10 jars tomorrow. This is Mr. Gu, who oversees the secret guards, and that is Granny Lu, who manages the accounts. Mr. Gu removed his human mask, revealing a woman's visage, startling Wen Yin into spilling her tea. Granny Lu produced a golden abacus, insisting it was a welcoming gift for Shen Chuli. Huo Yuan gently squeezed her clammy palm, reassuring her that they were all his most trusted confidants. Aside from Vice Commander Zhou, Shen Chuli had never encountered the others before. The current retired emperor had 36 consorts, and Huo Yuan's mother was the last among them. In his youth, he often witnessed his mother weep sorrowfully, and in his heart, the retired emperor was the source of her unhappiness. Their relationship had long been fraught with tension, exacerbated by years of separation during his military campaigns. When he was 22, the incident involving consort Zhao severed his ties with the retired emperor, a resentment that lingered for 4 years. Cold by nature, he had only one true friend, Xie Changyan, who had always protected him from the taunts of others who branded him a monster born of an incestuous union. The 4 men kneeling before Shen Chuli were Huo Yuan's most trusted allies, while 2 women, cradling children nearby, were relatives of 2 of them. She never anticipated that Huo Yuan would introduce her to his brothers-in-arms and their families. Suddenly, a small hand grasped hers. A young girl with twin braided buns looked up at her. "Princess, this is the osmanthus serum my mother just made. She says you are a particularly kind lady. And I like you too." Shen Chuli gazed at the misshapen characters for happiness on the candy wrapper, her heart a mix of gratitude and melancholy. She was well aware of her notorious reputation in the capital and had presumed these individuals would dismiss her as merely the second wife of the regent. To her surprise, they all seemed genuinely fond of her. Huo Yuan urged everyone to take their seats, filling the private room with warmth and laughter, with no one mentioning her absurd past with the crown prince. It seemed as though her happiness was steadily increasing. Before Shen Chuli even entered the private room, Zhou Chuang had been observing her from above. Shen Chuli truly was the most beautiful woman in the capital. He is a man of simplicity, incapable of articulating the beauty of a woman. To him, Shen Chuli possesses large, expressive eyes, a petite mouth, and fair skin adorned with 2 delicate dimples. Her laughter is generous and unreserved, perfectly complementing the prince's cool demeanor with her warmth. However, in his heart, the prince stands as the most formidable man in the world, a paragon of heroism in the realm of Dejin. No matter how stunning this woman may be, he cannot fathom the idea of marrying a woman who has been previously wed, especially one who was once his nephew's wife. This is not merely awkward. It would tarnish the prince's illustrious reputation. I vehemently opposed this. Upon hearing of the prince's intention to marry Shen Chuli, he was so agitated that he smashed a wine jar and brandished his sword, ready to intervene. Yet his wife, Jeanne, swiftly returned him to his senses with a firm slap. After all, those 2 are a match made in heaven. And who is he, a clumsy oaf, to object? As it turned out, his wife's words were indeed prophetic. During the Lantern Festival at the Taiha Hall, news of Shen Chuli's bold defense of the prince reached their ears, and they unanimously expressed their admiration for her, their attitudes undergoing a complete transformation. Before entering the private room, the prince took the time to remind the 4 of them to show utmost respect when the princess and Miss Wen arrive, emphasizing the decorum expected of them. He made it clear that if anyone were to cause the princess even the slightest displeasure, it would be akin to opposing him. Especially you, old Zhou. Regardless of past events, she is now my wife, Huo Yuan, and she deserves all the love and respect. Treat her as you would treat me, and your share of food and drink will be ensured. Old Zhou pondered. Why did the prince single him out in front of so many? Just yesterday, his wife had mentioned that Shen Chuli is now the apple of the prince's eye, suggesting he follow Wei Xiao's example by closely aligning himself with the princess, who had become the prince's favorite companion. Realizing this, he shouted louder than anyone else, "Absolutely." It was during this time that Shen Chuli first discovered her remarkable allure to children. The 2 little ones under Huo Yuan's command clung to her as soon as they entered the private room. One was perched on her back while she cradled the other in her arms, creating an atmosphere of warmth and affection. Once a conversation turned towards children, Shen Chuli became animated, unable to contain her excitement. You have no idea. These two are quite discerning in their affections. Yet they seem to have taken to you quite well, Zhen remarked with a smile. You should ask the prince for a child of your own soon. Then you will truly understand the joy it brings. Shen Chuli, still a maiden untouched by the experiences of marriage, blushed at the mention of it and replied, It's too early for that. Undeterred, Zhen continued sharing amusing anecdotes about parenting, while the children chimed in, expressing their desire for a sibling. Huo Yuan, seated at the back, engaged in military discussions with his subordinates, noticed Shen Chuli's slight embarrassment and rose to pour her a cup of milk tea, indicating that there was no rush and he would defer to her wishes. Shen Chuli cast a grateful glance in his direction, but as Huo Yuan stood tall, her gaze inadvertently met his waist. Draped in a sleek, dark-hued python robe adorned with intricate golden embroidery, he emanated an aura of utmost nobility and elegance. The fabric, loose on the exterior yet snug within, accentuated his sculpted abdominal muscles, hinting at a wild, untamed allure devoid of any excess. Her gaze inadvertently trailed downward, landing upon. Well, that. Shen Chuli quickly averted her eyes. Goodness, how could such a flawless man? In just a fleeting moment. Noticing the flush on her cheeks, Huo Yuan followed her line of sight, his gaze descending to the area just below his abs. His eyelids fluttered, and his dark eyes dimmed as he hastily shifted his position to sit beside her. He suddenly felt the jade belt around his waist constricting, as if the flesh that had been scrutinized was ablaze. Yet, how could Ali possibly be staring at that? Surely, it was merely a coincidence due to his posture. Oh no, she wouldn't think he was standing that way on purpose, would she? During that half-month in the military camp, he had not enjoyed a single restful night. While the soldiers exchanged ribald jokes and spoke of women during their downtime, he had admonished them seriously. Yet that night, he dreamed of her. Upon waking, he felt an intense, burning discomfort that refused to relent, only alleviated after soaking in the cold waters of the icy pool for an entire night. Ali, what type of opera do you enjoy? To mask his unease, Huo Yuan picked up a script and handed it to Shen Chuli, urging her to take a look. They would listen to whatever she desired. Shen Chuli, her fingertips idly twirling the tassels of her sleeve, abruptly snapped 2 threads in her distraction, swiftly returning to reality. Wan Yin discerned the subtlety, suggesting the dragon plays with the phoenix would be quite fitting. Huo Yuan, Shen Chuli. Suddenly, a commotion arose behind them, as if the green bean hanging in the corridor had sprouted wings and was mimicking such a slender waist. Such a slender waist. Shen Chuli's face ignited in embarrassment. How could this little rascal reveal her dreams aloud? I need to step outside for some fresh air, she exclaimed, hastily concocting an excuse to flee. Remaining any longer would surely drive her mad. What was happening? Ever since their last intimate encounter, that scene replayed in her mind, unbidden. Every time she closed her eyes, such a perfect man seemed anything but fleeting. How could it be? Goodness, what was she even thinking? At this rate, she would surely become a foolish girl. Yet tonight, they would consummate their union. She felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Just as Shen Chuli was lost in her tumultuous thoughts, muffled voices of a quarrel drifted from a nearby, private room. Don't think that because you're the son of the Grand Tutor, I will refrain from dealing with you. Which hand did you use to touch her? I shall sever that hand. Your Highness, my brother must know that she is the crown princess. He wouldn't dare to tease her even with the bravest of hearts. It's simply that mannerism. It resembles that of an actor far too closely, especially dressed in such theatrical garb, hence the mistake. Be silent. Rower only performed as a Dan actress on stage out of her deep affection for me. Throughout history, when has a crown princess donned the guise of an actress to win a man's favor? Such a woman, who willingly debases herself, should not be brought back to the Eastern Palace, for it would bring shame upon the royal family and sow discord between you and your mother. Impudent. The Empress Mother holds Rower in great esteem. Esteem? If one truly harbors affection, why, Your Highness, have you brought her to this theater today to seek solitude? In my humble opinion, she pales in comparison to the esteemed consort of the regent, At the very least, the latter hails from a prestigious military lineage. Yet, this one possesses a lowly status and dares to covet the husband of her benefactor, which is utterly disgraceful. As it turns out, Huo Yuan, in an attempt to evade the presence of the noble consort, has brought Gao Nanru to the theater, where they unexpectedly encounter the two sons of the Grand Tutor. Not wishing to be sullied by their company, Shen Chuli promptly turns to leave, only to collide face-to-face with Gao Nanru. Clad in theatrical garb, with her eyes swollen and red, tears mingling with her stage makeup, she resembles a wretched specter. In the brief moment their gazes lock, Shen Chuli perceives a distinct panic in Gao Nanru's eyes. As Gao Nanru attempts to flee, a cunning glimmer flashes in Shen Chuli's eyes as she seizes her wrist. Raising her voice dramatically, "Oh dear, my dear niece-in-law, what a coincidence!" The commotion swiftly draws the attention of the three individuals in the box. Just as Huo Yuan parts the curtain, Shen Chuli shoves Gao Nanru into the arms of the Grand Tutor's son. "Hey, my dear nephew, your wife is in tears. What has transpired? Have you been trifling with the crown princess?" Observing their darkened expressions, Shen Chuli bursts into laughter. At that moment, a sudden roar erupts from behind. "Xie Changyan, what are you doing?" This is shortly followed by gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Someone has jumped into the river. Two women. Chapter 70. You must divorce the emperor's uncle. Shen Chuli, was this your intention? After her piercing scream, she heard Gao Nanru's voice filled with resentment. Intention? Of course. It was deliberate. In her previous life, she had been bound to the examination board, while the two sons of the Grand Preceptor maliciously gossiped behind her back about her. The crown princess, a mere courtesan. 3 years ago, she had been deceived into a brothel for a few silver coins for her brother, and it was entirely natural for such a woman to engage in an affair with the regent. How despicable, indeed. No wonder the Shen family favored that false heiress Shen Fu. Yet with Shen Chuli's delicate skin, one could almost squeeze water from it. Brother, what was it like to have slept with her? How outrageous! Huo Yuan stood behind them with a stern face. Who permitted you to slander the crown princess behind her back? Your Highness, my brother and I are not speaking nonsense. The rumors outside claim that your position as crown prince was obtained by Shen Chuli climbing into the regent's bed. Indeed, you are too wronged, clearly. You did not despise marrying her, yet the credit has turned into hers. Huo Yuan fell silent. These words pierced like daggers, shredding his dignity as the crown prince. In the dark room, Shen Chuli was subjected to a humiliating examination when Gao Nanru suddenly shouted that she had contracted a venereal disease. Subsequently, she was dragged naked into the snow, subjected to lewd gazes as if she were livestock on display. Clutching her chest, she struggled to crawl to Huo Yuan's feet, pleading for him to believe her. Huo Yuan responded with a harsh slap across her face. Huo Yuan attempted to rescue her, but before he could reach her, he was pinned to the ground and ruthlessly beaten by the guards. Thus, her scream was indeed intentional, to publicly humiliate the crown princess. Only to have her call out, left both the crown prince and Gao Nanru utterly humiliated. The two sons of the Grand Preceptor were surely doomed. However, compared to her previous life, the fates of these individuals seemed remarkably lenient. Just as she prepared to perform a lion dance to attract the attention of those on the ship, she heard Xie Changyan's anguished roar. Moments later, two figures, one red and one white, plunged into the Qiantang River. The red figure, Wen Yan, she had jumped into the river, ignoring Gao Nanru. Shen Chuli smashed the window, ready to save her, when someone yanked her sleeve. Shen Chuli, how did you end up here? Who did you come with? Turning around, she saw Huo Yuan, and she kicked at his face with all her might, while desperately trying to climb out of the ship's window. Let go of me, or I swear I will kick you into the river. Upon hearing this, Huo Yuan tightened his grip. He had things he wanted to say to Shen Chuli, but had never dared to approach the regent's residence. Shen Chuli, you must hurry and divorce the emperor's uncle. Do not make me say it a second time. After the Lantern Festival, he returned to the Eastern Palace. Unable to sleep as he turned the details over in his mind, feeling as if his head might explode. Shen Chuli had somehow become his little royal aunt. Did this mean that from now on, every time he saw her, he would have to respectfully address her as royal aunt? He could not accept it, utterly could not. He pondered throughout the night. He must ensure that Shen Chuli divorces the emperor's uncle, regardless of the cost. Will you divorce or not? You shall not part ways. I shall not relinquish my grasp. Huo Jingheng resembled a stubborn child, and despite Shen Chuli's relentless efforts to free herself, she found herself unable to succeed. Gritting her teeth, she contemplated shedding her garments in order to rescue the person in peril. Just then, a deep voice, laced with an icy undertone, resonated from behind. Release your hold, or else. A sharp blade was ominously directed at the prince's arm, a limb that would be forfeited if she did not comply. Chapter 71, Xie Changyan. Are you blind? Your Highness, your uncle? Huo Jingheng gazed at the shimmering black sword, its end adorned with an exceedingly ugly tassel, and upon raising his eyes, he met Huo Yuan's penetrating gaze. His hand trembled, instinctively yearning to let go. Seizing the moment, Shen Chuli delivered a swift kick, propelling herself into the river. With a splash, Xie Changyan followed suit. From the window of the flower boat, Yuan observed the prince who had collapsed to the ground, a chilling smile abruptly freezing his lips. I have warned you, do not lay a finger on Ali. Huo Jingheng's attention fixated on the tassel, veins popping at his temples. Little uncle, it was that madwoman Shen Chuli who first pushed Rower. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Huo Yuan, towering above, lifted his chin with the sword's tip, his expression growing increasingly frigid. If you wish to continue as the prince, you must immediately change your address. Feeling the coldness against his cheek, Huo Jingheng swallowed hard, reluctantly clenching his teeth. Uncle, it was the little princess who instigated this affair. Huo Yuan sheathed his sword, regarding him with a sardonic smile. Now, that is more appropriate. Remember, Ali is your little princess, the daughter of your great uncle, Princess Jin Ning of the Great Jin. She is someone to whom you must show the utmost respect. And you, in public, tugged at her sleeve, to be seen by others. What a disgrace. Huo Yuan's gaze drifted through the window, spotting Xie Changyan swimming towards the shore, cradling a woman. Unaware of the circumstances surrounding Ali, he knew he had to act swiftly, with no time to waste on idle conversation with Huo Jingheng. For your father's sake, I shall spare you this time. Remember, there will not be a second chance. With those words, he turned to leave, while Huo Jingheng stumbled against the wall to regain his footing. What does your highness see in her? He shouted in desperation. You know she is my. With a swift motion, Huo Yuan flung his sword against the glass lantern, demanding silence. Either remain a living man and hold your tongue, or become a silent corpse. Did the prince hear that clearly? Watching the shards of glass scatter across the ground, Huo Jingheng felt cold sweat trickling down his back. Ever since witnessing their kiss in the Taiha Hall, he had teetered on the brink of madness. Last night, he dreamt of Shen Chuli as the crown princess, while his uncle clandestinely sought her company each night. He awoke in terror, a horrific thought surfacing. Did his uncle harbor feelings for Shen Chuli? Had he, like his grandfather, taken his uncle's woman? Were they already entangled in a secret affair, leaving him in the dark? Was he truly wearing a crown of delusion? Before him stood his own uncle, yet he was a true tyrant who had climbed to the regent's throne over a mountain of corpses and rivers of blood. Aware of his own vulnerability, he grappled with the indignity of a man whose honor was at stake, feeling as though his own possessions had been seized by his uncle. An unbearable reality that prompted him to speak recklessly. Uncle, have you, like grandfather, long coveted your nephew's wife and been with Shen? He hesitated and, behind your nephew's back, he could not continue, as Huo Yuan's derisive laughter pierced his ears painfully. Do you wish to uncover the truth? Huo Jingheng clenched his fists in silence, yes. A cacophony erupted from the deck, and with a fleeting glance, Huo Yuan uttered a terse remark before turning away. Your imperial ancestor did not merely vie with his nephew for the favor of this king's mother. If you seek the truth, consult your father or your mother, and inquire who truly deserved punishment in those days. Huo Jingheng looked up in bewilderment, recalling the somber visage of his mother in the Taiha Hall and the restrained expression of his father. A shiver crept up his spine. Could it be? Xie Changyan, are you blind? On the ship's deck, Shen Chuli, drenched to the bone, emerged from the river like a water spirit. After dragging the choking Wen Yin onto the deck, she seized a paddle and swung it towards Xie Changyan's head, which had just surfaced. Crack! The bamboo paddle was caught mid-air by Xie Changyin, droplets cascading down his chin. What madness is this? He furrowed his brow, instructing his servants to carry the unconscious woman in his arms back to her quarters. Shen Chuli, furious, released the paddle and slapped him across the face. Did you not know my sister cannot swim? And yet you went to save another woman. She pointed an accusatory finger at Xie Changyin's face. Has the upbringing of the Xie family been thrown to the dogs? Xie Changyin's face turned slightly as he absorbed the blow, lost in thought and silent. Suddenly, a cough emanated from his arms. Little Bao, I am here. Sister, I am here. Shen Chuli hurriedly looked down to find Huo Yuan expelling a mouthful of water. Then she embraced her neck and burst into tears. What? What have I done wrong? She knocked into me. She dragged me down. Why am I being blamed? It is not your fault. Sister, it is entirely their wrongdoing. Although unaware of the events that transpired, Shen Chuli felt a pang in her heart as she saw Huo Yuan's carefully crafted appearance, meant for her meeting with Xie Changyin, now disheveled by the river's currents, as if an invisible hand had tightly gripped her heart, causing her great distress. She gently patted Huo Yuan's back. It's all right. Sister, little Bao is here. Huo Yuan shook her head amidst her sobs. I'm so cold. I don't want to be here. I don't want to see him. A growing crowd gathered to witness the spectacle, prompting Xie Changyin to rise from the ground and gesture towards the upper deck, indicating that they should take Huo Yuan upstairs first. Shen Chuli shot him a fierce glare, muttering that she would settle the score with him later. Then she carried Huo Yuan away from the throng. Inside the private room, Shen Chuli set Huo Yuan down and frantically searched for dry clothes. As she stepped outside to summon someone for a bucket of hot water, she collided with Zhou Chuang's wife, Madame Zhen. Upon witnessing Huo Yuan's predicament, Madame Zhen had preemptively arranged for hot water. Once Huo Yuan was bathed, she pulled Shen Chuli aside. Your Highness, I am aware of the situation. Not long after you left, Miss Wen also went out. Being unfamiliar with the area, I was concerned and followed her check. As fate would have it, I saw her being knocked down. The one who collided with her was none other than Lin Mei Wu, the most celebrated courtesan in the capital. It was known that young Master Xie spent a fortune to redeem her, causing quite a stir in the city. She has now become the leading lady here. At that time, Lord Xie was also present. Miss Wen, with her fiery temperament, accused him of deliberately allowing his old flame to collide with her. Lord Xie firmly denied the allegation, asserting that Lin Mei Wu had not acted intentionally and had even offered an apology, urging her to cease her unreasonable outburst. Can you believe it? Miss Wen was wronged, and Lord Xie chose to reprimand her on behalf of his mistress. I was incensed at the injustice and stepped forward to escort Miss Wen away. While I went to fetch a glass of water, Lin Mei Wu approached once more. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the bow of the boat. When I arrived, I witnessed Lin Mei Wu grasping Miss Wen's hand. Miss Wen, filled with fury, raised her hand to strike. In a bewildering turn of events, they ended up entangled and tumbled into the river together. At this point, Zhan spoke in a hushed tone, asserting that it was indeed Lin Mei Wu who had fallen in, dragging Miss Wen down with her. Before Zhan could finish her tale, Shen Chuli burst into the private room. Xiao Bao, what are you doing? Miss Wen looked up to see Shen Chuli rolling up her sleeves, her demeanor fierce as she prepared to charge downstairs. Fearing her impulsiveness, Miss Wen quickly restrained her. Shen Chuli turned back, helping Miss Wen settle by the window, her finger pointing confidently towards the first floor. Sister, from here you can see the bow of the boat. Sit here and watch closely as your Xiao Bao strips away the fa-ade of that white lotus. Chapter 72. Huo Yuan, I shall no longer share your bed. As the evening clouds converged, the Jiang wind billowed Huo Yuan's dark cloak. He lifted his robe and seated himself at the edge of the boat, casting a sidelong glance at Xie Changyin, who was guzzling strong liquor, his disheveled appearance utterly pitiful. Look at you, resembling a stray dog. Allow me to offer you some advice. When you gaze upward, you see a pillar. When you look downward, the Yangtze River awaits. Choose your demise wisely, he remarked with a smirk, benevolently illuminating a path for him. Yet, should he choose the pillar, his body would not even grace the river below, making it difficult for me to account to Ali later. Xie Changyin, once again tilting his head back, discovered his cup empty and carelessly tossed the wine jug aside. shaking his hand to land a punch on Huo Yuan's arm. It was you who urged me to meet her. Now that it has come to this, it is entirely your fault. You must assist me. Blame me? Huo Yuan retorted, lifting his leg to kick him. I encouraged you to meet her so you could articulate your feelings clearly. Instead, you summoned her and caused Ali to worry. Xie Changyan, do not succumb to drunkenness just yet. Go and explain the situation to Ali. Otherwise, I shall find myself kneeling on a washboard tonight because of you. Xie Changyan lay back against the deck of the boat. If you do not help me, we shall perish together. Do you believe I ever envisioned Lin Meiwu being here? Noticing Huo Yuan's disbelief, he let out a self-deprecating laugh. When I redeemed Meiwu, did it not create quite the uproar? My father nearly beat me to death. I built this theater to hide her away. She has caught a chill these past few days. I never expected her to come. Nor did I foresee that Wen Yin would cross paths with her. Ah, so you have indeed learned the art of hiding a beloved? Huo Yuan shot him a sidelong glance. So, in the end, they fought over you? I never realized your charm was so potent. With a resigned sigh, Xie Changyan poked him with a fan. Ah Yuan, cease your jesting. It was merely an accident. Meiwu collided with Wen Yin. When Wen Yin saw me protecting her, she became furious and left. Meiwu, feeling guilty, intended to apologize, only for the two of them to tumble into the river. 2. Huo Yuan seized upon the key word, his expression darkening as he yanked Xie Changyan upright. Pray tell, do not tell me that both Wen Yin and Lin Meiwu fell into the river simultaneously and you rescued Lin Meiwu first. Indeed, Xie Changyan replied. Meiwu cannot swim, so I want to save her first. I intended to dive in for Wen Yin right after, only to find your wife had already jumped in. Huo Yuan closed his eyes, fury twisting into irony as he repeated a mocking good, before adding, perhaps you should take your own life. I cannot save you. Please no, Xie Changyan pleaded, clutching Huo Yuan's sleeve with a look of grievance. At that moment, I did not think it through. Who could have known? He was indeed a debauched playboy, yet his heart was kind. He never sought to bully young women and was generous, coming to the aid of those forced into undesirable situations. His principles were simple. Do not initiate, do not refuse, and do not take responsibility. Thus he played the game of life. Born into privilege, as the sole son amidst 16 daughters of the Duke's household, he had grown accustomed to a life of indulgence. Wasn't the pursuit of joy with women merely a source of happiness? If you reached out to me, I would indulge you in tea and poetry. Should you not, I would row with others across the lake, changing partners as the mood struck. As he was neither married nor had taken a concubine, could such affairs be deemed as debauchery? Surely not. Thus, he declared, Ah Yuan, you cannot expect everyone to possess the same purity as you. Indeed, Huo Yuan is remarkably pure. His willingness to forge a profound connection with Huo Yuan stems from the presence of qualities he lacks himself. He is devoid of desires. Before the age of 16, he was subjected to bullying within the palace, and after turning 16, he found himself enamored with Shen Chuli. Yet, during the 10 years when one should revel in romantic endeavors, he was embroiled in battles. Despite Huo Yuan's current reverence from thousands, he once required protection himself. Speaking of this, Xie Changyan feels a swell of pride. In essence, Huo Yuan's fate has been tragic, yet he has carved his path through military achievements, distinguishing himself from those born with a silver spoon in their mouths. Upon hearing Xie Changyan's words, Huo Yuan released his grip, a playful smile gracing his features. It is no longer pure. I have kissed Ali in public, and tonight she shall return to the royal mansion with me. Xie Changyan retorted, It is not yet dark. How can you already be lost in dreams? Observing Xie Changyan's silence, Huo Yuan patiently reiterated his statement. After a brief pause, Xie Changyan remarked, Your dream is quite detailed. Which direction did you sleep in? Enlighten your brother. Rather than being angered, Huo Yuan chuckled lightly. What, are you envious? Xie Changyan kicked his leg in frustration. Huo Yuan, are you a fish? No, fish require bait. That girl doesn't even need to fish for you. A mere glance makes you leap. What has become of your pride, your nobility, your unparalleled demeanor? You have utterly transformed. By heavens, this bitterness is making my teeth rot. In high spirits, Huo Yuan, noticing the dampness on Xie Changyan, rose and approached him from behind, using his internal energy to dry the water from Xie Changyan's hair. Thank you. Xie Changyan redirected the conversation back to their earlier topic. In any case, my redemption of Mei Wu is not of a client-patron nature. As for the claims of me bullying Wen Yin, though I have no intention of marrying her, I would not purposely distress a young lady. It is merely a misunderstanding. Just as Huo Yuan finished drying him, he raised his hand, splashing water on his Xie Changyan's head once more. What are you doing? Your enthusiasm wanes for everyone. Yet you are different with Lin Mei Wu, as the heir of a noble house. Why would you go so far as to establish a theater for her and even conceal her here? Xie Changyan wiped the droplets from his chin, appearing dejected. This matter is rather lengthy in truth. Mei Wu's fall from grace was due to my actions, and now she cannot bear children. I cannot abandon her. Xie Changyan droned on, but Huo Yuan, uninterested in his trivial affairs, posed a singular question. Wen Yin, will you marry her or not? Xie Changyan raised his gaze, staring at the distant river scenery, remaining silent for an extended period. This is my fault. I could compensate her with silver. To marry her would only bring her harm. Despite his outwardly glamorous appearance, he has long been accustomed to sordid affairs. His father married over 60 concubines and forced him into relationships from the age of 10. And thus he has never contemplated settling down with any woman. Marrying him would not bring happiness to a young lady. It would be better for her to live a carefree life. Among his family, only his grandfather is a reasonable person, unwilling to witness his eldest grandson's downfall, and insists he marry Wen Yin, but this time he is likely to disappoint his grandfather. Compensate with silver? Xie Changyan, does she truly covet your meager wealth? I find myself with no other recourse. You urged me to confront the situation, and I did, yet it seems I have only managed to make matters worse. To claim I have no regrets would be disingenuous. It was indeed Mei Wu who first collided with Wen Yin, yet he chose to protect Mei Wu. Subsequently, both of them fell into the water, and he saved another. Observing the pallor of Wen Yan's face, he felt a genuine pang of sorrow. He had known her for quite some time, and despite the hardships they faced, he had never seen her weep. Her recent tears were a testament to her profound distress. He yearned to explain himself, but she shielded her face, refusing to meet his gaze. At that moment, Zhou Chuang rushed in with urgency. Your Highness, it is dire news. The princess has gone to Miss Lin's chamber and instructed me to deliver this letter to you. Huo Yuan opened the letter. Huo Yuan, your brother and the wildflower he nurtures have bullied my sister. I am now resolved to retaliate, and by the time you read this, I have already taken her head and kicked it like a ball. Should you choose to stand with me, cooperate accordingly. However, if you align with Xie Changyan, I shall not return to the manor tonight, nor for the next fortnight. I shall remain with my sister, and you shall sleep alone. The letter concluded with a drawing of an irate little figure, alongside the scrawled words. Let Xie Changyan take a moment to reflect on his worthiness. What kind of bird is he to deserve my sister? I shall seek out 18 dashing young gentlemen to amuse her. Huo Yuan furrowed his brow as he read the letter. The green bean, hanging from the ship's railing, flapped its wings and cackled with glee. What misfortune! What misfortune! Who is unfortunate? Xie Changyan, overhearing the green bean's chattering, leaned in and said, Yuan, the letter states. Before he could finish, Huo Yuan delivered a punch, leaving him with a blackened eye. He clutched his face and wailed, Yuan, have you lost your mind? How can I face anyone with a swollen eye? Recalling Shen Chuli's words about sleeping alone and seeking 18 dashing young gentlemen, Huo Yuan shook his hand and landed another punch on Xie Changyan's other eye. Now, it is symmetrical. There is no choice. You have implicated me as well, and I must present you as proof of loyalty to Ali. When Ali sees Xie Changyan's panda eyes, she will know he stands with her, surely unwilling to let him sleep alone. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the bow of the ship, a series of loud crashes. Huo Yuan cast a glance at Xie Changyan and remarked, We shall settle this later, before striding away. Xie Changyan was left bewildered, wondering why both of them were intent on holding him accountable. P.S. To those who have read this far, if you find it agreeable, please take a moment to leave a review. Whether lengthy or brief is perfectly fine, though I do hope for some words. I humbly bow in gratitude. The author struggles with writing, fearing to disappoint, and my initial wish was simply to have someone read my work. I am sincerely thankful for every reader who has supported me thus far. Chapter 73. The unraveling of the white lotus. Lin Meiyu was resting, and entry was forbidden. Shen Chuli and Zhen Shi made their way from the private room to the backstage of the theater, only to be halted by the servants at the door. Zhen Shi, hands on her hips, exclaimed, "What nonsense is this? This is the princess consort of the regent. How many of you dare to obstruct her?" The servants exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond, when a voice emerged from behind the curtain. "Let her in." Shen Chuli lifted the curtain and walked in, immediately encountering Lin Meiyu seated before her vanity, applying her makeup. Dressed in a moon-white silk top adorned with peony embroidery, paired with a flowing skirt. Her figure was graceful and alluring, devoid of any trace of the disarray she had faced when she plunged into the river. Her oval face bore a small beauty mark at the corner of her eye, which contributed to her charm. The redness on her forehead, seemingly a result of an impact, was partially concealed by makeup, lending an air of intentionality to her appearance. Truly, she was the foremost courtesan of the capital, already preening herself upon her emergence from the water. "What do you think, Huo Yuan?" Shen Chuli grinned at her. Huo Yuan was the stage name Lin Meiyu used during her days as a courtesan, a remnant of her past that Shen Chuli took delight in invoking. Shen Chuli had once crossed paths with her while selling pork with Wen Yan. At that time, Xie Changyan had been looking after Wen Yan's business when Lin Meiyu, upon witnessing this, instigated trouble at their stall and warned Wen Yan, a lowly commoner, against harboring aspirations for the young master. At that moment, Shen Chuli had just escaped from her previous life and was already the subject of scandal throughout the capital, fueled by her notoriety. She had splattered Lin Meiyu with pig's blood and subsequently assaulted her. Lin Meiyu could never forget Shen Chuli. After a mere taunt aimed at Wen Yan, that madwoman had charged at her, causing her to lose her modesty for an entire month. Back then, she had dismissed Shen Chuli as a mere commoner attempting to cling to the prince, unworthy of attention. Yet, 3 years later, this woman had fortuitously married the regent. "Princess consort, how delightful to see you," Shen Chuli taunted, calling her Huo Yuan, while Lin Meiyu retaliated with the title of princess consort, hoping to provoke her. To her surprise, Shen Chuli's hand came down forcefully upon the vanity before her. "Before you stands the emperor's appointed Princess Jinning, publicly recognized as the princess consort of the regent." Lin Meiyu grasped her meaning and managed to maintain her composure, acknowledging, "Yes,